the major and the highest growing economy in the world. We are also aiming to become the third largest economy in the world with $5 trillion GDP in the coming few years. On those lines, because we heard Prime Minister Modi giving out a formal speech yesterday before entering the parliament also, he sort of hinted at Nari Shakti being the center stage. Could you walk us through that also and all the highlights that Prime Minister Modi actually spoke about in his yesterday's address?
Well, yesterday we have seen that the day started with President Draupadi Murmu giving the speech where she has in fact doled out how the target of the country, the target is for the government in coming days, and that is something that will be achieved by the government of India. She also in fact highlighted what all have they have in fact achieved as far as since 2014 this government has achieved so far. She also have in fact one major point that she has pointed out, that the number of ITR from 3.5 crore to at this point we are seeing a double increase in people who are in fact filing ITR. It has reached to 8.5 crores. So that is in fact a major achievement when it comes to the government. More people are getting aware how they have to file their taxes. So that is of course an achievement that is seen. Apart from that, after that we have seen how Prime Minister also in fact addressed the media while the session, the budget session was about to begin. He has in fact asked all the opposition leaders to ensure that there is a smooth passage of this budget session, because this is very important. When we talk about interim budget, they actually talk about the expenditure that the present government can intake till the new government comes in place. So this is a very important, crucial interim budget that is going to be presented, and he has asked all the opposition leaders to, unlike last time we have seen the kind of ruckus that has happened, over 146 MPs, opposition MPs were suspended. So a request has in fact been, an appeal has been made by the Prime Minister that it needs to be in fact a smooth conduct of Parliament. Apart from that, Prime Minister has also spoke about Nari Shakti, women empowerment, and the target as far as the government is concerned, the infrastructure, railways, health infrastructure, education, all this is going to be the focus of the government as far as the country is concerned. So all those points were highlighted, and now all eyes are on this interim budget, that what can be expected as far as this budget is concerned, whether there will in fact be health infrastructure, where there will be doling out money, budget for the health infrastructure, specifically when we talk about the new education policy that has come in place in 2020. Since then, the implementation is going on. But budget-wise, the experts have been saying that not much budget has in fact been set aside for implementation of new education policy. So whether there will in fact be more, budget that will be incorporated as far as the implementation of new education policy is concerned, what is there for the farmers, because last time Piyush Goyal, the then finance minister, when he was presenting the interim budget in 2019, he had in fact come up with this Pradhan Mantri Yojana for farmers, where a direct income of 6,000 was given to them. So all these will in fact be crucially watched by the experts, by the common man. Of course, the common man is waiting whether there will be some sort of an exemption when it comes to tax reform. Like I said earlier, you can't expect major reforms or changes as far as the rates of income tax is concerned, but there could be exemption. It has been done in the earlier interim budget as well. So that is something that will be watched on by the middle class and the common man at this point.
Definitely, Shireen. Something very crucial that you mentioned there is the new education policy. We'll talk about that as well, and the other aspects that were not mentioned by Prime Minister Modi but can be there on the table, can be the point of discussion. We'll come back to you. Please stay with us. Let's talk about the big expectations from today. What's there in the Bahi Khata for Aam Aadmi? What they can actually expect from the interim budget 2024. Now, first up, and the most crucial one, is the job creation and security. Of course, the point that has been escalated by opposition in the parliament several times. More outlay for infrastructure. This is the second and most crucial point of the expectations that the Aam Aadmi can have from the interim budget 2024. Of course, by Modi government at the center before Lok Sabha elections. Third one is more funds to boost manufacturing. Apart from that, 4, as Prime Minister Modi in his address yesterday hinted at Nari Shakti taking the center stage, we can expect some women-centric funds and outlays today from the interim budget, which will be tabled at 11 a.m. by the Finance Minister. 5th one, incentivizing the first-time home buyers. Apart from that, incentivizing the clean energy sector as well. So green development is something that can be on the table. We have some of the reactions coming in on the same thing. Let's take a look at that first and then we'll delve deeper in the same topic.
Several initiatives should be taken, or I expect it should be taken, in enhancement of skills sector. Like students should be provided with several policies where the skills can be enhanced, and also employment opportunities should be boosted so much, because that's what the next is. And even for higher studies, for PG things, the entrance exam, the coachings, it should be enhanced so much.
My expectation on the upcoming union budget is the government should reduce the tax burden on the new tax regime. I had to opt for the new tax regime of no choice. Like now, after choosing, like I came to know that there has been excess tax that has been detected on the new tax regime.
India's power in its youth. So youth empowerment is very important at this stage for a future strong India economically as well as socially.
So me being working in the digital era, and I've been heading the department as a whole, and right now, digital is always going up with all the business. It's the backbone of every business that is lying. So it also comes under a service sector which charges 18% GST. So if I have to grow my business, also be competitive with the prices that the others are offering. So of course 18% GST is something that I would expect to maybe, give me in a better position that I can draw profits as well as grow my business.
As a practicing psychologist, my immediate attention directly just goes to mental health. I think it's immensely important that there is a significant amount in the budget allocated for mental well-being. Similarly, there has also been a massive increase in farmer suicides. So I think it's very important that we recognize mental health as a country and also allocate some part of our budget for it, because it's leading to so many deaths year after year and the number is not reducing.
As I am a student, I would love to learn more and do my master's further. So when I look at the education loans, so it's something which affects me because I want to learn more, and the loans which are there, the interest is very high, which sometimes affect my education, and I would keep my education a little back and think about how to pay my loans and all. So I would love that if there be a affordable loan interest in education.
So those were some of the reactions from the ground, what people are actually expecting from interim budget 2024 that will be tabled by the Finance Minister at 11 a.m. today. Shireen, coming back to you. Now let's talk about the new education policy that you just mentioned. And apart from that, something very crucial that happened yesterday as far as Prime Minister Modi's address was concerned. He initiated his speech with Ram Ram and ended it with Ram Ram as well. Apart from that, there are talks going around the CA also. All of these things, are we expecting some of the discussions over these things as well? The NEP, the CAA, Ram Mandir.
Well, as far as the debate is going to be today, it's going to be, of course, on budget. It will be presented, it's an interim budget that will be presented by the Finance Minister, after which there needs to be an approval by both the houses, and then there will be discussion over this in both the houses. So the leader of opposition, be it in Lok Sabha or in Rajya Sabha, they will in fact be presenting their points, their concern as far as the budget is concerned, and then an approval will be given and the budget will be passed. But like you said, yes, there are discussions that are going on over CAA, over Ram Mandir, and the opposition in fact has been saying that as far as the development of this country is concerned, as far as the rising unemployment is concerned, the focus of the government is clearly diverted. They are more looking into communal and religious aspect as far as the country is concerned, and they have been saying that this is in fact a dangerous precedence that is being set by the Modi government. Now, yesterday as well, we have seen a series of reactions that were coming in from from the Congress party, from the opposition, that they are not really expecting any sort of relief for the common man or for the middle class. It is only going to be a relief for the big industrialists. So without naming, they have been in fact saying that there are few industrialists who have always been getting these relief from the government, and this in this particular budget, interim budget, is also going to be one such example, is what the opposition parties are saying. But yes, right now when we talk about the 2024 election, of course, the talks are more about Ram Mandir, about CAA. There is, in fact, talks that is going on. The opposition also do agree that there is, in fact, a huge undercurrent when they talk about the Ram Mandir. That is going to be one of the major impacts for the opposition parties, because we have seen how they have declined the invitation that was extended to them. So that will have an impact when it comes to their vote counts. Now, apart from that, when they've been talking about budget, they also, opposition party also have been saying that this is going to be a political statement. Not much can be doled out by the government, but at the same time, the government is very good at convincing people. This government is very good at putting out and connecting to the people on ground. So it is very much sure that there is going to be a political statement that will be made by this government. So like I said earlier, not major policy reformation can be done in this interim budget, but we have seen earlier that there were in fact some sort of tax relief that was given to common man last time in 2019 when the interim budget was presented. People who were earning around 5 lakh, there was a complete tax exemption to them. There was no tax to them. People who were earning more than around 6.5 lakh, they were in fact given a relief because they were asked to invest in provident fund and other equities. So that kind of relief can be expected. There can't be a major change as far as the tax rate or tax slabs are concerned, but some sort of a relief can be expected from this interim budget, is what the sources and the experts have been suggesting. So all set as far as the interim budget of 2024 is concerned. This is just going to be an interim budget till July. Once the new government is formed in July, a full-fledged budget session will begin. A budget will in fact be presented at this point, but till then, this is what the country is looking into for the next 2-3 months. The interim budget is something that will be followed in the country, and right now we are outside the residence of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and it is expected that around 7:45 to 8 a.m. is when she will be leaving from here. So I just want to point out what is going to be her schedule. Before presenting the budget at 11 a.m. she will be leaving from here, will be going to the Finance Ministry at South Block. There is going to be in fact the entire team. So remember, that is also very interesting that I want to point out, Sakshi, that when we talk about the budget, it is in fact made in a time frame of about 1.5 months to 2 months. And all these officials, all these bureaucrats, the team that makes the budget, all of them are in fact not allowed to leave from the premises. They have to be working day in and out to prepare the budget. So that is the kind of hard work that is put in place when such budgets are presented. The interim budget, be it a full-fledged budget, they are not supposed to leave from the premises. They have to be there. So the full team will in fact be leaving from the Finance Ministry to Rashtrapati Bhavan, and approval will be taken from there, after which the cabinet will be approving this budget, and then at about 11 a.m. is when the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting the budget.
Right, Shireen. And since we were talking about Mahila Shakti, the Nari Shakti being at the center stage, we will talk about that in deeper. But right now it's time to slip into a very short commercial break. Stay with CNN News 18 as we'll come right back with all the updates that we have about the interim budget 2024.
ನಮಗೆ ಯಾತ್ರೆ ಪರಿಚಯ ಆದರಣೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಐಕ್ಯ ಅದೇ
because the government is not concerned about the sufferings of the people. People are unable to have their meals. They have no money to pay the electricity bills. They have no money to buy the necessary equipment for their children to go to school. So the whole country is suffering. But government seems to not understand the real situation in the country. So we expect the people to rise. The next election, the election year has already come. Next year, this year, people must think differently and take the correct decisions.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with the special broadcast here on CNN News 18 on Interim Budget 2024. As the Finance Minister is all set to present the Budget 2024 today, let's understand the changing dynamics of the Indian economy with CNN News 18's Anand Narasimhan. Take a look at that.
My first question is to Nilesh Shah ji. Nilesh ji, if I may ask you, everything is looking fantastic. But kahin na kahin something is missing. What is missing? You get the feeling, no, when you got the perfect dish, everything is set, but yaar kuch kam lag raha hai. In this case also, why does one get the sense Bharat's story is fantastic, but something is missing? What is missing?
I think if we have to look critically, two things are not as good as they should be. One, consumption at the bottom of pyramid. The growth is subdued over there, about 2% for last 2 years. And second, private capex, where because private sector is becoming more efficient and debottlenecking their capacity at much cheaper prices, the new capex cycle has not begun as much as it should have begun. There are exceptional sectors like power, where the investment cycle is beginning, but bearing those exceptional sector, overall private sector is, let's say, on the back foot rather than on the front foot, like government's infrastructure.
I think it could be related to some form of uncertainty, which despite all signals to the contrary, suggest or they could be wary that the current government may not return and the momentum may not continue. Otherwise, I see no reason why, as Nilesh Shah just said, private sector investment should not come. The markets are there, they are rising, they are absorbing money. There is maybe consumption not at the bottom but at the top, and the middle end is doing quite well. The growth is consistent.
No, when you talk about the private sector holding back, I don't see any of the large companies holding back. Not Levers, not any of those companies, not Britannia, not Levers, not Nestle. Nobody is holding back. Maybe it's the small scale industries which are holding back at the moment. And they have to, because everybody knows that, look, the moment you keep on your capex on the fact that you're doing infrastructure,
it is going to lead to increase in the rural markets. And therefore, they are all preparing for it.
Okay, Anand, I heard everybody, and I have a couple of points to make. First and foremost, the fact of the matter remains that the union government, the Modi government in this case, has done all the heavy lifting. And if you look at the September quarter GDP numbers, that is amply evident. The gross fixed capital formation, which is close to 30% of GDP, a large part of the contribution has come in from the government. And that is precisely the reason that, Nilesh Shah mentioned that private capex needs to sort of get its act together. I'll say a couple of things here. First and foremost, I think the good thing is that the annual FDI inflow into the country has been $65 billion or thereabouts, which means that in the last 9.5 odd years, we've gotten $585 billion plus.
Well, with that, we have completely run out of time on this special broadcast, but don't go anywhere, don't leave our side. We'll bring you all the latest updates about the Big Budget 2024.
In the country, so we expect the people to rise. The next election, the election year has already come. Next year, this year, people must think differently and take the correct decisions.
No, we are holding the demonstration because there's a government that are bankrupt of the country. They have no solutions. They are like leeches holding on to power. We ask them to immediately go for an election and let the people decide who should rule the country in the next 5 years. आप तो जानते ही हैं कि जब चुनाव का समय निकट होता है तब आमतौर पर पूर्ण बजट नहीं रखा जाता है। हम भी उसी परंपरा का निर्वाह करते हुए पूर्ण बजट नई सरकार बनने के बाद आपके समक्ष लेकर के आएंगे।
Namaste, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. My name is Anand Narasimhan, and ladies and gentlemen, we're building up to the presentation of the interim budget, the sixth budget for Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Chunav ke pehle, largely they say it's an interim budget. What's the big deal? Ahead of this battle, Lok Sabha 2024, the Finance Mantri Nirmala Sitharaman ji will present Modi government's interim budget. This budget is expected to focus on maintaining essential services until the new government takes over. But the confidence exuded by Prime Minister Narendra Modi saying, Sarkar banne ke baad hum pesh karenge. That underlines the belief that PM and the leadership has in the people or the voters that they will bring them back to power. Meanwhile, days ahead of the budget, the government presented the economic review, which says that Bharat is quite confident of weathering the emerging disturbances. The report says that financial year 2024 is third successive year of 7% growth and that the public sector capital investment surged in 10 years. So what's in store in this interim budget? Will it be balanced? Will it keep fiscal prudence in mind or the upcoming polls? And will there be a certain level of populism and, more importantly, for the honest taxpayer, some tax sops? We'll have to wait and watch. Gautam Chikarmane, VP ORF is with us. Nilesh Shah, Managing Director of Kotak Mutual Fund is with us, member of the PMEACs. And also Sunil Alag, Managing Director, SK Advisors Private Limited, and Sanju Verma, National Spokesperson of the BJP. Namaste and Jai Hind to everybody. Thank you so much for your time. My first question is to Nilesh Shah ji. Nilesh ji, if I may ask you, everything is looking fantastic. But kahin na kahin something is missing. What is missing? You get the feeling, no, when you got the perfect dish, everything is set, but yaar kuch kam lag raha hai. In this case also, why does one get the sense Bharat's story is fantastic, but something is missing? What is missing?
I think if we have to look critically, two things are not as good as they should be. One, consumption at the bottom of pyramid. The growth is subdued over there, about 2% for last 2 years. And second, private capex, where because private sector is becoming more efficient and debottlenecking their capacity at much cheaper prices, the new capex cycle has not begun as much as it should have begun. There are exceptional sectors like power where the investment cycle is beginning, but bearing those exceptional sector, overall private sector is, let's say, on the back foot rather than on the front foot, like government's infrastructure. We are still the fastest growing major economy, but if we have to go from high single digit to double digit, then consumption at the bottom of pyramid and private sector capex will have to improve further from current level.
Gautam Chikarmane ji, everybody is putting in money. Is the private sector still waiting and watching? Why?
I think it could be related to some form of uncertainty, which despite all signals to the contrary, suggest or they could be wary that the current government may not return and the momentum may not continue. Otherwise, I see no reason why, as Nilesh Shah just said, private sector investment should not come. The markets are there, they are rising, they are absorbing money. There is maybe consumption not at the bottom but at the top, and the middle end is doing quite well. The growth is consistent and that momentum is continuing. So all it could be is just one trigger before the floods begin. Also, I think FDI has been coming so far, but maybe yes, not to the extent that it ought to. Having said that, I think India is in a very comfortable place. We are just in sniffing distance of being the world's third largest economy and going on 5 trillion and maybe 7 before the decade. So I think all signals are pointing towards growth. I'm surprised that private sector has not yet initiated it. It could just be an electoral uncertainty.
No, but this electoral uncertainty lasts perennially, because we are a system where some electoral uncertainty always happens. Sunil Alagji, I remember soon after 2019, 2020, soon after COVID, we continue to have this whole conversation. Why is the private sector still holding back? What is it that is missing?
No, you know, when you talk about the private sector holding back, I don't see any of the large companies holding back. Not Levers, not any of those companies, not Britannia, not Levers, not Nestle. Nobody is holding back. Maybe it's the small scale industries which are holding back at the moment. And they have to, because everybody knows that, look, the moment you keep on your capex on the fact that you're doing infrastructure, it is going to lead to it's going to lead to increase in the rural markets. And therefore, they're all preparing for it. But I don't see them holding back. What I would tend to say is that, look, it's the small scale industry which needs to be pushed in front, and the banking sector needs to come out and say, look, you can take all the loans you want, you can take all the money you want. That is what is holding them back. And therefore, what one needs to do is to get the lower end more up in the market than to talk about the top big companies.
Sanju Verma ji?
Yes.
What
Hi,
is it?
Anand.
Namaste. What can be expected, and is there, despite all the indicators, rupee is getting stronger in this month, inflation is under control, all numbers, everything is, growth is on track, but somewhere something seems to be missing. As an Aam Aadmi, tax ops for me, yes. Will there be some relief at all? We'll have to see. The new tax regime, will it be enforced from the 1st of April? Then where do I save tax? If I'm being encouraged to spend, why am I being taxed to the level that I'm being taxed? That's something which the middle class always asks, because they are the honest taxpayers and they always get taxed more outside of the others. But from a larger point of view, is the private sector really holding back? Why should there be any electoral uncertainty if the Prime Minister exudes the kind of confidence that he's exuded like never before?
Okay, Anand, I heard everybody, and I have a couple of points to make. First and foremost, the fact of the matter remains that the union government, the Modi government in this case, has done all the heavy lifting. And if you look at the September quarter GDP numbers, that is amply evident. The gross fixed capital formation, which is close to 30% of GDP, a large part of the contribution has come in from the government. And that is precisely the reason that, Nilesh Shah mentioned that private capex needs to sort of get its act together. I'll say a couple of things here. First and foremost, I think the good thing is that the annual FDI inflow into the country has been $65 billion or thereabouts, which means that in the last 9.5 odd years, we've gotten $585 billion plus. Point number one. Point number two, as we head into the budget, let's not forget that we may not meet the fiscal deficit target of 5.9%, which was projected last year by the Union Finance Minister. We may end at 6.2 or 6.3%, which is pretty good going, given that we are coming out of two black swan events, the COVID pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The third important point is that for the first time in the longest time, the direct tax to GDP ratio is 6.1% and the overall tax to GDP ratio is about 11.7%, which means that the government has that excess leeway and maneuverability and the ability, and of course the willingness is there to spend. The fourth and most important point is where I slightly differ from the other August panelists. Does private sector capex need to move up substantially? Of course, yes. But ever since that historic day on the 9th or 10th of September 2019, I think if you look at then and now, there has been an incremental capex from the private sector to the tune of 5.34 lakh crore. And the September 2019 date I'm talking of is when the union government, the Modi government in this case, took a historic decision to reduce corporate tax rate from 30 to 22% for existing companies, and for new companies, it said that the tax rate, will be barely 15%, 15%. I think this kind of tax concession across the board to India Inc. speaks volumes about the fact that the government wants private sector participation, and while the government has been doing the weightlifting, please, just 10 seconds. I was looking at some numbers. The corporate capex to GDP ratio currently in India is about 2.7%, whereas the government capex to GDP ratio is in excess of 3.3%. Now imagine if the corporate capex to GDP ratio moves up from 2.5 or 2.7% to 3.2 or 3.5%, even a 50 basis point rise in the corporate capex by India Inc. That means a couple of lakh crores, which is what we are talking of. So it has not happened in the same magnitude that one would have wished for, given the magnanimity with which corporate tax rates were cut. But there has been an incremental capex. But the more the merrier
so
in this case.
that's where the question is: what's holding the private sector back? Why are they holding back, despite perhaps the most settled thought process here that it's going to be a clear mandate? Is it only electoral uncertainty, Nileshji, or is there something more? Plus, is there more money in the hands of the common person today to be able to go ahead and dispense and increase consumerism within the system? Are we seeing, or are you looking at, so I'm asking in terms of internal factors, how much are the external factors also going to impact us and this budget?
So Anand, there are multiple reasons why corporate capex is not as high as we want it to be. And mind you, if corporate capex goes up, our growth rate could touch even their levels. One, there is a massive technological disruption coming. 3D printing, machine learning, artificial intelligence. And that is also keeping some corporate investments on hold because they want to see what technology will do to their business. Second, a lot of Indian corporates have now become productive. For example, earlier the time taken to travel from Chennai to Delhi was X. Today, thanks to the highways and removal of octroi, it has come. The efficiency resulting into logistics and also debottlenecking of plant has improved their capacity. Capacity utilization is hovering around 75% despite increase in production, and hence new capacity is not coming. Third, there was a time when under textile upgradation fund, you could cold plate your plant and take out money and create NPS for the banking system. Now those kind of easy loans are not available. There was a time in equity market where bad governance companies were also able to raise capital. Today at all-time high level of equity market, there are very few bad companies coming to raise capital. So effectively, there is no easy money left on table for bad entrepreneurs to show on paper that they are doing capex and create NPS for the banking system.
Correct.
Multiple things have come together to ensure that our investments to GDP ratio remains around 30% plus and minus. We need to move it to about 40%. That will ensure that we could aim for double-digit growth, which is what China was doing, let's say, 10 years back.
Right. But Gautamji, how is it that the government can do it? And where can we see signs of this intent in the interim budget? The other aspect is technology. Is it also going to now create a huge amount of disguised unemployment? Is that a factor that you think will reflect in the budget tomorrow, or that's for later, whenever post-elections, when the new government is in place?
So while conceding to what Nilesha is saying, I think there are enough tech entrepreneurs that are coming from India and becoming unicorns. I think that tech story is actually being propelled further and made stronger by Indian entrepreneurs themselves. As far as the existing manufacturing or services companies go, I think there is space for everybody. It's too early to say that technology will come and disrupt every business. In fact, technology may make it more efficient, may speed up processes, may bring in some kind of a greater eyesight on where and how products should be made, when they should be made. Technology will be an enabler. I think we saw this happen when the ATM machines came and people said banking is going to end and all that. None of that happened. They supported the banking. Banking increased. And I think India is at that stage where there is so much growth, where there is so much pent-up demand, when there is so much that entrepreneurial opportunities, that at some point this technology will become more of an enabler than a hurdle. That's my opinion. Also, if you just look at existing work in progress in terms of what's going on, just few minutes ago, the GST data has just come. So that's 1.72 lakh crore for the month of December. December, or for the month of January, So I think if GST collections are going, it does show that economic activity is going very well. While I concede that the capex needs to come up to mark, etc. But I think the economy is doing very well. And so, and technology has been around for quite some time, quite some years now. So there is always the sense of disruption that technology will do. But so far as numbers go in pure production, and GST is a marker because it's actual money paid out of enterprises and which goes to the exchequer. If GST numbers are rising, and they have been rising since 2017, I think we are on something. I will not discount the disruptive nature of technology, but I don't think Indian entrepreneurs are going to just lie down and let it take over. I think they will be driving this technology.
Right. Two issues quickly, gentlemen and the lady. We've got about 5-6 minutes on hand. One of the aspects, Sunil Alagji, is tax terrorism. Do you think that's been effectively addressed by the government, or is that still an issue? One. Secondly, if we need to be a Viksit Bharat and one of the most potent economies and powerful economies globally, then we need to also be a manufacturing hub, not just a technology and services hub. Has enough been done to make us a manufacturing hub?
See, look, I mean, when you talk about China, China ran without a democracy. Okay, that one person gave an instruction and the whole country followed it. And therefore, there's no comparison between China and India. Look, we cannot become a manufacturing hub which is equal to China, no matter how hard we try. Look, that's my view, my personal view. Therefore, becoming a manufacturing hub right now, we should pay attention to it. Look, we are paying, the government we are one of the highly taxed countries in the world.
Yes.
Not only does an individual pay income tax, he pays GST, he pays, if you add all the taxes he pays about 50 to 60% of his earned income right now. And on top of that, the government has actually put down that you cannot travel abroad, you up to 7 lakhs, this will be done. Look, I'm spending money after paying my taxes. How on earth am I paying further when TDS is being kept for the end and all that? The government has tried its best. And really the income tax which he talks about and everybody else talks about is actually only one part of the taxes that we pay. Look, the government has to put in more money between skilled labor. When most companies that I know, the large companies, when they are going into investments, they are talking about increasing their profits and productivity, and therefore it will come down. The unskilled labor which the government is spending on infrastructure, that will go up. Now, therefore, unemployment on how many people are going to be employed for skilled purpose in 1 year and how many people will be employed, the government is spending on infrastructure, no question in my mind. And they will continue to spend over the next 1 or 2 years. But how long can they carry on spending? That's another question.
Yes.
So they need to spend money in the budget on education, on skilling labor up. And therefore, today, if you go abroad, I mean, if you really go overseas and you will call the guy in for an electrician, he's not called an electrician, he's a plumber, he's invited into the house, given a cup of coffee because you can't deal with it. Our country, the attitude is, oh, electrician hai, so he's not doing anything. Therefore, the question is skilling people when you talk about the automobile industry, they are looking for people who will come into that question. The question is they do not find enough people who are skilled enough to handle automobile. Now, where do you get that? So therefore, they will spend on education. Increase expenditure on education. Tomorrow morning, let us see, because Mr. Modi does not wait for 1 year for the budget and doesn't do anything. Every 3 months he introduces something. So it's an ongoing process which comes in tomorrow. That's all that I would like.
The aspect of manufacturing, and are we even having the kind of skilling that is required for us to turn into a manufacturing hub is a great point that you've made, and it remains a concern along with this entire aspect of tax terrorism. Somebody was mentioning that we are one of the highest tax-paying nations overall, as individuals, but are we really getting the better or benefit for that is another aspect, and should there be some relief there?
Because the government is not concerned about the sufferings of the people. People are unable to have their meals. They have no money to pay the electricity bills. They have no money to buy the necessary equipment for their children to go to school. So the whole country is suffering. But government seems to not understand the real situation in the country. So we expect the people to rise. The next election, the election year has already come. Next year, this year, people must think differently and take the correct decisions.
No, we are holding the demonstration because there's a government that are bankrupt of the country. They have no solutions. They are like leeches holding on to power. We ask them to immediately go for an election and let the people.
Moot point being that for Mamata Banerjee, this is cold arithmetic. This is cold election arithmetic. She doesn't stand to gain as much from allying with the left and the Congress as they stand to gain by allying with the TMC. The TMC is going to fight on its own. Then where is the India alliance?
the Vigraha which is going to be there now as Ramlala Virajman. What did you feel?
I had tears in my eyes. I cried, to be very honest. I don't know why. It was there. Jai Shri Ram.
All the shops here in this 2-kilometer long road now have the same consistent facade to give this entire area a facelift. Some are saying that even for an orator like Narendra Modi, it was one of his best speeches.
This is a Nyaya Yatra, isn't it? It's about high principles of upholding justice, delivering justice and upholding the law. But the person in the middle of your frames stands accused today, sir, of breaking the law.
Because the government is not concerned about the sufferings of the people. People are unable to have their meals. They have no money to pay the electricity bills. They have no money to buy the necessary equipment for their children to go to school. So the whole country is suffering. But government seems to not understand the real situation in the country. So we expect the people to rise. The next election, the election year has already come. Next year, this year, people must think differently and take the correct decisions.
No, we are holding the demonstration because there's a government that are bankrupt the country. They have no solutions. They are like leeches holding on to power. We ask them to immediately go for an election and let the people decide who should rule the country in the next 5 years.
आप तो जानते ही हैं
कि जब चुनाव का समय निकट होता है तब आमतौर पर पूर्ण बजट नहीं रखा जाता है। हम भी उसी परंपरा का निर्वाह करते हुए पूर्ण बजट नई सरकार बनने के बाद आपके समक्ष लेकर के आएंगे।
Good morning. It is the 1st of February and that means it is budget day here in India, and it's no ordinary budget. It is the 10th budget of the Modi government. It's not going to be a full one. It's going to be an interim one because there are elections due in the next couple of months. Will it be a populist, welfarist budget, or will the finance minister be fiscally prudent? Lots of questions to ask, lots of answers to seek. It is the Modi budget before ballot. Remember, this is the final one before we go into polls in April and May. Through the next 3 hours, join CNN News 18 and its stellar team of anchors and experts, economists, who will try and decode for you what are going to be the priorities of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman as she rises in exactly 3 hours from now at 11 o'clock Indian Standard Time in the Lok Sabha to present the 10th budget of the Modi government. But first, let's bring you up to speed with what is at stake economically and politically for Modi Sarkar. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman all set to table the interim budget of 2024. It will be the last budget of the Modi government 2.0 ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Last week, the traditional pre-budget halwa ceremony was held, initiating a lock-in period for officials who are involved in the budget-making process. Of course, the document will be tabled at 11 o'clock today in the Lok Sabha. That's when the contents of it will be revealed. This is the government's second interim budget as it anticipates the general election schedule to happen in April and May. The incoming government will then present the full budget in July. So, what is at stake as far as this 10th budget is concerned for Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, as she rises to present the budget? It comes ahead of the big Lok Sabha election. That, of course, is critical. Whether this budget is going to be electoral in nature, whether it's going to be populist, that is something that we'll have to wait and watch out for. The budget is also likely, remember in 2019, the last budget before the ballot, before the 2019 general election, the big takeaway was the Kisan Samman Nidhi, 6,000 rupees to farmers. Possibly a hike in that. We will see if that happens. On personal taxes, and this is the one thing that middle-class India, much of our viewers are interested in, will the finance minister bite the tax bullet, change either rates or tax slabs? The government's projection of growth for fiscal year 24 is at 7%, and that makes India the fastest growing large economy in the world. Inflation used to be a point of concern. Right now, it's within the range of the RBI's scale, as it were. It's at 5.6% in the month of December. The government is also hoping to narrow the fiscal deficit, and that's going to be a challenge. The glide path says 4.5% by 25-26. Can the finance minister stick to the glide path? The challenge, steering growth, making sure that growth is in the high digits, 7% plus, creating jobs, focus on affordable housing. That, of course, is a big electoral plank as well, the PM Awas Yojana. Infrastructure investment. Remember, in 2014-15, when the Modi government came into office, infrastructure spend was a little over 1 lakh crores. Right now, it's 10 lakh crores in the last fiscal. Yes, you could argue that some of it is unspent, some of it has not been implemented, but to try and make sense of what this budget means, is it going to be a political budget? Is there going to be fiscal restraint? We're now going to be joined by the best set of experts
in the studio and outside. Here in our studios, consulting editor with Network 18, Rahul Shivshankar, is joining us. Gautam Chikkarmane is vice president with the Observer Research Foundation. Gaurav Chaudhary is consulting editor with Money Control, and we'll also be joined in a moment by Nalin Mehta, the editor of Money Control. Rahul, let me start with you first. What are the three big things that you're going to be watching out for in Nirmala Sitharaman's budget?
Well, Zaka, good morning. Good morning, viewers. Look, we've been talking about this word populism, but for Modi, populism has been more in the exception than the norm. Let's be honest, except for the Kisan Samman Nidhi scheme that was announced with some fanfare. Nothing really giving away in that manner that we have seen in the past. Yes, there has been off-budget expenditure, but that has been deemed necessary. Is there room for populism is perhaps the question that we should be asking fundamentally. How much room is there? And let me just talk you through a few numbers. You talked about the fiscal deficit. It needs to be at least consolidated in this budget to about 5.4% of the GDP by some estimates. Some people say that, look, we're at 5.9%. We need to stay within range so to get to that glide path that you talked about, which is around 4.5% less than 4.5% ideally. Consumption-led growth is a bit of a problem. You can ask anyone and they will tell you that there are huge lacunas on that side of the fence. The government might want to put a positive spin, will throw out some numbers, but not to sound like I'm trying to poop the party. But yes, there is a consumption-led growth deficit, and we have to address that. Revenue expenditure has held steady at about 12%, if I'm not mistaken, of GDP. Many people say the time has come to sort of rein that back, but I don't know. You talked about politics. All that money that is going to be spent on salaries and pensions, etc., can you actually rein them in when opposition governments are going back to the old pension schemes, etc., etc.? So there's a problem area. And of course, there is welfare spending, which is adding to the kitty. So we were just told, for example, on fuel, fertilizer and food, all those numbers are holding steady. They're not going down, they're in fact going up. And that is a fundamental problem. So populism, I don't know. There might be some giveaways to the middle class. There might be a focus on women. Women really need a leg up because, as you know, female labor participation is very low. In fact, India is even lower in that metric than Bangladesh and Pakistan. And unfortunately for us, that number is going down. And many people have said that if you bring more female participation into the economy, you see growth, not exponentially, but certainly you see a lot of growth,
I think it's
1% or 2%.
25%, the female labor participation
and the number
rate.
is that you get more than 1.5% if women come in to the economy. So, you know, you're talking about some fundamental numbers, and we'll have to see how those are going to be balanced. It'll be interesting because this is the first budget which gives you a look back 10 years, a decade, and gives you a fair account of how the government is done.
It really is a vote on account. That's what it's called, a vote on account, the interim budget. It's not a full budget. It's also a good time to bring in Gurcharan Das, former CEO of Procter & Gamble, and also Rakesh Nangia, taxation expert, is with us. Let me bring in Gautam Chikkarmane. Our reporters are also spread across the length and breadth of the national capital before the finance minister first leaves her residence, then goes to Rashtrapati Bhavan, meets the president, and then, of course, the cabinet gives its stamp of approval before she reaches the Lok Sabha. But Gautam Chikkarmane, what is at stake in this budget? Clearly, you know, you have an election coming up in the next couple of months. Nobody can wish that away. No, incumbent government wants to not come across as, okay, we're giving this and this and this for our voter blocks. But at the same time, one of the defining features of this government has been, even during the COVID years, to try and be as fiscally prudent as possible. Is it possible to be prudent in a political year and an election year?
You're probably presuming that this budget will come out with new expenditure or raise new revenues, etc. This is just a vote on account, in my opinion. The best that I see is that Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji, will talk about the past 10 years the UPA, of the NDA government.
Is that a Freudian slip? Or?
She probably will talk about the UPA, but not in very cheery terms. That'll only be a reference, negative reference benchmark.
And I think the government has done a remarkable job of steering the economy, particularly during the COVID times, due to which the fiscal deficit today stands high. There will be a lot of talk about how this government has steered the economy. There will be numbers, for instance, on digital, on fiscal, on economic growth, and that India is now close to a $4 trillion economy, world's 5th largest, going on 3rd. Some people say it will take 1 or 2 years. I think, to me, it seems in less than 1 year we will cross. We will become the world's 3rd largest economy. Germany has just crossed Japan, because Japan, the currency depreciated. So Germany is now the 4th largest economy, 3rd largest economy, and India will cross that. So all indicators, all celebration, all reforms that the government has done, for instance, GST, IBC, digital, etc., will be talked about as the past. But I also think that she will talk about, it will be an election budget, not in terms of SOPs or giving money here and there, but it will be an election budget in the sense of presenting a vision of what the government proposes to do, what the government hopes to do. Yesterday, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, when we return back, it's almost as though they are coming back and,
Are they not?
I really don't know how to read those signals other than accept what he's saying. There will be talk about where the government wants to take, what the economic vision of the government is. They have talked about becoming a developed country, let's say $20,000 per capita income by 2047, which means a $30 trillion economy. So I think all the pathways to that $30 trillion economy, to a $20,000 per capita income, I think she will be talking about. It should be a fairly long budget, but I don't think it will do very much in terms of changing tax rates or in terms of new expenses. It will be a vote on account.
Gaurav, the reason why we're saying that obviously no government can afford to ignore the electorate or what the electorate wants or is looking for. If you go back to the 2019 interim budget, that's when the Kisan Samman Nidhi got announced. And that was a big sort of defining feature of that budget. Whether or not it had an electoral impact, I guess Nalin will be better placed to say. But do you see something of that sort? Do you see an expansion of the Samman Nidhi that's being given to farmers? Do you see, for example, Ayushman Bharat's coverage increasing? What is it that the government, because it needs one big headline out of this budget to go to the people with?
Absolutely, but there's a fundamental difference between 2019 and now. If you look, in the run-up to the 2019 interim budget, this party had lost the 3 state elections.
True.
In 2024, when the government is presenting the interim budget, it's riding high on winning those 3 states. So there is no electoral pressure, as it were, for the government to come out with any kind of a scheme, a new scheme for that matter. But so far as the PM Kisan scheme, even if you index it by inflation, I think it's up due for an appraisal. So 2,000 rupees, 6,000 rupees a year. I think even if you index it by inflation, I think a 50% rise is due over a 5-year period. So I would not be surprised if it goes up by to about 9,000 rupees a year for the eligible farmers. But I would expect the finance minister, and I would agree with Gautam, that the government is going to give a very glowing account, a very stirring account of what it has achieved over the last 10 years, particularly how, the progress that the economy has made in terms of various markers, both economic as also socio-economic. But more than that, I think that there will be a very nuanced attempt to actually trying to de-link budget making from long-term policy making. So I expect the finance minister to expend a considerable amount of time talking about Viksit Bharat, and I wouldn't be surprised if Viksit Bharat turns out to be one of the major keywords of a speech. And as the Prime Minister said, there are going to be 4 Amrit pillars, as it were: Gyan, Garib, Yuva, Annadata, and Nari Shakti. So essentially poor, youth, farmers, and women. And the whole idea would be to try and decouple the annual budget making activity from long-term policy making, so that policy making mind space gets freed up from budget making. Right now, all of it is either linked to the electoral calendar or to the annual financial calendar. I think that needs to be freed up, and that is what the Prime Minister has been emphasizing for quite a long time. Viksit Bharat, something I think is going to.
Before I come to Nalin, and we have Gurcharan Das and Rakesh Nangia also joining us, I want to go across to our reporters. Pallavi is joining us from outside the Finance Ministry. I believe Sharon is also there with us, so is Anshul. Pallavi, you are a veteran of covering the Finance Ministry. Tell us what to expect through the course of the next few hours. The minister comes out of her residence. She goes and meets the Rashtrapati. I believe there will be a meeting of the cabinet in Parliament as well, where they will give their approval to the budget. And then, of course, at 11 o'clock in the morning, she will stand up in the Lok Sabha to present the budget. How and why is this different from any of the other budgets that Nirmala Sitharaman has presented so far?
Well, first of all, the good news which really came in for the government yesterday was the GST figures were released, and that was at around 1 crore 72 lakhs. And according to the figures which have been put out by the Finance Ministry, it's the highest, 10.4% growth that they've seen in the GST figures. There have been naysayers about the GST. I think these high figures and the growth essentially gives credence to the government's claim that there's been increased transparency. People are paying those taxes, and there has been a lot of I would say consumption, and therefore demand, and therefore those who say that there has been no economic growth or green shooting on the economy, that's not true. And I think those are the figures which are also going to be rattled off by the Finance Minister herself. The schedule is very simple. At roughly around 9 a.m. is when she's going to be walking out of the Finance Ministry. Since late last night, actually, Zaka, as per protocol, everyone goes incommunicado. No officer is going to be speaking. No one is going to be speaking out, because that's the way it goes. So 9 a.m. is when she's going to walk out of her office at North Block along with the entire team. Those pictures have already been put out since late last evening. She then goes to the Rashtrapati Bhavan. She presents the budget's copy first to the Rashtrapati, and then she enters the Parliament roughly around 9:50 a.m. to 10 a.m. What happens is, as per protocol, is that the budget has to be cleared by the cabinet. That's a very small procedure. That's a technicality. Once the budget is prepared, she sits for a meeting or a short one with the Prime Minister, and then at 11 a.m. sharp, she comes out with her Bahi Khata, and very quickly, when she just enters the Parliament, you're going to see that photo op, something which has made her stand apart. She's the one who introduced the concept of Bahi Khata to make the point that we are overthrowing the colonial legacy. It's all about Indian system, and I think the main focus of the budget, obviously, which everyone has been talking about, is a growth story. Women, of course. I mean, just very interestingly, a day before, the government launched its own program about coming out with a survey which talks about better job opportunities for women, whether it's white collar, whether it's blue collar. And the most important fact which the government is insisting on now is a kind of pay parity, whether it's manual labor, whether it's white collar labor, to make the point, if man and women are working the same kind of a job, there should be no pay discrimination, better facilities, essentially to ensure that a Viksit Bharat, a Sakshat Bharat requires a Nari Shakti. I think this is going to be one main pitch of the Finance Ministry's vote in account, or the interim budget as it's called.
All right, I think the government's report card yesterday also suggested that there's a 75% increase in the number of women with bank accounts. But what does all of this mean at this point of time, 2 months before a Lok Sabha election? Let me ask Nalin Mehta this. And I think Gaurav referred to the last time there was an interim budget in 2019. The political scenario then was different, because the Modi government had lost 3 assembly elections. There was still, uncertainty over whether they will come back in the 2019 election. This time around, 2023, they've won the 3 heartland states. They are in a politically much more comfortable position. Does that necessarily mean that there will be less populism, welfareism in this budget, or that's not the playbook of the Modi Sarkar?
So, Zaka, I think we all know that with this Modi government, I don't think they're going to take any chances. And I don't think they leave anything. I mean, you just look at what's happened with Nitish Kumar in Bihar, for example. So it doesn't matter how strongly the government is placed before the election vis-a-vis 2019. This is fundamentally an election budget. Is the last one before the elections. So I think we are at Money Control, for example, we've been looking at, I think the expectation is on 3 or 4 counts. Fundamentally, the first is on welfare. Last time, I think Gaurav mentioned PM Kisan came up, so there could be something around expansion in PM Kisan, possibly, we don't know. The second is around PM Awas, which is one of the signature schemes of the government. There could be something around the urban component of that. I think the third thing is around government capex. the second thing. And the third is around the India's energy transformation, which has also been significantly part of the signature themes of the Modi government. Fundamentally, I think Gaurav alluded to this as well, that while this is a vote on account and while this is an interim budget and the big budget will come after the elections, but if there's one thing we know about the Modi government is that the absolute ruthlessness and not taking anything to chance. And I think what we do expect is that in response to the larger caste census thing, the Prime Minister's idea of 4 castes, women, poor, youth and farmers, I wouldn't be surprised if the budget is kind of addresses each of these constituencies in at least in the political framing of it. I think you're going to see a litany of achievements of the last 10 years and a vision statement for the term forward with a few things added at critical points.
All right, so these 4 different and disparate classes of people, there will be a greater focus on them in this budget. Let me bring in Gurcharan Das. You know, Gautam and Gaurav were referring to the headline picture. The headline picture is India is a little over $3.5, almost $4 trillion, expected to get to $5 trillion by the end of 25-26, and by the end of the decade to $7 trillion, and the third largest economy in the world. What does that necessarily mean? How much transformative does that have to be for the ordinary Indian? Because you're looking at, what, per capita right now around $2,000 a year. If you were to make a 10x jump from $2,000 to $20,000 a year, what is the transformation that needs to happen, Gurcharan Das?
Well, first of all, let me say that I agree with those people who say this will not be a different sort of budget than the ones that we've had for the last 4 years. You know, I personally feel that the finance minister has done a pretty good job. The infrastructure spending, capex orientation is a growth orientation, job creating orientation in the long term. And it's been done in a fiscally responsible way. Now that has been the hallmark for, so why give up a legacy which has yielded you reasonably good growth, made you a high-performing economy, and set us on the stage for the long term. Now, for the long term, to get to that developed economy status, you need to grow at 8%. And frankly, that is a disruption because for the last 30 years, the average growth rate for the country since 1991, since the reforms, the economy has grown at close to 7%. That's damn good for a democracy, you know. And we should be proud of that. But why we have failed, what is wrong with that model is that we haven't created the jobs that 7% growth should have created. And that's because we haven't created an industrial revolution. So that is really the most important thing, that you can't just jump from a green revolution to an IT revolution. We have to go through the middle step. Otherwise, how do you take 45% of your people who are in agriculture, surplus, many of them, into higher productivity jobs, higher income jobs? That is to make ourselves a middle class country, which is what developed economy means. We have to do that. And fortunately, the conditions today are far better than they were in 1991. Your infrastructure has improved vastly. The road mileage is doubled since 2011. Port handling capacity has quadrupled since 1991.
Okay.
And others, you know, the whole digital revolution has improved the ease of doing business. So there's a lot going for us to achieve it, but it does need to, we have to do the reforms that are required. But as far as coming to the budget today, I would say, well, it's a vote on account. It's an interim budget. There'll be a lot of words, but I don't think there'll be a substantial change from the sensible path that the country has pursued, which is a high capex.
All right.
Deficits under control, meeting deficit targets. Particularly now we are linked, you see, with the bond market, the global bond market. And with that, our sovereign ratings could improve if we are fiscally prudent. Therefore, there has to be an eye on that. And my only big disappointment, let me just before I close, let me say, is privatization. We have done a damn good job of raising taxes. I mean, it is amazing that we have risen in the last 2 decades, from 3 lakh crores to 30 lakh crores, 10 times in terms of revenues the government has achieved, but the failure is privatization. Imagine if you had one more revenue stream to work with. That's the kind of thing that will give you 8% growth. I would have a ministry of disinvestment, have a guy like Shori at the top, and make those people accountable. It's really very sad. The
Okay.
people in charge of disinvest, particularly when the economy is, and the market's hot. So it's a good time to sell.
Yeah, let me take that point to our guests here in the studio. You can take any yardstick, whether it's tax collections, GDP numbers, but there are two bugbears that Mr. Gurcharan Das has pointed. One is jobs, we'll get to that, and privatization. You look at disinvestment numbers, consistently the government has not been able to match the disinvestment numbers. I think the last big one we saw was Air India. But even in today's speech, I don't think she'll be able to match what was the target for last year? Was 1 lakh crores plus?
64,000.
64,000 crores. You think she'll be able to match that?
Well, look, Zaka, there is no real point here trying to project. My point here, as I began by saying, was that we can look at the top line numbers and feel extremely happy with things. And, there is a reason. I think most people here would agree that the government has done a fantastic job on cleaning up the budget numbers. We have more transparency. The banking system is cleaned up. But there have also been, of course, some big misses. You have a jobs problem. You can try going into denial about it. You can say, well, this number and, MOSPI numbers are more accurate than that number. But look at what you're doing on the ground. You have increased your food subsidy, or you at least said that we'll continue it for the next 5 years. That's a huge imposition. Why are you doing it? Because there is a need. There is a feedback coming from the ground, and this particular government is very attuned to what people are thinking, and that's why they win elections. So they know that there is a problem there. 40% youth unemployment. You have a huge number of people working in the rural economy, which is exactly what you don't want if you want those 8% growth numbers. Now, why do you have that problem? You have that problem because growth hasn't been equitable. And because of that reason, you find yourself flagging in a key metric, which is consumption. Look, at this moment in time, with the way the global economy is, you're not going to have export-led growth to the point where you could have expected to be 5 or 6 years ago. So you need that consumption. Women are not in the economy in the numbers that you think should be satisfying. Youth are not in the economy. Look at what happened just the other day. The Israeli government says that, look, we need people to work.
Yeah.
And look, you can say that the media is biased, this, that, the other, but when you go to the ground and you ask those people, why are you lining up, risking your lives? They say, what do? We'll die of hunger. So let's be honest. I'm not saying that, look, anyone has a magic wand. And I think what Mr. Modi has done and his government has done is fantastic. They've kept a very clean sheet, really. They've been very tight on the economics. You have a fiscal which is manageable, but there are pressures. You talked and someone talked about us being a democracy which is receptive to, obviously, political pressures. But as a democracy, we've done fantastically. I think Gurcharan Das made the point that as a democracy, we've done fantastically, growing at around 7%, which says a lot. But there are pressures, and sometimes populism requires you to give in to those pressures. And that can lead to a few complications. And there is, I have enough data here to talk about the complications. But fundamentally, I think that's where the problem really lies.
Gautam, you want to respond to that? And then we'll show one of the things that the government seems to have done well is on managing its fiscal sort of space, big picture. But on the point that Rahul was making.
I think this jobs problem, frankly, the data is all distractory for now. There are various kinds of data. But let me just take one step back. Jobs do you want more government jobs and hence you will take a job only when there is a government job, then go to hell. What the government needs to do is to invite private sector investment, which is lagging, as we discussed last night. But perhaps that's the case where public sector investments begins the capital expenditure journey, and then the private sector follows. Maybe the private sector is waiting for elections to get over.
Sorry, give me one moment. I think these are pictures of the MOS Finance, I believe. The MOS Finance is just leaving his residence. The two of them will go, Gaurav knows this very well, this is the drill, right? The two of them go to Nirmala Sitharaman's residence, and then from there, all three go to the North Block. How does it work?
So all of them then go to North Block. Then all the secretaries, there is a photo opportunity, and from there they collect the papers and go to the Parliament. Then there is a cabinet meeting. The cabinet formally approves the budget before the speech is read out.
And she goes to Rashtrapati Bhavan as well.
She goes to Rashtrapati Bhavan, and then it goes to Parliament. Then they go to Parliament House. In Parliament, the cabinet approves this, and then she goes to present the budget at 11 a.m.
All right. Spare a thought for those reporters out there. It was a pretty chilly morning there in Delhi. But yeah, Gautam, go on, please. Make it.
Chilly and wet also.
Yeah.
It's raining.
At least we can see people.
Yeah. So
the fog has cleared.
I think the problem, if any, in terms of a policy gap, is in terms of being the inability to invite private sector investments. Now, I think the government has done enough over the past few budgets, for instance, reducing income tax rates, corporate tax rates, etc. So to that extent, on the taxation front, which is the mandate of any budget, except this one, because this is an interim budget, the government has done okay. But why is private sector investment not coming in? First thing is perhaps capacity utilization is still not 100%. So unless it touches 100 or 110%, to put in new capacities, it may not be a wise decision. On the other hand, I can see large companies investing, so perhaps this is a problem for smaller or mid-sized companies in terms of their capital expenditure. The final point, and this is very close to my heart, is that I think the regulatory infrastructure upon which compliances, filings, etc. are based is still like we want you to come create jobs, but please we don't like you very much, kind of an attitude.
And it's a bit like you come, make your jobs, but you got 100 papers to file before you create those jobs.
And laws there are 69,000 compliances at an aggregate that companies have to, not too many, of which 26,000 carry jail terms. Now, the Jan Vishwas bill that came last year, it removed 113 of them. But Jan Vishwas 2, Jan Vishwas 3 is a work in progress.
But there are also tariff hurdles, isn't it? I mean, we're such a protected industry ecosystem. But obviously, if you want to go out and forge equations and sign up treaties, etc., you are very short of where the world expects you to be.
I think the government is looking for those. This is a government that tries to build consensus and seek out solutions. It asks what the problems are and then tries to fix those problems. So today, the problem today, in my opinion, is a hyper over-regulation of companies, particularly the small-scale sector, which the moment it gets into a regulatory framework, increases the cost of its compliances by a huge number. So I think if the government can focus on that, and the budget is not the place for that.
Just give me a moment, Rahul, because we have to take a break. We have commercial considerations which we cannot ignore. But as we take the break, the pictures of the two MOSs for finance entering the North Block. We'll take a quick break, but do join us right back for our continuing coverage. We're counting down to the Modi government 2.0 final budget before the elections. It's budget before ballot right after this break.
Brave steps to provide more funds to the agriculturists who want to introduce modern formation, and also setting up of more institutes for training them to novel methods of agriculture and farming, which will increase the productivity. So this is also equally important. So youth empowerment and agriculture. In addition to that, the usual thing, that is, we as senior citizen, we expect the medical insurance claim is steep, getting steep every year. So they should try to rationalize and reduce, and not only that, they should remove the GST on that, which is very unfair. Then similarly, the middle class, poor and all, they don't have money to spend. So much is tied the cost of living. They should have some good mechanism to control price rise and provide some money in their hands, and also the incentives on savings, which they have scrapped so many things, they should be reintroduced so that domestic savings will be there. So these are all the things I feel we expect from the budget as and when all these things are announced as a soft measure. This the government should do. Only then the welfare of the country and the people in large will be will be bright only then. So this should be more important, should be given to youth, as I have already pointed out.
I'm Bhagavati Kirtana. I'm a college student and I'll be graduating my college within 2 months. So as a student, what I expect from this budget 2024 is that several initiatives should be taken, or I expect it should be taken in enhancement of skills sector. Like students should be provided with several policies where the skills can be enhanced, and also employment opportunities should be boosted so much, because that's what the next is. And even for higher studies, for PG things, the entrance exam, the coachings, it should be enhanced so much. And more than education, skills should be focused more. Then as a person, as a citizen of the country, I feel like with the inflation thing, the inflation, as the price of the basic necessities has increased so much, and that should be controlled, and that is one of my expectations in that. And also considering the agriculture sector, the subsidies should be increased for the fertilizers. And regarding the food sector also, the distribution system and the food storage system should be increased. I mean, it should be enhanced, or it should be maintained properly. That's what the thing is. And yeah, as a citizen, what we expect is that the price should be reduced. Yeah.
My name is Seshagiri Raj. My expectation on the upcoming union budget is the government should reduce the tax burden on the new tax regime. I had to opt for the new tax regime of no choice. Like now, after choosing, like I came to know that there has been excess tax that has been detected on the new tax regime.
I am Padmanabhan, retired manager from Indian Bank and also a social activist. And regarding the budget which is being presented tomorrow, though it is an interim budget, some expect some announcement, some say only after election announcement will come. Anyway, whatever be the situation, what we expect from the budget, I will tell you. And instead of usual conventional way, the more important point in a different way I would like to present today is, that is, India's power in its youth. So youth empowerment is very important at this stage for a future strong India economically as well as socially. So to encourage this, more women as well as men entrepreneurs, particularly more women entrepreneurs, have to be inducted for startups, because now there are many venture capitalists who are willing to come into the display when these people who are capable, they don't have finance and all. So, and government, if they give more shops to this line, there will be more new startups and more new intelligence, particularly in technical field, more so in the field of artificial intelligence. You see more women entrepreneurs. So actually encouraging these people for more entrepreneurship and more startups and more venture capitalists will help everyone to be independent instead of merely depending on jobs. Of course, providing jobs is base that cannot be ignored, and for this government should attract more big industrialist investments and foreign investments and all, and improve employment.
It is the budget before ballot. It is the final budget of Modi 2.0 government before the elections in April and May. Expectations are high. Whether there is political and fiscal elbow room to fulfill those expectations, we don't know. But let's roll out our conveyor belt on our Stipe camera, 3D camera, to get you a sense of what the expectations are as far as various sectors are concerned. Let's start, of course, with agriculture, and the expectation there is some degree of subsidies for machinery and storage facilities. Remember, agriculture has been a bit of a bugbear. The farm laws had to be withdrawn. Whether or not 2 months before an election the government bites that bullet are unlikely. Let's go across to the next one. Expectation as far as infrastructure, and this is one area that the Modi government has done exemplarily well. Higher allocation for railways and roads is 10 lakh crores, last year's allocation for capex, but will that be increased in an election year? We will wait and see. Also, let's go to the next sector and what the expectation is as far as the sector of education is concerned. Remember, the Modi government is trying to change the very framework of education in the country, the national education framework. Higher allocation for NEP is an expectation in this sector. Let's move on to the next one. And this is, of course, in the field of health, where the expectation is higher allocation for R&D and accessibility. Can we get to what is the developed sort of model of 3% or 4% of GDP allocation for health? Whether or not we'll get there, let's wait and watch. And the final one is in the field of banking. And this is again an area, because of the banking and insolvency code, where the government has done well. One area of concern has been on privatization. Public sector banks, there is no clarity on which of these public sector banks are getting chosen for disinvestment, for privatization. So these are the various expectations as far as the government is concerned from various sectors. But let me go across to both Gaurav Chaudhary and to Nalin Mehta, get a sense of, like I said, all right, Nirmala Sitharaman's first pictures are coming out. She's leaving her residence. Like I said, it's a wet and chilly morning in Delhi. She will be now headed straight to North Block, where she will emerge with what is called the Bahi Khata, or the Book of Accounts. And then from there, she will head to Rashtrapati Bhavan. She will present a copy of the budget to the president. And then in the Lok Sabha at 10 a.m., there will be the customary cabinet meeting, which will, of course, ratify the budget. And then she will present that in the Lok Sabha. So, Gaurav, just a word on, whether there is political and fiscal elbow room. That's a different conversation altogether. But on one of the areas the government has done well is infrastructure spending. I mean, you can see it in the highways, the number of kilometers per road, road per, kilometers that are being paved every single day and so on. In this budget, do you expect her to top the 10 lakh crores, or there's going to be guidance for the fiscal year 24-25
without doubt
to be higher than 10 lakh crores?
One of the standout characteristics of this government's macroeconomic management over the last 10 years, there have been two standout characteristics. One is it has walked the talk on fiscal consolidation, regardless of the fact that there are two big, huge pandemic years. So when our fiscal deficit went up to 9%, now it has come down to about 5.9%. And it has set a medium-term target of 4.5% by 25-26. So if it has to meet that target, then this year, that is in 24-25, whether it's in the interim budget or in the full budget when it's present in July, that has to come down by 70 basis points. And I would not be surprised if she actually pencils in about 5.2% of fiscal deficit this year, because the government on its commitment on fiscal deficit, it has been unwavering. And so far as capital expenditure is concerned, it has started, and last year we saw it went up by 33% to 10 lakh crore. It will obviously go up, but albeit at a slower pace. So I would not expect it to go up by 33% because the base has gone up significantly, but it's going to remain steadfast on its focus on capital expenditure, because the government, as Gautam said, the government believes that infrastructure is going to be the primary economic multiplier. It unleashes economic multipliers, and the government is going to do the heavy lifting there. If the government does heavy lifting, then the crowding in phenomenon, where private sector investment actually comes in, is going to set in at some point in time. There was some mention on Narega. Now, if you look at the Narega spending, it's very interesting. Barring 2021 and 21-22, where it went up to 1 lakh crore, that was the COVID year, 1,11,000 crore, then came down to 98,000 crore, and 22-23 it came down to 89,000 crore. Last year, it has been brought down to 60,000 crore. The ostensible reason probably could be that the government wants people to actually move out of guaranteed government-funded job schemes to private sector created job schemes in areas outside of the villages, because essentially people who are seeking jobs in Narega schemes are landless laborers. So these landless laborers will have to come out of of the villages and that can come only when the government invests a lot in infrastructure projects, because that creates jobs. But on infrastructure, it's very interesting. The investment in infrastructure, particularly highways, have gone up significantly since, just to give you some numbers, 2019-20 National Highway Authority of India and Roadworks, the total budget was 77,983 crore. In B 23-24, it has gone up to 2,69,920 crore. And that's a massive jump. And large part of the capital expenditure clearly is going towards this. So what is the government doing? The government is saying that if I have to borrow, I'll borrow it on asset creation rather than on funding it on current expenses. And that's, I think, very good, prudent public finance management.
It's also a good time to bring in Nilesh Shah, member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council and also Managing Director at Kotak Mutual Fund, and Saket Mishra, economist and investment banker, is also joining us. Nilesh Shah ji, it is an interim budget at the end of the day. It is also the last budget before the general election, which is due in a couple of months. What sort of elbow room do you reckon, as we see the pictures of the finance minister leaving from her residence to North Block, what sort of fiscal elbow room do you believe the finance minister has? A, there are vote banks to cater to, and at the same time, there is a fiscal glide path that she needs to stick by.
Fiscal expansion is limited. India gets differentiated versus its peer group because of the prudent policies it follows. This year, tax revenue is higher than budgeted estimate, but divestment receipt is lower than budgeted estimate. More importantly, nominal GDP growth, the denominator on which fiscal deficit is calculated, is likely to be lower than the budgeted estimate because of the inflation deflator. More importantly, we have committed to the world that there will be fiscal consolidation by FY26. And as the previous panelist was speaking, we have to show glide paths to the world in terms of fiscal consolidation. It is going to be a tough mathematics, but if we focus on two areas, the asset monetization, as you mentioned, India is creating infrastructure investment at rapid pace. What we built between 2014 and 24 in infrastructure is almost double what was existing in 2013. Now it is time to monetize this asset so that we can create fiscal room. And second is divestment. Irrespective of what market condition is, bull, bear, no government has ever achieved divestment target. I think if we put little effort over there, we should be able to achieve our divestment target. And between asset monetization and divestment, we can create necessary elbow room for fiscal space.
All right. The finance minister has just reached North Block. She will, of course, be speaking with her colleagues, both the secretaries and, of course, the MOSs there inside North Block, after which they will all come out. She will, of course, show the copy of the Bahi Khata to the waiting press persons there and then head straight to Rashtrapati Bhavan, where she will present a copy of the budget to the President of India. And then after that, she will head to Parliament. The Cabinet will meet at 10 a.m. in the morning, and the Cabinet will give its stamp of approval for the budget. Let me try and see if we can go across to one of our reporters who's in North Block. Pallavi is there. Pallavi, just walk us through. The Finance Minister has just arrived there at North Block. What happens here on?
So just to give you a sense of where I'm standing, I mean, in this rain also, she just walked inside the finance ministry, and what she's going to do is she's just going to go up. The MOS finance, Mr. Pankaj Chaudhary was already over here, finance secretary, revenue secretaries, all of them. And you can see that office right up there, which we are showing you. That's exactly where the finance minister's office also is. So she's going to be sitting there for a couple of minutes. And then around 9 a.m. was a time which has been given to us, where you're going to see pictures of her climbing down. She's going to be standing over here, right where you're seeing, with the entire team. They have been working round the clock over the last 1 month, and as I reported earlier, completely incommunicado till the budget is presented and tabled in both the houses. And from here she goes across to Rashtrapati Bhavan, right over here. You can see that it's a short drive for her. She goes to Rashtrapati Bhavan, presents a copy of the budget, or the vote on account as it's called, to the Rashtrapati, and then heads back to Parliament, where on the steps of the new Parliament building, you're going to be seeing her presenting the the budget. And this is going to be the first budget in the new Parliament building. So there are lots of landmarks really associated with the new Parliament building. And then there's going to be a mandatory cabinet briefing or meeting rather, which takes place. That's where that's the technicality. The vote on account or slash the budget is approved by the cabinet. And then at 11 a.m. sharp, she stands up to present the last budget or vote on account of this government before the elections.
All right. Whether or not there will be political considerations, we'll know at 11 o'clock when the finance minister presents the budget. Saket Mishra is also joining us. So, a lot of things that the Modi government can take credit for, whether it's infrastructure spending, whether it is seeing through a pretty tumultuous period of COVID through 2020, 21 and 22. But I think one area where I guess the government doesn't get enough credit for is cleaning up public sector banks. When this government took over in 2014, the gross NPAs were in double digits. Right now, it's at a little over 3%, which is a decadal low. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code has resolved more than 3 lakh crores of outstanding debt since 2014-15. Net NPAs are right now at under 1%. How easy or difficult was this, given, in 2013-14, India was part of what was famously called the Fragile Five?
Good morning, Zaka. Very difficult because I think there are two things that within this process that are quite important. One is that we went through the whole COVID cycle where clearly business was shutting down. And the second is that unlike in the past when we've had a sort of slightly knee-jerk actions being taken on the NPA front, this process has been done continually and smoothly. So it's not seen a bank suddenly getting into trouble. But again, and I think the IBC has been a great addition to the economy. Some of the restructurings that have come through have done well. But again, I mean, we need to be constantly vigilant. So I think it's hugely been important in terms of releasing capital with banks and allowing them to actually support the kind of business growth that the government's trying to get to.
All right. Just give me a moment. I'm going to take another break. But again, we'll come back to how much elbow room the government has. Yes, tax buoyancy is huge. 14 lakh crores plus is the direct tax collections as far as last fiscal is concerned, and 18 lakh crores plus in GST and other indirect taxes. I'm going to take a quick break. Does this tax buoyancy allow for more fiscal prudence, or will it allow for a greater degree of welfareism and populism, given that this is an election budget? Quick break, but keep right here. This is Budget Before Ballot.
The usual thing that is, we as senior citizen, we expect the medical insurance claim is steep, getting steep every year. So they should try to rationalize and reduce, and not only that, they should remove the GST on that, which is very unfair. Then similarly, the middle class, poor and all, they don't have money to spend. So much is tied the cost of living. They should have some good mechanism to control price rise and provide some money in their hands, and also the incentives on savings, which they have scrapped so many things, they should be reintroduced so that domestic savings will be there. So these are all the things I feel we expect from the budget as and when all these things are announced as a soft measure. This the government should do. Only then the welfare of the country and the people in large will be will be bright only then. So this should be more important, should be given to youth, as I have already pointed out.
I'm Bhagavati Kirtana. I'm a college student and I'll be graduating my college within 2 months. So as a student, what I expect from this budget 2024 is that several initiatives should be taken, or I expect it should be taken in enhancement of skills sector. Like students should be provided with several policies where the skills can be enhanced, and also employment opportunities should be boosted so much, because that's what the next is. And even for higher studies, for PG things, the entrance exam, the coachings, it should be enhanced so much. And more than education, skills should be focused more. Then as a person, as a citizen of the country, I feel like with the inflation thing, the inflation as the price of the basic necessities has increased so much, and that should be controlled, and that is one of my expectation in that. And also considering the agriculture sector, the subsidies should be increased for the fertilizers, and regarding the food sector also, the distribution system and the food storage system should be increased. I mean, it should be enhanced, or it should be maintained properly. That's what the thing is. And yeah, as a citizen, what we expect is that the price should be reduced. Yeah.
My name is Seshagiri Raj. My expectation on the upcoming union budget is the government should reduce the tax burden on the new tax regime. I had to opt for the new tax regime of no choice. Like now, after choosing, like I came to know that there has been excess tax that has been detected on the new tax regime.
I am Padmanabhan, retired manager from Indian Bank and also a social activist. And regarding the budget which is being presented tomorrow, though it is an interim budget, some expect some announcement, some say only after election announcement may come. Anyway, whatever be the situation, what we expect from the budget, I will tell you. And instead of usual conventional way, the more important point in a different way I would like to present today is, that is, India's power in its youth. So youth empowerment is very important at this stage for a future strong India economically as well as socially. So to encourage this, more women as well as men entrepreneurs, particularly more women entrepreneurs, have to be inducted for startups, because now there are many venture capitalists who are willing to come into the display when these people who are capable, they don't have finance and all. So, and government, if they give more shops to this line, there will be more new startups and more new intelligence, particularly in technical field, more so in the field of artificial intelligence. You see more women entrepreneurs. So actually,
Back to our continuing coverage. It is budget before the ballot. It is actually a vote on account, and it is going to be an account of the last 10 years of Modi Sarkar. So what is it that the Modi Sarkar has got right? Number one, we talked about this. Gross NPAs are down to a decadal low of just a little over 3%. The net NPAs are under 1%, and the trend is upwards. So that is a good sign. Return on assets is at 1.2%. Return on equity is at 12.9%, although in the last year or so, it's much more than the 13%. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code has resolved more than 3 lakh crores of debt since 2016. Inflation used to be a pain point till some time back. Right now, it's within the RBI's tolerance band of 2 to 6%, although on the higher side, I think 5.6% for the month of December. The rupee, again, used to be a pain point in 2013, used to be one of the weakest currencies anywhere in the world. Today, at least compared to its Asian peers, it seems to be doing better. It's outperforming its Asian peers. As far as tax buoyancy is concerned, and we talked about this, the number of income tax returnees that have, the returnees who filed are 8.18 crores for 23-24. That is the highest that we've seen in terms of tax returns. Net direct tax collections over 14 lakh crores, again the highest, and net indirect tax collections, GST and other indirect taxes, 18 lakh crores for 23. Then there is, of course, the political sort of shade to this. You can call it welfareism, call it what you want. The Jam Trinity, Jandan Aadhaar Mobile, that has curbed corruption. The government's own estimate is 2.75 lakh crores of money has been saved from being swindled or siphoned off by middlemen. The amount that has been transferred in DBT, or direct benefit transfer, is to the tune of 34 lakh crores in the last 10 years. And this is a favorite area of Nalin Mehta as to how the Jam Trinity, welfareism meets technology. How has this changed politics for the ruling party and for the government?
It's completely changed the nature of our politics, this idea of Labharti politics. And just to give a sense of this, in the last 10 years, the number of schemes that have been that use direct benefit transfers to reach directly to put money directly into people's pockets, that's gone up from just about 28 to 434 in 10 years. The amount of money that's been spent has gone up by 38x. Now, if you add the amount of money which is put in kind as well, that is significantly higher. The fact of the matter is that this is a template that has changed politics as is. One of the reasons why the BJP has been consistently winning more than it's been losing, or doing better at elections than it did before in the pre-2014 period, is not just because of Hindutva. Hindutva is one part of the cultural politics of the BJP, but significantly because of this, which has led to the BJP becoming a party of the poor in North India in particular, in the rural Hindi heartland, and especially with women. And I think whether it's PM Awas, whether it was Swachh Bharat, the amount of housing that was built in women's names, that has significantly added new constituencies of voters to the BJP's to the BJP's corner, if you like. And this is fundamental.
Why is this such a new phenomenon? This was available to all governments previously as well. How come?
So the reason why this is different is this was the coming together of the cheap mobile phone, the unique ID system, and cheap data. Now, this of course was set up in the Manmohan Singh period. Now, the first pilot for this was started in 56 districts, 1st of January 2013. When they tested it out, and Jairam Ramesh was that time the Rural Affairs Minister, when they tested it out, there were lots of issues with the direct benefit transfers. By the time they fixed it, the Congress loses power, Modi comes to power. There was a big question mark over Aadhaar, if you remember, soon after the Prime Minister comes to power. In July 2014, Prime Minister Modi takes a decision to completely give full political backing to the ramp up of Aadhaar and direct benefit transfers. So as a result, from 7,000 crores spent on direct benefit transfers in 2013-14 period, which was including Manmohan Singh's, it's now gone up to 2.5 lakh crores. That's a huge jump. So what I'm trying to say is that while the system existed, it had not been tested. The political genius behind this was to recognize the importance of it, give it full political backing, and to push it through. And that has changed the nature of politics. Now, of course, it's available to every single government. If you see Karnataka, for example, the Congress government did the single largest DBTO soon after coming to power when they couldn't get rice, right? When there was an issue around rice in the center. So yes, it is available to everybody. But the fact is that the BJP had first mover advantage on this on terms of scale. They also built their politics around it. And had a layer of political mobilization around it. Other parties are also replicating this, whether it's DMK or by the way, the Dravidian party started this much earlier in the south, right?
True.
But the direct benefit transfer thing is a unique coming together of technology and the welfare system, which has changed the nature of the Indian welfare state, I think.
Gaurav,
ask a question? Brilliant analysis, Nalin. What I want to know is that after a certain point, do good economic policies translate into good politics? There are several previous examples, and I don't want to waste time on that, but I agree completely with you in terms of your data, in terms of your perspective, in terms of your analysis. But at some point, will a voter fatigue set in? If you have secularized poverty, or if you have secularized DBT, will that secular vote, will that secularity vote economics, or will they continue to vote caste, or will they continue to vote religion?
I think that's a fantastic question, and thanks for asking that. I don't think people vote on just one issue alone. I think people vote as a matrix of multiple issues. Of course, see, the thing is that in the Hindi heartland, the benchmark was so low that, and the transformation, the rate of change was so high that it changed the nature of politics. It has not happened in the south, for example, where the levels of governance are much higher. Now, of course, when PM Awas, for example, if 17 million houses are built, 64% of them are in the names of women alone, or in the names of jointly in the names of them and their husbands, in a country which is deeply patriarchal, where women didn't have inheritance rights till a few years ago of parental property. Many of these women will vote for the party that they think is given to them at least once or twice. But soon, very soon, you're right, that's not going to be forever. And I think Mr. Modi recognizes that. Because once the expectation rises, once people start getting basic things, then of course they're going to ask for jobs, they're going to ask for multiple other things. And that's where the diminishing returns
that's if I can just add to that point, perhaps the answer is that your reliance on DBT over a period of time should decrease, in fact, because you're creating other alternatives for people to realize their aspirations. I think that's where the thrust will be in the next 5 years. And, you know, Mr. Modi's government has benefited from something that was started at the fag end of the UPA, just like the UPA benefited in one from what the NDA did. Yeah. So, you know, there has been what is known as a trickle sideways effect, perhaps hasn't really
Because
gone
what I
down.
would like to point is the Mahatma Gandhi Narega scheme, which was started by UPS, which was a similar and perhaps the world's
But you have to
largest
ask
social
yourself,
security
why is
scheme.
Manrega sort of, the allocations growing? That shouldn't be happening over a period of time if you've been in power this long. See, we're no longer talking about a government that has just come to power. We're talking about a government that has had now a fair run of it. 10 years, long time. Mr. Modi, if he wins the next election, will be aspiring to be the longest serving Prime Minister.
The point I wanted to make is that does good economic policies translate into
just look at the West. Just look at the
politics?
West. There has been a saturation in the West to some degrees, let's say in Europe, when it comes to social welfareism. There's an X factor now that's working in Europe. And the reason you're seeing the breakup of traditional politics, liberal politics in Europe is because that has not really been able to, the last 10 years, governments have not been able to deliver key components of the economy to the people, jobs, higher incomes, etc. So then there is a fallback on issues which are not really focused on economic well-being only, because that can't be your go-to jam, so to speak. So I think what the government is trying to do, and I hope it does quicker, is to broad base the way that you serve the public on the ground.
Rahul, just give me one second, Gaurav. Nilesh Shah will be leaving us after this. But Nilesh ji, do you want to weigh in on what the experts here in the studio are saying that, obviously one of the reasons why the Modi government has done so well politically is they realized and recognized the jam trinity and how beneficial it can be. DBTs, like I said, in the last 10 years, 34 lakh crores is what has been directly transferred to Labhartis. But does this have a ceiling, both from an economic point of view and also from a political point of view? Does the government now need to go beyond DBTs?
If you look at India, 1% of Indians enjoy lifestyle of French citizens with that kind of per capita GDP. About 27% of Indians have lifestyle of Indonesian citizen with that kind of per capita GDP. But more than 70% still lives in sub-Saharan Africa model. And with DBT, subsidies, and all other things, we are still covering a reasonably small portion of that sub-Saharan Africa population. There is no option but for any government to create inclusive growth. If I have to sum up in one thing what this vote on account should do, well, it should push consumption at the bottom of pyramid to grow as fast as the top of the pyramid. And it should push private capex to grow as fast as government capex. If this vote on account or the budget next time can act as this to catalyst, our growth rate could reach into double digit.
All right, Nilesh ji, thank you very much for joining us. But, I want to square off.
Just 1 second.
Yeah.
If we can sum this up, this conversation, 10 years in, short term, what the government needs to do, and long term. Short term, fiscal consolidation, boosting private consumption, jobs, GST upgrade, simplification of dispute resolution mechanisms. Long term, you can look at boosting farmer incomes, privatization. There is going to be, hopefully, if the government comes with a majority that they're predicting, room for that, political room for that. So you may not even need someone like Shori, as Gurcharan Das is saying. You will probably have somebody who will do the hatchet job for you. Labor and land reforms. And the fundamental question that needs to be asked in a country with scarce resources is whether the PLI scheme, someone needs to come and do a cost-benefit analysis of it. The government needs to tell us if it's actually working out and growing the tax base. I think that's how you should split this.
Gaurav?
So, on the success of the DBT, something that probably we ignore mostly is, and it's highly underrated, also is the development of the DPI, the digital public infrastructure, which is now called the India stack. And there is no other country in the world, there is no other tech stack in the world which has a country as a prefix. And UPI is the most visible symbol of that.
Which is why, by the way, they changed it to digital public infrastructure, because a lot of countries are issuing
Correct.
that, right?
And so this has also led to increasing financialization. I'll just give you some numbers. In December 2023, total transactions through UPI stood at 18.23 lakh crore rupees. Monthly volume was 12.02 billion. The extent and the sweep of this change is unparalleled in anywhere in the world. And how has it led to more financialization? These are some numbers which I've taken from proxy data. In the year 2023, last year, calendar year, Indian equity market added 15.69 million investors total, incremental, and Uttar Pradesh was leading the pack with 2.31 million, outgrowing Maharashtra.
So there are more investors who've come into the equity markets.
Heartland is getting savvy, financially savvy, and that means they're not locking up assets, they're not locking up money in unproductive assets like cash or gold, they're investing. And that money is showing up. So that is also showing up in household sector saving numbers. Say for instance, in 2014, total household sector saving was 22,85,301 crore. In 2023, it stood at 46,19,501 crore. All of these are adding up, and clearly the success of the DPI in delivering welfare schemes most efficiently directly in bank accounts, the technology aspect needs also to be flagged.
I want to add to what Gaurav is saying, and also to respond to Gautam's earlier point about does economics translate into politics always and so on. If you look at Jan Dhan accounts, and this is also linked to UPI, a lot of people, when it was first set up, at that time, financial inclusion in India was roughly around 15 to 20% by all international parameters. It went up to 80% roughly, according to the IMF and World Bank, in a 4-year period. So India essentially created somewhere around between 450 million to 500 million accounts plus in a 4-5 year period.
In 2014, 4 out of 10 adults in India did not have a bank.
Now, what that meant is, at the beginning there was a lot of mirth and derision about this. These are zero bank accounts, what's the big deal and so on. But if you look at the data, most of these accounts, barring 10-15%, have an average of 3,500 rupees balance per month. They are active. By that definition, it means 2 transactions a month. That's gone up from 1,500 rupees on average per account to about 3,500 rupees. Now that kind of tells you the nature of shift in rural India and in poor India. Now, see, the Indian state always spent money on the poor. This government has not spent more money than that in numerical terms. It is that the money never reached, or if 85% is reached. Yeah. Now, what's happening is, and you also didn't really know where the poor are. They were on sheets, but now it's reaching directly. So now, to answer your question about economic versus politics, you build big dams, you build big roads, you build big infrastructure. I don't think that translates necessarily into votes. So Chandrababu Naidu is an example of that. Many other governments are examples of that. But when money reaches people's pockets directly, that has a far more direct impact than any other larger idea of economic progress.
All right. Just give me a moment,
that is also
just 1 second, because there are guests.
At very depressed levels of income. The fundamental point that we must make is that the DBI can also become a very quick pathway to inject quick relief, which is not where we want to be, actually. You want to give meaningful welfare to people, so there's a virtuous cycle.
I also want to go across to a couple of guests who are joining us via satellite. We have Rakesh Nangia, taxation expert, and also Pawan Prabhat, who's a tech entrepreneur. Let me start with you, Mr. Nangia. In an interim budget, a budget that's coming a couple of months before election, do you believe that the finance minister has elbow room to either cut tax rates or even change and tinker with the tax slabs? There is expectation that it could go from the current 5 lakhs to maybe 7, maybe even 8 lakhs. Or would that be seen as imprudent from a fiscal point of view? Or does the fiscal buoyancy numbers that we just showed for our viewers, 14 lakh crores plus in direct taxes, 18 lakh crores of GST, does that give her room to change the rates of the slabs?
The moot question that comes here is whether the government is really going to tinker the rates in the interim budget. And if you see the Prime Minister's statement yesterday, basically, where it looks likely no. But what I believe, the government may touch any one issue or two issues which has a massive effect on the majority of the population, the needy class actually. So government is not going to tinker too much of the direct tax rates, too much of changes in the direct taxes, but may give 1 or 2 boosts which will affect millions of people basically. That could be one of the things which I believe. And the basic thing that the government can do it, tinker with the slabs actually, where you find thinking even a little bit of slab, you find, I can tell you in terms of number, it will affect 5, 7, 8 crore people. And how do I draw this thing? You know, the total number of tax returns that were filed were 9.25 crores in last year. Out of this, 8.9 crores were individual returns. So individual returns are 95% of the total tax the government collected and the returns that are filed. So government may do something on the individual part, either raising the tax slabs or giving some incentive, some benefit which has not been touched, or it touches the life of the 8.9
I also want to
crore of
quickly
the
ask
population.
you, Nange, between this old tax regime and new tax regime, are you seeing evidence that a lot more people are moving to the new tax regime? What is still holding up people from changing?
You see the changes that the government brought in the last year. When the scheme came, a new regime was not really successful, but government did brought last year quite a few changes, and it became a default regime. So if you do not opt, you automatically move into the default regime. So yes, it has made a difference. Government did bring in some direction. Yes, government is going to make it successful. I can tell you right now, government will give some more incentive, most likely in this budget, if not in the interim budget, to see
Okay.
that the new scheme becomes much more successful as compared to what it was in the past.
I also want to go across to Mr. Prabhat, but I believe we have a graphic on the startups and the unicorns pre-2014 and where it is now. So if we can play out that graphic either on the wall as we see pictures of the finance minister slowly coming out. So let's have those pictures up as well. So 4 unicorns, which is valuation. You're right. The finance minister has just come out. You can see her there with her red Bahi Khata. I believe if Pallavi is there, we can try and get Pallavi to talk us through these pictures as well. Pallavi, just take us through what you're seeing.
Okay, I'm just going to stay with the pictures. You can just see the finance minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. She's got a Bahi Khata. That's her trademark, really. She's presenting, she's very, very clear that please don't call it an interim budget. It's actually called a vote and account. With the entire team, the MOS Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary, an entire team of finance secretaries, the revenue secretaries, especially the men who have been a part of the presentation of this vote and account. And what I really would like to say stands out is that lone woman who's presenting her 6th budget consecutively, which itself is considered to be a huge record, and a strong messaging which perhaps goes in from the government as well. Their tagline is Shashakt Nari Saksham Bharat. Woman empowerment, I think, could be one of the main key points as far as the presentation of the vote and account is concerned. Over the last few days, we have been seeing the Prime Minister himself, the government itself, talking about, how the country also needs to become Atmanirbhar. Women need to become Atmanirbhar. So quite possibly a large chunk of the budget is also going to be focusing on that. Well, she's just going to get into a car, as you can see the pictures, accompanied by her team. And from here, short drive to the Rashtrapati Bhavan. She presents the budget, the first copy of the budget, the vote and account, to the Rashtrapati. And again, then she goes back to Parliament. That's where the cabinet meeting is going to take place. That's a technicality, Zaka. The cabinet clears the vote and account. And around 11 a.m. sharp is when she stands up to present the last budget of this government before the Lok Sabha elections or the vote and account.
All right, the finance
minister. You can see those pictures, Zaka, even as I leave with you. That she's got into a car and she's a short drive for her towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan.
All right. I want Gaurav to sort of speak to these pictures as well. 2 things. One, the point that Gaurav Pallavi was making, that she's the lone woman, Nirmala Sitharaman, and the rest of the photograph is men, the secretaries, the MOSs. And this is her 6th budget. I mean, you wouldn't have wagered that when she started off.
This is a record. She's also the second woman finance minister. The first was Indira Gandhi, but she presented it when she was the prime minister too. And this is the first time a woman is presenting 6 successive budgets. It's a record of sorts. It's a record in itself. And that is something that, it's going to stay in the record books for quite some time now. If she comes back to power, probably that's going to set the record even higher. She goes back now to Rashtrapati Bhavan and Parliament, and then the cabinet approves it. The cabinet is slated to meet around 9:50, I believe, and then after that it goes. There'll be a photo op also at Parliament as she enters Parliament with the MOS and the secretaries, and after that the cabinet will approve it. That's a formality, but that's a requirement. And after that, she reads out a speech. It's going to be interesting to see how long the speech is going to be. The last interim budget had about 100 paragraphs, 103 to be precise, I think. And generally, a full budget has about 300 paragraphs. So if you go by that yardstick of 2019, probably you're looking at about 100 paragraphs. So it's about 1.5 hours maximum speech.
The one point
98 paragraphs.
when we look at those pictures, is the stability of that team. I think you'll probably be able to elaborate more on this. The team actually hasn't changed much.
That's true.
And that's quite unusual, isn't it?
That's quite unusual. And also, the finance ministry has a peculiarity in terms of appointment of secretaries.
Yeah.
The finance secretary is the first among equals. It is appointed by the finance ministry, as opposed to the rest of the secretaries in the other departments in the government of India who were appointed technically by the DOPT. In the case of finance ministry, all the finance secretaries, the finance secretary is the first among equals. There is no seniority there, and it has remained stable for quite some time. Somanathan is in his 5th year.
Yes. Which is unprecedented.
It is
And
unprecedented in recent history, which kinds of tells you that the government believes in continuity. And one of the proximate reasons why investors come or don't come to certain geographies is also because of policy continuity, as explained and articulated by the policy makers. And in this case, the bureaucrats of the finance ministry are as much the ambassadors of the policies that the government of the day is crafting as the ministers themselves. And that is why, Somanathan's stint in finance ministry is going to actually stands out over the last 10 years because of the stability, and also not just the stability of policy making, but also the stability of faces, which is very important, because investors then get to know what is the thinking that is going on within North Block, which is the primary seat of policy making.
There they are, the three of them,
Yeah.
just behind Nirmala Sitharaman. Actually,
So
Zaka,
it's
this is
the
very
finance
interesting.
secretary, the revenue secretary,
Yes.
and the economic affairs
Yeah.
secretary. But Gautam, when we talk about historic budgets and the legacies of finance ministers, people talk about the 91 Manmohan budget, the 97 Chidambaram budget. Nirmala Sitharaman has presented 6 budgets, and 2 of them were in COVID years. What is her legacy? How will history remember her as a finance minister?
I think if you want a word, I think she will be remembered as a courageous finance minister. I remember the time, you would too, that during the COVID years, in the COVID months actually, there was a budget and the entire world was throwing money into their budgets. And there was a big demand from all over India, all across the world, that India should be spending more, India should be spending more. For Nirmala Sitharaman to take a decision that no, this is not the right time, the money will just vanish before we know it, because the brake and the accelerator cannot happen at the same time. I think that was the analogy that she gave. It takes a lot of courage to stand your ground and steer it, and then in hindsight come up right with it, that she did the right thing. So I think courage will be a very important determinant that will define Nirmala Sitharaman. The second would be her 2022 budget, which was quite revolutionary, quite remarkable in terms of, for instance, we were talking about privatization and all that, and not happening. Maybe the targets are not being met, but I think the sincerity of of where she wants to go, or where this government wants to take in terms of keeping just 6 strategic sectors in which you will have 1 or 2 public sector companies and all others will be disinvested, is a solid stance. The focus on infrastructure, again, a mix of courage and momentum, because of what we see now. Anywhere you go, you see good roads. The last point I want to make is not about Nirmala Sitharaman, but the critique that perhaps she hasn't done enough disinvestment and so on, and there was this target and she hasn't met it. Fair enough. But if I examine it from the other side, the PSUs have done so phenomenally well. Their turnovers, their profitability, their capital adequacy in terms of banking, etc., is so good that in the markets, PSUs are one of the drivers of the market today. They have risen by about 60% over the past 1 year, while Sensex rose about 40 or 20%. So I think the fact that she hasn't been able to, whether that's an intended thing or whether it's a happenstance, we don't know. But overall, I feel that if she were to go for disinvestment post in her July budget, in case they do come back, then I think the valuation that she would get for exchequers like us, who are the stakeholders in these companies, will be significantly higher.
Before I go to Gaurav, Mr. Prabhat has been waiting, so I want to bring up that startup number, the unicorns in startups. Before 2014, there were 4 unicorns. Right now, it's 114 from what I last checked. So if we can play that graphic and also bring Mr. Prabhat into the conversation. This has been one area of humongous transformation. There you go. That's the startup story. Up till 2013-14, there were 4. This is before the Modi government came into office. But look at the transformation in the last 10 years. It has now gone up. Overall, there are 113 unicorns that are valued at over $1 billion. 113, the total value of which is combined to more than $350 billion. But Mr. Prabhat, what this doesn't tell you is how bad, particularly the last year or so, has been for startups. There is a funding winter that's going on. Many startups have lost significantly in terms of their value. What are your expectations from the budget for the startup sector? And do you see this as a process of normal course correction, or do you see this as a bit of an aberration? And do you see, the India startup story going back to the strengths that we saw in 2020, 21, 22 almost?
I think this is just a course correction because during COVID, a lot of companies really took in a lot of money because the expectations were quite different. I mean, a lot of industries went digital and the companies and the funds really pumped in money. And I think after COVID, people went back to their offices, people went back to their schools. So I think it's really changed. I think it's a course correction in one sense. But at the same time, with AI coming into picture right now, and this is a much, much bigger force than what we have seen so far. Much bigger than maybe internet, much bigger than maybe a mobile revolution. I think with AI coming into picture, I guess this number will again, go up. In fact, it will go north of 250, 300 anytime soon. All the companies which were really trying to work with so many analytics, so much data, they can do so much more with AI. And India being an IT hub already, it can become the powerhouse for AI revolution. And if you look at all the investments which are being done by countries like say, Singapore or even Saudi Arabia for that matter, not to mention Europe and US, I guess we are just on the course for the next revolution right now.
All right. Gurcharan Das also wants to come in on that point. The experts in the studio, Mr. Das, were talking about, unleashing animal spirits, private sector crowding in. I've been hearing this phrase for a while now, for about 4 or 5 years. Why is it that India Inc. is not investing to the tune that maybe even the government expects them to, despite, record corporate profits, one of the lowest corporate tax rates anywhere in this region? And also, look at the Sensex. It's all at record highs. Why isn't that private sector investment, that crowding in, happening?
That's a very good question. But let me just finish the point that was made by the excellent point made by the previous speaker. Let's on startups. What we have to, we are all of us unanimous that India is not creating the jobs that should be created at 7% growth. And we are mourning the fact that the industrial revolution has not taken place yet. I would just like to bring one statistic. There was a very famous study done by a professor at MIT in the 1980s, which showed that the maximum number of jobs created in the American economy over 30 years was not by the big giants or by the mom and pop stores, but by the startups, by the unicorns. And so I think before we leave the subject of unicorns, we should say that, yes, it's not just the number of unicorns, but we want those startups to become big. And when they become big, they create huge number of jobs. And that's really ultimate benefit to the nation. So let's, I just thought it was worth underlining this fact that the importance of unicorns to the India story.
All right.
Now, about the question you've asked, Raka, it's a very good question, and in fact, very hard to answer. The fact is that companies invest when there is a demand, when they run out of capacity, they expand their factories. And really, instead of, as it were, blaming the company, it really goes down to the issue of consumer demand. And so if we can crack that, if the government can crack that issue, I mean, it has to happen. because you
All
can't have 7% growth and not have enough consumer demand. And consumer demand, has been weak. I mean, there's no question about it. Um this is the quandary. How can you grow at 7% and not be creating the demand that should come? So I guess all the things we've been talking about, we still need to create that industrial revolution. A number of speakers have said we are still an over-regulated economy, and that hurts the small guy.
All
The
right.
big companies can manage the regulation. They hire somebody and they manage those things. But a poor small guy is really burdened. And we still have that license, inspector, permit. We don't have licenses, we don't have inspectors so much. But that mentality
Is still
in the
there.
bureaucracy is venomous,
All right.
is absolutely venomous.
Give me a moment. We have to take a break, but all those points are well taken. How much of this gets translated in the budget? What kind of elbow room the finance minister has? We will know when she presents the budget at 11 a.m. in exactly 90 minutes from now. I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be live at the CII with my colleague Shivani, and she'll be speaking to some CEOs from India Inc. on what their expectations are from this current round of budget. It'll also be a stock taking of the last 10 years of the Modi government and what it needs to do if it returns to power after the summer elections. Quick break. We'll see you live at CII right on the other side.
This the government should do. Only then the welfare of the country and the people in large will be will be bright only then. So this should be more important, should be given to youth, as I have already pointed out.
I'm Bhagavati Kirtana. I'm a college student and I'll be graduating my college within 2 months. So as a student, what I expect from this budget 2024 is that several initiatives should be taken, or I expect it should be taken in enhancement of skills sector. Like students should be provided with several policies where their skills can be enhanced, and also employment opportunities should be boosted so much, because that's what the next is. And even for higher studies, for PG things, the entrance exam, the coachings, it should be enhanced so much. And more than education, skills should be focused more. Then as a person, as a citizen of the country, I feel like with the inflation thing, the inflation, as the price of the basic necessities has increased so much, and that should be controlled, and that is one of my expectation in that. And also considering the agriculture sector, the subsidies should be increased for the fertilizers. And regarding the food sector also, the distribution system and the food storage system should be increased. I mean, it should be enhanced, or it should be maintained properly. That's what the thing is. And yeah, as a citizen, what we expect is that the price should be reduced. Yeah.
My name is Seshagiri Raj. My expectation on the upcoming union budget is the government should reduce the tax burden on the new tax regime. I had to opt for the new tax regime of no choice. Like now, after choosing, like I came to know that there has been excess tax that has been detected on the new tax regime.
I am Padmanabhan, retired manager from Indian Bank and also a social activist. And regarding the budget which is being presented tomorrow, though it is an interim budget, some expect some announcement, some say only after election announcement will come. Anyway, whatever be the situation, what we expect from the budget, I will tell you. And instead of usual conventional way, the more important point in a different way I would like to present today is, that is, India's power in its youth. So youth empowerment is very important at this stage for a future strong India, economically as well as socially. So to encourage this, more women as well as men entrepreneurs, particularly more women entrepreneurs, have to be inducted for startups, because now there are many venture capitalists who are willing to come into the that is play when these people who are capable, they don't have finance and all. So on government, if they give more shops to this line, there will be more new startups and more new intelligence, particularly in technical field, more so in the field of artificial intelligence. You see more women entrepreneurs. So actually encouraging these people for more entrepreneurship and more startups and more venture capitalists will help everyone to be independent instead of merely depending on jobs. Of course, providing jobs is base that cannot be ignored, and for this government should attract more big industrialist investments and foreign investments and all, and improve employment opportunities. Then one more important thing is in the field of agriculture, instead of the usual subsidy fertilizers which they give, that they should continue, but modernization in the
आप तो जानते ही हैं कि जब चुनाव का समय निकट होता है तब आमतौर पर पूर्ण बजट नहीं रखा जाता है। हम भी उसी परंपरा का निर्वाह करते हुए पूर्ण बजट नई सरकार बनने के बाद आपके समक्ष लेकर के आएंगे।
Thanks a lot for staying with our budget coverage here on CNN News 18. I'm joining you from the CII gathering in the national capital. You're joining the broadcast with me, Shivani Gupta, and I'm joined with none other than Mr. R. Dinesh, President, CII and Chairman, TVS Supply Chain Solutions Limited. Thanks a lot, Mr. Dinesh, for your time. Is there a lot of anticipation ahead of this budget, or is there an understanding this is a vote on account and therefore there are going to be mild expectations?
Thank you, Shivani. I think if you look at it, there is an expectation that there will be continuity.
Yes.
And that this will set the direction for the budget later, right? So for us, I think considering all the geopolitical issues which have been there, the biggest concerns was what is happening globally. So if I look at it in that context, I think India obviously is in a very, I would say the most ideal situation. So continuity and making sure that there is a clear direction being set for the future is how we look at this interim budget.
You're right about the global scenario. Of course, we're still recovering from the pandemic years. But ahead of this year, given how we've handled those concerns over the last year or so, what were the top industry concerns communicated to the government from yourselves?
No, I think we were actually expecting that the government will be able to manage this geopolitical scenario in three different ways, right? One is obviously managing the inflation, which I think between RBI and the Finance Ministry, they have been able to handle very well. Second was making sure that India remains insulated from the global crisis, so to say.
As much as possible.
As much as possible. You can never be completely insulated.
Yes.
Third, which I think was I would call it very deft handling of making sure that the fiscal deficit was maintained without really losing the focus on growth. So the focus
yes. No, go ahead.
The focus on growth and focus on inflation without affecting the fiscal deficit, I think, has been one of the best methods of handling this situation.
So you mentioned how India is in an ideal situation given what is happening, but there has been a lot of criticism of a few things as far as the Indian economy is concerned. Why do you say that we are in an ideal situation? I know that the global markers are very much in India's favor, and international agencies have of course appreciated India's efforts, plus the outlook is very positive. But ideal according to you, how so?
So I think it's very difficult to have I would call it, marker of an ideal, right? Because it's a moving goal. And expectations always keep changing. Once you have something, then you expect something more. But if you look at what has happened with the rest of the world, like I said, on these three factors of growth, inflation and managing, so to say, the fiscal deficit, every country has had the issues post coming out of COVID. India managed the COVID situation brilliantly. In fact, to our surprise, or to, I would say, the initial ask which we had, I think the government did not focus on consumer spending but made sure it spent on infrastructure. So if you look at why I believe this India is an ideal situation, is this focus on infrastructure has meant a big change in terms of both the factors, ease of doing business and cost of doing business. The logistics cost coming down supports manufacturing. So there is a domestic market. India is becoming more competitive, and when I mean more competitive, not just from business itself, but also from the digital public infrastructure which is being created. That for me is a very big differentiator from the rest of the world. That is the reason why I believe it's a very unique positioning today, or a unique opportunity today. On the geopolitical side, you have the rest of the world looking at India as a strategic trusted partner. You have Indian economy growing at a very good rate. And compared to the rest of the world, let us say, even the forecast for this year is 3.1% rest of the world. And here we are by IMF, and here we are speaking about, at least CIA's view is it will be in excess of 7% in 25.
Right.
So if I keep all of these factors in mind, I think good domestic market, geopolitically trusted partner, focus on cost and ease of doing business, I think you can't get any better than this.
You also talked about continuation, and you're absolutely right. Of course, the government has already showed a lot of confidence that they're going to present a full budget post the election. So that's of course on the political side. But I do want to ask you, if this government was to show its intent on those markers, plus markers, particularly the infrastructure spending and the control on the deficit, two of its highlight issues, do you expect that in this interim budget there will be that intent shown on both of these markers?
Yes, I believe so. I think this government has completely walked the talk in the past as well. So I think there would be obviously necessary support required for various other actions, which I'm sure there will be a direction about. I think the finance minister mentioned about, one of the other focus, or rather let me step back for a minute. One of the reasons why we have had very good growth is that there has been a focus on, I would call it the lesser growing sections of the business and the population. So that equitable growth requirement is something which obviously is important also from the economic side as well. Therefore, we do expect that both of these factors will be maintained. Direction should be given for continuing the equitable growth story.
Okay.
And last but not the least, make sure that the direction is set for the future.
If I was to talk about any one highlight that you are looking forward to, I'm not sure if I can use the word big bang, given that it is an interim budget, but the big highlight that you are looking forward to, what would that be?
I think it's very difficult to say one, but I will put it in a different way of saying continuity with clear directions being given on how the future is going to be. So rather than be specific big bang, I will say it is these two messages which will come across the budget is what we are expecting, and that will be the real, I would call it, joy for everyone.
All right. Mr. Adinesh, thanks a lot for talking to us, and of course we look forward to interacting with you post-budget as well.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. On that note, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We're inching closer to the Finance Minister's speech, and of course our coverage will continue with experts in just a bit.
And that is one of my expectations in that. And also considering the agriculture sector, the subsidies should be increased for the fertilizers, and regarding the food sector also, the distribution system and the food storage system should be increased. I mean, it should be enhanced, or it should be maintained properly. That's what the thing is. And yeah, as a citizen, what we expect is that the price should be reduced. Yeah.
My name is Seshagiri Raj. My expectation on the upcoming union budget is the government should reduce the tax burden on the new tax regime. I had to opt for the new tax regime of no choice. Like now, after choosing, I came to know that there has been excess tax that has been detected on the new tax regime.
I am Padmanabhan, retired manager from Indian Bank and also a social activist. And regarding the budget which is being presented tomorrow, though it is an interim budget, some expect some announcement, some say only after election announcement will come. Anyway, whatever be the situation, what we expect from the budget, I will tell you. And instead of usual conventional way, the more important point in a different way I would like to present today is, that is, India's power in its youth. So youth empowerment is very important at this stage for a future strong India economically as well as socially. So to encourage this, more women as well as men entrepreneurs, particularly more women entrepreneurs, have to be inducted for startups, because now there are many venture capitalists who are willing to come into the that is play when these people who are capable, they don't have finance and all. So, and government, if they give more shops to this line, there will be more new startups and more new intelligence, particularly in technical field, more so in the field of artificial intelligence, you see more women entrepreneurs. So actually encouraging these people for more entrepreneurship and more startups and more venture capitalists will help everyone to be independent instead of merely depending on jobs. Of course, providing jobs is base that cannot be ignored, and for this government should attract more big industrialist investments and foreign investments and all, and improve employment opportunities. Then one more important thing is in the field of agriculture, instead of the usual subsidy fertilizers which they give, that they should continue, but modernization in the equipment farming and novel methods of farming are more important, for which the government should take some brave steps to provide more funds to the agriculturists who want to introduce modern formation, and also setting up of more institutes for training them to novel methods of agriculture and farming, which will increase the productivity. So this is also equally important. So youth empowerment and agriculture. In addition to that, the usual thing, that is, we as senior citizen, we expect the medical insurance claim is steep, getting steep every year. So they should try to rationalize and reduce, and not only that, they should remove the GST on that, which is very unfair. Then similarly, the middle class, poor and all, they don't have money to spend. So much is tied the cost of living. They should have some good mechanism to control price rise, and provide some money in their hands, and also the incentives on savings, which they have scrapped so many things, they should be reintroduced so that domestic savings will be there. So these are all the things I feel we expect from the budget, as and when all these things are announced as a soft measure. This the government should do, only then the welfare of the country and the people in large will be, will be bright only then. So this should be, more important should be given to youth, as I have already pointed out.
I'm Bhagavati Kirtana. I'm a college student, and I'll be graduating my college within 2 months. So as a student, what I expect from this budget 2024 is that several initiatives should be taken, or I expect it should be taken in enhancement of skill sector. Like students should be provided with several policies where the skills can be enhanced, and also employment opportunities should be boosted. I'm Bhagavati Kirtana. I'm a college student, and I'll be
Welcome back to Budget Before Ballot. In an hour and 15 minutes, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present the final budget before elections in April and May. Will it be a populist, welfarist one, or will she stick to the path of fiscal prudence? What are the expectations? We looked at 5 sectors before the break. Let's look at the other 5. In the housing sector, the expectation is that there will be a hike in 24B. This again is a very middle class expectation. The 2 lakh sort of savings on interest component, can that be increased to maybe 2.5 lakhs? Also, as far as exports are concerned, we had a record year in 22-23, 400 billion plus, but that's come down quite a shade in the year gone by. will there be expectation of reducing tariffs to foster more competitiveness for Indian exports? In the automobile sector, we were talking about regulatory compliances. You ask any auto expert, 114 inches, 117 inches, 120 inches, different tax rates for different sizes of cars. And then, of course, in the MSME sector, remember, this has again been an area of a bit of concern. The large corporations seem to be doing well in Modi Sarkar, but what about the MSMEs? Greater availability of institutional credit, that is an expectation for startups who've had a brilliant run for the last 10 years. Yes, in the last 1 year, there's been a bit of a funding winter, but today India is looking at over 100 unicorns. The expectation is there will be more tax incentives and ease of doing business. Here in our studios, Nirmala Sitharaman, founder and partner, Policy Consensus Center. We're also joined by Renu Gauri, who's a finance expert. But before I come to the experts, quick word from Arunima, who's joining us from outside the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where the finance minister and her team are expected in the next few minutes. Arunima.
Yes, the finance minister, after the photo opportunity at North Block at the finance ministry, moved to apprise the Rashtrapati about the interim budget, about the vote on accounts. The route that we are looking at towards Rashtrapati Bhavan has been sanitized, which means she could be leaving from Rashtrapati Bhavan any moment for the Parliament of India. There, the Prime Minister has already reached along with all the senior cabinet ministers, and Payal Mehta is reporting that the Prime Minister is chairing a meeting there. Ordinarily, the only agenda on the budget day for a cabinet meeting is to approve the budget, but the finance minister is still, we are still waiting for her to reach there. So it is possible that the Prime Minister is discussing some other important issues with the cabinet colleagues. Once she reaches Parliament, the cabinet will give its stamp of approval, and then around 11 a.m. we expect her to make that budget speech. But one thing that her sartorial choices has led to, she was wearing a blue sari and it was a very cold, rainy morning, Zaka. The sun has only just started shining here at the Raisina Hills. The fact that her entire team was in blue led to a lot of speculation and laughter when she came out for the photo op, asking if her sartorial choices were indicating a focus on the blue economy, which meant that any kind of special announcement for our marine resources. What is very clear, however, is the finance minister is going to keep the focus firmly on women voters, on the women electorate, the Nari Shakti.
All right, the color of the day seems to be blue. We've got a lot of blue in here in our studios as well. But at least it's a clear morning. It might be chilly, yes, but it's not a foggy one. All right, let me ask Nirmala Sitharaman, what are your expectations from a policy point of view? Of course, the government does have fiscal buoyancy, tax buoyancy, so it can do some welfareist populist measures. And you would expect any government faced with an election 2 months down the line to be a bit populist. But do you expect the finance minister to stick to her fiscal glide path to ensure that India remains on the path of fiscal prudence? There's also, external headwinds. There are wars that the world is facing. We don't know where oil prices are going to be this time next year. So walk us through, what is it that the finance minister, what is the terrain before her?
Thanks. I think in my opinion, this particular budget or vote on account, if you actually look at it, would be pretty basic.
Okay.
Because I think there are also considerations where you can't really announce very big bang reforms, etc., because of impending elections. But if you look at the next 5 years, or if an objective in terms of what they want to do, in terms of how it's going to work, I think there are certain things that they need to keep in mind. In my opinion, I think the government, if they come back to power, will probably reintroduce farm laws in an amended manner. I think that's impending. I think that will happen. I think the entire agenda as far as sustainability will continue.
Yeah.
So I think that will be a big thing. And I think the third would be in terms of just making sure that the fundamentals are still there. So in terms of fiscal prudence, in terms of inflation, in terms of all of that, they continue that way. And I think that's where they would head.
I think she made an interesting point about bringing back some of these fundamental reforms, agricultural reforms. Yes, politically, the government did not face success last time around. But let me get a quick word in from Renu Gauri as well before I come back to the studio experts on what these fundamental reforms look like. But Renu Gauri, from a tax point of view, and we've mentioned this earlier on in the program as well, 8 crore plus people have filed their returns. This whole shift from old regime to new regime, do you see the government giving further impetus to that? One of the areas I believe this is being talked about, it's speculated right now, is on HRA, to try and make some kind of allowance for HRA in the new regime.
Well, yes, you're right. Thank you, first of all, for having me on this panel, and very good morning to all of your viewers. Well, as you said, we are looking at, tax relief for a number of people. So when I say tax relief, people from all horizons are looking at the government with a lot of anticipation. So the senior citizens probably want their annuity to be left out of the tax ambit. The NRIs are looking at the ability to use their overseas accounts for refunds and payment of taxes. They want OTPs to be allowed on their foreign mobile numbers so that they can go ahead and make these tax transactions, etc. etc. So having said that, you asked me about the HRA part. Well, yes, people, especially the techies, who are working in specific areas like, say, Bangalore. They are wanting to have HRA to be capped to be taken to about 50% of their basic salary. Because primarily at the moment only the metropolitans have factored in 50% of HRA. So that is precisely where we are looking at. And then of course the tax relief for other sections of the society, for women, maybe we would like to have more cash disposal.
All right, ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're getting live pictures of the finance minister and her convoy reaching the Parliament House, the new Parliament building. I think one of our reporters was making this point. It's going to be the first budget speech from the new Parliament building. So in that way, it's significant as well. Gaurav?
It's going to be the first one in the new Parliament. That's quite significant. Also, just a small point, a bit of a trivia. This is India's size of India's union budget is for the first time going to cross 50 lakh crore. If you look back now, and if you look at the journey of how it has grown, just to give an idea, in 2010, when Pranab Mukherjee presented his second budget of the UPA 2 regime, India's size of India's budget crossed 10 lakh crore. In 14 years, it has grown more than five times. That kind of mirrors the heavy lifting that the government is doing so far as expenditure is concerned, both for consumption as well as welfare.
But is that in keeping with the expansion in the size of the economy?
That is right, absolutely right. And also a large part of that, I mean, the benefits of that may not have flowed in immediately. Say, for instance, capital expenditure. These are intergenerational benefits.
Sure.
Also for welfare, the benefits are intergenerational. So to that extent, I think the size of the Indian budget crossing 50 lakh crore is a milestone that we need to keep in mind. Also, one question that I wanted to ask Gautam is also on, there's a lot of, this is an election budget that all of us are talking about. It's a pre-election budget, whether the government is going to announce populist measures or not. That's a matter of detail and conjecture. But assuming, just as an academic question, assuming that this party comes back to power with 400 plus seats, how is it going to do things differently that it has not been able to do?
Is that an assumption or is that a...
No, it's just an academic question.
It's an academic question.
Could be some wishful thinking here.
But it's interesting that you put a scale on it. Does the scale matter? 400 plus is the 400 part.
Yeah, so if it comes back to power with 400 seats, how is it going to do things differently? I mean, what is it that it has not been able to do with 300 plus seats that it will be able to do in 400 plus seats?
Okay, the first thing I think it will do, Gaurav, is that policy continuity. I think the broad vision of the government in terms of Amrit Kal as a climax in 2047 is clear. I'm talking about only economic policy.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about non-economic. So that is fairly clear, and the past has served the government well. It has served India well. We are the fastest growing economy among the most difficult global economic headwinds. So there will be policy continuity. Policy continuity is equal to private sector getting confidence that what you see is what you will most likely get. To say that it's exactly what you will get is no government has that kind of freedom. So I would see a lot of private sector investment come into, say, manufacturing, which seems to be the focus, or high-end semiconductors or telecom related issues. She mentioned farm laws. It's a deep wishful thinking for me that they will come back.
I hope so.
The government will try and persuade farmers, but in my opinion, which I am yearning to be wrong, I am aching to be proven wrong, is that for 25 years, we have to wait till Amrit Kal for the next round of agricultural reforms, because what the government has burnt and what the country has seen and what we have suffered because of this beautiful 3 lovely reforms that came and had to be taken back, which I think is Mr. Modi's worst economic policy decision, will not be forgotten so
Even
easily.
greater than demo.
So I would say one generation is lost.
Okay, just give me a moment
agriculture.
because we have to take a break. I think it's a great thought that Gautam has just brought up. As the finance minister now comes into the parliament building, this is the new parliament building. Again, traditionally, Gaurav, you know this, they used to stand on the steps of outside gate number 4, I think it was in the old parliament building. And then again, there used to be this traditional photo op. Now this is the steps of the new parliament building. So she's flanked on either side.
So the photo op this time is more structured. I think all photographers are at a distance, unlike in the old parliament building where you
They've
would
thought
huddle
it through
together.
this time, I think.
No, I think it's the...
Keeping them at a distance is metaphorical for
But they've also thought it through, right? They've created the space.
No, I didn't quite mean it like that. I'm sure that might be in the back of someone's mind, but because we've had a bit of a problem with Parliament just recently, an intrusion,
That's
unfortunately, that has led to slightly more invigorated security measures.
So now the finance minister and her team will go into the parliament building. Of course, there will be the cabinet meeting where the budget will be ratified, and then she goes to Rashtrapati Bhavan and presents the first copy to the Rashtrapati. We'll take a quick break. This is going to be our final break as we then count down to the budget speech at 11 a.m. Quick break. We'll see you in 2 minutes with our studio experts. This is Budget Before Ballot. See you back in 2 minutes.
Only after election announcement will become. Anyway, whatever be the situation, what we expect from the budget, I will tell you. And instead of usual conventional way, the more important point in a different way I would like to present today is, that is, India's power in its youth. So youth empowerment is very important at this stage for a future strong India economically as well as socially. So to encourage this, more women as well as men entrepreneurs, particularly more women entrepreneurs, have to be inducted for startups, because now there are many venture capitalists who are willing to come into the display when these people who are capable, they don't have finance and all. So on government, if they give more shops to this line, there will be more new startups and more new intelligence, particularly in technical field, more so in the field of artificial intelligence. You see more women entrepreneurs. So actually encouraging these people for more entrepreneurship and more startups and more venture capitalists will help everyone to be independent instead of merely depending on jobs. Of course, providing jobs is base that cannot be ignored. And for this, government should attract more big industrialist investments and foreign investments and all, and improve employment opportunities. Then one more important thing is in the field of agriculture, instead of the usual subsidy fertilizers which they should continue, but modernization in the equipment farming and novel methods of farming are more important, for which the government should take some brave steps to provide more funds to the agriculturists who want to introduce modern formation, and also setting up of more institutes for training them to novel methods of agriculture and farming, which will increase the productivity. So this is also equally important. So youth empowerment and agriculture. In addition to that, the usual thing, that is, we as senior citizen, we expect the medical insurance claim is steep, getting steep every year. So they should try to rationalize and reduce, and not only that, they should remove the GST on that, which is very unfair. Then similarly, the middle class, poor and all, they don't have money to spend. So much is tied the cost of living. They should have some good mechanism to control price rise, and provide some money in their hands, and also the incentives on savings, which they have scrapped so many things, they should be reintroduced so that domestic savings will be there. So these are all the things I feel we expect from the budget as and when all these things are announced as a soft measure. This the government should do. Only then the welfare of the country and the people in large will be will be bright only then. So this should be more important, should be given to youth, as I have already pointed out.
I'm Bhagavati Kirtana. I'm a college student and I'll be graduating my college within 2 months. So as a student, what I expect from this budget 2024 is that several initiatives should be taken, or I expect it should be taken in enhancement of skills sector. Like students should be provided with several policies where the skills can be enhanced, and also employment opportunities should be boosted so much, because that's what the next is. And even for higher studies, for PG things, the entrance exam, the coachings, it should be enhanced so much. And more than education, skills should be focused more. Then as a person, as a citizen of the country, I feel like with the inflation thing, the inflation as the price of the base.
Welcome back. Our continuing coverage of budget before ballot. In about an hour's time, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will rise in the Lok Sabha to present what will effectively be the final budget of Modi Sarkar 2.0. Just moments ago, you had pictures of her and her team, flanked by both the Ministers of State for Finance, arriving in the new Parliament building. This is going to be the first budget speech in the new Parliament building in the last 75 years, the first time that a finance minister will be rising up in the new Lok Sabha to present the union budget. It is an interim budget. It is a vote on account. So yes, there is limited political and fiscal elbow room for any big bang announcements. That one would expect will happen in July, whether this government comes back to power or whether there is a new government in power. Right now, it's going to be more about a vote on account. What is it that the Modi government has done in the last 10 years? Where has it taken India from in 2013-14 to where we are today in 23-24? And what it intends to do over the next 5 years if this government were to get a mandate. I'm still in conversation with our guests here in the studio, as well as, of course, Gurcharan Das and Renu Gauri, who are joining us via satellite. Before the break, we had this interesting conversation, and, Gautam, I'm sorry I interrupted you. But the things that could have been, or the things that haven't been, will also need to be, after all, it is a vote on account. So it is an account of what the Modi government has achieved and has not been able to achieve in the last 10 years. And you talked about farm laws. I can think about labor reform, right? They haven't bitten that bullet yet.
Land reform.
Land reform.
Which they took back.
Which they took back.
Both things they've taken back.
Do you see that changing, given the nature of the mandate, whatever it might be?
I don't see any change coming in farm laws other than persuasion. And maybe that will be a trickle up, in the sense you do it in the states first, maybe the BJP governed states first, and then it will trickle up rather than trickle down. That's the best, I would say, and perhaps they may not even touch that. Land reforms is another contentious area. The moment you talk about land reforms, it becomes a hugely political issue. I don't know how they will move forward. It needs to be done. Perhaps the public sector land, perhaps railway land, perhaps army land can be opened out for private sector manufacturing, which is a necessity. Labor reforms, I'm slightly more optimistic, because already 43 labor laws have been compressed into 4 labor codes. So, but that is just a legislative re-articulation, rather legislative collation rather than a re-articulation. For instance, the Factories Act, 70% of all the imprisonment clauses that I was talking about earlier reside in the Factories Act, Minimum Wages Act. There are these very, some of them are very ridiculous. Perhaps those reforms will happen through Jan Vishwas 2, Jan Vishwas 3, Jan Vishwas 4. So maybe labor reforms will be reformed from the outside rather than by calling them or terming them some mega labor reforms. And the last thing which I hope, but I don't know how this will go, is government should stop getting bullied by state power, by street power. I think if there is a policy, it needs to be debated, and it needs to come down hard on any law and order breach, and I mean any law and order breach, be it farm laws, be it CAA, be it anything.
Do you see these big ticket reforms
I
coming
have
through
a
in the third
slightly
term?
different view.
I think that the BJP wants to position itself as the default party of governance until it doesn't actually win majorities in predominant number of states. Look, fundamentally...
They're already in power in like 17 states.
Fundamentally, Zaka, the South is not with the BJP right now.
Sure.
Some of the most significant states on the eastern coast are not with the BJP right now. What it can do with numeric strength, it is already in a position to do. It has a majority in the Lok Sabha. Through various ministrations, it manages the majority in the Rajya Sabha. I think it comes down to intent, and intent can only come when you realize that you have been able to touch and win the confidence of a bulk of voters. We are talking about very significant shifts, which will, through these labor laws, if they were, through land laws, these are laws that touch the daily existence of people. Of
your voters.
Not just that. See, remember that every single thing that Gautam talked about are actually state subjects. Whether it's farm, whether it's land, whether it's labor, they're all concurrent. No, most of them are, but in the sense that at the end of the day, the states still have to implement. It's a labor code. So the state still has to enact it. So the state has a large...
Just give me a moment. I'll come back to the guests here. Just give me 1 second. Ashish Bhutani, CEO of Bhutani Group, is now joining us. Thank you very much, Mr. Bhutani. You know, our guests in the studio were talking about land reform, labor reform. One area where there's been some degree of reform with RERA and others coming in is in real estate. What is the barometer in real estate right now? Because people are saying, you know, we're seeing, you know, pockets of growth in the big cities, but beyond that, we're not seeing. There's also the view that for the large parts of middle class, it's become unaffordable. And yet at the same time, for the poorer sections, and this is one area where you have to give credit to the Modi government, for the poorer sections, PM Awas has built record number of homes. So how would you stack where real estate is at the moment here in India?
See, very honestly, I'd like to draw a very quick comparison. China last year, 30% of entire country's GDP came from real estate. That accounts 30%. I think it is the strongest sector in the world right now. It's more than 1.5 times of the Indian economy. As you correctly said, the PM Awas has shown staggering numbers and it will continue to do the same. But very honestly, our expectation right now from the budget is one single window clearance. And the second most requirement that comes now is PPP projects. I think what China successfully did was implement a number of PPP like mega projects. For example, the film city that just recently came in, and with God's grace, we won it as well. So similar such projects need to come in for entire India, and that will really propel the growth for the entire country.
But isn't there a fear, since you used the China example, the other big story that's come from there is one of their biggest real estate developers, Evergrande, has filed for insolvency. So there is also, and especially with real estate, there is this fear of when will the bubble burst?
See, very honestly, I know they were the second largest developers in China, and there are bad apples everywhere. But they had a debt of more than $300 billion. That's more than the entire debt of Sweden, to be very honest, comparative in the real estate sector. So that sort of exposure for a single developer had staggering impact on the entire economy. There needs to be, yes, government interference on the amount of debt a developer via obviously debt to equity ratio that needs to be maintained for any developer that the government should monitor. I 100% agree on that. But given the fact the amount of turnover they did, in 2018, if you talk about Evergrande, their turnover was more than the top 50 developers in India in the same year. Combined.
All right. One final word. You know, there used to be a time not so long ago where people were talking about, you know, real estate is the den of all black money. You want to make your black money into white, that's where you go. But with RERA and others coming in, do you see that changing? Do you see a more structure and corporatization of real estate coming through, and therefore it's now much more of the genuine buyers who are coming into this rather than the speculators?
See, one thing I'll like to quickly draw upon. I was in fact recently talking to a very, very seasoned professional. In UP, if you get a RERA number now successfully, Trust me, it's even earlier. I'll draw a very quick comparison. People used to say if there is a loan available on the property, then you know that the property is clean. Now, I think with UP RERA, especially, if you get a RERA in UP, your property is cleaner than even a bank's go ahead. That's how difficult it is to get a RERA now. Yes, you are right to an extent. The speculators have gone, but investors to a certain degree will always be involved in real estate, especially in the commercial real estate segment, which in fact I think is very necessary as well. That supports both the developers and the country.
All right, Mr. Bhutani, thank you very much for joining us. You know, is real estate a marker of where an economy stands? And if it is, then where does the Indian economy stand? Like Mr. Bhutani said, I mean, 30% of China's economy comes from their cities. They have, what, 150, 200 cities which have more than 1 million people?
Definitely, real estate is a marker of, you know, which way the economy is going. Also, how much people are earning. When you buy a house, and it's an asset. So when
it's also a sign of confidence, right?
That's right. So when you buy a house, it is the key determinant of that decision is not your current income. It's your what you think about your ability to fund this asset over a 15-year period. So what do you think about your future income, and that works at the psychological level too.
Value can only be unlocked when there is demand for it, when there are enough people who have the disposable incomes to buy.
So there invest. Are enough people. See, in 2015, real estate was 5% of GDP. Today, it's 8.7%. And that's a huge number on a rising GDP. So I think that confidence that you're talking about in real estate is there, definitely. In fact, real estate is one of the closest investing asset classes of Indians because firstly, you get to live there. And secondly, they think there is some form of stability and long-term
on the other hand, my point is if you look around, there is a huge demand-supply mismatch. Exactly. You look around you, anecdotally, you look at your greater Noidas, you look at certain other places, you have huge supply, there's no demand. So the question also behooves as to why there is that demand supply.
Consumption, demand, private consumption contributes 61% to GDP. That's where we have our biggest problem in the economy.
Even with your real estate, I mean, with your interest rates being what they are, they're not particularly cheap, but they're reasonable. So with what it is, why is it that people are not buying? What is happening there? And also look at, forget the real estate sector in terms of what houses are being built, but look at profitability of real estate companies. They're still struggling, right, in terms of what has happened with post-COVID, with all of that, with sales stalled. It's still problematic. They will come out. RERA's played a very important role.
No, but when you talk about, infrastructure spending, and we've talked about this in great detail, 10 lakh crores building highways and ports and bridges, real estate, private real estate is also have to sort of keep up pace with that. It can't just be the government is going on steroids and the private guys are still, with their walking sticks.
No, but there is also, sorry, just one second. But there is a problem in terms of when the government spends on infrastructure, it's one thing. But when you have real estate, there is a lot of private sector, there is access to credit that they need, which is not very forthcoming, given the state that they are in. Sorry, please go ahead.
See, real estate is a very good example. The fact is, if you take the China comparison, we've seen that 28% was the 8% comparison that you just gave, Gautam. The fact is the Chinese economy, they moved from one level to another. While they became the back end of the world, manufacturing back end of the world, they fundamentally grew because of the strength of its own internal economy as well, of the demand and supply as well. So what we have to do when we're talking about labor, for example, labor codes may be too much to fix in an interim budget, but fundamentally, if you're looking at the Teslas of the world coming to India, you're looking at, we are now 8%, 9%, 10% of the smartphone manufacturing globally, right? Of Apple, for example. On electronics, they're now among the top 5 exports. Now, if you want to really scale up that manufacturing, to take the steps that along the line that China took 15, 20 years ago, and to be competitive, you have to change labor laws. And I think there is a significant amount of thinking in the government to go towards that route, especially for women working and so on. How you do it is the question. Can you do it in an interim budget? There's also a concurrent list issue. So those are kind of
the only way you can do that effectively without disruption, social disruption, is by growing other parts of the economy. Land, for example, is a very touchy subject because so many people are connected to land.
All right, Rahul, just give me 1 second. I think we're getting shots of the Prime Minister inside Parliament. Yeah, we can go full frame with that. He's just arrived there. He will, of course, chair the cabinet meeting. The cabinet will then give its stamp of approval to the budget, after which the finance minister and her team will head out to Rashtrapati Bhavan to give a copy of the budget to the president. but you can just see the Prime Minister arriving there in the new Parliament building. Like Gaurav and others have been pointing out, or reporters have been pointing out, it will be the first budget speech in the new Parliament building. So whether or not there will be something to underline that fact, some announcement by which this budget can be identified and marked with, because it's the first budget in the new Parliament building, we don't know. But rest assured, I think the Modi government has this eye for history and its place in history.
And we just heard Nilesh Shah some time back, and I think he gave us a bit of a hint. He said that, look, fiscal consolidation is what has distinguished us from certain other economies. We also have a glide path. I don't see the Modi government going for a very big bang populist. I mean, I don't like to use the word populist because it has negative connotations. There's nothing wrong with being populist in politics, because you are actually serving the interests of the public, the people, the populace. So let's not add a pejorative to it, but I just feel that profligacy may not come through in this particular budget. It never has with the Modi government. I think that's one of the reasons why we are, we have rather confidence in the government that it will move very firmly in the direction of fiscal consolidation. I think that will remain its leitmotif. I think that's one fundamental thing.
We've got our colleague Payal, who's joining us from the new Parliament building. So our colleagues were pointing this out. It will be the first budget speech of the Finance Minister in the new Parliament building. We're getting pictures, Payal, of the Prime Minister arriving for that cabinet meeting where the approval will be given to the budget, and then of course the Finance Minister will present that at 11 o'clock. Just walk us through what is happening there right now.
Well, in fact, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Zaka, has just walked into the cabinet meeting about 5 minutes ago, but the Prime Minister and the other ministers have been there for the last 40 minutes. The cabinet has been underway. We are given to understand that there could be about 7 to 8 other agendas apart from this approval of the budget. And Nirmala Sitharaman walked in to the cabinet meeting smiling, when we asked her, when he asked her what we can expect from her in this budget, all she gave us was a smile as well. So obviously, there is something which one has to look forward to as to how this budget is going to really turn out to be. The cabinet meeting is currently still on as we speak, and in a bit from now, the cabinet ministers will leave from the cabinet meeting. And in fact, Zaka, just as we speak, the cabinet meeting has just ended. And beg your pardon, the cabinet meeting has just about ended, and we'll have to just get some updates because we can see a lot of leaders leaving from the cabinet. So that means that the budget has been approved. We'll have to just get an official confirmation in a couple of seconds. But yes, we do see other people being invited into the cabinet. In fact, Ministers for Law and Justice Arjuna Meghwal and Pankaj Chaudhary and Bhagwat Karat are all walking into the meeting just as we speak because obviously there could be some other agenda to pursue. But yes, for now, the cabinet has met to approve the budget in particular.
All right, Payal, we'll leave it at that. If we go back to the previous graphic, and I love the way our team says the Aam Aadmi's expectations, so it doesn't apply to any of you guys. But, I mean, we were talking about real estate and how to spur real estate, and we've been talking about this for the last 10 years.
Actually, we're quite modest. We have no...
You're not an Aam Aadmi, please. Don't try to convince yourself or any of us.
I feel like it, but Nalin, I'm sorry, I feel like it when we look at the when we look at our
bank statements. But listen, I mean, about spurring real estate, right? You've got to weigh in on this. The tax exemption that you get on the interest component has been 2 lakhs, I think, for the last 5 years, maybe even more than that.
That's right.
What stops government from incentivizing that? And in the new regime, there isn't even that exemption. So then what's the messaging?
No, it's a very good question. I'm glad you asked that question because this government has made it very clear ever since it came out with the new income tax regime that the new income tax regime is going to be the default option.
Yeah.
It wants to do away with a plethora of exemptions that has actually made the system inefficient. The Income Tax Act, if you look at the Income Tax Act 1961, and it's a maze. You cannot go through. That's why all of us need a CA to go through all of this.
Yeah.
The government has made it very clear that if it has signaled its intent that the new tax regime is going to be the default option so far as this government is concerned, and it wants more and more and more people to opt for the new option. The government has come out with an argument, and last year also it repeated that argument, saying that actually people end up saving more on taxes if it opts for the new option. And that is the reason why even Section 80C, for instance, which was first increased from 1 lakh to 150,000 in 2014, has remained unchanged for almost 10 years now. And if people have to save, they don't need incentives, tax incentive to save. They should save in financial asset classes like mutual funds, etc., where money grows and multiplies more strongly. and tax should be paid for the sake of tax, and savings should be made for the sake of savings, not for the sake of tax savings.
Okay, I'll take a break on that point. Savings for the sake of savings and tax for the sake of tax, and not the other way around. We'll take a quick break. It'll be our final break before, in what, another 40 minutes or so, the Finance Minister rises to present the interim budget for 24-25. She will give an outlook as to how the Modi government intends to take the India economy story forward. But more than that, I guess it will also be an account of what the Modi Sarkar has done in the last 10 years for the India story and for Indians therein. Quick break. We'll see you right on the other side in 2 minutes. This is Budget Before Ballot, the final budget speech before the general elections.
You're right about the global scenario. Of course, we're still recovering from the pandemic years. But ahead of this year, given how we've handled those concerns over the last year or so, what were the top industry concerns communicated to the government from yourselves?
No, I think we were actually expecting that the government will be able to manage this geopolitical scenario in three different ways, right? One is obviously managing the inflation, which I think between RBI and the Finance Ministry, they have been able to handle very well. Second was making sure that India remains insulated from the global crisis, so to say.
As much as possible.
As much as possible. You can never be completely insulated.
Yes.
Third, which I think was I would call it very deft handling of making sure that the fiscal deficit was maintained without really losing the focus on growth. So the focus
yes. No, go ahead.
The focus on growth and focus on inflation without affecting the fiscal deficit, I think, has been one of the best methods of handling this situation.
So you mentioned how India is in an ideal situation given what is happening, but there has been a lot of criticism of, a few things as far as the Indian economy is concerned. Why do you say that we are in an ideal situation? I know that the global markers are very much in India's favor, and international agencies have, of course, appreciated India's efforts, plus the outlook is very positive. But ideal, according to you, how so?
So I think it's very difficult to have I would call it a marker of an ideal, right? Because it's a moving goal. And expectations always keep changing. Once you have something, then you expect something more. But if you look at what has happened with the rest of the world, like I said, on these three factors of growth, inflation and managing, so to say, the fiscal deficit, every country has had the issues post coming out of COVID. India managed the COVID situation brilliantly. In fact, to our surprise, or to, I would say, the initial ask which we had, I think the government did not focus on consumer spending, but made sure it spent on infrastructure. So if you look at why I believe this India is an ideal situation, is this focus on infrastructure has meant a big change in terms of both the factors, ease of doing business and cost of doing business. The logistics cost coming down supports manufacturing. So there is a domestic market. India is becoming more competitive, and when I mean more competitive, not just from business itself, but also from the digital public infrastructure which has been created. That for me is a very big differentiator from the rest of the world. That is the reason why I believe it's a very unique positioning today, or a unique opportunity today. On the geopolitical side, you have the rest of the world looking at India as a strategic trusted partner. You have Indian economy growing at a very good rate. And compared to the rest of the world, let us say, even the forecast for this year is 3.1% rest of the world. And here we are by IMF, and here we are speaking about, at least CII's view is it will be in excess of 7% in 25.
Right.
So if I keep all of these factors in mind, I think good domestic market, a geopolitically trusted partner, a focus on cost and ease of doing business, I think you can't get any better than this.
You also talked about continuation, and you're absolutely right. Of course, the government has already showed a lot of confidence that they're going to present a full budget post the election. So that's, of course, on the political side. But I do want to ask you, if this government was to show its intent on those markers, plus markers, particularly the infrastructure spending and the control on the deficit, two of its highlight issues, do you expect that in this interim budget there will be that intent shown on both of these markers?
Yes, I believe so. I think this government has completely walked the talk in the
Welcome back to our special coverage here on CNN News 18, Budget Before Ballot. These are the latest pictures of the Finance Minister at Rashtrapati Bhavan, along with the President presenting a copy to the President also giving her, I presume, some kind of sweet before she stands up to present the budget. The entire team, the Finance Secretary, the Revenue Secretary, the Economic Affairs Secretary, and of course the two Ministers of State for Finance are also present there in this meeting. It's a brief affair, as it were, and then the Finance Minister returns to the Parliament, where the Cabinet gives its approval to the budget, and then at 11 o'clock, in about 35 minutes from now, she rises to present the budget. Our experts in the studio are here. You know, the contrast between that picture and you guys is that there are two women at the forefront of that picture, and in this studio, it's all men in black suits. Rahul Shivshankar leading the pack.
Rahul Shivshankar,
I'm
unfortunately,
actually
is part of the downtrodden.
downtrodden blue suit. But yes, we did, of course, have a couple of women in our, and one dressed in blue.
You know, the female labor rate, participation rate needs to increase in the studio. That's where we need to
Zaka,
start.
I like the way you're looking at Rahul.
I know, I like the way,
because in the previous segment, he said bank statement and he pointed at me. So I'm just returning the favor.
That is hardly a favor. No, but fundamentally, I think, look, I have a feeling that there is going to be something. If we are talking about addressing political constituencies, there's definitely going to be something for women in this particular budget. The Prime Minister actually hinted at that yesterday when he came up in front of Parliament, said Ram Ram to everybody, and then talked about how they're going to be focused at uplift of the women sector. And remember, and I think he will be able to give you, Nalin will be able to give you the numbers about how much the women vote actually matters to the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Yeah. No, absolutely. The creation of a new women vote for the BJP has been at the center of the BJP's rise, along with the other things that around the cultural nationalism issues and so on under Narendra Modi. Fundamentally, women in India at the national level, in national party level, always voted much more for Congress than for the BJP historically.
And NARA data that you have plumbed basically and pioneered gives those numbers out in your book.
Thank you. They always voted more for the Congress, number one. Number two, women always voted much more than much less than men. 2019 was the first election in Indian history where the women turnout was slightly higher than the male turnout. And in state after state after state, in all the battleground states, in those states, women voters outvoted men for the BJP by a margin. So that is at the heart of Mr. Modi's political model. So if you look at the Republic Day parade, the entire this has been this time it was noticed a lot. But if you go back the last 5 years Republic Days, increasingly women participation visibly. It's a political statement. Women have always been in the armed forces or police for a long time, but to project them in this manner is very much part of a political language. And that's not just political imagery, if you like. You look at the amount. PM Awas is a simple example. 17 million houses built, 64% of them in the names of women. You look at Swachh Bharat, toilets. Over millions of toilets built, and they are personal toilets which have a direct impact on gender at the village level. So that's very much been part of the Modi template, and I think we will see more of that.
And it's not just because of cultivating, constituencies per se. It also feeds into this emphasis on moving towards a casteless polity. And women, if you can target them, of course, you can overarchingly cover that with just 50% of the population by focusing on the primary identity, which is
I'll give you an example of this.
Their gender.
That's a great point you brought up. In the UP election last year, there was a lot of talk about the Jat vote, right?
Exactly.
Now, this idea of cross-cutting categories which cut across caste. At one level, the BJP, which used to be an upper caste rich party, has become much more broad-based. Like you said, in the Narad Index we showed that it's got a much larger base among the non-Yadav OBCs and non-Yadav Dalits. But look at the Jat vote, for example, in UP last year. If you demographically and gender-wise, is the older Jats in the male category voted much against the BJP. The younger Jats and women fundamentally voted in favor of BJP, which is why they swept Western UP. So, and that shows you how the old templates have changed.
But let's bring it back to the budget.
That the Prime Minister talked about also focus on primary identities, not so much on caste identities.
Let's bring it back to the four. I mean, you can call it the voter bloc, or you want to call it whatever you want. But women, youth, farmers, and what was the fourth?
Garib.
And Garib. You see specific announcements in the Finance Minister's budget for these four blocks of the populace?
Absolutely, yes. And either it will be new schemes. Likelihood of a new scheme being announced is lower because it's a vote on account or an interim budget.
Yeah.
But definitely more allocation and more emphasis on all these four segments. And just to digress a bit, you asked Gautam to describe Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and her tenure, and he used the word courageous. I would just like to add that because she has been courageous also on one big front, which is trying to bring in transparency in India's public finance management, particularly in fiscal, in the definition of fiscal deficit. Because what she has done is she has brought into the into the definition of fiscal deficit, which were earlier components which were earlier considered to be off-budget liabilities, but anyway was showing up as government borrowing, and these are essentially in food, fertilizer, and fuel, and that is a massive change from, say, a previous era where the fiscal deficit numbers would come around, say, 3% or 4%, but if you look at the whole picture, it would be close to double digits, which is what Nirmala Sitharaman's tenureship as finance minister is actually.
But what is the government doing to move away from those subsidies on food, fuel, and fertilizer? Like Rahul was saying, I think there's some data point that came on one of the pieces
I'll tell you.
A few days ago, that the FFF subsidies are pretty much at the same levels that they were 10 years ago.
No. So, well, I mean, looking at the levels is one way of looking at it. But if you look at fuel, for instance, one of the most complex pieces of energy economics has been to dismantle fuel subsidies in the manner that this government has gone about doing it. So diesel and petrol prices now are market determined. That was almost unthinkable, say about 12, 13 years ago, when every time crude prices used to go up, there used to be big meetings in the finance ministry, in the petroleum ministry, and the oil marketing companies would come and say that you give us subsidies, so they will cushion the subsidies and the oil prices.
But what explains then the reversal of the trend from Modi 1 to Modi 2? In Modi 1, the subsidies declined from 2.5% to 1.4% of GDP. This is all three, FFF, all the three as a block. But in Modi 2, the trend is reversed.
No, in Modi 2, the food subsidies have gone up significantly also because of the COVID payouts. And that stands out between 3 years, 2021, 21-22 and 2020, and that has continued for now.
They're now continuing it for another 5 years.
So that is going to continue. And if you have a case saying then we need to stop food subsidies during COVID period, I don't think I agree with that, because that is a merit subsidy. So we need to distinguish between what is merit and non-merit. And if the whole argument about freebies is about non-merit subsidies, reveries is about non-merit subsidies. It's not about merit subsidies. I think large part of the food subsidies qualify as merit subsidies.
No, and quite frankly, I don't think these subsidies will ever disappear. Very honestly, I mean, look at it from
till there is deprivation at the levels that there are in India,
exactly.
it won't disappear.
Not just because of the fact that it's a political thing, but even otherwise, as I think you said correctly,
I slightly disagree with you on this, because look, fundamentally, if I understand that there was a merit subsidy need at that particular point to provide food, but continuation of it for another 5 years, you are actually then telling people that, look, maybe the recovery hasn't been V-shaped for all sections.
Just give me one moment, because we're going from food subsidy this end of the pyramid to the other end of the pyramid. I'm going to go across to my colleague Shivani, who is at CII, and she has two leading India Inc. CEOs with her. So go ahead, Shivani.
Thanks a lot for that, Zaka. Barely any time before the finance minister's speech, so I'm going to keep it brief, and I'm going to talk to Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, CII, and also Mr. Kamal Bali joining us, President and MD, Volvo Group India, also CII Southern Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. Limited time, so I'm going to touch upon the concern points. Mr. Banerjee, coming to you first, there's been a concern about private participation and private investment. When is that cycle going to kick in, and what can the government do to boost that sentiment?
So, good question. Private sector, my first answer to your first part of the question is private sector has started kicking in. I'm seeing new investment, fresh investments coming into many sectors. And many sectors, cement, capital goods, pharmaceuticals, one can go on. There are quite a few where we are seeing already fresh investments taking place. Number two, if you see in the private sector, the capacity utilization for almost 75% of our companies are, our sectors are between 75 to 100%, which is a strong indicator that new investments are coming in. And the third and the last point is what the government has done very well during COVID and post is the capex spending, which is strong. So we would like to see the capex of the government continuing at 20%, which will crowd in the private sector investment.
Mr. Bali, coming to you, you know, how would you describe the sentiment as far as the industry is concerned? Ease of doing business, which has been a big talking point in India over the last 10 years. What do you expect mostly from the finance minister today?
So I think, first of all, the sentiment is very positive, and you all know that India is in spotlight for many reasons now, many good reasons. I mean, when we travel overseas, we find so much of traction to the India story. People really now, you don't have to sell the India story anymore. I mean, it is already there, and therefore, so that's one good news. And second, I will completely agree with CB that the focus of the budget needs to continue as in the past years on investing in the capex for infrastructure development, because that has a multiplier effect, not only for a long-term growth of the economy, also for the current. You create jobs, you feed into the core sectors of the economy like cement, steel, and it is also a reflection to your first question, basically that that leads to a huge upside on demand, which then leads to a virtuous cycle of more investments coming in, private sector kicking in. So I would personally feel that we should continue on this particular journey.
Is there a concern on the MSME front that has been voiced for quite some time, also on job creation?
No, I think MSME is a very important part of the manufacturing, so there is no doubt about it. And our MSME sector has been fragile over many years, though they are improving in a good way, because the world is shifting at a very fast pace in terms of new technologies, in terms of disruptions in the whole business model. So we have, and at CII we are doing a lot of work in this direction, and I think this is a very important point you raised, and I think there should be some very specific initiative which the CII can run for the government in the interest of MSMEs, and that's one area that should be a focus area too.
So your thoughts on MSME plus job creation? There's been a lot of criticism about this being jobless growth.
So, you know, MSME is a sector which will employ, which is an employment generating sector. Now, while the large companies, we have good results, we are seeing opportunities, but today, as was mentioned by Kamal, there is a need for MSMEs to graduate or rather digitally transform themselves. There are new technologies, new issues. So access to financing so that these the MSMEs could really focus on digital transformation, technology adoptions, etc. is required, and therefore support to the MSME sector is important. A lot was done earlier also for the MSME sector, but with the changing nature, when they need to be also linked to the large industry on the supply chain and the global world. So there is a need for buttressing that. And coming to the issue of jobs, you know, as you said, MSMEs can create a large number of jobs, but jobs, MSMEs are also linked to a lot to the rural, non-farm sector, the non-agricultural rural sector, so to say. So if we are able to encourage them into those areas, you know, I think we will see a lot of jobs coming both in the rural India, which is important, and also in the MSME sector.
Speaking of rural India, demand has been muted. Do you think something particularly needs to be done about that?
So I would think that the budget the interim budget would focus and would need to focus a lot on the rural sector, farmers, very critical and important focus on irrigation technologies. You know, today what's happening is a lot of tools could be used, especially technology again, AI, etc., weather forecast, seeds, research on agriculture. All of that is going to be very critical, and I think the rural sector, the rural demand and the rural sector, and through the direct tax intervention of income tax, there could be a lot.
You mentioned direct tax. I wasn't going to ask you about that, but what is your expectation? Because our viewers would be very keen to know minutes before the finance minister's speech.
So what, at every budget there is an expectation, and the expectation is that the budget is for all. And I think this time the budget should be also for all. And therefore, yes, of course, to spur demand, to spur, to really navigate through lots of challenges, money in the hands of people across all sections, especially the poorer sections, would be very, very critical and important.
This being an election year, this being a vote on count before an election, do you expect something populist to come in this budget, Mr. Bali?
I think the actions which the government has been taking, they will move, to my mind, in that direction, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is inclusive growth, they will continue to do that. I don't expect any major populist measure.
But income tax break could be greatly populist and something that has been awaited for a very long time.
I would think that the budget should be popular.
Yes.
It should be a popular budget. Popular budget need not necessarily be a populist budget.
That's well said, CV. Absolutely, I agree.
But sir, from your point of view, for example, from the Volvo Group's point of view, what have been some of the pressing points and something that you think could be addressed, should be addressed?
I think the key for all of us in the industry is how do we grow our manufacturing to occupy a much more stake in the GDP. So typically manufacturing has been is varying between 15 to 17%. We want this number to go up to 22 to 25%, because if you look at all large economies in the past, if you look at Germany, if you look at Korea, China, it's manufacturing which has anchored these economies for many, many decades. So India is going to be no different. In some ways, we jumped from agriculture to services and we skipped that middle layer of manufacturing in the past. But I'm sure, I think a huge focus has been seen, especially in the last 4 to 5 years, with the PLI schemes, with many more investments coming into the country, with all sunrise sectors coming into India. So I see a new birth for manufacturing in India. I personally believe you will see a story which is going to be a very, very strong story, as strong as services in the manufacturing sector in the next 5 to 10 years.
Now, this is something that has been talked about for quite some time. We cannot quite be the growth engine that we hope to be for ourselves and for the world without manufacturing playing a key role.
So the manufacturing sector expansion from 15-16% to 25% would be a critical factor both for India to be in the global value chain, global supply chain. It's going to be very, very critical. And manufacturing, going back to your earlier point, manufacturing, say today we need a lot of tweaking today to see how we take into fold the success and the importance of the small and the mid-sized companies in manufacturing. They would have to play a very vital role. It's just not the large companies. Then how do we get global companies to operate here and get ourselves linked so that we develop a supply chain and then create abilities for us to actually be able to manufacture what global companies in India would be able to would be doing. So today India is an attractive destination, as was mentioned by Kamal. So we will continue to get a lot of investment, but we also need that base for them to have local supply chain established. And I think therefore we need across the chain ancillaries and small scales to develop.
Final couple of questions before I toss back to our studio. Very quickly, overall, this is of course a budget which is just pre-election. 10 years of Narendra Modi Sarkar. Your highlights of what they've done well, and what is something you look forward to?
I think they've done very well on infrastructure. Not only have they spent a lot of money, anecdotally, when you travel around the country, you can see a lot of new infrastructure, either already ready or in the process. So I think full marks there to the government on infrastructure creation. So that's one very. The other one is very, very clearly the digital transformation which the country has seen. And today we have actually become the epicenter of digital transformation. If you look at the fintech transactions, the largest number of fintech transactions in the world take place in India today. So I think that's basically, so therefore that has also led to financial inclusion of the bottom of the pyramid. So I think that's the second big win, I would say, for this government in the last 10 years. And third, of course, is basically on the sustainability aspects, on committing to going on decarbonization, a lot of focus on renewable energy sources. So I think on sustainability, on digital transformation and on infrastructure creation, to my mind, these are the three takeaways of this government. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Banerjee and Mr. Bali, and look forward to your views post-budget as well. With that, I'm tossing over to you back, Zaka, in the studio.
All right. So, a view from CII. One thing we haven't talked about is we have, another 15 minutes before the finance minister rises to present the budget. It's an interim budget, a vote on account, and of course, the main one will happen post-elections in July. But Gaurav is here, and one barometer is how the Sensex reacts to the finance minister's speech. I believe she has the record for the highest intraday turnaround in the Sensex. I think it was a
21-22 budget. February 1st, 2021, 4.25% rise in the Sensex. But if you compare this to the last interim budget, 2019-20, Piyush Goyal's budget, Sensex closed 0.43% up. So it was broadly flat. 2021, that was the COVID budget, when the fiscal deficit was fixed at 9% of GDP. Markets clearly did not like it. Markets fell minus 2.5%, contracted 2.5%. 1920 final, her first budget in July, markets fell 1.19%. But broadly, it's been rather flat. Last year, we know it was an outlier year because despite being a great budget, a good budget, and during the course of the budget speech, the markets went up by more than 1,000 points, but eventually fell because of Hindenburg and Adani.
But tell me this whole business about short-term and long-term capital gains, that's a big market mover. Do you see any announcement in that regard?
I do not expect. The markets, I think, are not expecting a big change in the capital gains tax structure, although it's very convoluted at this point in time. The tax structure itself, for different asset classes, there are different rates and different tenures and different slabs, and also different rules for imposing capital gains. There is a clear case for consolidating this and standardizing this into one single, easy to administer, simple regime, but that hasn't come about, although we have been talking about it for the last 3-4 budgets at least. I would expect, I think, if anything of that nature has to come, because it will be significantly market moving and will also require a fair degree of consultation, will probably come in the final budget whenever it's presented.
Success has been on GST, and I think we're looking at 18 lakh crores for 2023.
Almost 20.
Yeah, almost 20 lakh crores. Again, when it came in, there was a lot of confusion. States were not entirely fully on board. I think the first year was pretty difficult, and then it's sort of kept up. And today, you can't think of an indirect tax regime without GST. What will it take to do the same for direct taxes? Because we've been talking about direct tax code for a number of years.
I think with direct taxes, this has been one of the biggest points that they've been talking about but not implemented.
Exactly.
Direct tax reforms has been on the agenda for a very long time. And there's been a lot of discussion around it and all of that, but I don't think there's been any movement. They've made the instance of collection, etc., made it more online rather than, like the digital innovations around it. But at the end of the day, from a tax structure point of view, it's problematic. Take many instances of capital gains, what you're saying. So take capital gains. With capital gains as well, not only is it a problem across asset classes, if you start looking at crypto, the capital gains there is a completely different ball game because you can't offset, you can't do anything.
That's your marginal rate. That's what she said. In order to keep people away, you will be taxed at your marginal rate of tax.
No, capital gains.
Yeah,
I'm not talking
crypto gains.
Capital gain. In capital gains, you can't offset. See, in most other capital gains, you're allowed to offset your capital gains with other losses. With crypto, no matter whether you make a profit or loss, you can't offset. There is an issue there fundamentally in terms of reconciliation. You can have your reasoning for doing what that is. It's not a question of whether you're right or wrong, but I'm just saying it's convoluted. And you need to have a simpler regime in terms of taxes per se, especially with direct taxes.
But wasn't that the idea behind the new tax regime? You have 3 flat rates or 5 flat rates, and then, like you said, you save for savings' sake and not for tax savings purposes. But that hasn't come about.
I don't think that will ever happen also, quite frankly. Savings for savings purpose is great. It's like saying you get insurance not because you need to be insured and not for savings. It's this. I mean, it's a entire behavioral shift that needs to happen.
No, I think it's also got to do with incentives. So, I mean, I don't agree with the fact that you need to do insurance for the sake of insurance. You don't need to buy ULIP products that is you don't need to save to buy an insurance. But savings is savings, insurance is insurance. These are two different things.
What is stopping us from going, okay, 10, 20, 30%? These are the
so what is stopping
Politics, signaling and symbolism.
No,
That's what it comes down to.
I think it's much more than that. I think there are a lot of tax incentives that are available in the previous tax regime that is forcing people to stay on with the previous tax regime. So if you have an ATC, Section 80C deduction of 150,000, if you have an interest rate, housing interest rate, and a plethora of other stuff, other deduction available in the previous income tax regime, you'd rather stay there then move on to
what is stopping? Let's say, and this is a government with a big majority, right?
I'll tell you this.
What is stopping a government from saying, in ATC we will only have Provident Fund, right? Whatever other savings you want to do, it's in NPS. Go ahead and invest in NPS. Yeah. If you want, let's say, saving money for a rainy day. Everything else we're abolishing in ATC.
I'll tell you the mind of Nirmala Sitharaman ji. In my book, when she was launching my book, Reform Nation, I had critiqued her on exactly this point. That Chidambaram had left us with 3 elegant tax rates, and now we are at 11 effective tax rates. And this needs to be simplified. So she said, you go and ask the people and the accountants, people are actually happier with so many slabs than they were. So this is the mind of this is what is the public answer to these questions. But I completely and absolutely agree with you. We need very simple, not only in direct taxes, which is 10, 20, 30, but even in GST, we need to compress all this. Now, could it be a state of political economy? Could it be trying to look at various taxation through various constituents? I don't know. Another point on taxation. Every budget, it increases the
But I think you've just given your
level.
answer.
It increases the tax level. Today at 7 lakh, you don't pay any taxes. Now, my question is, I think, aren't we prosperous enough today? Forget the extremely poor. Aren't we prosperous enough today that every person can give 1,000 rupee tax? It's a tax discipline. Why do you want to? I agree with the rich should pay more, etc., etc. But that the non-rich should not pay any taxes whatsoever is also not correct. I think this need to change reshape the thinking around how we pay taxes. And on direct tax, she has simplified it.
As I'm saying, that all comes down to politics
That's a state subject.
and signaling.
Farmers' taxation is a state subject. It's not a union subject.
No, but if you're deriving income out of agriculture, surely the government can ask for that.
There are so many subsidies also that are. Sorry, go ahead.
So constitutionally, you are not allowed to impose any kind of income tax on farm income.
So states can, if they wish to.
No, income tax is a central subject. So you cannot impose agricultural income. It cannot.
No, again, Rahul is right. It's because it's politics, but it doesn't fully explain to me why a government with such a mandate cannot say in ATC, other than Provident Fund, everything else is going to be taxable. It's going to be part of your income.
But why would you force me to put it only in Provident Fund?
Fair enough. Provident Fund I can understand till some extent. It's politically touchy. Nobody wants to touch it. But beyond that,
this is what are called small saving schemes, and the schemes that attract a lot of tax incentives are small saving. Large part of not large, but some part of the government's fiscal deficit, that is the borrowing bit, is also funded from this money. And there are legacy issues here. So you cannot just do away with it saying that, no, from tomorrow onwards or next year onwards, we are not going to, we don't need this money. The government also needs this money because the government dips into household savings to fund part of its, fiscal deficit. And that is where the problem is.
Okay, we've got less than 10 minutes, 7 minutes now before the finance minister rises up.
Can I just give you 2 numbers, 2 trends? I just calculated them last night. And we were talking about Sensex, right?
Yeah.
So markets, India has over the past 5 years, the markets have risen they have almost doubled, 95%. Compared to others, if you look at Japan, US, France, Germany, they are 73, 52, 52. So India has outperformed the entire world in terms of markets returns. On currencies, India is down 16%, which is less than South Korea, Brazil, Japan, Russia. So I think financially, when you look at markets, and not just stock markets, but also currency markets, India has done a very good job at the top level where a lot of money management, global inflows, outflows happen. Despite the fact that so many FIIs sold Indian equities, nothing happened to the Sensex other than 400-500 points, because now the Indian investors are now coming in through systematic investment plans. So I think this tells me that there is a large chunk of people. Somebody mentioned about how Uttar Pradesh had the maximum number of investors.
Than even,
I see a large and an increasing chunk of Indian population taking to the financial sector, and that's a very good. The financialization that began at the bottom with payments is also now coming in sophisticated markets like equity markets.
But how does one convert this? So you have at the top end, the markets are doing well, FIIs are investing, there is FDI coming in, I think it's at record 600 billion plus or whatever. But at the same time, at the bottom end of the pyramid, as Rahul keeps saying, why are you then extending free food subsidy for another 5 years? Because clearly there's a problem at the bottom end of the pyramid. How do you match the gap?
See, I think, quite frankly, I think there are two different issues. Because at the end of the day, a subsidy, removing a subsidy, I don't think that will ever go, because there is a political motivation to actually holding these subsidies. And apart from these three, there are a whole lot of other subsidies. These are your bulk, but there are a whole lot of other subsidies that exist where they've
I'm coming to it from a political point of view. For years now, we've heard PDS is broken, PDS is broken, PDS is broken. You're using the same PDS for the next 5 years. Reform it.
I agree. I think PDS requires a lot of reform, but that also means that you need, so hopefully these are the things that the government will do over the next 5 years. See, if anything, I think this government has had a vision, because somewhere in their head they have kind of figured, right or wrong, they've said that we're going to be here for the next 10 years, next 15 years, whichever way. So they've had a strategy there. But PDS reform, of course, is important. They need to do that. And if you are able to reduce your food subsidy because of that, so be it. But it's still a very, in a country where farm laws actually got what happened, PDS reform is going to be an even bigger issue. It's very touchy.
I think there are two conflicting political economies fighting with each other.
The reluctance to do this is a dead giveaway that there is a problem. Now we can skirt around it. The government can give us alternative figures. There is a problem. It needs to be fixed.
No, I'm not saying what is the problem, Rahul? The problem is, at 303 can't do it. How do you expect a government at 250 to do it?
Because there is
still have state government, too many stakeholders.
There is a huge amount of distress. You have, a private consumption which contributes 61% of GDP, right? 61% of GDP, is not coming through the rural areas, which is the largest base.
It doesn't correspond with other markers. For example, as Nalin said, if more people are investing in the stock markets from Uttar Pradesh, these two are contradictory.
But are we suggesting that they are the rural poor? We have 45% of our population which is below, which is subsistence.
You must have seen this. I'm sure you got this data point as well. The government put out that multidimensional poverty has shrunk from 28% to 11%. Again, you can argue with the figures.
We don't know the base, and if the base is...
I think as far as political economy goes, there are two colliding bombs with each other. One is that MSP needs to rise. The other is that food prices need to fall.
Come down,
and these, the balancing of these two colliding and conflicting political economy tools is where every government has been
the other
stranded
thing is there is a difference between saying do away with PDS and reform PDS. I think that's where it is. No, I don't think you should be doing away with it, but I think there's a better way of actually administering it.
Till you have the levels of poverty you have in this country, you have to have welfareism. And it can be merit-based, it has to be merit-based.
Okay. I've just got an update. I think the Prime Minister has spoken in Parliament. I think he's given a soundbite saying that the interim budget is for the masses. Now, what are you going to make of that, Rahul?
The four C's that he has talked about. The Yuva, the women, and the farmers,
and the youth.
And the poor.
And the poor.
So when he says it's for the masses, are we expecting some kind of tax structure change? Are we expecting more subsidies? Kisan Samman Nidhi, Ayushman Bharat? What are we talking about?
Clearly, Kisan Samman Nidhi is up for an appraisal. I would not be surprised it goes up upwards of 8,000 or close to 9,000. 50% rise in 5 years is, I think, inflation index, and that should come up.
Because it's just allocation.
And a Vision 2047 vision statement is going to be laid out comprehensively. With Viksit Bharat, I think, is going to be the key word in this budget speech, along with Gyan, Garib, Yuva, Annadata, and Nari Shakti.
Lalit?
I would add to the point Gaurav is making also the insurance scheme on that and PM Awas. So I think there will be a significant amount of welfareism in the budget and so a lot of optics around that and it will be framed around the 4 C's as Rahul is saying. Something around infrastructure, both government and to increase private sector.
All right, so a budget for the masses is what the Prime Minister has said. How is he, I mean, Mr. Modi is part welfareist, part capitalist, part reformer. I mean, how are you going to capture what he stands for as an economic, agent?
So this has been a long debate about the BJP being a right-wing party, right? But economically on the record of the last 8, 9, 10, a lot of people thought Mr. Modi is going to be like a Thatcher or a Ronald Reagan when he came to power in 2014. But actually, he's favoured the big state. He's focused on creating a welfare state Mark II, if you like, and expanded the
remarkable
ambit
similarities
of that.
between.
So, in fact, these categories of left and right, which are really Western categories, don't necessarily apply in this case because economically, he's very much left of centre.
And there's been an upgradation of UPA.
Right of
There's been an upgradation of UPA's thrust.
It's the last 30 seconds, so we can go full frame to the pictures that we're getting from the Lok Sabha. Mega update before the budget. The Prime Minister says it's going to be a budget for the masses, and why not? It is going to be an election year budget. It's a budget that's coming 2 months before the big summer election where the Modi government 2.0 is expecting to be voted
means
back.
That he's now not going to be satisfied with 303. He's going for, as someone said,
400.
That's right, 400.
Okay.
400 baht is baht.
Let's see if this budget provides that fillip for a 400 par. But politically, the math does seem difficult to get to of 400 par. They have to make significant inroads in the eastern belt and the southern belt. But that's a matter for another day. Today, it's all about the budget, and it's the budget for the masses is what the Prime Minister is saying. Let's see what we get from that budget. Is it going to be increased subsidies for farmers, for Yuva, for women, and of course, for the young people. So these are the 4 pillars that have been identified by the Modi government. Let's cut live now.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको बुलेटिन भाग 2 के माध्यम से पहले ही सूचित किया गया है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां आपको हार्ड कॉपी के रूप में उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। अतः बजट प्रस्तुत हो जाने के पश्चात माननीय सदस्य बजट भाषण की प्रति प्रकाशन काउंटर से प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मंत्री द्वारा बजट प्रस्तुत किए जाने के पश्चात उसे मेंबर पोर्टल पर भी उपलब्ध करा दिया जाएगा। माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी,
Honorable Speaker, I present the interim budget for 24-25. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation in the last 10 years. The people of India are looking ahead to the future with hope and optimism. With the blessings of the people, when our government, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, assumed office in 2014, the country was facing enormous challenges. With Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas as its mantra, the government overcame those challenges in right earnest. Structural reforms were undertaken. Pro-people programs were formulated and implemented promptly. Conditions were created for more opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. The economy got a new vigor. The fruits of development started reaching the people at scale. The country got a new sense of purpose and hope. Naturally, the people blessed the government with a bigger mandate. In the second term, our government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, doubled down on its responsibilities to build a prosperous country with comprehensive development of all people and all regions. Our government strengthened its mantra to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and Sabka Vishwas. Our development philosophy covered all elements of inclusivity, namely social inclusivity through coverage of all strata of the society, and geographical inclusivity through development of all regions of the country. With the whole of nation approach of Sabka Prayas, the country overcame the challenges of once-in-a-century pandemic, took long strides towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, committed to Panch Pran, and laid solid foundations for the Amrit Kal. As a result, our young country has high aspirations, pride in its present, and hope and confidence for a bright future. We expect that our government, based on its stupendous work, will be blessed again by the people with a resounding mandate. Inclusive development and growth. Our humane and inclusive approach to development is a marked and deliberate departure from the earlier approach of provisioning up to village level. Development programs were thus provisioned. In the last 10 years, however, have targeted each and every household and individual through housing for all, Har Ghar Jal, electricity for all, cooking gas for all, bank accounts and financial services for all in record time. The worries about food have been eliminated through free ration for 80 crore people. Minimum support prices for the produce of Annadata are periodically increased appropriately. These and the provision of basic necessities have enhanced real income in the rural areas. Their economic needs could be addressed, thus spurring growth and generating jobs. Social justice. Our government is working with an approach to development that is all-round, all-pervasive, and all-inclusive. Sarvangin, Sarvasparshi, or Sarvasamaveshi. It covers all castes and people at all levels. We are working to make India a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. For achieving that goal, we need to improve people's capability and empower them. Previously, social justice was mostly a political slogan. For our government, social justice is an effective and necessary governance model. The saturation approach of covering all eligible people is the true and comprehensive achievement of social justice. This is secularism in action, reduces corruption, and prevents nepotism, prevents Bhai Bhatijawad. There is transparency and assurance that benefits are delivered to all eligible people. The resources are distributed fairly. All, regardless of their social standing, get access to opportunities. We are addressing systemic inequalities that had plagued our society. We focus on outcomes and not on outlays, so that the social economic transformation is achieved. As our Prime Minister firmly believes, we need to focus on 4 major castes. They are Garib, Mahilaye, Yuva and Annadata. Their needs, their aspirations and their welfare are our highest priority. The country progresses when they progress. All 4 require and receive government support in their quest to better their lives. Their empowerment and well-being will drive the country forward. Garib Kalyan, Desh Ka Kalyan. We believe in empowering the poor. The earlier approach of tackling poverty through entitlements had resulted in very modest outcomes. When the poor became empowered partners in the development process, government's power to assist them also increases manifold. With the pursuit of Sabka Saath, in these 10 years, the government has assisted 25 crore people to get freedom from multi-dimensional poverty. Our government's efforts are now getting synergized with energy and passion of such empowered people. This is truly elevating them from poverty. Direct benefit transfer of 34 lakh crore rupees from the government using PM Jan Dhan accounts has led to savings of 2.7 lakh crores of rupees for the government. This savings has been realized through avoidance of leakages prevalent earlier. The savings have helped in providing more funds for Garib Kalyan. PM Swanidhi has provided credit assistance to 78 lakh street vendors. From that total of 78 lakh street vendors, 2.3 lakh have received credit for the 3rd time. PM Janman Yojana reaches out to the particularly vulnerable tribal groups who have remained outside the realm of development so far. PM Vishwakarma Yojana provides end-to-end support to artisans and craftspeople engaged in 18 trades. The schemes for empowerment of Divyangs and transgender persons reflect firm resolve of our government to leave no one behind. Welfare of Annadata. Farmers are our Annadata. Every year under PM Kisan Samman Yojana, direct financial assistance is provided to 11.8 crore farmers, including marginal and small farmers. Crop insurance is given to 4 crore farmers under PM Fasal Bima Yojana. These, besides several other programs, are assisting Annadata in producing food for the country and for the world. Electronic National Agricultural Market has integrated 1,361 mandis and is providing services to 1.8 crore farmers with trading volume of 3 lakh crores of rupees. The sector is poised for inclusive, balanced, higher growth and productivity. These are facilitated from farmer-centric policies, income support, coverage of risks through price and insurance support, promotion of technologies and innovations through startups. Empowering the Amrit PD, the Yuva. Our prosperity depends on adequately equipping and empowering the youth. The National Education Policy 2020 is ushering the transformational reforms. PM Schools for Rising India, PM Shri, are delivering quality teaching and nurturing holistic and well-rounded individuals. The Skill India mission has trained 1.4 crore youth upskilled and reskilled 54 lakh youth, and established 3,000 new ITIs. A large number of institutions of higher learning, namely 7 IITs, 16 triple ITs, 7 IIMs, 15 AIMS, and 390 universities have been set up. PM Mudra Yojana has sanctioned 43 crore loans aggregating to 22.5 lakh crores of rupees for entrepreneurial aspirations of our youth. Besides that, Fund of Funds, Startup India, and Startup Credit Guarantee schemes are assisting our youth. They are also becoming Rozgar Data. The country is proud of our youth scaling new heights in sports. The highest ever medal tally in Asian Games and Asian Para Games in 2023 reflects a high confidence level. Chess prodigy and our #1 ranked player Pragyananda put up a stiff fight against the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen in 2023. Today, India has over 80 chess grandmasters compared to little over 20 in 2010. Momentum for Nari Shakti, the empowerment of women through entrepreneurship, ease of living, and dignity for them has gained momentum in these 10 years. 30 crore Mudra Yojana loans have been given to women entrepreneurs. Female enrollment in higher education has gone up by 28% in 10 years. In STEM courses, girls and women constitute 43% of enrollment, one of the highest in the world. All these measures are getting reflected in the increasing participation of women in workforce. Making triple talaq illegal, reservation of 1/3 seats for women in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women as sole or joint owners have enhanced their dignity. Exemplary track record of governance, development, and performance. Besides delivering on high growth in terms of gross domestic product, the government is equally focused on a more comprehensive GDP, that is, governance, development, and performance. Our government has provided transparent, accountable, people-centric, and prompt, trust-based administration with citizen-first and minimum government, maximum governance approach. The impact of all-round development is discernible in all sectors. There is macroeconomic stability, including in the external sector. Investments are robust. The economy is doing well. People are living better and earning better, with even greater aspirations for future. Average real income of the people has increased by 50%. Inflation is moderate. People are getting empowered, equipped, and enabled to pursue their aspirations. There is effective and timely delivery of programs and of large projects. Economic management. The multi-pronged economic management over the past 10 years has complemented people-centric, inclusive development. Following are some of the major elements. 1. All forms of infrastructure, physical, digital, or social, are being built in record time. Number two, all parts of the country are becoming active participants in economic growth. Number three, digital public infrastructure, a new factor of production as if in the 21st century, is instrumental in formalization of the economy. Number four, goods and services tax has enabled one nation, one market, one tax. Tax reforms have led to deepening and widening of tax base. Number five, strengthening of the financial sector has helped in making savings, credit, and investments more efficient. Number six, GIFT, IFSC, and the Unified Regulatory Authority, IFSCA, are creating a robust gateway for global capital and financial services for the economy. Number seven, proactive inflation management has helped keep inflation within the policy band. Now, the global context, Honorable Speaker, sir. Geopolitically, global affairs are becoming more complex and challenging with wars and conflicts. Globalization is being redefined with reshoring and friendshoring, disruption and fragmentation of supply chains, and competition for critical minerals and technologies. A new world order is emerging after the COVID pandemic. India assumed the G20 presidency during very difficult times for the world. The global economy was going through high inflation, high interest rates, low growth, very high public debt, low trade growth, and climate changes. The pandemic has led to a crisis of food, fertilizer, fuel, and finances for the world, while India successfully navigated its way. The country showed the way forward and built consensus on solutions for those global problems. The recently announced India-Middle East-Europe economic corridor is a strategic and economic game changer for India and others. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister, the corridor, and I quote, will become the basis of world trade for hundreds of years to come, and history will remember that this corridor was initiated on Indian soil, unquote. Vision for Vikasit Bharat. Our vision for Vikasit Bharat is that of prosperous Bharat in harmony with nature, with modern infrastructure, and providing opportunities for all citizens and all regions to reach their potential. With confidence arising from strong and exemplary track record of performance and progress, earning Sabka Vishwas, the next 5 years will be years of unprecedented development and golden moments to realize the dream of developed India by 2047. The trinity of demography, democracy, and diversity, backed by Sabka Prayas, has the potential to fulfill aspirations of every Indian. As Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day address to the nation mentioned, I quote, "There is no dearth of opportunities, as many opportunities as we want. The country is capable of creating more opportunities. Sky is the limit," unquote. Strategy for Amrit Kal. Our government will adopt economic policies that foster and sustain growth, facilitate inclusive and sustainable development, improve productivity, create opportunities for all, help them enhance their capabilities, and contribute to generation of resources to power investments and fulfill aspirations. Guided by the principle, reform, perform, and transform, the government will take up next generation reforms and build consensus with the states and stakeholders for effective implementation. It is an important policy priority for our government to ensure timely and adequate finances, relevant technologies, and appropriate training for the micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, to grow and also compete globally. Orienting the regulatory environment to facilitate their growth will be an important element of this policy mix. Aligning with the Panchamrit goals, our government will facilitate sustaining high and more resource-efficient economic growth. This will work towards energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. For meeting the investment needs, our government will prepare the financial sector in terms of size, capacity, skills, and regulatory framework. Aspirational Districts Program. Our government stands ready to assist the states in faster development of aspirational districts and blocks, including generation of ample economic opportunities. Development of the East. Our government will pay utmost attention to make the eastern region and its people a powerful driver of India's growth. PM Awas Yojana Gramin. Despite the challenges due to COVID, implementation of PM Awas Yojana Gramin continued, and we are close to achieving the target of 3 crore houses. 2 crore more houses will be taken up in the next 5 years to meet the requirement arising from increase in the number of families. Rooftop solarization and Muft Bijli. Through rooftop solarization, 1 crore households will be enabled to obtain up to 300 units free electricity every month. This scheme follows the resolve of Honorable Prime Minister on the historic day of consecration of Sri Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Following benefits are expected. Savings up to 15 to 18,000 rupees annually for households from free solar electricity and selling the surplus to the distribution companies. Charging of electric vehicles. Entrepreneurship opportunities for a large number of vendors for supply and installation. Employment opportunities for the youth with technical skills in manufacturing, installation, and maintenance. Housing for middle class. Our government will launch a scheme to help deserving sections of the middle class, and I quote from Honorable Prime Minister's words, living in rented houses or slums or chawls and unauthorized colonies, unquote, to buy or build their own houses. Medical colleges. Several youth are ambitious to get qualified as doctors. They aim to serve our people through improved healthcare services. Our government plans to set up more medical colleges by utilizing the existing hospital infrastructure under various departments. A committee for this purpose will be set up to examine the issues and make relevant recommendations. Cervical cancer vaccination. Our government will encourage vaccination for girls in the age group of 9 to 14 years for prevention of cervical cancer. Maternal and child health care. Various schemes for maternal and child care will be brought under one comprehensive program for synergy in implementation. Upgradation of Anganwadi centers under Saksham Anganwadi, and Portion 2.0 will be expedited for improved nutrition delivery, early childhood care, and development. The newly designed You-Win platform for managing immunization and intensified efforts of Mission Indradhanush will be rolled out expeditiously throughout the country. Ayushman Bharat. Healthcare cover under Ayushman Bharat scheme will be extended to all ASHA workers, to all Anganwadi workers and helpers. Agriculture and food processing. The efforts of value addition in agriculture sector and boosting farmers' incomes will be stepped up. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana has benefited 38 lakh farmers and generated 10 lakh employment. Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises Yojana has assisted 2.4 lakh SHGs and 60,000 individuals with credit linkages. Other schemes are complementing the efforts for reducing post-harvest losses and improving productivity and incomes. For ensuring faster growth of the sector, our government will further promote private and public investment in post-harvest activities, including aggregation, modern storage, efficient supply chains, primary and secondary processing and marketing and branding. Nano DAP. After the successful adoption of nano urea, application of nano DAP on various crops will be expanded in all agroclimatic zones. Atmanirbhar Oil Seeds Abhiyan. Building on the initiative announced in 2022, a strategy will be formulated to achieve Atmanirbharta for oil seeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soya bean, and sunflower. This will cover research for high-yielding varieties, widespread adoption of modern farming techniques, market linkages, procurement, value addition, and crop insurance. Dairy development. A comprehensive program for supporting dairy farmers will be formulated. Efforts are already on to control foot and mouth disease. India is the world's largest milk producer with but with low productivity of milch animals. The program will be built on the success of existing schemes such as Rashtriya Gokul Mission, National Livestock Mission, and infrastructure development funds for dairy processing and animal husbandry. Matsya Sampada. It was our government which set up a separate department for fisheries, realizing the importance of assisting fishermen. This has resulted in doubling of both inland and aquaculture production. Seafood exports since 2013-14 has also doubled. Implementation of Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana will be stepped up to 1. Enhance aquaculture productivity from existing 3 to 5 tons per hectare. 2. Double exports to 1 lakh crore rupees, and 3. Generate 55 lakh employment opportunities in the near future. 5 integrated aqua parks will also be set up. Lakpati Didi. $83 lakh SHGs. 83 lakh SHGs with 9 crore women are transforming rural socio-economic landscape with empowerment and self-reliance. Honorable Speaker said, their success has assisted nearly 1 crore women to become Lakpati Didi already. They are an inspiration to others. Their achievements will be recognized through honoring them. Buoyed by the success, it has been decided to enhance the target for Lakpati Didi from 2 crores to 3 crores. Technological changes, new age technologies, and data are changing the lives of people and businesses. They are also enabling new economic opportunities and facilitating provision of high-quality services at affordable prices for all, including those at the bottom of the pyramid. Opportunities for India at the global level are expanding. India is showing solutions through innovation and entrepreneurship of its people. Research and innovation for catalyzing growth, employment, and development. Prime Minister Shastri, Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri gave the slogan of Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Prime Minister Vajpayee, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, made that Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan. Prime Minister Modi has furthered that to Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, and Jai Anusandhan, as innovation is the foundation of development. For our tech-savvy youth, this will be a golden era. A corpus of 1 lakh crore rupees will be established with 50-year interest-free loan provided. The corpus will provide long-term financing or refinancing with long tenors and low and or nil. I repeat that sentence. The corpus will provide long-term financing or refinancing with long tenors and low or nil interest rates. This will encourage the private sector to scale up research and innovation significantly in sunrise domains. We need to have programs that combine the powers of our youth and technology. A new scheme will be launched for strengthening deep tech technologies for defense purposes and expediting Atmanirbharta. Infrastructure development. Building on the massive tripling of the capital expenditure outlay in the past 4 years, resulting in huge multiplier impact on economic growth and employment creation, the outlay for the next year is being increased by 11.1% to 11,111 crore rupees. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Railways. 3 major railway corridor programs will be implemented. These are energy, mineral, and cement corridor. Number 2, port connectivity corridors. And number 3, high traffic density corridors. The projects have been identified under the PM Gati Shakti for enabling multimodal connectivity. They will improve logistics efficiency and reduce cost. The resultant decongestion of the high traffic corridors will also help in improving operations of passenger trains, resulting in safety and higher travel speed for passengers. Together with dedicated freight corridors, these 3 economic corridor programs will accelerate our GDP growth and reduce logistic costs. "40,000 normal rail bogies will be converted to Vande Bharat standards to enhance safety, convenience, and comfort of passengers. Aviation sector. The aviation sector has been galvanized in the past 10 years. Number of airports have doubled to 149. Rollout of air connectivity to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities under UDAN scheme has been widespread. 517 new routes are carrying 1.3 crore passengers. Indian carriers have proactively placed orders for over 1,000 new aircrafts. Expansion of existing airports and development of new airports will continue expeditiously. Metro and Namo Bharat. We have a fast expanding middle class and rapid urbanization is taking place. Metro rail and Namo Bharat can be the catalyst for the required urban transformation. Expansion of these systems will be supported in large cities, focusing on transit-oriented development. Green energy. Towards meeting our commitment for net zero by 2070, the following measures will be taken. Viability gap funding will be provided for harnessing offshore wind energy, potential for initial capacity of 1 gigawatt. Coal gasification and liquefaction capacity of 100 metric tons will be set up by 2030. This will also help in reducing imports of natural gas, methanol, and ammonia. Phased mandatory blending of compressed biogas in compressed natural gas for transport and piped natural gas for domestic purposes will be mandated. Financial assistance will be provided for procurement of biomass aggregation machinery to support collection. Electric vehicle ecosystem. Our government will expand this and strengthen the e-vehicle ecosystem by supporting manufacturing and charging infrastructure. Greater adoption of e-buses for public transport networks will be encouraged through payment security mechanism. Biomanufacturing and biofoundry. For promoting green growth, a new scheme of biomanufacturing and biofoundry will be launched. This will provide environment-friendly alternatives such as biodegradable polymers, bioplastics, biopharmaceuticals, and bioagri inputs. This scheme will also help in transforming today's consumptive manufacturing paradigm to the one based on regenerative principles. Blue Economy 2.0. For promoting climate-resilient activities for Blue Economy 2.0, a scheme for restoration and adaptation measures and coastal aquaculture and mariculture with integrated and multi-sectoral approach will be launched. Comprehensive development of tourist centers. The success of organizing G20 meetings in 60 places presented diversity of India to global audience. Our economic strength has made the country an attractive destination for business and conference tourism. Our middle class also now aspires to travel and explore. Tourism, including spiritual tourism, has tremendous opportunities for local entrepreneurship. States will be encouraged to take up comprehensive development of iconic tourist centers, branding and marketing them at global scale. A framework for rating of the centers based on quality of facilities and services will be established. Long-term interest-free loans will be provided to states for financing such development on matching basis. To address the emerging fervor for domestic tourism, Honorable Speaker, sir, projects for port connectivity, tourism infrastructure, and amenities will be taken up on our islands, including Lakshadweep. This will help in generating employment also. Promoting investments. The FDI inflow during 2014 to 23 was $596 billion, marking a golden era. That is twice the inflow during 2005 to 14. For encouraging sustained foreign investment, we are negotiating bilateral investment treaties with our foreign partners in the spirit of First Develop India. FDI is First Develop India. Reforms in the states for Vikasit Bharat. Many growth and development enabling reforms are needed in the states for realizing the vision of Vikasit Bharat. A provision of 75,000 crore rupees as 50-year interest-free loan is proposed this year to support those milestone-linked reforms by the state governments. Societal changes. The government will form a high-powered committee for an extensive consideration of the challenges arising from fast population growth and demographic changes. The committee will be mandated to make recommendations for addressing these challenges comprehensively in relation to the goal of Vikasit Bharat. Amrit Kal as Kartavya Kal. Our government stands committed to strengthening and expanding the economy with high growth and to create conditions for people to realize their aspirations. Honorable Prime Minister, in his Independence Day address to the nation in the 75th year of our Republic, said, and I quote, "We commit ourselves to national development with new inspirations, new consciousness, new resolutions as the country opens up immense possibilities and opportunities. It is our Kartavya Kal." Unquote. Every challenge of the pre-2014 era was overcome through our economic management and our governance. These have placed the country on a resolute path of sustained high growth. This has been possible through right policies, true intentions, and appropriate decisions. In the full budget in July, Honorable Speaker, our government will present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat. Revised estimates. Revised estimates of 2023-24. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 27.56 lakh crores of rupees, of which the tax receipts are 23.24 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of total expenditure is 44.90 lakh crore rupees. The revenue receipts at 30.03 lakh crore rupees are expected to be higher than the budget estimate, reflecting strong growth momentum and formalization in the economy. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 5.8% of GDP, improving on the budget estimate, notwithstanding moderation in the nominal growth estimates. Budget estimates for 2024-25. Coming to the year 2024-25, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 30.80 and 47.66 lakh crore rupees respectively. The tax receipts are estimated at 26.02 lakh crore rupees. The scheme of 50-year interest-free loan for capital expenditure to states will be continued this year with an outlay of 1.3 lakh crore rupees. We continue on the path of fiscal consolidation, as announced in my budget speech of 2021-22, to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% by 25-26. The fiscal deficit in 2024-25 is estimated to be 5.1% of GDP, adhering to that path. So the gross and net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.13 lakh crore rupees and 11.75 lakh crore respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. Now that the private investments are happening at scale, the lower borrowings by the central government will facilitate larger availability of credit for the private sector. Vote on account. I'll be seeking vote on account approval of the Parliament through the appropriation bill for a part of the financial year 2024-25. I will now move to Part B. Honorable Speaker, sir, over the last 10 years, the direct tax collections have more than trebled and the return filers swelled 2.4 times. I would like to assure the taxpayers that their contributions have been used wisely for the development of the country and welfare of its people. I appreciate the taxpayers for their continued support. The government has reduced and rationalized tax rates. Under the new tax scheme, there is now no tax liability for taxpayers with income up to 7 lakh rupees, up from 2.2 lakh rupees in the financial year 2013-14. The threshold for presumptive taxation for retail businesses was increased from 2 crores to 3 crores. Similarly, the threshold for professionals eligible for presumptive taxation was increased from 50 lakh rupees to 75 lakh rupees. Also, corporate tax rate was decreased from 30% to 22% for existing domestic companies and to 15% for certain new manufacturing companies. Honorable Speaker, sir, in the last 5 years, our focus has been to improve taxpayer services. The age-old jurisdiction-based assessment system was transformed with the introduction of faceless assessment and appeal, thereby imparting greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability. Introduction of updated income tax returns, a new Form 26AS, and pre-filling of tax returns have made filing of tax returns simpler and easier. Average processing time of returns has been reduced from 93 days in the year 2013-14 to a mere 10 days this year, thereby making refunds faster. Indirect taxation. By unifying the highly fragmented indirect tax regime in India, the GST has reduced the compliance burden on trade and industry. The industry has acknowledged the benefits of GST. According to a recent survey conducted by a leading consulting firm, 94% of industry leaders view the transition to GST as largely positive. According to 80% of the respondents, it has led to supply chain optimization, as elimination of tax arbitrage and octroi has resulted in disbanding of checkposts at the state and city boundaries. At the same time, tax base of GST more than doubled, and the average monthly gross GST collection has almost doubled to 1.66 lakh crores this year. States too have benefited. States' SGST revenue including compensation released to states in the post-GST period of 2017-18 to 2022-23, has achieved a buoyancy of 1.22. In contrast, the tax buoyancy of state revenues from subsumed taxes in the pre-GST 4-year period of 2012-13 to 2015-16 was a mere 0.72. The biggest beneficiaries are consumers, as reduction in logistic cost and taxes have brought down prices of most goods and services. We have taken a number of steps in customs to facilitate international trade. As a result, the import release time declined by 47% to 71 hours at inland container depots, by 28% to 44 hours at air cargo complexes, and by 27% to 85 hours at seaports over the last 4 years since 2019, when the national time release studies were first acted. Tax proposals. As for tax proposals, in keeping with the convention, I do not propose to make any changes relating to taxation and propose to retain the same tax rates for direct and indirect taxes, including import duties. However, certain tax benefits to startups and investments made by sovereign wealth or pension funds, as also tax exemption on certain income of some IFSC units, are expiring on 31/3/2024. To provide continuity in taxation, I propose to extend the date to 31/3/2025. Moreover, in line with our government's vision to improve ease of living and ease of doing business, I wish to make an announcement to improve taxpayers' services. There are a large number of petty, non-verified, non-reconciled, or disputed direct tax demands, many of them dating as far back as 1962, which continue to remain on the books, causing anxiety to honest taxpayers and hindering refunds of subsequent years. Honorable Speaker, sir, I propose to withdraw such outstanding direct tax demands up to 25,000 rupees pertaining to the period up to financial year 2009-10 and up to 10,000 rupees for financial years 2010-11 to 2014-15. This is expected to benefit about 1 crore taxpayers. 1 crore taxpayers would benefit out of this. Economy then and now. In 2014, when our government assumed the reins, the responsibility to mend the economy step by step and to put the governance systems in order was enormous. The need of the hour was to give hope to the people, to attract investments, and to build support for the much-needed reforms. The government did that successfully, following a strong belief of nation first. The crisis of those years has been overcome, and the economy has been put firmly on a high, sustainable growth path with all-round development. It is now appropriate to look at where we were then. I repeat, it is now appropriate to look at where we were then till 2014 and where we are now, only for the purpose of drawing lessons from the mismanagement of those years. The government will lay a white paper on table of the House. The exemplary track record of governance, development, and performance, effective delivery, and Jan Kalyan has given the government trust, confidence, and blessings of the people to realize whatever it takes, the goal of Vikasit Bharat, with good intentions, true dedication, and hard work in the coming years and decades. With this, Honorable Speaker, I commend the interim budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
आइटम नंबर 2 श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण जी।
So, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003, medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। माननीय मंत्री जी विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
So I introduce the bill.
सभा की कार्रवाई शुक्रवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Well, viewers, the top news, of course, coming out of that is that there has been no monumental announcement in tune, really, with what was to be expected from the finance minister in a simple vote on account. Yes, there have been a lot of promises that have been made to various sections of the society, but fundamentally, if the middle class was expecting tax breaks, if corporate India was expecting tax breaks, that hasn't quite happened. Also, of course, the one headline that's probably going to stir the markets and perhaps already has is that the economy is on fiscal glide path, which is fundamentally important to those who are looking at the health of the economy. At least that's what we are being told. Let me bring you in on this, Gaurav. Let me just bring you in on some of the points that perhaps you will take away from this. But let me tell you, before we move to our experts, very, very quickly, viewers, it has been a very workmanlike focus by Nirmala Sitharaman on charting out what is really going to be a disciplined approach to expenditure, keeping within very narrow limits and benchmarks that the government had set for itself. Revenues have exceeded expectations. Large number of important provisos been made to keep continuity as the basis really for moving forward, but fundamentally no big bang announcements coming through. So if there was an expectation that there would be a huge splurge before the elections, that hasn't quite happened, and that was perhaps expected in line really with some of the other budgets that have been put out there by the Modi government. People were expecting, of course, greater increase corrected to inflation in certain heads of direct benefit transfers to farmers, etc. That hasn't quite also happened. The Prime Minister had made it quite clear that this would be a vote on account. It perhaps tells you that the government is quite confident of its electoral prospects going forward. It did not want to risk any of the hard work, the legacy that they have really built up in trying to sort of put together what has been a fundamentally disciplined outlook to expenditure. So that is something that it's quite clear that the government didn't want to sort of squander, and therefore we have seen the government sticking very, very closely to some of its own expectations of itself, especially when it comes to fiscal consolidation. Let me just walk you through some of the points that, of course, have been made by Nirmala Sitharaman in that budget. She's talked about coming back, increasing the ease of living, enhancing India's energy security, mass transport augmentation, middle class, especially the younger middle class, a housing plan for the middle class which is going to be sort of unrolled, a capex outlet hiked by 11%, which is a fundamental headline, women emancipation, especially focusing on women health, a large number of announcements under that, 50-year interest-free loans for the private sector is something that will enthuse a large number of those who are looking to start up companies, etc. Free ration for 80 crore Indians and 517 new routes to enable passenger travel. So that is something that the government has put out there, apart from, of course, focusing on some of its achievements. The first half, the first 25 minutes of the speech focused on how the government has actually come out there and improved ease of living and, of course, the top-line numbers of the government. Let's go across and get some reactions from the CI. R. Dinesh is there with us. Mr. Dinesh, how do you see the government, vote on account?
Start? So, the immediate reaction, thank you for joining us today. The immediate reaction would be that the consolidation of the fiscal deficit, and I think our recommendation initially was 5.4%, but it's a 5.1% is obviously a very significant step forward. But at the same time, not sacrificing the focus on growth, so the capex spend has increased by almost 11.1%, which is also very good. So the continued focus on infrastructure growth takes place. The third aspect, which is very important, is the focus on the rural sector and also the 4 aspects of women, the farmer and the poor being taken care of. The continuation of the housing, both for women as well as for the rural sectors, are all very welcome. So this takes care of the equitable growth approach of the government. And we have to wait and see regarding the direct tax and indirect tax proposals. As the finance minister has said, that will be taken up only in the final budget. So therefore, this budget does not cover that. So as far as we are concerned, it's a very positive step forward with regard to having the headroom available for growth, considering the fiscal deficit and also the focus on equitable growth. From an industry perspective, obviously we will wait for the main budget to come to look at that details. Thank you.
Well, a short statement there from the CII. But as I was telling you, viewers, the focus really is on reassuring India that fiscal consolidation, the glide path to those fiscal numbers is very much in place, and that has seen already the market reacting extremely positively. So very, very important, because there was always this apprehension that in an election year there would be this lurch towards splurging, to be putting out schemes, etc., that would break the bank, so to speak, and send our glide path towards fiscal consolidation haywire. But that has not happened. It tells you that the government is quite, at this moment, secure in its own political and electoral prospects, which is a very important signal that has come out from the Modi government, because fundamentally it has eschewed any real populism. Infra growth, the capex expenditure has been hiked by 11%. Continued focus on infra. There has been visible changes in and around us. When we look at roadways, etc., those that were expecting tax breaks come away disappointed. We continue with the same tax slabs for both direct and indirect taxes, personal and corporate. So no changes there, which was to be perhaps expected. As I had said in the very beginning, viewers, that a government conscious of its legacy, which has been a disciplined one, would not really go there and break the bank, and that has not happened. Rural sector getting a lot of attention in this budget, so did women. And let's try to get some initial assessments. First from you, Mr. Chikkarmani. What do you make of Nirmala Sitharaman's vote on account budget?
It is as predicted. Earlier I had written, and in the morning we had discussed also on this, that she will continue to keep fiscal consolidation in mind. She'll keep it going. There will be no new tax policies or any kind of rebates, etc. coming, and she has done exactly that. This was a vote on account, and a vote on account is what she has delivered. I had also forecasted that she would talk about the past 10 years and give a vision for the next, for the future. She did that, though I feel it wasn't adequate. I had expected her to speak far more on the vision, on the way forward, on the celebrations of the past. She has refrained from doing so, and maybe that's...
Why do you think? Why do you think? Because this was a great opportunity to talk up her 10 years, with 7 years, so as she's concerned as finance minister and her record, and of course 3 years prior to that.
Yeah. So I don't know why this understated, subdued, it is very unlike this government, which takes the smallest of all points and makes a big deal out of it, or at least talks about it. It's a government that communicates. At every level. In this budget, there was communication on the big issues, but I think she didn't go down the way I had expected, and I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I would have thought that in the run-up to the elections, this is one major policy space where you get to say what you want to say, at least on the economic policy front. Maybe why she has held back, to answer your question, I don't know.
Maybe it's a signal that the government is quite confident that the people appreciate the work that it is doing, and therefore it doesn't really need to go out there and publicize much beyond. Perhaps that's one of the reasons. Anand Narasimhan also here with us. Let me just very quickly come to you, Sandarajan. What do you make of today's speech?
Look, I think it was exactly what it was supposed to be, which is a vote on account. So if you see, there was a constant reference to what was happening for the 10 years and a lot of remarks on the side about the previous, the 10 years back up to 2014, the economic mess that there was and what this government and these, the 10 years have done. But, and I don't think, quite frankly, that there would have been any big budget announcements now, but there was a lot of, she did allude to preparing a more, in terms of a framework, in terms of a vision, very confidently saying that when we come in July and present the budget, we'll give you a very detailed plan, which means they already know.
Well, the glide path to 5.1%, do you think that's realistic, that number?
I think it's a good aspiration. And I think given what it is, and given they have been generally fiscally prudent, yes. And for the first time, though, it's not dependent on disinvestment, which I think is great, because usually your fiscal targets have been largely dependent on disinvestment. So I need to look at the budget details, the documents, to see whether there's a disinvestment target, because it's been a mess, quite frankly.
I don't think there was, I may not have heard, but I didn't think that there was anything explicit.
My point, exactly, that the fiscal targets, whatever they've said, the fiscal deficit targets, has not been actually based on that. The other variable that I would be very interested in looking at, even though she said that your income tax collections have gone up and the number of income tax payers have gone up. If you look at the last 2 or 3 budgets, you will see that the revenue deficit's actually been dropping. There's been a problem there. So I would be very curious to see how that aligns now in terms of numbers with the increases that are here, but whether the revenue deficit has actually changed.
Anand?
Well, we got Himal and Gulzar here, so let's say namaste and Jai Hind to everybody here in the studio. The fact is that she's not done anything superlative. Yeah. There's no headline. For us news buffs, it's quite dull, isn't it? But from the industry point of view, she stayed the path. The government is saying we are going to continue to do what we are doing and we are on track. Now my question is, when will private sector start also oiling the wheels?
No, so one thing is, honestly, from the news, yes. From an industry perspective, no news is good news in a way. From an industry, it gives a feeling of stability and continuity. So to that extent, I think it is good. And as a vote on account, we didn't expect anything major.
Yeah.
But what we did expect, I would personally expect two things, out of which one has happened, i.e. things which were expiring, she did mention, are extending. We will look at the fine print, i.e. the manufacturing company incentives and all. Though frankly, my take on that is that you cannot keep on extending it by 1 year each. If you look at last year, you extend 1 year.
Correct.
For a private sector, you don't decide for 1 year. If you are setting up a plant, you will need at least 2 to 3 years horizon.
Correct.
So that would be one, which is extending. The other was the simplification process. So on whether it's on the personal taxation
Right.
or on the corporate side, for example, there was a want of TDS provisions to be simplified.
Yes.
I thought that would be something that could have been done even on a vote of account. So that's an area where I would have expected some things to come in, which has not. We'll look at the fine
Well,
print.
from a government perspective, are they very clear on the fact that we've done what we had to do? This is perhaps a report card, and the confidence that the Prime Minister exuded, saying the rest we'll do once we are back in government. Now, you think that sense will continue? The stock markets so far are up, they are not down.
So I think if you see, first of all, let's talk about some figures, right? They talked about increase in tax collections year on year.
Right.
So this time the estimate is around 26 lakh crore will come from tax collections against 23 lakh crore last year. So you see constant increase in tax collections. That's an indication of, increasing the tax base as well as improvement of compliance, right? So that's
Correct.
one key aspect I wanted to highlight. No change in any tax rate. Today, I'm sure they did not make any announcement about it, but 2 days ago, government has already made some announcement and issued some concessions on customs duty for mobile phone manufacturing industry.
Correct.
Which were effective from 30th January. So that is something that they had planned to sort of increase the value addition for the manufacturing activities in India. But today's focus was specifically to talk about how GST has increased the tax base, how successful it was. They mentioned the report of Deloitte as well, saying that 94% companies
Yes.
feel that it was a largely a positive move, and the tax base increased twice. So I think these are the key indicators that the government has actually talked about, rather than saying that what they are going to do in today's budget. So as expected, not too many reforms, not too many changes, but still directionally they have given some sort of indication on growing economy, growing tax base and increasing tax
So
revenues.
growing economy, growing tax base, the GST numbers, the last month, Gautam Chikarmane, is about 1.72 lakh crores, and she said that we have averaged about 1.64 lakh crore month on month. So that is a significant number compared to when people said nobody is going to pay GST and you are not going to get any revenue at all. But is this an indicator that the private sector is biting the bait? Is it? Are we going to see?
I don't think
that,
you have any
or
option.
they'll say, "Ab May ke baad dekhte hain."
Yeah, I don't think there is any option. I think if there is a tax system in place, private sector has to bite into it. And I find that instead of managing 17 kinds of taxes, indirect taxes, now if there is only one kind of a bureaucracy that the corporate sector has to engage with, it's definitely a better system. And you can see the numbers are growing. I see them moving towards 2 lakh crore per month very soon.
Let me ask you this. Have they done enough to not do anything in this vote on account budget? The government?
No.
A vote on account, I think these are speculations for the July budget. This a vote on account by its very definition is restrictive in its expression. But I think the next budget in July, in July, that's where a lot of debate, etc. would happen. By the way, did you, everybody seems to have missed it, or maybe I'm the only one who noticed it, the geopolitics in the budget. Did you hear the stress on Lakshadweep?
Yes.
And I think these are the subtle messaging, because the world is now watching India's budgets, and perhaps that was one subtle message.
See, from on an everyday point of view, you would see most of the flights are full. Yes. Most of the connectivity is increased. Budget airlines are charging more than full service airlines, and they're still going full. Trains are going full. Connectivity has increased across the board. So somewhere somebody is making money. You have to accept that somewhere somebody is making money. Is that reflecting in the health of the economy?
It is. In fact, if you see, Gulzar also shared some numbers in terms of the direct tax. And And remember, the collection in the fiscal deficit of 1.1, the direct tax collections increases at modest of 10 or 11%,
Yes.
as compared to the current, which is around 15%. So in a way, to my side, it shows that it is increasing. Both the GST collections are increasing, your even direct tax collections are increasing, and increasing at a better rate than the inflation. So to my mind, that is a good sign that we are getting into more growth oriented and also more organized one. But to answer your earlier question, I felt, as you said, that there could have been something on the simplification part which could have been kind of also covered in this vote of account.
Could they have done that, Nirupama ji? Could they have announced something around simplification? Or do you think that the government today believes we have done enough in the last 4.5, 5 years to not do anything superlative or to try and give any fodder for anybody to say, oh, they are doing this because they are not, they are worried about what will happen in Lok Sabha 2024?
I think it is exactly that. See, because quite frankly, I think, I don't think they thought the need to do anything now. Clarifications, yes, but if you see, there were some interesting points. Lakshmadweep aside, which I also did pick up on, very subtle. As I said, the constant comparison, including the commissioning of a white paper to compare what this 10 years has been to the previous 10 years, which I think is telling as well. But that comparison is important. The constant reiteration saying we inherited a mess and we've now got you out of the mess. That. But also in terms of what they're allocating as long-term interest-free loans for states, whether it's for tourism, whether it's for innovation, whether it's for, I think in certain other sectors, I think that's also good because they are saying that we're giving states a lot of leeway.
Yeah, they're saying infrastructure building, anything that is going to do build infrastructure, manufacturing or services which is going to amplify and that it's going to have perhaps a ripple down effect across other states and other. We are ready to give you long-term interest-free loans, they're saying.
Not just, I think also, I think in some sense, it's good to be very neutral and say this is what we've done, as in taking a stock of where you are, what you have done so far, because then with a clear indication saying when we come back in July and when we present the budget in July, which is anyway a very positive way of saying we will do more.
Right. Let's ask this question of the industry. Let's go across to Shivani, who's there with members of the CII and FICCI, and ask them. The government is going to continue to spend and they're going to keep one track going. When is the private sector going to get hyperactive?
I have with me Mr. Nikhil Sahni, Chairman, CIA National Committee on Capital Goods and Engineering and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited. I also have with me Anshuman Magazine, Chairman and CEO, India, Southeast Asia and Middle East and Africa of CBRE. Anshuman Magazine, if I begin with you, there's a promise of 2 crore more houses in the next 5 years. That's a direct relation to your industry. That plus what else was the highlight for you?
I think biggest highlight was the increase of capex infrastructure.
11.
That continues. So that is a major one because that will bring in the all the construction activity, etc. What will happen on the housing front? She talked about encouraging middle class housing. Although there's no fine, we have to look at the fine print. There's no specifics what would be done for that. Rural, the low cost housing, increasing it to 2 crores by 25 is great. So any construction which happens has a multiplier impact on the economy. But the fact is what was expected, which in a way not for this budget, for next budget, is that in 2022, a lot of the incentives on the housing front were reduced or taken out. And the direct impact of that is that the construction of affordable housing, both construction, the supply side and the demand side is reduced since last year. So we are hoping in the next budget those incentives will come out because stats are clearly showing that the supply and demand both have reduced in the affordable housing category. Overall housing is done well, especially luxury and middle class, but mid housing, but more needs to be done. I think the other part, what I liked was she talked about tourism, new airports, skill development. Women were a major part of her speech. So all this will be positive, but as this was a vote on account budget, I think everything, she hit all the right chords, but there was no specifics what will be, what would the government do. I think that will come in the next budget.
Mr. Sahni, given that actually it was a very controlled, very prudent, very restricted and restrained vote on account by the finance minister, if there were any expectations of anything big bang, it did quite happen. But you would be also happy with the capex expenditure at 11% increase?
Very happy. I think you have to read between the lines. Firstly, everyone knew that this was a vote of accounts coming into today. So firstly, to not have a mention of a lot of policies which could have been seen as populist coming into election is a very big sign of the confidence that the finance minister and the government has going into elections. And also for today, this is a real strength that the government is showing that they are confident leading into the election in 2024, like in April. But I would say that when we look at the capex growth of 11.1%, given the fact that nominal GDP growth would be somewhere above 13%, of course, as a proportion, capex would come down as a percentage of GDP. But having said that, it has allowed for greater space, as the finance minister said, for the private industry to go out and build fixed capital formation. The research and development initiative, corpus of 1 lakh crore over 50 years at negligible or zero interest rate is something that's very encouraging. It's something that industry has been asking for a very long time. And it's very interesting that the finance minister has taken a route to not give this through a tax subsidy which has been given in other countries and which has really failed in India in the past. And so it'll be very interesting to see how this would get implemented. But after all, what we can see with this budget is a continuity of the schemes that the government has in place and really to build the capital stock of India. As Anshuman had pointed out, this could be in housing or other aspects of infrastructure development, but also in terms of the social capital that the government aims to build. So all in all, very encouraging, very positive, but we look forward to some of the nuances in this budget. And of course, the finance minister did point out that she would come out with a more articulate messaging on what Viksit Bharat and the schemes that they would have in July. So look forward to that.
In the meanwhile, there's been some concern over the private expenditure or investment not kicking in. Is there enough to kind of enthuse the industry as it stands?
Oh yes, most definitely, because I think from my perspective as someone who participates in the capital goods space as well as chairing this committee for CII, we see a great degree of enthusiasm around a number of sectors, especially climate change, and the finance minister was explicit in the country's commitment towards net zero by 2070. There's an enormous need for us to not only build the infrastructure, but also the capital equipment that will be required for that transition. Equally in areas such as railways, there's a need for us to be able to develop capabilities and capacity. And she did also mention about defense. Now, of course, details are not there, but very frankly, you do have to read between the lines.
Okay, read between the lines. Speaking about one of the things that the government had kind of initiated only just before the budget on 22nd of January, when the Prime Minister was there for the consecration ceremony as well, was 1 crore homes to get rooftop solarized power. And with that, 300 units of free electricity to these solar powered homes. That's a big futuristic vision, obviously tying into the net zero as well that the government has talked about.
Absolutely. Everywhere across the globe, this rooftop solar is a big movement, but solar itself, forget the rooftop solar. And I think this announcement, I was pleasantly surprised that they mentioned about rooftop solar, and this will make a huge difference because the electricity tariffs are quite high in our country. And some of the governments, state governments have won on that plank. So it must be really important that if they're giving subsidies on power. And I think one of the other challenges we have is that in many states we are subsidizing power and it's being misused. So anything we can do to do an alternate way, and solar is one of them, I think is very, very positive.
All right. So
again, you have to read between the lines. When you do have rooftop solar, you need to necessarily have smart meters because you have to have duality in terms of connections. So there's a lot that has to be implemented to allow for a scheme to get really utilized by the public. So
no, I really love the way the dimension that you brought in. There are a lot of subsidies that are given on electricity particularly, and concern has been growing what it does to state budgets and deficits particularly. On deficit, of course, Nirmala Sitharaman has talked about how it's 5.8 revised as far as the fiscal deficit for this year is concerned, and for next year estimated will be 5.1 with the long-term vision to bring it below 4.5. That's it from us. For the meantime, a big thanks for our guests for joining us. Back to you in the studio.
Well, thanks for that. So, rooftop solarized, we'll come to that because solar panels themselves are not very affordable, and there's dual meters somebody has to make them in such a way that these meters are not so expensive and it makes sense. So there are a lot of implementation aspects, but Himal, you're also saying that somewhere in terms of manufacturing, you wanted to highlight something?
Yeah, so I think one of the, you know, about this China Plus strategy and helping India make in India in order to promote manufacturing, there was this attractive tax rate of 15% that was introduced in 2019. Now that was due to expire on 31st March 24, i.e. that if you set up a new company and does manufacturing, you get this concessional rate of 15%.
Correct.
We did hear FM speak about incentivizing, you know, Make in India, and so I was hoping to see in the fine print that this would also get extended by year. But what the initial readings shows that it's extended only for startups and units in GIFT City. So to my mind, this is an important, you know, area that would
I'm
have
approaching it from a very layman's perspective, and please weigh in on it, Rahul, and you know, you can take it forward. If you want rooftop solarization, then you need to ensure 1 crore homes. That means you need to ensure that the solar panels are affordable. So somebody has to be able to make it in India. In Bharat, it has to be made. The meters have to be dual meters because of the 300 units free plus the units that you extra generate, that you have to hand it back to the transformer. So who's making those meters? Who's doing the implementation here? Interesting aspect that he says is that affordable homes have come down, but the medium and luxury homes have gone up. So how do I read something like this? So there are people who are making more money, they are getting richer, but there are those who need to be perhaps incentivized to be able to buy homes. Yes, somebody who's buying a home, I would like some more leeway as far as the interest on the home loan is concerned, depending upon the tenure and the duration. So some of those things, are we expecting all of this going forward? Yes, Nirupama, Gulzar, everybody. Gulzar.
So I'll talk about the rooftop solar to be very specific. See, last year government has introduced production linked incentive scheme, right, to incentivize manufacturing of these solar panels in India. But currently we don't have so much capacity, and at the same time the customs duty rates were increased, right. So we have currently 42% customs duty if I am importing a solar panel. Now I understand that that has been done to discourage import of solar panels, but currently India does not have the capacity, and therefore if we are actually willing to make these rooftop solar panels affordable, we need to come out with a phased manufacturing program, which actually used to be there few years ago. And until the present demand stabilizes, you should continue to provide some concessions in customs duty. And please keep in mind that any manufacturing industry which is set up, it takes 2 to 3 years time to stabilize and ramp up the demand, ramp up the production, and therefore that has to coincide with the phased manufacturing program on import of solar modules. So that's one point I just wanted to make on rooftop solar.
But the tendency tends to be to import more rather than manufacture at home. So somewhere you have to have you have to create a system or an environment where you force people to make here.
That's why.
See, there is a transition that's happened in the toy industry.
That's a phased manufacturing program I am referring to. Phased manufacturing program actually gives you customs duty concession on import of raw material.
Correct.
Right? So initially it starts with final product, and then it goes to raw material, and then finally it goes to level 2, level 3. So that's the phased manufacturing program I was also talking about. That I'm not saying that give customs duty exemption on solar panel to start with.
Imports, but raw material.
But raw material, give lot of concession to raw material so that industry starts manufacturing these items. And until there is a demand supply gap, you need to continue to provide even customs duty concession on some of these products, so that the targets, the ambitious targets that India has to set up a specific capacity of renewable energy products, those targets are also met.
July budget ke liye note bana lete hain.
Absolutely.
Let's they are not going to be able to do anything.
Yes, the demand supply mismatch in that sense, I agree. But I think where the government actually misses the mark multiple times is they themselves are a huge consumer. So why would you not set an example by converting all your ministry buildings, state and center, all your DDA equivalent or your housing complexes that the government builds, why would you not start there?
Correct.
Why would you not make them solar powered? That's your captive demand. The point is, if you're saying why is industry not producing, they may not produce because if it's a huge investment, notwithstanding your cuts in customs, notwithstanding any of the concessions that you're getting, but where is the demand? So you have captive demand that can be generated that easily. I think if you do that, if you make it mandatory, I think the supply will come, because then the demand is there. People will find a way to supply for that demand. And I think the government should be thinking about that.
Right. Let's just quickly go back to Shivani. She's got Vinayak Chatterjee with her. Yes, Shivani.
Thanks a lot for that, Anand. I want to go across to Mr. Vinayak Chatterjee, founder and managing trustee, the InfraVision Foundation, joining us. Vinayak Chatterjee, very restrained from the finance minister today. If there was any expectation of something to enthuse the masses or the public at large in an election year, it doesn't look like the government gave in to that. In fact, the government made a very fantastic announcement of a white paper on its economic policies that the government will present. That plus the continuation in this budget suggests a high amount of confidence. How did you read it?
Look, we must first remember that this is just an interim carry-on budget for the allowing the normal work of the Indian nation to carry on for the next 3-4 months. I will restrict my comments to infrastructure. That is what I'm supposed to normally monitor and speak on. And there has been, in the infrastructure circles, there has been a somewhat level of disappointment on the fact that the outlay has increased by only 11.1% vis-a-vis the last 2 years, which increased by 30% and 35% respectively. So if you are talking about an ongoing budget that keeps the same momentum, obviously it has not kept the same momentum of 30-35. And the belief among infra players is that since it's only an interim budget, when the final budget is formulated, whenever in June or July, that we will come back to levels of 30% growth, because that is what the nation requires. For example, if you really look at the economic policy of the government, it has very clearly been articulated as public expenditure, infrastructure, investment-led economic growth. So that infra investments then create a booster effect on the GDP. Now at 10 or 11%, if that is carried on, will not give the level of boost and impetus. So we need to go back to a 30-35% level, which I hope will happen when the final budget is ready. Back to you.
Right. In terms of infrastructure push, the government did announce 3 corridors for railways. Of course, not a lot of details that we have right now. They've talked about energy, mineral, cement, port connectivity, high traffic corridors, 40,000 bogies to be upgraded to Vande Bharat standards. Of course, you mentioned capex. You're not totally happy with it. You would have expected to be more. The government mentioned the capex outlay is 3.4% of the GDP currently. There is the net zero commitment. There is the blue economy commitment, etc. Overall, did you see the larger vision, at least in terms of the government, of what it wants to do for Viksit Bharat?
Look, there were some new buttons that were pressed, and I would like to commend the government for pressing those. In short, they relate to a major push on rooftop solar as a measure for poverty alleviation. It pushes PPP formats for agricultural storage. It announces 3 new railway corridors for energy, mineral and cement, which I think is part of the overall push on increasing the logistics efficiency. And it certainly pushes the green button by announcing VGF for offshore wind and coal gasification. So these are the buttons that have been pushed and they are welcome. And as I said, we look forward to a far more higher outlay when the final budget is announced, because that is what the nation would require as an investment-led strategy to boost GDP. Over to you.
The finance minister said the next 5 years will be years of unprecedented growth. Apart from what you've mentioned, of course, in fact, in terms of infrastructure outlay, what do you think makes the government so confident, given that everybody's been talking about the global headwinds that have been troubling other large economies? What keeps India in good stead, and why do you think the government is confident of the next 5 years being big for India?
Very simple. The fact that India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, and that is largely due to our domestic markets powering demand, and the large infrastructure outlays of the past, the high levels of infrastructure investments that have a very strong multiplier effect on the economy. the combination of these two actually gives a sense of confidence to the government, and therefore this confidence is also reflected in the shall we say, in the conservatism exhibited by keeping fiscal deficit within very, very acceptable levels. So these are the reasons that give confidence to the government.
All right. So much to look forward to as far as the full budget is concerned, and of course expectations will be higher. I do want to ask you very quickly as a parting question, there weren't any announcement in terms of, you know, income tax rationalization. There has been some comments about demand not picking up, particularly rural demand. Do you think the government maintained quite a lot of fiscal restraint and also political restraint in what it did today?
I think so. I think to be honest with you, this is not a time for addressing some of the macro issues in the country with the general election staring at us. I think the government has been fair in not making any big bang announcements. And all the issues you mentioned, I think the mandarins in the finance ministry are fully aware of these demands, these pulls and pressures. And I'm confident that, as usual, as demonstrated in the past, when the full budget is announced with a new government in around summer, these will be addressed.
All right, Vinayak Chatterjee from InfraVision, thanks a lot for joining us and giving us your first comments on the budget speech. Back to you in the studio.
Well, thanks for that. And let's quickly now get you a quick report card. We've got Prashant Pitti of Ease My Trip, Jayant Mehta also joining us in just a bit. And we'll also have Ravi Saxena joining us. But first, a quick check of the report card. If we look at agriculture, direct assistance given to 11 crore farmers. That's what one of the first things that the government has claimed, that this is what we've been able to achieve as far as agriculture is concerned. In terms of employment, they are saying crop insurance has been given to 4 crore farmers. So that's another aspect with under agriculture that will be covered. Let's look at the next point as it comes in on the conveyor belt. It is about employment. Skill India has trained more than 1.1 crore youth. That's a sizable number, ladies and gentlemen, but this has to go into 10. That's what we need to do if we need skilled employment, if given to meet market needs. And that's something which many people are saying. Skill training education is very, very important. Announcement that's been made is upgradation of 40,000 bogies to Vande Bharat. Vande Bharat becoming a very, very popular mode of transportation or commuting, especially the short distances, 4 to 6 hours, and more than 40,000 bogies will get that upgrade. Let's hope we behave as responsible citizens and we don't keep looting and plundering those bogies also or the compartments. Announcement. Port connectivity projects in islands. So Lakshadweep gets mentioned, Andaman Nicobar Islands get mentioned. So clearly there will be a geopolitics aspect and also the connectivity aspect and knowing a little more about our own country. Announcement scheme for housing for middle class, that is going to happen very soon. So that's the carrot that's been dropped. आने वाला है, हमको वापस लाओ, फिर हम ये करेंगे. So that is something which is again a certain level of politics. It's not about what I want for Lok Sabha 2024. It's about what we will give you if you bring us into power. 2 crore homes in 5 years under rural house plan. That's the next point that's been made. 2 crore ghar, and that the project as far as the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana is very, very aggressive. The PM and the PMO itself very closely monitoring the progress is there. Ayushman Bharat for Asha and Anganwadi workers. This is a big, big announcement and it will have a huge impact, especially with the Mahila voters. And these Asha and Anganwadi workers are the ones who are pushing rural education, rural health. They are the ones who ensured that the COVID vaccination happened. So big shout out to them. Government to encourage critical cancer, cervical cancer vaccination. This is a big announcement that's coming through and again oriented towards women and those as cancer becomes a huge, in fact there is research happening and by April, May, by the time the Lok Sabha elections happen, we will have something really, really cutting edge. We'll talk about it later. Interest-free loans for tourist centers. So that's another announcement that's been made. We'll get Prashant Pitti's reaction, whether it's going to ease everybody's trip or not in just a bit. But also building more connectivity, more airports. So this is another aspect in terms of services. New plans to strengthen deep tech in defense. This is another announcement that's been made as far as defense sector is concerned. Plenty of announcements across the sectors that have been made. This is the other one where payment security mechanism for EV buses. So this is again which is being pushed actively across municipalities, across cities, where build, operate, transfer kind of a model is being worked, where the ownership of the vehicle continues to remain with the manufacturer itself, and it reduces the capex from a particular state or a particular municipality for that. Funding for offshore wind energy, this is another big tech renewable source of energy, that is wind energy. Are we tapping enough? Are we doing enough? There is going to be funding for offshore wind energy that will be made available, because this is again a capital intensive project or an enterprise, ladies and gentlemen, and this is offshore wind energy. So that will funding will be provided. Another announcement. Prashant Piti is with us. Jayan Mehta, MD Amul, is also with us. Ravi Saxena, retail and consumer durable expert, also with us. Let's go straight across to them. Namaste, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat to everybody. Let me first start with Jayan Mehta ji. Jayan ji, you weren't expecting much, but is the economy, is the government on track? And are you looking forward to the carrots that have been offered post the elections?
Let's look at it in a very positive manner, because Honorable Finance Minister did mention that India is the largest producer of milk in the world. And more importantly, this is the time to prepare for India to become a dairy to the world. And if India today produces almost 24% of the total milk in the world, in another decade, we will be about 1/3 of the total milk in the world. So this will not necessarily come from more number of cows, more number of cattle, but improvement in productivity. So the announcement of a blueprint being made for a comprehensive dairy development program in the country indeed is a very, very welcome step for all the milk producers in the country, and more than 10 crore families in India depend on dairy for their livelihood. And milk is also the largest agricultural crop of India. So a combination of all these three sounds very, very good for the support which will be given by the government in improving the productivity of the large number of cattle that our farmers have. And so we indeed welcome this new announcement by the Honorable Finance Minister and the Government of India.
Jayanji, this is the cooperative movement. Amul is actually taking the cooperative movement into areas where there were none. You're doing something in Jammu and Kashmir, in Pulwama, I'm aware. You're doing something in the northeast. But is there cooperation amongst the cooperatives also? Because it's collectively a Bharat story.
Yes, absolutely. This is right. Because the replication of Amul model, Amul started way back in 1946. But the replication of this model in different states of the country under the Operation Flood program has made India the largest producer of milk in the world. More importantly, if you connect the new and the announcement made by the Honorable Prime Minister in the last year's Independence Day speech, which was reiterated by Honorable Finance Minister today, that if we talk about the forecasts that the government is currently looking at, be it the Garib, be it women, be it youth, or the Annadata or the farmer, cooperatives are the one unifying link for all these four. And the strong dairy cooperative movement, a strong cooperative movement in the country, the announcement of a formation of a new Ministry of Cooperation, which is 2 years back, which has resulted into multiple steps for strengthening the cooperative movement, and the support to be given to all the small and marginal farmers and the producers in the country will actually make this dream of Viksit Bharat very, very successful.
True, because nearly 70 products, not just milk, milk-affiliated, milk-derived, dairy-derived products which are there, more than 70. If Bharat can become one of the top manufacturers across at least even 30 or 40 of these products, we'd have a huge story that we can take to the world. Ravi Saxena, retail and consumer durable expert, are you looking forward to that happening? And does this vote on account give you confidence to look forward to what could come in July?
Yeah, absolutely. I look at the budget very positively. First, it's a non-political budget. The government has stayed away from making any politically sensitive SOPs announcements, which kind of displays the confidence of the government in itself and its probable re-election. And they have presented a very positive picture about that. The second thing is almost every single item was towards Viksit Bharat, towards the developmental belief that the government has had. And also the times that we are living in, as you said earlier in the show, that in a world which is surrounded by wars and misery and deflation, India is the bright spot. And I think the budget was, without making it very overt or over the top, it was a very positive picture portrayed in that direction. So absolutely, I see it that way. And particularly, there are many things regarding our industry, which is retail and consumer sector. which are positive. Home appliances, that is our sector. And the addition of new homes, 2 crore new homes have been announced. And we all know that when a person moves away from a hut or a rented small premise into their own home, the confidence level to invest in appliances increases multifold and has a multiplier effect on the economy. 10 million solar installations in homes, making them net producers of electricity, saving that essential 15,000 rupees per annum for them. It means a lot, because in 15,000 per annum, you can fill your home with appliances, and when you are not concerned about kitne watt electricity kharch ho gayi. So that is a very key element. So absolutely it will happen. Just to give you a little insight, the adoption of kitchen appliances in the country today is in less than 20% homes.
Correct.
A simple mixer grinder is in 35% homes, which means 2/3 of India does not even have the most essential first product that people buy when they start cooking at home, which is a mixer grinder. So one can imagine that when these people who don't have their own homes and are struggling for electricity or paying the bill, when they come into this fold, it is going to really boost this sector.
But is that a consumption problem, Raviji, or is it a manufacturing and distribution issue?
No, it's not at all a manufacturing problem, because I believe in the spirit of the Indian entrepreneur. So earlier in the program, it was mentioned that regarding solar panels, that why is there a high customs duty?
Right.
My belief is there should be a high customs duty, because the way I have seen the Indian entrepreneurs produce in India, make in India in the last 4 years, post-COVID, post-Galwan, it's unbelievable. We used to import, because we are a high-end brand. We used to import a lot of our products from Europe, Korea, even China. And I can tell you now, 3/4 of our production, actually about 83% of our goods are manufactured in India. And this I couldn't have fathomed 3 years ago. The vendor ecosystem has gotten developed. And it has gotten developed not because of high customs duties, but because of non-tariff barriers, which have motivated people to bring first the semi-knockdown kits, then the completely knockdown kits and assemble in India. And the moment that starts, people start applying their mind. What else can I do? Which mold can I make here? Which screw, which part, which PCB I can manufacture here? And before you know it, 70-80% of the product is being made in India. So the vendor ecosystem is absolutely booming. The manufacturing sector is beginning to boom. We can see the green shoots. I think this will just multiply. And these kind of supports in infrastructure, logistics, they will all go on to help it.
Well, Gulzar was also saying phased manufacturing as a strategy, and he said make the customs duty on the import of raw materials. Lower that, lower that, so that you can make it here at a cheaper cost. The full kit or the actual panel, you have high customs duty levies there, that's all right. But at least the raw material and the other aspects, you can reduce it and encourage phased manufacturing. Prashant Pitti?
Look, I can talk about my industry. It's not like that. The raw material or the finished goods have the same level of duty, which in our industry is 20%. And it works. It works because, when you are importing only 20-30%, basically the chips and some high-end parts in India, I think you can afford that duty. And even the Chinese suppliers are very smart. They know how to capture the market. They give you better rates also.
Right. Prashant Pedi, thank you for your patience. Before I come across to you, just quickly, I want to ask Jayanji. Jayanji, by when will Bharat be ready to export milk and dairy products?
No. India is exporting, and Amul is also exporting to more than 50 countries. The key thing in international business is the lower prices in the international market thanks to subsidies offered by several countries. Now, in our case, we have to see that our farmers get a good and a remunerative price of milk, and we don't import, which is what is subsidized or dumped into our country. So this is a fair balance we need to take. When I said India is the largest producer of milk in the world, it also means India is also the largest consumer of milk in the world.
Yes.
So the Atmanirbhar story in milk is one of the shining examples. And you could see the resilience of this entire supply chain even during the worst period of COVID and subsequently the wars and other things which happened. But there was not a shortage of any quantity of milk in the country anywhere. So this is where our story is. And encourage local production, encourage local consumption, create a market for the branded products in different parts of the world. And this is how the story grows.
Because the Doodh story is a big story for us. It's also become a pain point for certain nations who want the dairy market and access to the dairy market. And Bharat has said, no, this is our own and we are going to develop it ourselves and we're not going to open it up. So even in the free trade agreement, it is 98%. That 2% left with certain nations is this entire dairy market. But Prashant Piti, is my trip not to Maldives but to other destinations, including Lakshadweep. How do you look at the vote on account and perhaps the impending budget in July?
No, Anand, firstly, I echo the same thoughts as Mr. Jayan and Mr. Ravi has shared. We wholeheartedly welcome this interim budget. Government has not done anything super fancy because knowing that there is election coming. However, among the top 20 things if government has set in this interim budget, I think about 3 or 4 of them were related to tourism industry. And the emphasis on tourism clearly tells me that government for the first 5-6 years was more focused on Make in India. Now the government is more focused on travel in India as a campaign. With the connectivity of the ports to the Lakshadweep and Andamans, with talking about spiritual tourism, I believe that for example, if you only take about 10 years ago, there were only about 20 to 25,000 tourists who were going to Banaras on daily basis. Now that number has jumped to 5 lakh on daily basis. Now, even if, a person spends 1,000 rupees in that city, just bare minimum 1,000 rupees per day, we are talking about humongous amount of money coming to Banaras for infrastructure development as a growth factor for that particular city. Similarly, if we start having such impetus for various locations, tourist locations, which are sort of a hidden gem but not created so much, we really believe that Ayodhya will easily surpass Banaras in next couple of years. Ayodhya should see about 10 lakh tourists on daily basis.
अभी तो 7 दिन में 13 लाख हो गए.
But that number is basically going to plateau or decline after some time. So the steady state number which we are anticipating is about 10 lakh tourists on daily basis. What the number should look like. So clearly, and Ayodhya could actually become the next Vatican city for the world, not just for the India but for the world. And the other point which they talked about.
So there are consultants, there are real estate people, there are investors, everybody is sitting here. I think all of you should say, like, we'll not only send the tourists up to Ayodhya or connect them, but we'll also start building infrastructure so that they have places to stay. Because there are now 10 cities that have come up to facilitate the Pran Pratishtha, but those 10 cities cannot thrive and survive and hold the kind of thing. So that's where the infrastructure aspect comes. Jayanji, Raviji and also Prashant, if you would please stay on with us. It's a great conversation. I just want to bring in some of our silent partners in the mix, sitting in the studio also to join in on the conversation. Gautam Chikarmane, do you want to take this forward? Encouraging words coming in from certain entrepreneurs. Yes.
No,
you have made a lot of notes, so let me ask you.
I was just reading the budget. It's now available. So I was just reading the budget and I'm very happy to see some changes. One is that corporation tax as a percentage of the budget has increased from 15% to 17%.
Okay.
That talks about tax compliances. Yes. Income tax has increased from 15% to 19% of the budget. That's a very, very big deal. And together, and GST is increased marginally by 1 percentage point. This is a very, very big deal. But this is nothing compared to what's happened on the borrowing side. From 34% of the budget, the borrowings are now down to 28%. I think that is going to impact inflation. All the inflationary expectations will come down. And yet the government is able to do what it wants to do with this kind of public finances. And if this trend continues in July and next year, I think we are in a very good situation.
Anything you would like to exchange with what Ravi and Prashant would had to say? Hemal, Gulzar? Yeah.
No, I think as he mentioned in terms of the increase, and always remember, the direct tax increase is always a good sign as compared to indirect tax. So I'm quite happy with indirect tax increasing because then it impacts everybody in an equal manner, a poor man as well as a rich man. But the direct tax moving by 19%, I think is a good sign for an economy and our buoyancy, tax buoyancy.
So there is more tax compliance that's happening. Raviji was talking about the solar panels and the customs duty. He says, I think there should be strong customs duty. Gulzar, you want to weigh in on that?
No, so I think ethos are same because everybody wants to manufacture in India. And we need to build such an ecosystem so that that the reliance on import is reduced to a great extent. But as I said, I stand by what I said, that there has to be a method to this entire process, and you need to actually weigh in the demand supply gap. Right. Otherwise, it's going to impact the ambitious plans that government might have about growth, manufacturing, etc. So I think that needs to be kept in mind. Overall, yes, manufacturing is something that generates a lot of employment for the people. It actually, creates infrastructure. It, again, employment, revenue. So it's like a ripple effect on the economy, and therefore we are all aligned. My point was limited to having a phased approach by looking into demand
and
supply
having
gap.
a plan to it.
Add to his one point, sorry, and then is just a point that you made also earlier on the offshore wind farm. I think that is a good step because from a energy perspective, from a renewable, let's say, we started with wind, we are good in solar, and therefore all the good sites, are already taken, the prices are. India with a wonderful coastline, frankly, we have not really tapped the offshore wind farm. And I think with the government planning to support that, if you go back in days, even the solar was priced at, 17 rupees against 5, and there was a generation-based incentive of 12 rupees given. I think somewhere on the offshore wind farm, the support that the government will give with the wonderful coastline we have will go a long way in the renewable energy targets that we have set for ourselves.
True. I think Prashant Pitti and Jayan Mehta have just dropped off. We'll try and see if they are there. Ravi is still with us. Coming to you, Ravi, in just a bit. Yes, Nirupama.
No, actually, because I think Rahul was asking also earlier about the subsidy. So I looked at it. Interestingly, I think the figures to look at are the fuel subsidy. If you see 2022, the spend was actually about 6.8 thousand crores as far as fuel subsidy. The budget estimates for this year, 23-24, was 2,200 crore. Revised estimate went up from 2,200 to 12,240. So look at the jump in terms of what has happened in 1 year of what they estimated as fuel subsidy and what has happened. And for next year, the estimates are about 11,000 or 12,000 crore. All the other subsidies, whether it's fertilizer or food, we've seen a systematic reduction, which is very good. But with fuel subsidy, this is actually one of the first times I've seen such a gross mismanagement of estimate in terms of subsidy.
No, but that was also, you would also say it's an extraneous circumstance because of the Russia-Ukraine war, the oil compulsions that we had in terms of, and now we've got a problem in
I think Iran so, and I think that's what has.
So it's like war all around, and we are the biggest importers of fuel.
I agree. So coming back to that, so I think that's the justification, and rightfully so because of what has happened. But what is interesting is, given even this kind of increase, you are still able to actually stick to your fiscal deficit target of about 5.8%. It's not bad, and the next currently at 5.8, and next year it's 5.1. So you're not actually looking at a very significant jump or reduction. It's very phased and very good. So I think it would be very doable in terms of what they want to do.
Also, the total subsidies are down from 7% to 6%.
Huge.
That's another big thing, Anand.
Because
subsidies generally tend to go up, and here we are seeing a consistently down from 9.86. Okay, it was low in 2021, then it jumped, and now we are back to the 6% mark.
6%.
I think this is another healthy.
So there is a reduction in subsidies, except for perhaps in fuel,
That's
where there's a huge up. Raviji, final question with you. Let me ask you, manufacturing, is there enough of a thrust that's happening? Is there enough and more manufacturing that's happening? Because for Bharat to become a Viksit Bharat and to be known as one of the powerful economies of the world, we have to be a very strong manufacturing hub. Are we in the right direction?
Oh, absolutely, Anand. I totally believe in that. I've been saying that for years. We have been talking about growth of service sector. And my stance has been that, India is too large to be supported just by services sector or trading sector. Manufacturing has to be our core. And I was the happiest when this government started talking about Make in India, because I know that we live in chaos. As Indians, our strength is to be able to build things out of chaos. And while I hear Gulzar Saab saying that, there has to be a method to the madness, but we are used to this. I think the Indian entrepreneurs will create infra out of madness, and they will be able to And there is no right time, because there is a right time and a wrong time for everybody. Whatever time you take the decision, people are in different phases. Absolutely. But I'll tell you a couple of things which I think government must do. One is PLI. I think PLI scheme is wonderful.
Right.
There used to be a lot of tax benefits based on geography, state-based. They have reduced by and large now over the last 2 decades. PLI is taking over, but PLI is limited to a few high-end sectors. I think manufacturing should not be limited to just a few high-end sectors like chip design or chip manufacturing or telecom or mobile manufacturing.
It needs to be opened up. Ravi, I'm interrupting you because I'm just taking it across to Shivani, who's got two very important guests with her at the CII hub. Over to you, Shivani.
Thanks a lot for that. Let me introduce two prominent industry voices joining me on two particular focus areas for the government. One is infrastructure and the other is renewable energy, and both were actually spoken about quite a bit. I'm joined with Deepak Shetty, Chairman, CII Infrastructure Council and CEO and MD, JCB India. With me is also Vishali N. Sinha, co-founder and chairperson, Sustainability Renew, a member of CII as well. Mr. Shetty, if I can begin with you. Expenditure, capital expenditure, 11.1% growth, 11 lakh crore increase, 3.4% of the GDP. Happy with that, or were you expecting more?
I think I'm very happy. First of all, obviously there can be sometimes a debate about the number in particular, but we should not forget about the base. I think with the recent last 2 or 3 budget announcements, we have seen continuous focus on infrastructure development. And also there was a bit of a concern that an interim budget before the election, sometimes does it take the focus away? I think what the Honorable Finance Minister has conveyed very strongly is the focus on infrastructure development is there, is going to continue. And the other good thing about this particular announcement is she has touched about various other elements of infrastructure development. For example, when we talk about infrastructure, we think only about roads, highways. She has spoken about investment in the railway infrastructure, the dedicated freight corridors, which will not only help in improving the connectivity, but also reduce the cost of logistics. If you look at from the business point of view, the logistics cost in India is between 12 to 13%. In the Western world, it is 8%. So you can appreciate that how much of the competitiveness of the products from India and also the time from the farm to market, etc., will benefit.
So you're talking about the energy, mineral, cement, port connectivity, and high traffic corridors that the minister has
spoken about. The other element she has spoken about is the tourism sector.
Yes.
And we have seen globally the multiplier effect the tourism sector has on creation of infrastructure and also creation of jobs. So I think this is very positive. The one more item I wanted to speak about, many times when we talk about infrastructure development, we only look at the central government or the national highways, etc. But I think the state governments also play a very important role. We have seen what has happened through the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, etc. The whole creation of rural infrastructure and the 75,000 crore support to the state governments. I'm sure part of that will be invested in creation of the rural infrastructure. So all the elements of infrastructure development have been covered. I will not talk about the green energy. I will leave it to Vaishali to comment on that.
Vaishali is the expert on that. A lot talked about. This has been a focus that the Prime Minister has made an international commitment on. Net zero by 2070. There's been offshore wind energy, classification, piped NG for households, e-vehicle support, and so much more. Blue economy being talked about. Again, tourism ties into that. How did you look at the entire scenario?
No, I think I was very pleased. I think unlike the weather outside, which has been grey, foggy and not very clear, I think the finance minister and our country's leadership is very clear about the direction in which they want to move. I think they've been quite clear about it since the time they took over in 2014. If I look at the renewable energy space and the climate energy transition area, I think India has been a margdarsha to the world. And I think it makes us very proud when we go out. It's made people like us, entrepreneurs like us, go out and do our work, execute, because we are in an environment where there are enabling policies. In this budget, I just felt that it was just a continuation of what has been good. So, and
the vision is there. Of course, a lot of the details will come possibly in the full budget, which is
obviously, this is an interim budget. But what I heard was, as you rightly pointed out, it was muft bijli.
It sounds lovely and it is very nice because you see at a policy level we've been doing well, especially at the national level. How we engage the subnational, how we engage individuals for the life mission. I think these are steps which will take us in that direction. And for example, so rooftop solar for 1 crore individuals, which will save them about 15 to 18 odd thousand per month is not a small amount. It is a small amount from the point of view of the kind of large impact it has, because it will help people think sustainability, walk sustainability, adopt sustainability. So that has been great. The viability gap funding for the offshore wind area has been pretty significant. These are incentives which are given to sort of kick-off sectors, right? And so the perception so far has been that offshore is very expensive, and it's a right perception for India. Such initiatives will help kickstart this area. So that was a nice sort of announcement. I think there were other announcements around biomanufacturing and foundry, etc. I think biomass related. So I think all of those things show that ye ek hara bhara budget hai.
So Hara Bhara Viksit Bharat.
Viksit Bharat. Right? Yeah.
So all of that vision ties in. But can I just ask you, because you know you're a NASDAQ listed company, how is the world looking at India? Because you know, most populous country in the world, looking for large growth and high growth very quickly, a lot of pressure on such developing economies. How is the world looking at India when it comes to green energy and renewable energy?
The world, as I said earlier on as well, is looking at India as a very inviting, progressive, committed country, which is one of the fastest growing even in the renewable space. If you look at our metrics, I mean, when we started, I think we were at about 75 gigawatts of goals, and now we're talking about 500 gigawatts. We're talking from 15 gigawatts per year generation to 50 gigawatts generation. I'm not sure if there's any other comparable country, developing anyone who has these commitments. And it's not only for India, but as you pointed out in your introduction, it is the commitment to integrate a global kind of energy landscape where we all work in a mutually beneficial manner. So your one world, one sun, all of that.
One world, one future, one family, everything ties in.
And also one grid, one sun. So there are lots of these jargons which I love in the budget, and I think there have been quite a few of these.
Speaking of jargons, this government has been very good at it. Nothing wrong with that. This budget was also about presenting a report card of the last 10 years. Mr. Shetty, what is your report card to the government for the last 10 years? Because continuation is the big theme. They're very confident. They've not done any big, announcements, nothing populist that one can, grab at. Exuding confidence that they'll do more as they go along. They don't need to do anything extra right now. Your report card for the last 10 years?
I think 10 years back, there was a thought, there were announcements, but one was a little hesitant to think that, well, will this be translated? I think last 10 years have shown us that things get translated on the ground, whether it is the roads, the airports, the connectivity, etc. that we have seen. And if you also take yourself a little away, also the health of the economy. JCB is a British company. We have invested 44 years back in India, and every year our investment is growing in India compared to any other part of the world, which is again tells you how positive the global investor is. But if you look at the key elements of the budget, whether it is the GDP growth, whether it is, and it is not the government talking about it, the latest IMF report continues to be the fastest growing economy, but also the health of that growth. It is not, the growth is not happening taking your eye away from fiscal deficit as 5.1% was spoken about, or the inflation which has been brought under control. And particularly if you look at what's happening in the geopolitical arena and considering our dependence on imported crude, etc., I think maintaining this discipline from the fiscal side, I think is very positive. So overall, if you ask me, from 10 years back to now, I think it has been a spectacular journey. But I can only say that there's still so much to do in the country that it's very heartening to see that the focus on infrastructure is going to continue for next few years.
Yeah, that certainly has been a commitment made by the government. 2047, India has to be a developed economy. The finance minister said the next 5 years are going to be years of unprecedented growth. That's the promise that the government is making. On that note, back to you in the studio.
Well, we got Sanjeev Srivastava and Naresh Trehan also should be joining us. Dr. Naresh Trehan and Kapil Mittal, international tax expert, with us at this point. So quickly, let me just bring in Kapil Mittal and Sanjeev Srivastava, and then Our guests in studio will take their thoughts also. Your thoughts, Kapil Mittal, are we on the right track? Gautam Chikarmani made some interesting observations. The government spending from direct tax has gone up by about 4%. Correct me if I'm wrong. 15 to 19%, Gautam?
From 15 to 19%.
15 to 19%, 4% it's gone up. The GST collections, averaging 1.64 lakh crores every month. So Nirmala Sitharaman ji is saying all is well. Kuch abhi nothing now. I'm not touching any of the taxations.
So this was what was expected from the budget actually. So we were not expecting that there would be any tax or direct or indirect tax announcement going to be happen. Yeah, there was some because we are Indians, we expect that there must be some kind of a freebies or something to get from the government. But government made it clear that this budget is interim and there would be no changes in the tax slab or others.
Please hold your thoughts, Kapil. PM Modi is speaking.
लेकिन ये बजट इंक्लूसिव और इनोवेटिव बजट है। इस बजट में कंटिन्यूटी का कॉन्फिडेंस है। ये बजट विकसित भारत के 4 स्तंभ युवा, गरीब, महिला और किसान सभी को एम्पावर करेगा। निर्मला जी का ये बजट देश के भविष्य के निर्माण का बजट है। इस बजट में 2047 के विकसित भारत की नींव को मजबूत करने की गारंटी है। मैं निर्मला जी और उनकी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, इस बजट में युवा भारत की युवा आकांक्षाओं का, भारत की यंग एस्पिरेशंस का प्रतिबिंब है। बजट में 2 महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय ले गए हैं। रिसर्च और इनोवेशन पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का फंड बनाने की घोषणा की गई है। बजट में स्टार्टअप्स को मिलने वाली टैक्स छूट के विस्तार का भी ऐलान किया गया है। साथियों, इस बजट में फिस्कल डेफिसिट को नियंत्रण में रखते हुए कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर को 11,11,111 करोड़ रुपए की ऐतिहासिक ऊंचाई दी गई है। अर्थशास्त्रियों की भाषा में कहें तो एक प्रकार से स्वीट स्पॉट है। इससे भारत में 21वीं सदी के आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण के साथ ही युवाओं के लिए अनगिनत रोजगार के नए अवसर तैयार होंगे। बजट में वंदे भारत स्टैंडर्ड की 40,000 आधुनिक बोगियां बनाकर उन्हें सामान्य यात्री ट्रेनों में लगाने का ऐलान किया गया है। इससे देश के अलग अलग रेल रूट पर करोड़ों यात्रियों में आरामदायक यात्रा का अनुभव बढ़ेगा। साथियों, हम एक बड़ा लक्ष्य तय करते हैं, उसे प्राप्त करते हैं और फिर उससे भी बड़ा लक्ष्य अपने लिए तय करते हैं। गरीबों के लिए हमने गांवों और शहरों में 4 करोड़ से अधिक घर बनाए। अब हमने 2 करोड़ और नए घर बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा है। हमने 2 करोड़ महिलाओं को लखपति दीदी बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा था। अब इस लक्ष्य को बढ़ाकर 3 करोड़ लखपति दीदी बनाने का कर दिया गया है। आयुष्मान भारत योजना ने गरीबों की बहुत मदद की है। अब आंगनवाड़ी और आशा वर्कर, उन सबको इस योजना का लाभ मिलेगा। साथियों, इस बजट में गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को एम्पावर करने, उनके लिए आय के नए अवसर बनाने पर भी बहुत जोर दिया गया है। रूफटॉप सोलर अभियान में 1 करोड़ परिवारों को सोलर रूफटॉप के माध्यम से मुफ्त बिजली प्राप्त होगी। इतना ही नहीं, सरकार को अतिरिक्त बिजली बेचकर लोगों को 15 से 20 हजार प्रति वर्ष की आय भी होगी और ये हर परिवार को होगी। साथियों, आज जिस इनकम टैक्स रेमिशन स्कीम की घोषणा की गई है, उससे मध्यम वर्ग के करीब 1 करोड़ लोगों को बड़ी राहत मिलेगी। पिछली सरकारों ने सामान्य मानवी के सिर पर दशकों से ये बहुत बड़ी तलवार लटका कर रखी थी। आज इस बजट में किसानों के लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और बड़े निर्णय लिए गए हैं। नैनो डीएपी का उपयोग हो, पशुओं के लिए नई योजना हो, पीएम मत्स्य संपदा योजना का विस्तार हो और आत्मनिर्भर ऑयल सीड अभियान हो। इससे किसानों की आय बढ़ेगी और खर्च कम होगा। मैं एक बार फिर सभी देशवासियों को इस ऐतिहासिक बजट के लिए शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So once again, Prime Minister underlining Yuva, Garib, Mahila and Kisan. These are the 4 pillars for whom he is going to work, and his policies are structured around in Bharat is something that he has continued to say, and he says that this budget also reflects the concerns and the ability to try of this efforts of this government to help these 4 categories: Kisan, Mahila, Yuva, and of course the Garib, or those who do not have. The Mudra loan aspect, Nirupama ji was talking about, very, very important, where he says that women have benefited. And nearly what was the number he said?
So of 43 crore loans that have gone on Mudra, 30 crores have actually gone for women. So that's about 70% of your total Mudra loans, as per budget document, seems to have been deployed to women. Interestingly, because these are non-collateralized loans, an average NPA, as per some figures, I think in a Rajya Sabha, to answer Rajya Sabha question, as of August to 2023, was about 2.5%, which is not bad at all.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually great women empowerment if you look at it in terms of the amount of loan that's going and the fact that it's actually targeted so well at women, which wasn't. Of course, there was an intention, but I think it's done.
It also shows a value system that the person on ground who's taking the loan is so conscientious that they want to be correct about repaying that loan also. So the repayment, that's why the NPAs is at 2.5% despite having no collaterals.
No, but also interestingly, see, remember in most cases for credit to women, the collateral has always been a huge impediment.
Yeah.
In most cases, women don't have collateral and therefore have not been able to actually take loans. So non-collateralized loan up to 10 lakhs of whatever category you choose, and that they've actually made use of it is fantastic. And as you say, with the commitment to repay.
And this 30 crore is distributed of over nearly 1 crore of women. I think that's what he also said. More than 1 crore of women have actually benefited out of it. So I'm just saying it's small amounts.
No, 30 crore loans have actually gone to women.
30 crore loans have gone to women, correct. So, yeah. So, I'm just saying that the amount of the withdrawal also from these people, these women, on an average is not more than 10 to 20 lakhs, 5 to 10 lakh rupee loans is what they are looking at.
10 lakhs is your limit for Mudra anyway, so that's
that
what
5 to 10 lakh is enough to set them up in life, and it is getting that grassroots person who was, just flirting around with the poverty line and sometimes has been able to push that up. This entire aspect of multi-dimensional poverty which is being spoken about and the government, are you people votaries of the same? We have Sridhar Prasad, we've got Sanjeev Srivastava and Kapil Mittal who we interrupted. We'll go back to all of them and in just a bit. But yes, Gautam and Hemal, yeah. Gautam. Multi-dimensional poverty.
I think that's a very complicated thing and multidimensional. The fact that it has come down is a remarkable thing. And this follows an almost zero, less than 1% fall, 1% of extreme poverty as defined by World Bank, $1.9 a day spending. So I think poverty eradication has been and continues to be on its way. It's just that the line of poverty will now start rising. So instead of $2 a day, we may move to $5 a day and try to eradicate that. From there, we'll move to $10 a day and try to eradicate that. This is completely in tune with the Vikasit Bharat, $20,000 per capita income, $30 trillion economy by 2047. And I think this, what I don't see in the budget, by the way, explicitly stated, although it's there in the underlying, is growth.
Growth.
All past budgets, there was a strong impetus on growth and this will grow and that will grow. I don't see that right now. Perhaps welfare is the bigger currency of economic discourse in this budget. But I think taking everything into consideration, this growth has removed poverty. India is now a clear case
Everybody
study.
else is talking about the growth story, so the government is saying, let me talk about welfare. I am saying that's also the politics of it and the optics of it. IMF is saying growth ho raha hai. Economic survey report is saying growth ho raha hai. Everybody is saying growth ho raha hai. Why should the government say growth ho raha hai?
I think what it does is, it brings the argument that growth removes poverty back into the forefront.
It is back into the flavor. Sridhar Prasad, your thoughts, sir?
Interesting here because the four words which you guys, it's there in the budgets, I'm just clubbing them into two buckets, which is the poor and the annadata on one bucket and women and youth on the other bucket, right? So if all the benefits and the 1 lakh crore for entrepreneurship is coming under the buckets of women and youth, then it becomes an opportunistic budget because the market is opened up for the poor and the farmers. And anything which you do in these two buckets by the 1 lakh crore recipients, whether it is youth or women, that translates to the growth aspect of what is being spoken about here. Because anything and everything which is spoken needs a massive amount of digitization, needs a massive amount of support from startups which are far more nimble than the traditional machinery. Right. So that in that lens, if you're putting it, right, you're actually encouraging entrepreneurship in two dimensions, youth and women. So when money is given to women, like the numbers which were spoken earlier, I'm presuming that a lot of that is into very small scale entrepreneurship.
Correct.
And that translates to largely in the agri sector, or it is eradicating poverty. Right. Even the solar situation which is spoken about here, right, that requires a large machinery of a digital enablement and a physical infrastructure. Now, startups in the world today, in the country, should be thinking like, okay, made for India. Very simple. This has been spoken many times. But have the confidence that let's make for India because government is putting money in these four buckets. Now, where do you align is your choice. And I think this is the first time, though it is not synced well, but agri-tech and agri-finance as a startup space is going to be really big for us. Because all the money going to Kisan with very less of digitization in that space, the agri-tech and agri-finance or agri-fintech, if I can use that phrase, could be the buzzword for India now. Agri-fintech.
No, not just that. Recently, if my memory serves me right, the government did announce that they're going to do a massive skilling program in the rural areas as far as drone technology is concerned, seeding, and they're going to encourage, and this is again focused on Yuva and women. So that's that bucket that they're talking about, and they want to encourage more and more people to get into a startup space or an entrepreneurial space after they are skilled in managing a drone, operating it, servicing it, and also then using it to try and seed farms or take care of the farming needs.
Absolutely.
So this is something which has been there, and somewhere one of the experts was saying the government doesn't say a lot on the day of the budget. They make all the announcements before it or once in a quarter. Sanjeev Srivastava, your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a budget which spells out the direction of the government. Maybe they don't mention growth, but the big capex on infra which has been there, and this 1 lakh crore for new ideas or startups or innovation, that's a very good idea on next to low or nil interest rate. But also it's an election budget. So the four dhuris on which the budget stands, or what the Prime Minister's bird's eye view is, that you were just mentioning, Garib, Yuva, Mahila. They are also big constituencies for an election. So 2 crore houses for middle classes, all those things are eyed for elections. At the same time, what has been done in the budget, because this was not a proper budget, this was vote on account. There have been no direct, indirect taxation measures announced. So all that has been deferred for after the elections. So this is something which, so the economy continues to move in the direction that this government has already shown in the last few years. That direction has been maintained and sustained, and there have been welfare measures announced with an eye on the election. Other than that, I think we'll have to wait for the real budget. Like somebody just said, I think Anand, you only just said, that budget, gone are the days when budget was a big one-ticket event. So it's all through the year that you can announce policy measures. But the government is refrained from doing that. So there were a lot of expectations on taxation, which, you know, I have no pretensions of being an economist like a Gautam or my other fellow panelists. But for the common middle class, again, there is, you know, you just keep waiting and expecting something to happen. I really don't understand the meaning that if one moves to new tax regime, then the limit has been raised to 5 to 7 lakhs. Obviously, a lot of people did not move to the new tax regime because the old one is attractive. So, but the middle class really hasn't got much. I think the entrepreneur class and the growth impetus, which you, Gautam was mentioning, that he doesn't see much growth, the kind of capex and the infra push the government is promising, ultimately that will hopefully lead to growth.
Gautam's point was that the growth is underlined. The growth is an understated aspect, and it is there perennially. It's a parallel line of thought. It's not the most said line of thought. Welfare is the one where the spotlight is, but in the shadows, growth remains. So that's what Gautam was trying to say. Kapil Mittal, you agree that the middle class, perhaps, who has been left asking for more, or perhaps being given the carrot कि भाई हमारी सरकार आएगी तो जुलाई में आप उम्मीद बना के रखो?
आप दे दोगे क्या वहाँ?
So what you will rather say that we were not expecting much from this budget actually. So this was very much clear from government thought and from other election point of view also, that they are not going to give much with respect to direct or indirect taxation to the middleman or to the lower middle class or to the salaried persons. So we were expecting something that there may be some slight benefit or freebies kind of things would be there, but those are not come into picture. What we see that government is trying to explain what they have done in the last 10 years. This is kind of this budget, interim budget is kind of a report card which they have published and shown that in the last 10 years they have done this or that. For example, they mentioned that FDI inflow has been doubled from $300 billion to $600 billion. So government only tried to explain that they are focused with respect to future growth, and they also, Madam FM also include in her speech that India next 5 years for India is a developing development 5 years. So from that point of view, they are focusing the
fact of the matter is the middle class, which is also now paying more tax. If the tax bracket and the tax spread has gone up, and I'm bringing it back to Gautam Chikarbane, and then I'll bring in Sridhar also on this. Yeah, Gautam, in the morning broadcast, you were talking when Zaka and Rahul were around, you said everybody should be charged a flat 1,000 rupees, and then uske baad, depending upon their slabs of income, they should be taxed more. Now, this is a phenomenal thought process, because that means this is huge amount of revenue given our population base. So if 100 crore people, let's exclude about 25 to 30 crore who cannot pay that 1,000 rupees also. Say 100 crore people are made to pay 1,000 rupees every year as a flat fee, and then the rest of the tax slabs happen. That's a huge amount of money that will accrue to the government and the exchequer. But are we very far from there? The other aspect is, in every budget with this sarkar, the middle class has said, yaar, hame to kuch nahi diya.
7 लाख रुपए आपका टैक्स नहीं देना चाहिए, इससे ज़्यादा क्या मिडिल क्लास को चाहिए, और उस पर भी the tax rates are so low. My point in everybody paying tax is more a rhetoric than a precise that everybody must pay. What I'm trying to say is, every budget raises the base on which the tax ought to be paid. At some point we have to end. There used to be a discussion some years ago of widening the tax base.
Right.
How will you widen the tax base if you are narrowing the policy stance upon which that tax base is going to rest? If every time the budget is going to increase the money, by the time people keep entering that 7 lakh, 7 will become 8. So I think it will become a fewer and fewer number of people paying taxes for a larger and larger number of people who don't. And my point is not that government is going to get a huge amount of money. It's statistically insignificant. It's just as a participant in India's growth story. You can't just keep taking things that India is providing growth, so you make a profit here. India is providing growth, you get a job there, you set up a business there. I think we need to also be participants in the tax paying thing. That was my point. We need to broaden the tax base.
Right. Sridhar Prasad, coming to you in just a bit, just quickly going across to Shivani at CII. Yes.
Thanks a lot for that. I have a power-packed panel now to take forward some of the highlights of the budget announced by Nirmala Sitharaman. Interim budget, so nothing big bang as most are expressing, but still lots to look forward to. Let me welcome with me Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman InSpace, and also Mr. Kunal Behel, Chairman CIS Startup Council and co-founder Snapdeal. I'm also joined through video conferencing, Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, past President, CIA Chairman, CIA Public Policy Council and Chairman from Hero Enterprise. Mr. Munjal, if I may begin with you, of course everybody was looking at continuity. In terms of capital expenditure, there has been continuity expressed by the government. Are you happy with what the government has expressed, or did you expect more?
So I'm happy with 2 or 3 things. One, that the government has not made this into an election year budget. As CB had said yesterday, they have done a popular budget and not a populist budget, in the sense focusing on youth, on women, on farmers, on infrastructure, focus very tightly on maintaining the fisc. And that was something which we were very concerned about, to ensure that India's improved rating does not slip back. So I have to say full marks on that account, that there is no excessive spend, but the spend is very targeted at improving logistics and transportation by railways, on focused areas, on helping reduce disputes in the tax system at the bottom end. When the amounts are small, they've given a complete pass-by to all the old disputes. So I think all in all, very creditable not to get tempted with a budget around the corner to do any big splurge. And in fact, continue down the road. Actually, in a sense, it looks like a government with full confidence that they are going to be spending, announcing the budget the year after as well.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that confidence showed in many, many ways. Dr. Goenka, Mr. Munjal, just be with me. I have 2 guests with me here in person. Mr. Goenka, Mr. Munjal was expressing the fact that good budget, but not a populist budget, shows confidence that the government has, that they don't need to do anything big in terms of an election approaching. For you particularly, that 1 lakh crore rupee corpus that has been announced for long-term financing of research and innovation in sunrise sectors, did that stand out for you?
Yes, of course, it does. So first of all, let me reiterate that I couldn't hear what Sunil was saying, but fully agree with you. I mean, there's nothing populist in this budget, and it really is continuity and the confidence that the government is demonstrating. The 1 lakh crore corpus that has been put forward by R&D, I think meets a long-term need that we had for longest time, of how do you pull the private sector to do more R&D. One of India's problem is that most of the R&D expenditure happens by the government. Almost 2/3 of R&D expenditure is by the government, whereas in most advanced countries it's other way around, where 2/3 happens by private sector. So I think it's like giving it such a long-term interest-free corpus is almost giving away the money, free, right? So what they're saying is to the private sector, come, invest in R&D, we will support you, right? And with that, if we really want to become the Viksit Bharat by 2047, it cannot happen without a significant advancement in R&D and innovation. And that's what it does. So I think it's a very big deal. Maybe most people won't realize the implication of that and the impact of that. but we'll have to see the details, of course, but I think it's going to make a huge difference.
And Kunal, added to that is the government's focus for deep tech industries plus defense. You focus a lot on the startup sector. Good news overall?
Absolutely. I feel that while everyone's calling it an interim budget, but there's enough in it for the startup economy, particularly given that, as Dr. Goenka was also saying, a lot of these sunrise sectors, particularly the startups in the sunrise sectors, these are incredibly long gestation period ideas. And getting equity financing is very challenging for these startups. And effectively this 50-year no interest, zero or low interest loan is effectively a grant in some ways. And that's what you need to catalyze these sunrise sectors, whether it's deep tech, biotech, space tech, or defense tech, etc. Separately, we also feel that this is the announcement of the continued focus on EV is very, very encouraging. As an oil import dependent country, it is very critical that we continue to encourage the manufacturing and charging infrastructure of the EV industry, where also now we know a lot of startups are playing a critical role. So overall, the ambition of Viksit Bharat 2047, which, growing up, we've all heard of India being a developing country. Finally, we have our eyes set on becoming a developed country, and all these initiatives will work towards that.
Absolutely. These are the sectors that are really going to propel India's growth. Mr. Munjal, how is the private sector looking at the government's focus on new sectors, tech sectors, sunrise sectors? Plus, what is your outlook on, for example, artificial intelligence that is being talked about so much as a disruptor, particularly for private businesses as well? Your outlook on all of that?
So I think it's most welcome. It is clear that technology is going to be the big game changer in the world. And as India wants to be a key player in the global economy, as we should be, first for our own internal needs, to be able to meet the needs of our population, to improve our standard of living of all Indians, you have no choice but to be competitive. And to do that, these are the technologies which are going to give us that ability to leapfrog. And you use some of the keywords like artificial intelligence and other technologies. And it is the big push into these areas which will make a big difference. And the government is clearly indicating that they are not just willing to put their money in infrastructure and grow digital infrastructure, but they want the private sector and the private enterprise to do the same. So I think this twin engine of firing both ends in the public sector and the private sector will certainly be a big help. I also like the approach they've taken on doing more with less, in a sense, allowing existing hospitals to populate more medical colleges. We have a need. So on the basic, we need to improve and enhance both capacity and quality of education and healthcare. This is a fundamental need of all Indians. So they have focused on both. Education, I hope the implementation of the new education policy will take place in the coming years. On the healthcare, our biggest constraint is availability of talent, of doctors and nurses and paramedics. And they've actually done a very interesting tweak to allow you to put up more hospitals or more medical colleges or more medical college seats with the same capacity of hospitals. So I like this approach, and I think we need to take it across multiple sectors for India to get to where we want India to be. Direction is very, very good. It is now the ability to ramp up the pace, because while on the one hand, growth of 6-7% looks very good, but for a need for a country like ours, we need to grow upwards of 7 to 8 and upwards of this for the next 15 to 20 years to be able to meet aspirations of all Indians.
Yes, big challenge. He's talking about how we need 7 to 8% upwards of growth of that to meet our challenges, the most populous country in the world now. But particularly speaking about the space sector, for example, Mr. Goenka, there's artificial intelligence being talked about everywhere. And I heard someone talk about how business is a little bit wary of investing just yet because you don't know what's around the corner in terms of technology. Is there some sort of holding back on that front?
In the space sector?
In space or just overall in tech, you think, in the industry?
Look, it will be wrong for me to say no. Okay, and it will wrong from but at the same time, there are enough people who are making bets on what one could sort of call deep tech. Okay, which includes AI, which includes all the other buzzwords that you have for today. If you look at the space sector, which is perhaps the newest of the sunrise sector in some sense, even though it's a 60-year-old sector, but if you leave out what ISRO has been doing, rest of it is sunrise sector. And there, in the last 2 years, we have seen tremendous interest coming in by the startups, and we have 200 startups there. And now, slowly, the investors are also getting interested. And with 100 million plus of investment happening in the previous year and same thing the year before. So I think there is enough interest, but I wouldn't say everybody is sort of saying, let's go and do it immediately. That's my view, but he probably knows better in this than me.
Yeah, sure. Look, I feel that in technology, typically what happens is things start really slow and everyone's asking these questions, why is it not growing fast enough? And then suddenly it grows in geometric progression. And then it's arrived, and then it's ubiquitous. We've seen that as a country when it comes to smartphones, mobile internet, and digital transactions, the entire DPI. It's very slow, sluggish even, and then suddenly it is ubiquitous. We will see the same happen here.
Okay.
And I'm already seeing early signs of many startups really challenging the norm and not going only for excellence at an India level, but excellence at a global level.
That is something that the Prime Minister talks about quite prominently. Focus on space, focus on the private sector when it comes to technology, and focus on the future, which includes, of course, deep tech and artificial intelligence. Thanks a lot for our guests for joining us. A big thanks to Mr. Munjal as well. Back to you in the studio.
The Union Budget draws the roadmap to achieve PM Narendra Modi ji's vision of a developed Bharat by 2047. The budget speech sheds light on the milestones achieved by the Modi government in the last 10 years on its journey to make Bharat the foremost nation in every sector during the Amrit Kal. On the very foundation of these feats, the magnificent edifice of Viksit Bharat is being built. My heartfelt gratitude to Modi ji for leading the nation through this journey of excellence, and to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji for the insightful budget speech. This is the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. We got about 4 minutes, 4 panelists, 1 minute each, starting with Nirupama Soundarajan. What is it that you expect, or what do you think is missing? If you want to read the details and the fine print.
Quickly, missing, I'll tell you two interesting things that I found. I think this was one of the first budgets to lay a lot of emphasis on tourism. I think that's fantastic because that's a huge revenue generator. I like the announcement on deep tech fund for defense, but I would wait for the details to see what they mean.
Yeah, how much fund is it and what deep tech
exactly,
is it?
And what is deep tech? What was missing, I think, for the first time was no mention of Northeast in anything. So I think that was completely missing, either in terms of allocations, what they're doing, development agenda, nothing. So Northeast was a huge missing piece. So I think that's my...
Northeast work is in process already. The coastal lines were spoken about, fisher folk were spoken about, marine environment is spoken about, and that's our biggest coastline, which has not been spoken about often, but last 2-3 times this has been a very strong mention to work with them. Yes, Gulzar.
So I think, the discussion Gautam mentioned about, there was no talk on the growth, right? But I think they have very clearly talked about how the economy has performed on various indicators. Declining CAD as percentage of GDP, declining unemployment rate, declining gross NPAs, rising volume of digital transactions, and then rising GST collections month on month, and finally fall in headline inflation. So these data and figures are, they are able to speak for themselves that there has been growth as well as development on all the counts. From what was missing, I think I would say that nothing much was expected from a taxation standpoint, but we were hoping some sort of a dispute resolution scheme that government could have announced on customs, because service tax, excise, income tax, all of that was announced in last few years, which has garnered revenue of 70,000 crore. So this is something that we were expecting could be announced, but let's wait till July when government comes back and then announces full-fledged budget.
Mari sarkar aayegi to karenge. So that's the political.
That's the confidence they have shown. That's the confidence they have shown.
Yeah, confidence they have shown, and I think that confidence is also important because somewhere the messaging is, don't worry, we are going to be there. They want a lot of people. Perhaps industry sentiment was it that they wanted to see reassurance along with this entire continuity. Hemal.
No, so I think continuity is good. According to me, no big bang changes is a good from an industry perspective. One thing, as you said, on the missing part is which I alluded, is this concessional tax regime of 15% for manufacturing. I think that was a big incentive which was is lapsing on 31st March, and we were expecting it to be extended. I am still keeping my fingers crossed we may see some amendment coming in, but I think that's a big one. In order to make India a competitive market, manufacturing market as compared to, let's say, Vietnam, Philippines and all other South Asian, I thought a 15% tax rate was a very good, attractive. I think we'll end up losing our competitiveness, especially at this time when the China Plus One strategy is very, and people are actively looking. We have heard about various mobile phone manufacturers getting in, and if we don't retain that attractiveness, I think it's going to impact us.
It will take away our competitive edge. That's something that you're flagging off. Gautam Chikkermani.
I'm wondering whether Nirmala Sitharaman ji is taking away my job, because it's our job to analyze what the government did as a report card, etc. So what we have in budget, in the interim budget, is a report card of what they have done in the past 10 years and what they plan to do over the next 5. Jokes aside, I'm going to be dull, boring and macro. I'm just loving the fact that income tax as a percentage of the budget has increased by 4 percentage points. It's a very big deal. It's a very big deal. Corporation tax by 2 percentage points, and borrowings have fallen by 6 percentage points from 34 to 28. Just the enormity of these numbers, because in percentage points you may not be able to visualize them. Just the enormity. I see inflation, for instance, getting far more under control. As a result, interest rates falling. As a result, the capex that we've been groaning about since morning of private sector, which may come in from the full budget in July, will see a far more open, lower cost descent. So overall, I think I didn't expect much from this budget. I don't know who did and why. It is an interim vote on account. But from the point of view of what has been recorded and where they are going, the budget is perfectly fine.
So the numbers are encouraging, and one thing the Prime Minister also touched upon, a 1 lakh crore fund being created for innovation, sunrise sectors and research. Now, this is the right focus, ladies and gentlemen, and somewhere the indication is get your entrepreneurial hat on, not the Naukri hat on. Is there more to expect? We'll wait and see the politics of it in just a bit. But to all our panelists in the studio, fantastic. Thank you very much to all our viewers. Thank you for staying with us right through the morning and the afternoon. Hope you stay on with us through this budget day evening. Taking a very short break.
Or is there an understanding this is a vote on account and therefore there are going to be mild expectations?
Thank you, Shivani. I think if you look at it, there is an expectation that there will be continuity.
Yes.
And that this will set the direction for the budget later, right? So for us, I think considering all the geopolitical issues which have been there, the biggest concerns was what is happening globally. So if I look at it in that context, I think India obviously is in a very, I would say the most ideal situation. So continuity and making sure that there is a clear direction being set for the future is how we look at this interim budget.
You're right about the global scenario. Of course, we're still recovering from the pandemic years. But ahead of this year, given how we've handled those concerns over the last year or so, what were the top industry concerns communicated to the government from yourselves?
No, I think we were actually expecting that the government will be able to manage this geopolitical scenario in 3 different ways, right? One is obviously managing the inflation, which I think between RBI and the Finance Ministry, they have been able to handle very well. Second was making sure that India remains insulated from the global crisis, so to say.
As much as possible.
As much as possible. You can never be completely insulated.
Yes.
Third, which I think was I would call it very deft handling of making sure that the fiscal deficit was maintained without really losing the focus on growth. So the focus
yes. No, go ahead.
The focus on growth and a focus on inflation without affecting the fiscal deficit, I think, has been one of the best methods of handling this situation.
So you mentioned how India is in an ideal situation given what is happening, but there has been a lot of criticism of a few things as far as the Indian economy is concerned. Why do you say that we are in an ideal situation? I know that the global markers are very much in India's favor, and international agencies have of course appreciated India's efforts, plus the outlook is very positive. but ideal according to you? How so?
So I think it's very difficult to have a, I would call it a marker of an ideal, right? Because it's a moving goal, and expectations always keep changing. Once you have something, then you expect something more. But if you look at what has happened with the rest of the world, like I said, on these three factors of growth, inflation, and managing, so to say, the fiscal deficit, every country has had the issues post coming out of COVID. India managed the COVID situation brilliantly. In fact, to our surprise, or to, I would say, the initial ask which we had, I think the government did not focus on consumer spending, but made sure it spent on infrastructure. So if you look at why I believe this India is an ideal situation, is this focus on infrastructure has meant a big change in terms of both the factors, ease of doing business and cost of doing business. The logistics cost coming down supports manufacturing. So there is a domestic market. India is becoming more competitive, and when I mean more competitive, not just from business itself, but also from the digital public infrastructure which has been created. That for me is a very big differentiator from the rest of the world. That is the reason why I believe it's a very unique positioning today, or a unique opportunity today. On the geopolitical side, you have the rest of the world looking at India as a strategic trusted partner. You have Indian economy growing at a very good rate. And compared to the rest of the world, let us say, even the forecast for this year is 3.1% rest of the world. And here we are by IMF, and here we are speaking about, at least CIA's view is it will be in excess of 7% in 25.
Right.
So if I keep all of these factors in mind, I think good domestic market, geopolitically trusted partner, focus on cost and ease of doing business, I think you can't get any better than this.
You also talked about continuation, and you're absolutely right. Of course, the government has already showed a lot of confidence that they're going to present a full budget post the election. So that's of course on the political side. But I do want to ask you, if this government was to show its intent on those markers, plus markers, particularly the infrastructure spending and the control on the deficit, two of its highlight issues, do you expect that in this interim budget there will be that intent shown on both of these markers?
Yes, I believe so. I think this government has completely walked the talk in the past as well. So I think there would be obviously necessary support required for various other actions, which I'm sure there will be a direction about. I think the finance minister mentioned about, one of the other focus, or rather let me step back for a minute. One of the reasons why we have had very good growth is that there has been a focus on, I would call it the lesser growing sections of the business and the population. So that equitable growth requirement is something which obviously is important also from the economic side as well. Therefore, we do expect that both of these factors will be maintained. Direction should be given for continuing the equitable growth story.
Okay.
And last but not the least, make sure that the direction is set for the future.
If I was to talk about any one highlight that you are looking forward to, I'm not sure if I can use the word big bang, given that it is an interim budget, but the big highlight that you are looking forward to, what would that be?
I think it's very difficult to say one, but I will put it in a different way of saying continuity with clear directions being given on how the future is going to be. So rather than be specific big bang, I will say it is these two messages which will come across the budget is what we are expecting, and that will be the real, I would call it, joy for everyone.
All right. Mr. Adinesh, thanks a lot for talking to us, and of course we look forward to interacting with you post-budget as well.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
You.
On that Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18. You're watching our continuous post-budget coverage. I'm Shivani Gupta. Joining me is Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj, immediate past President, CII, and Chairman and Managing Director, Bajaj Finserv Limited. Sir, thanks a lot for your time. There is fiscal consolidation and lower projected borrowings for financial year 24-25, something the RBI will help keep inflation in check as well. Do you foresee the RBI responding to this in the next week's monetary policy meeting?
Well, I believe it's clearly a step in the right direction, and that and inflation moderating does arm the RBI to take a positive decision. We do know that the Fed has held rates yesterday, and the greater expectation is for rate cuts in the second half of the year. So yes, I don't have a crystal ball, but it'll be interesting to see whether RBI gets more proactive or stays a little bit more conservative and waits maybe for another cycle.
Right. Overall, the government has reiterated its commitment to fiscal, to lowering fiscal deficit. 5.8 revised and the estimates to be 5.1 with a longer outlook to lower than 4.5. Your thoughts on that, along with doing everything that the government needs to do, including in this interim budget, increasing capex by 11.1%. How did you see the overall policy for the government?
The overall policy is one that is continues to be growth oriented. It's also one that is socially inclusive and, as you just correctly mentioned, fiscally prudent. And getting the right balance is not always easy, but they've clearly made a very strong attempt at that in this vote on account. Now, we do know that we are still living in a situation with significant external uncertainties, and India is that one bright spot. But we've still not seen private sector capex come up as high as it should, because again, the uncertainty ends up driving a certain amount of conservatism. And that's where the government continues to step in. That's positive. At the same time, aiming for a lower fiscal deficit in line with what the FM had set out a few years ago is very important, because India needs to get onto a stronger sovereign rating. As that happens, our overall cost of funds will come down. Keep in mind, we're still very much an economy which is what I call as a capex economy. We're still investing to build real assets for the future. We are not a Western economy which is a working capital economy. And as a result, we need to drive our interest rates down. A better sovereign rating helps all companies, and that can be a shot in the arm in coming years.
You know, the government has talked a lot about how 25 crore people have escaped multi-dimensional poverty. They've talked about, financial inclusion that has touched a lot many people's lives, particularly women. They've talked about how the average real income for the public has increased by 50%. It's a statement that the finance minister made. How do you look at the quality of life that has that the government has managed to deliver and the promises that it is making on that front, keeping digital and financial inclusion as one of the parameters as well?
So, if you look at the last few years, post-COVID initially, they've directly put money and food in people's hands. And the digital public infrastructure that was created enabled them to do this seamlessly. I know when my staff goes home or talks to their family in their villages, they say in the last few years, money comes into their accounts every month. It didn't come as clearly and easily in the past. So that is the first big step that they were able to take. Thereafter, if you see the number of measures that the government has taken with self-help groups for women, with ensuring improvement in quality of education on the ground, which, as we know, is also a state subject. So it is something that the states also have to align with, and a number of progressive states have done that. You overall improved the quality of education, also healthcare. You see the insurance for the poor, the products both on medical as well as on life. That has provided them with greater security. So there are a number of clear steps that the government is taking. And in the last 3 or 4 years, the massive outlay on public capex, this has a huge multiplier effect on jobs. And we are a country of the young. The one thing that we need year after year is more and more jobs. And to me, it's important to get a combination of these things happening year on year.
Can I get a final quick response, sir? This is in many ways the government also outlining what it has done in the last 10 years. They have given their report card before the next elections. What will your report card to the Narendra Modi 10 years be?
I would very clearly say there has been a very positive 10 years, a tremendous amount of progress. Look at India. On the physical side, India is changing in the last 10 years, and I would say every 5 years in the last 20 years actually. This is a different progressive India. Second, they picked up on the digital public infrastructure Other had started before them, but they saw the merit in it, and the speed at which they've expanded the entire digital public infrastructure has been tremendous. So to me, these are big positives. We are still a country where we have hundreds of millions of people below the poverty line, and it's our collective responsibility to see that a significant part of what we're doing, the benefits of that are trickling down to them as well. I think this is where the entire social consciousness of the government and the country comes together as well. So I would say overall we've had a very strong 10 years.
All right. On that note, Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj, thanks a lot for speaking to us and sharing your thoughts. Hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde. Our continuous coverage for Budget 2024 continues here. We're going to get you highlights of what this interim budget or the vote on account brought before the big 2024 clash. It is election year. Many thought that the budget was going to be high on populism, but that's not the way Nirmala Sitharaman or the central government has decided to go. The finance minister in her speech laid the government's focus on improving conditions for the poor, women, youth and farmers. These are the four castes that we want to talk about, said the finance minister. She added that the next 5 years will see unprecedented economic growth in India and that the government aims to make this a Viksit Bharat, a developed country by 2047. The government's main focus were on key infrastructure segments. Railways, metros, power received a big booster. There has been no change as far as long-term or short-term capital gains tax is concerned or direct or indirect taxes is concerned. So as far as the Aam Aadmi goes and the taxation regime goes, there is no change after this year's budget. The fiscal year 25, the capex outlay has now been set at 3.4% of GDP. That's the big expenditure outlay that we are going to be seeing as far as fiscal deficit is concerned. That is also much lower than what was expected, than what the estimates were. That really is a big takeaway for many from this budget. We're shifting focus now from the budget to some breaking news that's now coming in. Remember, former Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren was arrested yesterday. He was taken into ED custody yesterday. His successor has already been put in place. Now we have accessed the petition that Hemant Soren filed with the Supreme Court. Exclusive details that have been accessed by CNN News 18, in which this petition, where he knocks on the doors of the Supreme Court, Hemant Soren, the former Chief Minister of Jharkhand, has termed his arrest illegal. Ananya, my colleague, now joining us, getting us more details. Ananya, you've accessed exclusive details of this petition that has been filed by Hemant Soren in the Supreme Court. If you could take our viewers through it.
Well, definitely, Hemant Soren has now knocked the doors of the Supreme Court after a lot of action in Jharkhand. Now, Hemant Soren has knocked the doors of the topmost court of the country, clearly saying that, the ED's action and, in fact, his arrest is completely illegal in nature. The grounds of arrest on which he has been arrested are specious and are unjustified at all. In fact, a big point, Poonam, that comes out of this petition that in fact Hemant Soren has claimed here is that the action of the Enforcement Directorate is based on the centre's behest. And this is a clear-cut, way to actually topple the government in the state of Jharkhand is what Hemant Soren's charge is. How much of it does it play up before the topmost court of the country? We'll get to know tomorrow, because remember, the matter was mentioned today before a bench headed by the Chief Justice of India, Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. However, the CJI said that he will hear the matter tomorrow, and the bench that will be hearing the matter will get to know when the list actually comes out today as to who will be hearing this particular matter. Very, very categorically big charge coming in from Hemant Soren, saying that the ED's action are on the behest of the central government, so that a toppling of the government can actually happen in Jharkhand. Not only this, he also go on to say that the ED was earlier informed by, in fact, Soren's counsels while he was being arrested that, they have moved the Supreme Court. However, in order to make his actions before the topmost court of the country infructuous, they arrested him, and in an illegal manner he was picked up from the governor's house, is what the charge of the Enforcement Directorate is. How much of all these arguments would actually, get up with the Supreme Court is something that we'll have to wait and watch. Another point that comes out from that petition is that he says that, all of the action of the Enforcement Directorate is unjustified because he has no role to play in the predicate offence. So how can a scheduled offence of money laundering be charged against him. So big developments coming in as far as Hemant Soren is concerned. Whether or not he'll be able to secure a relief from the topmost of the country is something that only time can tell. Poonam.
Right, now the petition is with the Supreme Court. We saw the manner in which the arrest happened yesterday. After at least 7 hours of questioning, the Enforcement Directorate first took him into custody in the Enforcement Directorate's vehicle with the Enforcement Directorate team. Hemant Soren was at the Raj Bhavan. He did tender his resignation, after which the questioning continued, and only then was he placed under arrest towards the latter half of the night. There was a video message that was released by Hemant Soren as well. This is a petition that he has now filed in the Supreme Court. Ananya, do we have any idea of when the Supreme Court could be hearing this?
Well, definitely the Chief Justice of India has assured that the hearing in this matter will happen tomorrow, but we are not yet clear as to will the Chief Justice of India himself hear that particular matter, or a new bench would be assigned to hear this particular matter, because the Chief Justice of India is the master of the roster. All the matters for urgent mentioning are mentioned before him. However, he is the one who assigned benches, so it would be interesting to see as to whether or not the Chief Justice of India himself hear this matter, or would it be given to some other bench of the Supreme Court. So the hearing definitely is tomorrow, is what the Chief Justice of India has said. The list is yet to come as to when the matter is listed, before whom the matter is listed, but definitely Hemant Soren will be given a hearing by the topmost of the country tomorrow. But the big question that remains to be seen is whether or not he will be able to secure a relief in this particular case or not, whether or not the Supreme Court would term his arrest illegal, or some kind of a relief would be given to Hemant Soren in this particular case. But the charge that Hemant Soren has levelled is something that is of very key importance, wherein he goes on to say that the ED's action is just to topple the government, in fact Jharkhand, on the behest of the central government.
Right, Ananya, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that. The legal battle for Hemant Soren continues. His arrest is illegal is what he has now told the Supreme Court. How the Supreme Court rules on that, we'll find out tomorrow. But there's political developments and the political fallout that is also brewing in the state of Jharkhand after the resignation of Hemant Soren and his arrest. Ruling parties in Jharkhand, which is the coalition, is now running scared, is what we're given to understand. The ruling parties fear that their MLAs would be disintegrated. There might be horse trading as well. Remember, yesterday we saw Champai Soren, the chosen one as far as JMM is concerned, who paraded his strength, 43 MLAs at the Raj Bhavan, when he staked claim to the position of the Chief Minister's chair. A few hours after that, Hemant Soren was placed officially under arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. Payal, my colleague, now joining us, getting us more details of what the fallout, the political one at that, is going to be. Now, there are, Payal, fears of horse trading we're given to understand, which is why the coalition there seems to be a little jittery as far as getting their flock together.
Well, of course, the ruling coalition is very confident of the numbers, given the fact that they have 47 out of 81 MLAs in the state. But, the situation is very fragile, and the situation is very, important at this point in time, and that's the reason nobody wants to really take a chance. So the best possible scenario for them this time around will be to take them to Hyderabad, which is of course the capital of Telangana, where the Congress party is in government, and that seems to be one of the safe options which is being considered by the JMM, Congress and the RJD combined, to take their MLAs, to make sure that nobody is horse traded with, and nobody is in fact forced to either switch off their phones or probably be unavailable, and probably, if at all, the governor will ask for a show of strength or will ask for a floor test or etc. Then they'll be able to keep their flock together, because it's a very fast paced development which is really happening. So far, no clarity being given to the JMM faction from the governor in terms of what the oath-taking ceremony would be, and if at all the government would be calling for oath-taking, because obviously there could be a lot of legal hurdles also with the governor, and the governor's office is still looking into Pune.
Right, Payal, thank you so much for getting us those details. We're given to understand that a charter plane is already ready. Hyderabad could be the next destination for these coalition partners, the MLAs there, to ensure that there is no horse trading, that there is no toppling of the government, as Hemant Soren has predicted in his petition to the Supreme Court. Chandramohan, my colleague, also joining us from on ground, getting us more details. Chandramohan, बताइए हमें स्थिति क्या है रांची में? चंपाई सोरेन जी अगले मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, लेकिन गवर्नर ने अभी तक उनके शपथ ग्रहण के लिए कोई टाइम या कोई अपॉइंटमेंट नहीं दी है।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, और राज्यपाल से अब तक कोई वहां से वक्त नहीं मिल पाने की वजह से जो तमाम विधायक हैं, सत्ताधारी दल के विधायक, उसमें से 43 विधायक यहां पर सर्किट हाउस में मौजूद हैं। ये तस्वीर आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे। सर्किट हाउस के अंदर कैंपस में एक बड़ी बस लगी हुई है जिसमें तकरीबन 40 विधायकों के बैठने की जगह है और ठीक उसके पीछे 2 ट्रैवलर बस भी लगा हुआ है। जरूरत पड़ेगी तो उनको यहां से निकाला जा सकेगा और साथ ही कई गाड़ियां भी लगी हुई हैं। सुरक्षा का पुख्ता इंतजाम है और जो जानकारी मिल रही है उसके मुताबिक अब से थोड़ी देर बाद ये तमाम विधायक पहले राजभवन जाएंगे और फिर यहां से और एयरपोर्ट जाएंगे। इन सभी विधायकों को बाहर शिफ्ट करने की तैयारी हो रही है। इंतजार हो रहा है कि राजभवन से अगर फोन आ जाएगा शपथ ग्रहण को लेकर तो ये सभी विधायक फिर राजभवन जाएंगे और अगर वहां से फोन नहीं आता है तो पहले यहां से ये सभी विधायक राजभवन गेट पर पहुंचेंगे और फिर वहां से ये निकलकर हैदराबाद की ओर जाएंगे, जिसके लिए 2 चार्टर फ्लाइट यहां पर मंगाए गए हैं और मौसम खराब होने की वजह से फ्लाइट को आने में थोड़ी देर हुई है, लेकिन तैयारियां पूरी कर ली गई है और इंतजार किया जा रहा है कि कब यहां से जो तमाम विधायक हैं वो निकलेंगे और उसके बाद फिर हैदराबाद के लिए रवाना होंगे। अभी जो स्थिति है चंपाई सोरेन के लिए मुश्किल भरा वक्त है, क्योंकि जब इसी सर्किट हाउस में आज से 3 दिन पहले हेमंत सोरेन ने मीटिंग किया था, उस वक्त उन्होंने कल्पना सोरेन को मुख्यमंत्री बनाने की कोशिश की थी, उनका नाम आगे बढ़ाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन सीता सोरेन ने विरोध कर दिया, जिसके बाद हेमंत सोरेन को कल इस्तीफा देते समय चंपाई सोरेन को आगे बढ़ाना पड़ा। लेकिन कांग्रेस के कई ऐसे विधायक हैं, लेफ्ट के विधायक और जेएमएम के कई ऐसे विधायक हैं जिन्होंने साफ तौर पर यह कह दिया है कि अगर पुराने हेमंत सोरेन के मंत्रिमंडल में जो भी मंत्री थे अगर उनको फिर से इस नई सरकार में मंत्री बनाया जाता है तो वो इसका विरोध करेंगे और विरोध का सुर जो है वो धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ते जा रहा है। लोविन हेम्ब्रम का आपसे थोड़ी देर पहले एक बयान सामने आया था जिसमें उन्होंने साफ तौर पर यह कहा कि जब सरकार बनाने की बात आएगी, वोट देने की बात आएगी, उस समय वो किसके साथ जाएंगे उन्होंने अपने पत्ते नहीं खोले। तो धीरे धीरे विरोध का स्वर जो है वो बढ़ते जा रहा है और वहीं अगर वक्त पर शपथ नहीं हो पाता है तो चंपाई सोरेन को सभी विधायकों को संभाल कर रखना भी काफी मुश्किल हो जाएगा।
जी बिल्कुल, द टास्क इज कट आउट फॉर चंपाई सोरेन। चंद्रमोहन जी बने रहिए हमारे साथ. माय colleagues Saurabh and Arunima also joining us, getting us more details of what exactly is transpiring there in Jharkhand, the political fallout of the ED investigation into Hemant Soren and the alleged land scam case under which he has now been arrested. He was placed under arrest late last night. Saurabh, now the situation is precarious politically as far as the JMM and the coalition is concerned. Champai Soren may have the numbers as he had claimed to the governor yesterday, but it is going to be an uphill battle for him to keep his own MLAs with him, also to ensure that the allies don't move out anywhere else.
Yes, Poonam, and as we are learning is that when the talks of expansion of the cabinet was taking place, that new ministers...
Sorry to interrupt you there, Saurabh, I'll come back to you, but the Health Minister of Jharkhand, Banna Gupta, joining us on the broadcast. धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. यहाँ CNN News 18 पर बताया जा रहा है कि आपके सारे जो MLAs हैं उनको हैदराबाद ले जाया जाएगा. क्या आप कंफर्म कर सकते हैं क्या ऐसी स्थिति हो गई है वहाँ पे कि आपको झारखंड छोड़ना पड़ सकता है?
नहीं, देखिए मैम, ऐसा है कि सेल्फ डिफेंस का अधिकार सबको है और सेल्फ डिफेंस का अधिकार इसलिए भी बहुत जरूरी हो गया है कि बिकॉज नाउ द प्रेजेंट टाइम पॉलिटिक्स इज नॉट कमिटमेंट या और इट इज अ डर्टी मैनेजमेंट. तो अभी जो है ये केंद्र की जो सरकार है इसने पॉलिटिक्स को कमिटमेंट का तो आधार छोड़ ही दीजिए, अब डर्टी मैनेजमेंट कर दिया है. किसको तोड़ो, किसको जोड़ो, किसको फोड़ो. तो अब आत्मरक्षा का अधिकार तो हमको है, तो हम अपने आत्मरक्षा का अधिकार का जरूर हम बचाव के लिए कुछ ना कुछ तो हम करेंगे.
जी सेल्फ डिफेंस का तो अधिकार है आपको, बट क्या आप कहना चाह रहे हैं कि अगर तोड़ मरोड़ या खरीद फिरोद की बात हो रही है तो क्या आप कहना चाह रहे हैं कि आपके जो MLAs हैं, आपके जो विधायक हैं, उन पे भी आपको भरोसा नहीं है झारखंड में?
नहीं, आप ये क्यों कह रही हैं? आप ये क्यों नहीं कह रही हैं कि हमारे विधायकों को पहले भी कई बार ऐसी घटनाएं हुई कि झूठे केस में फंसा दिया, बंधक बना लिया या नाना प्रकार से और परेशान किया. तो वो भी तो हो सकता है ना कि ये जो है झूठा आरोप लगा के बंद कर दें, गिरफ्तार कर दें, किसी के साथ कोई घटना करवा दें. तो ये भी तो नहीं हो सकता है क्या?
जी बिल्कुल.
असम जो लेके गए थे भाजपा के लोग उस समय बस भर के यहाँ से गए और प्लेन में गए, तो वो उस समय क्या था भाजपा का? उस समय भाजपा को नहीं था कि हम जो है ये लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था को कमजोर कर रहे हैं और हम जा रहे हैं. भाई सेल्फ डिफेंस का अधिकार है.
जी बिल्कुल.
इसलिए हम लोग अपने सेल्फ डिफेंस के अधिकार का ये करेंगे. हर आदमी को अपने बचाव का अधिकार है. हमारे विधायक जो हैं पूरे एकजुट हैं और पूरा गठबंधन मजबूती से है। लेकिन जो तरीके चल रहे हैं, भारत सरकार जिन तरीकों से हमको इस लोकतंत्र की व्यवस्था दे रही है वो बड़े खतरनाक है। बिहार में देख लीजिए क्या हुआ। बिहार में तुरंत जो है सत्ता का अलट पलट हुआ और आपने सुना होगा चट मंगनी पट बिया हो गया। और हमारे लिए जो है इंतजार करो, लंबे लंबे, अब लंबे कितने लंबे हो जाएंगे भगवान मालिक है। तो हमारे लिए संविधान में एक अलग सोच, उनके लिए अलग सोच, मतलब एक गजब है कि मतलब आप आत्मसमर्पण कर दीजिए तो बिल्कुल ठीक है, यदि आप आत्मसमर्पण नहीं कर रहे हैं तो फिर आपको कितना हम टॉर्चर करेंगे, कितना तोड़ेंगे, या तो टूट जाइए या फिर जो है बर्बाद हो जाइए, समझे ना। तो जो खुददार लोग हैं, हम लोग भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की धरती के लोग हैं ना, इसलिए ये धरती ने उलगुलान किया है। और आजादी का इतिहास तो 1857 में लिखा इतिहासकारों ने, लेकिन बाबा तिलका मांझी ने 1769 में लिख दिया था, बुद्धू भगत ने 1831-32 में लिख दिया था, 1855-56 में लिख दिया था सिद्धू कानू ने। तो हम लोग लड़ने वाले लोग हैं, डरने वाले लोग नहीं है, ना डरे हैं ना डरेंगे। डट के मुकाबला किया था, डट के मुकाबला करेंगे।
जी बन्ना गुप्ता जी, मुझे आपसे ये बात पूछनी है। कल चंपाई सोरेन जी गए थे राज्यपाल से मिलने, उन्होंने एक खत भी दिया कि उनके पास सपोर्ट है 43 एमएलएस का, बट अभी तक शपथ के लिए ना कोई टाइम मिला है, ना राजभवन से कोई बात आई है। आपको क्यों लगता है ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? गुप्ता जी, मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? We'll try and reconnect that line with the sitting minister in Jharkhand, Banna Gupta there, who says that there is a scare and a fear that the MLAs could be harmed, that there could be some wrongdoing that takes place, dirty management as he called it in the state of Jharkhand, which is why they are going to perhaps look into leaving the state. This is self-defense, well within our rights to do it, is what the JMM there goes on to say. Saurabh, my colleague, was getting us more details of what exactly is transpiring there in Jharkhand. Yes, Saurabh.
Yes, currently we have the update that the charter planes have left Delhi and at 1:15 p.m. and at the other plane left was at 1:30 p.m. So we are expecting the plane that will arrive at Ranchi airport will be at 2:45 and 3 p.m. So both the planes are going to arrive at Ranchi airport, at till 3 p.m. So then we are going to expect these MLAs sitting into the bus and moving to airport, as Chandra was saying. So but the update here is that when there is a rift within the party, within the UPA government, because when the talks of expansion or induction of new ministers were going on, there were some kind of opposition within the MLAs of the party. Some of the faction of the UPA government, particularly JMM and Congress MLAs, they were not in favor of expanding any the department or give a new ministership to anyone, but some of the MLAs who were demanding, they were saying that because the new chief minister has come, so the portfolio should be divided. So there is a difference of opinions as far as cabinet expansion is concerned. So to avoid all these kind of risk, the legislature party have decided to move out of a place so that they can't be persuaded by outsiders, including the opposition BJP over there. So this is the claim which is being made by the JMM and Congress MLA, that to avoid such kind of situation, they are going to Hyderabad now.
Right, and that's what the health minister also was confirming there, that it's not necessarily because of horse trading, but anything could happen. What if there's harm that comes our way, is also a fear that some of the MLAs there have. Saurabh, do stay on with us, because minute by minute updates flowing in from the state of Jharkhand. The political fallout of Hemant Soren's arrest and the case that he faces is only mounting troubles for the JMM and the Congress alliance. We're given to understand that there are certain MLAs that may have pledged their support for Champai Soren as the chief minister, but they also want to know the status as far as the cabinet is concerned. There is some amount of protest, Saurabh, we're given to understand, about who gets inducted and who doesn't. Before
Yes,
I get you in, Saurabh, let me
what
just
we are
take our
learning is
viewers through these visuals that are coming to the fore from Ranchi in Jharkhand, where we're given to understand that Hemant Soren is being taken to court by the ED team. Remember, he was put under arrest officially late last night after 7+ hours of questioning. He first went to the Raj Bhavan, then later was placed under arrest by the Enforcement Directorate team. Right now, he is going to be produced in court. There is a 24-hour window after arrest before which the accused has to be produced in court. And as per procedure, the medical test will be done. He will be taken to court and produced before the magistrate there. Saurabh, we were talking about the political fallout, even as we keep our eyes out on what happens legally for Hemant Soren. But as far as the JMM and its political future is concerned, Champai Soren has his task cut out for him.
Yes, and it's good for you know, the UPA government that they have chosen Champai Soren. Champai Soren has an impression of you know, a non-controversial leader in the Light Party, and in fact he's called as Kolhan Tiger in the party. So he is an old-time politician and he has been into politics since 2000. So he has not been a controversial man as far as the whole Mahagathbandhan in Jharkhand is concerned. Whereas when the speculation of Kalpana Soren came, we saw how the rift came out within the family when Sita Soren, who is the sister-in-law of Hemant Soren, she had opposed the name of Kalpana Soren and she claimed that she had some MLAs who can go against her. So to avoid all kind of crisis situation, Champai Soren was projected and he was declared as the leader of the UPA government when Hemant Soren was taken into custody by ED.
Yes.
Now, as we are learning that the ED is taking...
Sorry to interrupt you there, but MLA from Jharkhand, from the Congress Party, Irfan Ansari, now joining us on the broadcast. So thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Could you confirm to us, sir, we have news that all of the alliance MLAs in the state perhaps could be moved out. Hyderabad is what we're looking at. Is that on the agenda for you?
Yeah, ma'am, it may be possible. First, we are going to Governor House, and then if they will not allow us, then we will go to Hyderabad, ma'am. This is our plan.
Why do you think the need has arisen that you have to leave the state of Jharkhand, sir?
So, madam, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं यहाँ के जो माहौल है, so it is not safe for us, I think. So that's why we decide to go from here.
When you say it's not safe, Ansari ji, क्या आप elaborate कर सकते हैं? Not safe in terms of what? कि आपको आपके जान की सेफ्टी की परवाह है या उसकी चिंता हो रही है या हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग की बात कर रहे हैं आप?
नहीं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं मैम. देखिए, हमारी सरकार थी, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी थे, और कल की जो घटना घटी है, अब हम लोग गए वहाँ पर, समर्थन पत्र दिए, तो हमें नहीं बुलाया गया. ठीक बिहार में आप देख सकते हैं, मुख्यमंत्री जी आपका एक तरफ इस्तीफा देते हैं तो दूसरी तरफ उनका शपथ ग्रहण हो जाता है, और हमारे साथ ऐसा नहीं होता. अभी तक है महामहिम ने हम लोग को बुलाया ही नहीं है. हमारे पास पर्याप्त बहुमत है, हमारे पास पर्याप्त MLA हैं, उसके बाद भी वी आर वेटिंग फॉर द कॉल ऑफ गवर्नर. इज इट? So this is the big problem we are facing here. So we decide, or party decide to go Hyderabad.
इरफान अंसारी जी, जैसे आपने बताया कि राज्यपाल के पास आप गए थे, you do have the requisite numbers, but अभी तक चंपाई सोरेन जी के वोट टेकिंग के लिए कोई समय नहीं दिया गया. आपको क्यों लगता है ऐसा हो रहा है?
तो मुझे नहीं लगता मैम, पूरे सारे लोगों को लग रहा है. महामहिम को हम लोगों को बुलाना चाहिए था. हमारा साबित होता है कि किसी के पास विधायक है कि नहीं है, फ्लोर टेस्ट, तो वहाँ पे साबित होगा. अब अभी तक बताइए, अभी तक कोई मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है. यहाँ की जो स्थिति है वो सही नहीं है. अजीब सा लग रहा है, विदाउट मुख्यमंत्री राज चल रहा है. गौर राष्ट्रीय शासन में नहीं लगा है अभी तक. तो हम लोगों ने निर्णय लिया है कि हम लोग जाएंगे, बाहर जाएंगे. पार्टी ने आदेश जो दिया फॉलो करेंगे मैडम हम लोग. और रही बात JMM की मैम, तो हम लोग कांग्रेस पार्टी से बिलोंग करते हैं. हमारे यहाँ जो डायरेक्शन आता है आला कमान से, उसको हम लोग मैडम देखते हैं. हम लोग कांग्रेस पार्टी वी ऑल आर एकजुट हैं, और जो भी निर्णय होगा मैडम हम लोग तो फॉलो करेंगे.
जी, इरफान अंसारी जी, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. BJP's Pratyush Dev also joining us on the broadcast. JMM's Dr. Tanuj Khatri is with us as well. Dr. Khatri, let me get you in first. We're given to understand that all coalition MLAs there are ready to leave the state and go to Hyderabad. Can you confirm that for us?
देखिए, गठबंधन के सभी लोग जो निर्णय लेंगे वो राज्य के हित में लेंगे.
जी
प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी चुनी हुई सरकार को और अब तो चुने हुए मुख्यमंत्री को इनका एक ही मंत्र है आज देश के अंदर में कि या तो भाजपा के साथ आओ या तो जेल जाओ। तो हेमंत सोरेन जी ने दूसरा विकल्प चुनने का काम किया, जेल चुनने का काम किया।
जी
लोकतंत्र के साथ, संविधान के साथ जिस प्रकार से खिलवाड़ हो रहा है, जिस प्रकार से मखौल बनाया जा रहा है उसका, वो तो देश और राज्य की जनता देख रही है कि उसके लोकप्रिय नेता को किस प्रकार से प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है। फिर भी उसके चेहरे पे एक भी शिकन नहीं है, वो मुस्कुराते हुए पूरे हिम्मत और साहस के साथ
जी
आज भी अपने झारखंड के लोगों के साथ खड़े हैं।
जी, लेकिन ये अरेस्ट जो एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने किया है, ये जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन थी वो काफी सालों से चल रही थी। भाजपा ये करा रही है, ये आपके कहने का कोई तथ्य है क्या? इस बात के वजह से सारे जेएमएम और कांग्रेस के विधायकों को ले जाया जा रहा है झारखंड से बाहर? आपकी चिंता क्या है एग्जैक्टली?
हमारी चिंता ये है कि झारखंड की हितों की रक्षा हमें करनी है, झारखंड की अस्मिता की रक्षा करनी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की गंदी नजर है झारखंड में, और क्या लंबे समय से चल रहा था। 4 साल से तो इस राज्य में हमारी सरकार है, और जितने भी घोटाले हुए वो सभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकाल के थे। जहां जहां ईडी ने इंटर किया, वहां वहां उनको भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता मिले। और इसमें तो जिस जमीन को लेकर के आज मुख्यमंत्री जी को फंसाने का काम हुआ है हेमंत सोरेन जी को, उसमें तो कोई सबूत भी नहीं है, ना उनका नाम भी नहीं है उस पर। खुद मुख्यमंत्री जी ने ये बात कही कल
जी।
तो इस प्रकार से आज देश देख रहा है। आप करिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी किस निचले स्तर तक जा सकती है वो जाए। उनको आज उनको घमंड है, उनका गुरूर है कि उनके पास सत्ता है, और ये गुरूर ज्यादा दिन तक रहता नहीं है लोकतंत्र में।
खत्री जी हमारे साथ बने रहिए। प्रतुल सदेव भाजपा के प्रवक्ता भी हैं हमारे साथ। इफ यू हर्ड व्हाट द जेएमएम spokesperson was saying there, he says all of what ED has done is at the behest of the BJP. They're illegally trying to topple a elected government.
Now, did we ask the Chief Minister to get indulged in an siphoning off of a case where an entire land belonging to the army, measuring up to a staggering 8.46 acres, were sold to private parties on basis of forged papers? And there were allegations. The Chief Minister kept running away from the investigation. He avoided the 7 summons on one pretext or the other. Only 8 summons when ED said, if you aren't coming for us, we are coming for you. Then he had to relent, and some questioning was done where he was very evasive, according to the media reports, at his own residence. And on 9th summon, when ED said, then he said, I do not have time till 31st March. And on 10th summon, he was given time till 27th January, to tell out a date on which it would be convenient to be questioned. He did not reply, and when ED came to his house, for the first time we had a chief minister on the run, much like that best-selling author, The President, the missing case of missing president. And then there was no trace of the chief minister. He had vanished for 40 hours in thin air. The entire state was clueless. There was nobody to give orders to the bureaucracy. There was no one to head the cabinet. And this relates to a major scandal where land worth 150 crore rupees were actually belonging to the defense, belonging to army to be precise, were sold to private parties, and the link ran right up to the chief minister. So he has been arrested, and the JMM is asking, behaving like the judge, jury, and the executioner, saying that he's innocent. Well, let the trial begin, then we'll all come to know. So ED must have had concrete proof.
Sure.
And what are they scared of? Why are they taking their MLAs as per the reports coming in media to Hyderabad?
Sure.
If they have the numbers, why are they running away?
They do have the numbers, and Champai Soren, the chosen person to take over from Hemant Soren, went with that letter of support to the Raj Bhavan, to the governor yesterday. We've seen that there has been no response from the Raj Bhavan yet. Why do you think that is?
Ma'am, the floor test has to be done at the floor of the strength of a leader, how many MLAs he enjoys the strength. It has to be done in the floor of the House as per the SR Bomai case judgment. So let's wait. They have staked a claim to form the government at 9:30 p.m. yesterday. let His Excellency the Governor take a call on this, because they claim to have 49 MLAs in their fold. They could muster up signatures of only 43 MLAs. And according to media reports coming in last night, there were only 37 MLAs who had gone to Raj Bhavan and without an appointment, and obviously His Excellency did not meet them. But let His Excellency take a call as per the provisions of the law, as per the provisions of the Constitution.
Sure.
And they should, wait.
Sure, Pratyush Saidar, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. The political war of words between the alliance of the JMM Congress versus the BJP continues. That's the political fallout of Hemant Soren's arrest. The ED investigation, meanwhile, continues. We just showed you visuals of him being taken to court. What transpires there, whether he gets custody or not, we'll keep a track of that here on CNN News 18 after this very quick break. Don't go anywhere.
The forecast for this year is 3.1% rest of the world, and here we are by IMF, and here we are speaking about, at least CIA's view is it will be in excess of 7% in 25.
Right.
So if I keep all of these factors in mind, I think good domestic market, a geopolitically trusted partner, a focus on cost and ease of doing business, I think you can't get any better than this.
You also talked about continuation, and you're absolutely right. Of course, the government has already showed a lot of confidence that they're going to present a full budget post the election. So that's of course on the political side. But I do want to ask you, if this government was to show its intent on those markers, plus markers, particularly the infrastructure spending and the control on the deficit, two of its highlight issues, do you expect that in this interim budget there will be that intent shown on both of these markers?
Yes, I believe so. I think this government has completely walked the talk in the past as well. So I think there would be...
Well, viewers, the top news, of course, coming out of that is that there has been no monumental announcement in tune really with what was to be expected from the finance minister in a simple vote on account. Yes, there have been a lot of promises that have been made to various sections of the society, but fundamentally, if the middle class was expecting tax breaks, if corporate India was expecting tax breaks, that hasn't quite happened. Also, of course, the one headline that's probably going to stir the markets and perhaps already has is that the economy is on fiscal glide path, which is fundamentally important to those who are looking at the health of the economy. At least that's what we are being told. Let me bring you in on this, Gaurav. Let me just bring you in on some of the points that perhaps you will take away from this. But let me tell you, before we move to our experts, very, very quickly, viewers, it has been a very workmanlike focus by Nirmala Sitharaman on charting out what is really going to be a disciplined approach to expenditure, keeping within very narrow limits and benchmarks that the government had set for itself. Revenues have exceeded expectations. Large number of important provisos been made to keep continuity as the basis really for moving forward, but fundamentally no big bang announcements coming through. So if there was an expectation that there would be a huge splurge before the elections, that hasn't quite happened, and that was perhaps expected in line really with some of the other budgets that have been put out there by the Modi government. People were expecting, of course, greater increase corrected to inflation in certain heads of direct benefit transfers to farmers, etc. That hasn't quite also happened. The Prime Minister had made it quite clear that this would be a vote on account. It perhaps tells you that the government is quite confident of its electoral prospects going forward. It did not want to risk any of the hard work, the legacy that they have really built up in trying to sort of put together what has been a fundamentally disciplined outlook to expenditure. So that is something that it's quite clear that the government didn't want to sort of squander, And therefore, we have seen the government sticking very, very closely to some of its own expectations of itself, especially when it comes to fiscal consolidation. Let me just walk you through some of the points that, of course,
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18. These visuals coming in of Hemant Soren reaching the court in Ranchi. This is hours after he was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate late last night. Heavy police deployment, as you can see there. Hemant Soren, the former Chief Minister, he resigned just a few minutes before he was formally put under arrest by the Enforcement Directorate late last night. He is being produced by the Enforcement Directorate team that was questioning him yesterday. This is at the special PMLA court in Ranchi, where he is being produced. Ananya and Saurabh, my colleagues, continue to be with us, getting us more details. Ananya, we are looking at a legal hurdle as far as Hemant Soren is concerned. He did approach the Supreme Court for immediate relief. That is not going to happen until tomorrow. Meanwhile, we'll have to wait and watch what happens. But the Enforcement Directorate is going to be pushing for custodial interrogation, perhaps.
Well, definitely the Enforcement Directorate will be pushing in for custodial interrogation, and as we saw the grounds of arrest, the ED has very, very categorically stated that he is directly involved in the possession and acquisition of the tainted property that was brought from the proceeds of crime, and that's exactly why the Enforcement Directorate took a decision to arrest him in this particular case. And very, very categorically, the ED's grounds of arrest, if we go through it, it seems to be a watertight case for what the ED seems to portray before, in fact, the court. In fact, the arrest warrants were also, secured a few days ago, and that's exactly how the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Hemant Soren. It will be very, very difficult, in fact, for the legal team of Hemant Soren to push for saying that, this is an illegal arrest, and we'll have to wait and watch as to how things pan out before, in fact, the Ranchi court, because very, very crucially, if at all, the Ranchi court grants his custody to, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, then the arrest would actually attain a vitality. The arrest would actually attain some kind of a legal balance in this particular case. Both the sides would be pushing for the tighter case. It would be also interesting to see as to what the Enforcement Directorate argues before the court, and what Hemant Soren also argues before the court, saying that, in fact, before the Supreme Court also, as we told our viewers, we had accessed that particular petition filed by Hemant Soren, very, very categorically saying that, all of the actions of the Enforcement Directorate are on the behest of the central government, so that they can topple the government in the state of Jharkhand. So how things actually pan out before the court is something that would be interesting, and a big question, Poonam, that would be answered and would be a very, very interesting to note, is how many days of custody would the Enforcement Directorate be seeking, whether they would be seeking a full 14-day custody, or whether they would be seeking some lesser days of custody so that they can interrogate him, and then from that interrogation, what they gather, they could carry out further searches, and then again seek his further police custody remand.
Yes.
So we'll have to see as to how many days of police custody remand would the Enforcement Directorate seek. And another crucial hearing that is to happen tomorrow before the topmost court of the country, where Hemant Soren has challenged his arrest in this particular case. Poonam.
At the PMLO court today and at the Supreme Court tomorrow, that's the legal hurdle that Hemant Soren faces as of now. Saurabh, my colleague, also continues to be with us, getting us the political ramifications of this arrest and what it means for the JMM and the coalition there. Now, we're given to understand there is some unease as far as the coalition goes. They could be leaving out of state, perhaps to Hyderabad anytime now, Saurabh?
Yes, what we are learning is that two planes have already left Delhi, and it might reach before 3 p.m. And what we are also learning is that the capacity of the two planes is one is of 37 seats and the other one is of 12 seats. So overall 49 seats are there, and as we learnt yesterday that 42 MLAs were there, and in fact one more MLA joined when they went to the Governor House to claim their majority. So the UPA government will make sure that they have the numbers and they will take all the MLAs crossing 41. So obviously more than 41 MLAs are going to go to Hyderabad is what we are learning. Meanwhile, not only political, in fact, and one more point I would like to make, that tomorrow the BJP has called a meeting of all its MLAs and the chief whips of of the state, be it Babulal Marandi and BL Santosh is going to head that meeting. And in that meeting, all these developments will be scrutinized. Everything will be discussed, what can be done and how to tackle the future coming days as far as Jharkhand politics is concerned. So BJP has called for a meeting tomorrow, and that will be a crucial meeting. Meanwhile, we are learning that these MLAs, to avoid any kind of risk, they are flying to Hyderabad through two charter planes. First, they'll try to go to Raj Bhavan, and if permission is granted, they can go inside and claim the majority again and request the governor to give the time for oath. But that is very unlikely, as they claim, and because of that, the charter planes have been called and they'll be moving to Hyderabad. Not only politically, in fact, there are rumblings inside, the bureaucrats also. Yesterday, the additional chief secretary of Home, Avinash Kumar, was removed, and it is speculated that the postings of districts of across the state that came yesterday, that was the reason why he was removed, because several recommendations had come from the MLAs of the government, and he had not considered that recommendation, is what we are learning can be the reason of him being dropped as the additional chief secretary of Home. Now, we are also learning that another IS officer who was very close to Hemant Soren, Vinay Chaubey, has left all his position in the state, and he has quit from ACS, Excise, as well as Urban Development. So what I'm trying to say is that the rumblings is not only within the political parties. The bureaucrats, in fact, the officers in the government are also puzzled as to what will happen and what is the future of Jharkhand cabinet. So there are reasons why they have quit down, but as we know that the ED team has taken Hemant Soren to the court, special court in Ranchi, and soon we are going to listen to what the arguments are there. But the security arrangements has been beefed up across Ranchi, and more than 150 magistrates have been deployed at several places. Section 144 has been imposed to avoid any kind of untoward incident, because what we are learning also is that several workers of the ruling government have gathered again, and they are trying to hooch towards the state capital. So
Yes.
there can be a situation of law and order, and to avoid that, the police officers and the district administration has taken all the measures, beefing up security of all the places. The security arrangements at court has also been beefed up heavily, and now there can be a possibility of law and order situation. Although a bandh was called yesterday, but it was a rumor, and JMM had denied that they are going to support the Jharkhand bandh today. But what our sources from different districts of Jharkhand is telling us, that the workers of the UPA government supporting either Congress or JMM, they are moving towards the Ranchi, and many of them have already reached, and they are waiting at the Morabadi ground. That can
Yes.
lead to law and order situation. Poonam.
Right, for now, the JMM Congress Alliance is confident they have the numbers. There's absolutely no reason to worry, but there could be any situation that arises, which is why we want to leave the state. They say Champai Soren is the successor of Hemant Soren, but he is not going to be sworn in any time now. We do not have any confirmation coming in from the governor of when that oath-taking ceremony could happen. Meanwhile, the political and the legal fallout of Hemant Soren's arrest continues. Ananya and Saurabh continue to be with us, getting us latest updates on that. We will be back with more information as and when it happens, but for now, it's time for a quick break. Back in just a few minutes.
Going forward, it did not want to risk any of the hard work, the legacy that they have really built up in trying to sort of put together what has been a fundamentally disciplined outlook to expenditure. So that is something that it's quite clear that the government didn't want to sort of squander, and therefore we have seen the government sticking very, very closely to some of its own expectations of itself, especially when it comes to fiscal consolidation. Let me just walk you through some of the points that, of course, have been made by Nirmala Sitharaman in that budget. She's talked about coming back, increasing the ease of living, enhancing India's energy security, mass transport augmentation, middle class, especially the younger middle class, housing plan for the middle class which is going to be sort of unrolled, a capex outlet hiked by 11%, which is a fundamental headline, women emancipation, especially focusing on women health, a large number of announcements under that, 50-year interest-free loans for the private sector is something that will enthuse a large number of those who are looking to start up companies, etc. Free ration for 80 crore Indians and 517 new routes to enable passenger travel. So that is something that the government has put out there, apart from, of course, focusing on some of its achievements. The first half, the first 25 minutes of the speech focused on how the government has actually come out there and improved ease of living and, of course, the top line numbers of the government. Let's go across and get some reactions from the CI. R. Dinesh is there with us. Mr. Dinesh, how do you see the government, vote on account?
Start? So, the immediate reaction, thank you for joining us today. The immediate reaction would be that the consolidation of the fiscal deficit, and I think our recommendation initially was 5.4%, but for it's a 5.1% is obviously a very significant step forward. But at the same time, not sacrificing the focus on growth, so the capex spend has increased by almost 11.1%, which is also very good. So the continued focus on infrastructure growth takes place. The third aspect, which is very important, is the focus on the rural sector and also the 4 aspects of women, the farmer and the poor being taken care of. The continuation of the housing, both for women as well as for the rural sectors, are all very welcome. So this takes care of the equitable growth approach of the government. And we have to wait and see regarding the direct tax and indirect tax proposals. As the finance minister has said, that will be taken up only in the final budget. So therefore, this budget does not cover that. So as far as we are concerned, it's a very positive step forward with regard to having the headroom available for growth, considering the fiscal deficit and also the focus on equitable growth. From an industry perspective, obviously we will wait for the main budget to come to look at that details. Thank you.
Well, a short statement there from the CII. But as I was telling you, viewers, the focus really is.
Welcome back. We have news now coming in from Varanasi, from the Kashi Vishwanath temple, the Gyanvapi mosque. Remember, yesterday, the Vyas Tehkhana was opened up after a court order for prayers. These are first visuals coming in of that puja being performed in that cellar. As far as the Vyas Tehkhana is concerned, prayers have now resumed after 1993. That long battle finally coming to fruition as far as the Hindu side is concerned between the Gyanvapi mosque and the Kashi Vishwanath temple land dispute is concerned. This is a significant move, is what the Hindu side had claimed yesterday. Ananya, my colleague, now joining us, getting us more details. Ananya, these first visuals coming in of the prayers being offered there, the puja being conducted inside the cellar. There were only 2 cellars out of the 10 that were opened up for the ASI survey that was conducted over the last few months. This is one of those cellars. Yesterday, after a court order, it was decided that until 1993, prayers were offered at the Vyas Tehkhana, and there's no reason why it shouldn't continue now, which is why it was opened up.
Well, definitely, Poonam, a big development coming in as far as the Gyanvapi, dispute is concerned. Yesterday, a court order came wherein it was said that, until 1993, there were prayers that were offered at this Vyas Tehkhana, and in fact, the ASI report was heavily relied on, wherein it was stated that there are various Hindu sculptures and inscriptions that exist in that particular cellar, and that's exactly why there is no reason to bar prayers there at the Vyas Tehkhana. And today, if we see the visuals, the prayers have already started. However, a subsequent development happened at the Supreme Court where late last night at around 3 a.m., today morning. In fact, the Muslim side knocked the doors of the Supreme Court. They approached the Registrar General, asked for urgent hearing to be given in this particular matter. However, after assessing the matter, the Supreme Court very categorically said that, this is not a matter that needs urgent hearing at this point of time, and they should be knocking the doors of, in fact, the Allahabad High Court. In fact, Vishnu Shankar Jain too had stated that, he will be filing a caveat before the Allahabad High Court. And, no kind of a relief has at least at this point of time come in for, in fact, the Muslim side who had actually knocked the doors of, who is to knock the doors of the Allahabad High Court when it comes to this order that's been filed by the district court there. But the big development, puja started happening there. In fact, if you remember, the order had said that, in 7 days time was given, and the Kashi Vishwanath Trust was asked that, please assign a priest, a pandit there who can perform that particular puja. That things happened quickly, and the puja has actually started at that particular point. A big win for the Hindu side. The ASI report seems to be like a treasure book, a golden treasure that the Hindu side has gone on to achieve. How much of it does it affect the main suit is something that only time can tell. However, these small wins are something that are boosting the morale of the Hindu side, with prayers started at the cellar, the south cellar called the, in fact, the Vyasji's Tehkhana. Poonam.
Are we also going to be, Ananya, seeing the cellar being opened up to other devotees now, or is it just that one priest or the family that can conduct prayers there? Are there any details in the court order, any nitty-gritties that came out yesterday?
Well, not yet. The court has said that, the Kashi Vishwanath Trust would be actually arranging for puja. There the rituals will continue. However, with regards to the other devotees, the court order was not very clear. So we'll have to wait and watch as to whether or not other people would be allowed. However, this development too is a subsequent one. In fact, Vishnu Shankar Jain was really happy, and the Hindu side is very confident that they would now be able to secure more favorable orders from the court, and the matter the main suit also would be in their favor after this particular ASI report. In fact, they've already filed an application seeking, in fact, the survey of the Bazukhana area as well. How much of it does it play out before the Supreme Court? We'll have to wait and watch. But
right, sorry to interrupt you there, Ananya. Harishankar Jain joining us on this broadcast, a significant player, a lawyer of the Hindu side, also giving us more perspective on how significant this is. So thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. A one-week deadline was set by the court yesterday, but within hours, we've seen that Vyasji's Tehkhana has been opened up for prayers. Harishankar Jain, can you hear me? Yes, sir. I was just talking about how significant this is. A one-week deadline was set yesterday by the court for the cellar to be opened up, but Vyasji's Tehkhana is already open. Prayers have already been offered within 12 hours. How significant do you think this is?
Yes, administration has taken prompt action, keeping in view land order situation, and these orders are not kept in abeyance. These orders are not delayed, and the order has been rightly implemented. Because there was passion, there was threat to land order situation. And today, in Varanasi, also, you might have received some information. Therefore, it was a right step. And there was no need to wait.
Mr. Jain, are we also going to be seeing Vyasji's Tehkhana open up for other devotees, or has the court restricted this only to the priests from the temple to conduct the prayers?
It is order is for all. It has been opened for all, and today puja is started. It is open for all, and rightly it has been opened for all.
Right, Mr. Jain, the Hindu side has also approached the Supreme Court asking for the opening up of the other cellars as well. Do you think, do you have hope that that could happen?
I have not moved for opening other cellars, but I have moved for opening the seal area so that survey may take place within that area which is not been investigated by SI due to sealing. And thereafter, I will study the report, and then I will decide next course of action.
Harishankar Jain, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. It is a significant move for the Hindu side who's claimed vindication. Last week, we saw the ASI report findings that were made public that went on to say that there was a pre-existing temple over the current-day Gyanvapi structure. Yesterday, the local court in Varanasi then opened up Vyasji's Tehkana, which is a cellar in the Gyanvapi Mouse complex, where we now see prayers being offered. Even though the deadline was for a week, within 12 hours, we've seen that the local administration and the temple trust have managed to put in security and arrangements in place for prayers to be offered there. The Hindu side definitely claiming this to be a significant victory in their fight. It is a wrap from my side here on this edition. News and updates will continue though on CNN News 18. Ayushman takes you forward with those.
Thank you for that, Poonam. Let's shift focus back to Hemant Soren, ladies and gentlemen, who is in ED custody. Now, after a lengthy interrogation, Hemant Soren was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with a land scam case. Now, he promptly appeared before the PMLA court. Now, in a video message, Soren claimed his arrest was premeditated due to a lack of evidence and he has resigned, handing over leadership to Champai Soren. Now, seeking protection, he approached the Supreme Court, causing anxiety among Jharkhand's ruling parties about potential MLA disintegration. Remember, the stability for now of the Jharkhand government is intact. Now, according to a source, a charter plane in Ranchi fueled speculation of relocating ruling MLAs to Hyderabad or Bengaluru.
आज मुझे ईडी गिरफ्तार करने आई है। दिन भर हमसे पूछताछ करने के बाद, समय बिताने के बाद सुनियोजित ढंग से मुझे गिरफ्तार करने का उन लोगों ने फैसला सुनाया। और किस विषय पर? ऐसे विषय पर जो चीजें मुझसे जुड़ी ही नहीं है। मुझ पर 8.5 एकड़ जमीन का मालिक होने का इनका दावा है और भूयारी जमीन किया, जो जमीन कभी बिकती ही नहीं और कहीं सबूत नहीं मिला। दिल्ली में भी इन लोगों ने छापे मारकर हमारी जो छवि खराब करने की कोशिश की।
आज जो यहाँ आए हैं हमारा गुरुजी, इनका आदर्श और उसी आदर्श को मान के हम झारखंड में हम संघर्ष और यहाँ का अस्मिता का बचाने के लिए हम संघर्ष करते हैं। गुरुजी मेरा आदर्श है। देखिए, ये सारा चीज आप लोग देख लिया है। यहाँ का आदिवासी का आवाज को कैसे दबाया जाता है, जो आदिवासी का और यहाँ का आवाज को कैसे दबाया जाता है, ये बरसों से है, आज से नहीं है।
कितना नंबर है आपके पास दादा?
हमारा पास 47 है।
Right, so that was Champai Soren, the new Chief Minister-elect of Jharkhand after Hemant Soren tendered his resignation last night when it comes to the heat he is facing from the Enforcement Directorate. Now, Champai Soren has sent a letter to the governor asking for a meeting at around 3 p.m. He has said that he had reached out to Raj Bhavan yesterday with about 43 MLAs. That's what Champai Soren is saying, that the Jharkhand government is intact. He has said that he has the support of 43 MLAs and has sought time to meet the governor. Remember, he wants to stake claim to ensure that the government remains stable, and Champai Soren has sent that message to the governor and he is awaiting a reply. Champai Soren making it clear that the Jharkhand government remains stable, the coalition government of the RJD, the JMM and the Congress, and he says he has the support of 43 MLAs to remain afloat in the state of Jharkhand. So after Hemant Soren tendered his resignation and Champai Soren was handed the reins of the government, now Champai Soren has approached the governor saying that he has the support of 43 MLAs. This comes amid speculation of the movement of ruling party MLAs, with speculation coming in that jets have been fueled in Ranchi for the movement of the ruling party MLAs as the JMM tries to ring fence its support. That's the speculation that is rife right now in Ranchi, ladies and gentlemen. But Champai Soren making it very clear, saying that he wants time to meet the governor, saying that he has the support of 43 MLAs, saying that despite the attempts of the Enforcement Directorate and the centre to destabilize the Jharkhand government, he has the support of 43 MLAs and the government will remain stable. I'm joined by my colleague Saurabh Rathore, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. So Saurabh, Champai Soren making it clear
that the JMM and the Jharkhand government is in a stable position and now seeking time for from the governor to ensure that he stakes claim and the government runs smoothly in the state of Jharkhand even after the jolt of Hemant Soren's arrest.
Says, and it clearly says that yesterday he was. Am I audible?
Yeah, Saurabh, go ahead.
Yes. So Champai Soren in the letter he had said that he's ceding the time for 3 p.m. To take claim for the government because he has the support of 47 MLAs, and in fact a letter of support was submitted by him yesterday at when he met the governor. It is very likely that we don't know whether the government will give the permission for the meeting, but certainly the letter says that they have the support of 47 MLAs and the letter of support of 43 MLAs, which is clearly surpassing the magic number of 41. They have already submitted the letter of support of 43 MLAs. So they are seeking time so that they can take claim for formation of to get a new chief minister and to take oath for the new Jharkhand government led by Champai Soren. So this is the latest piece of breaking that we are telling our viewers, that Champai Soren, who is declared the leader of the legislature party of the UPA government in Jharkhand, he has sought time to meet the governor at 3 p.m. Saying that he has the majority with him, so governor should give him the time so that he can prove his majority and take oath. Now we are also learning, Ayushman, that there was a rift between within the family of Hemant Soren when the name of Kalpana Soren came into picture, and she was being projected as the CM face. Then Sita Soren, who was the sister-in-law of Hemant Soren, she had opposed the name of Kalpana Soren, and in fact what Nishikant Dubey has tweeted on social media X, and he had said that it is Shibu Soren who is eager to make Basant Soren as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. So this is coming out from BJP MP Nishikant Dubey, that he is claiming that Shibu Soren, who is not present in the in the meeting which is going on inside the circuit house, and they are planning to move to Hyderabad to charter plane. The Supremo of JMM, Shibu Soren, has given his consent of the name of Basant Soren. So all kind of political rumblings are going on. Meanwhile, we are also learning that very soon Hemant Soren will appear before the ED court, before the special court in Ranchi, and there is a possibility that the ED will take his custody and he will send and take Hemant Soren into a camp jail, which was already it was made yesterday, and this camp jail is near Basant Soren's house. It was a government bungalow which is converted into a camp jail, is what our sources are telling, and it is very probable that ED will demand its own custody and not judicial custody, and they'll take Hemant Soren to the camp jail, which is being prepared at near Basant Soren's house. This is what the latest piece of information we are getting to the viewers.
Right. So the Enforcement Directorate will seek the custody of Hemant Soren. He is set to appear before a special court in Ranchi, is the latest information we are getting. I'm also joined by Arunima on the broadcast. So Arunima, there is of course the land scam, but there is a huge legal quicksand that Hemant Soren finds himself in. Decode that for us.
Yes, there are two other probes also, but that the Enforcement Directorate is doing against the Jharkhand Chief Minister, the former Jharkhand Chief Minister. One is in connection with the illegal coal mining, and second, that the ill-gotten money, both from the land scam as well as the alleged coal mining scam, that ill-gotten money has been invested or laundered using shell companies. Charges have also been made, allegations have also been made that the two BMW vehicles recovered from his Delhi residence were also owned by these shell companies, though Soren himself has countered this, saying this is a deliberate attempt to malign me. I have nothing to do with these recoveries. The ED, however, is convinced, and you will see shortly when Soren is produced in court and the argument goes on, the ED's prosecutor is impressing upon the court that Soren was not only aware of the land scam dealings that were happening, but was also actively participating in it. Now, just to give you a background, what is Soren saying? Soren's argument is that, I have been wrongly implicated in this particular case. I have been accused of owning 8.5 acres of land. This is what he was told yesterday during the questioning and also on the 20th January. That ED says that you own this 8.5 acres of land and you've used a circuitous way because this was tribal land. As per the Jharkhand, because it was a tribal state, as per the laws in Jharkhand, you cannot sell this tribal land. Yet the CM used a circuitous way and went through the land mafia to claim ownership of it. That's the charge against him. But Soren, of course, is countering it, calling this political vendetta.
Right, Arunima, so that is the pitch that's come in from the Enforcement Directorate, that there is a huge illegal and criminal nexus now at the helm of which was Hemant Soren. By establishing the money trail, it still remains to be seen how the Enforcement Directorate does that. Saurabh, coming back to you, this entire situation that has rocked the Jharkhand government, the JMM, of course, in a huddle to ensure that the government remains afloat. Any rumblings taking place in the Jharkhand government when it comes to a possible rebellion? Because these kind of situations where Champai Soren still has not staked claim to form the government, he still has to take the oath of office to become chief minister. This situation becomes quite an opportunity for the opposition parties to make their move.
So it will be very interesting to see, Ayushman, that such kind of situation arises, because we already know that there are at least two rebels in the party. One is coming in front, but the other one, as according to the BJP MP Nishikant Dubey, that Basant Soren and Sita Soren both are not in favor of making Champai Soren or Kalpana Soren as the chief minister. So certainly these two leaders are the big leaders of the JMM, and in fact they are the family members of Shibu Soren. One is the son and the other one is the daughter-in-law. So certainly the rift within the party, within the government, within the family, in fact, is seen, and the political rumblings also started when, in fact, in the Circuit House today, Ayushman, there was talks of the possibility of expanding the cabinet or making or inducting new minister in the new government, in the government led by Champai Soren was taking place. In fact, some of the MLAs from JMM and Congress, they had opposed the idea of making anyone new minister in the government. So such kind of discussions, hot discussions, heated discussions are taking place within the UPA government in Jharkhand. Meanwhile, what we are learning is that Sita Soren, who was opposing Kalpana Soren as the CM of Jharkhand, because she claimed that Kalpana Soren, the wife of Hemant Soren, is not a political leader and she has never participated in any kind of political activities, so she had no right to become the CM face. And in fact, Shibu Soren, as according to as I told, Nishikant Dubey has tweeted that Shibu Soren wants his son to become the chief minister and keeping the whole power in the within the family. So these kinds of developments are taking place. Meanwhile, tomorrow BJP has called a meeting in Ranchi, where BL Santosh, the chief, Babulal Marandi, and other leaders are going to participate in the meeting, and they'll take stock of all the situation. They'll see if any kind of possibility is there or not. But to avoid any kind of horse trading or any kind of such rift, now it has been decided that all the MLAs, all the MLAs are going to head towards Hyderabad so that the majority will be there, and the whole there is no crisis, there is no situation of any crisis arising, so that easily the government can form, government can be formed easily, the oath can be taken easily, and to avoid any kind of such crisis, the MLAs have agreed to move to Hyderabad through charter planes. So this is what the leaders are saying, that they don't want any kind of danger, they don't want before the oath take place, they don't want any kind of such situation where the government's majority can be challenged, and this is the reason why they are moving.
To highlight for our viewers what you have pointed out, Nishikant Dubey, BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has made this big claim where he says that according to the information that he has, Shibu Soren wants Basant Soren as the chief minister and not Champai Soren. Now, Saurabh was pointing this out, that there is some level of a discord within the JMM camp. Saurabh, so decode for us the position of Basant Soren in the entire JMM camp, that BJP MP Nishikant Dubey is making this claim that he should have been the chief minister as per Shibu Soren?
See, there were three sons of Shibu Soren. First was Durga Soren, who is no more now, but two sons are left, Basant Soren and Hemant Soren. Hemant Soren is the younger son of Shibu Soren. Basant Soren has been an MLA from Dumka, and he has also been an MLA since 2005, and he has been into active politics, but he has no good relation, as we say, like insider of the JMM tells us that he has no good relation with his own brother, and in fact this is the reason why he has a cordial relation with the sister-in-law Sita Soren. So both of them have the same view, which is against Hemant Soren, because the idea of Kalpana Soren was coming out from Hemant Soren's faction, where they wanted Kalpana Soren to become the chief minister. But the opposition and the discord that was seen within the family when in fact Sita Soren openly started saying that she doesn't want Kalpana Soren to become the chief minister, then this to avoid this whole feud, a neutral leader from within the JMM was chosen, and he was Champai Soren. He is loved by all, in fact, within the party, be it JMM or Congress, and he's been called as Kolhan Tiger in lighter mood. So Champai Soren was declared as the leader of the whole legislature party, and he has been named as, he has been said that it is Hemant Soren who has proposed the name of Champai Soren after this whole feud came out. So Basant Soren, it is obvious, it is very obvious that Shibu Soren, who has a legacy of dividing Jharkhand and Bihar, and after that the formation of Jharkhand that took place in November 2000, it was Shibu Soren's, he spearheaded that movement, and from then since he has been into politics, and his family members are into politics right from the beginning. So he obviously will want the power to be in his own hands rather than giving it to someone else, be it he is a very close close aide. But this is the reason why Nishikant Dubey, he might have his own inputs about it, but this is the reason why Nishikant Dubey is claiming that Shibu Soren is wanting Basant Soren to be the chief minister, and delay is taking place because of such rumblings.
Saurabh, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're joined by Rajesh Thakur of the Congress party as the developments are coming in thick and fast from Ranchi when it comes to this jolt that has hit the Jharkhand government. Rajesh ji, क्या आपकी सरकार झारखंड में स्टेबल है, या आपको डर लग रहा है कि दूसरी पार्टीज आपके एमएलए छीन सकती हैं?
नहीं, आवाज नहीं आई।
राजेश जी, मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
जी जी, अब आ रही।
हाँ राजेश जी, आपकी सरकार क्या झारखंड में स्टेबल है?
बिल्कुल।
और हेमंत सोरेन जी के जाने से जेएमएम क्या एक स्टेबल पार्टी है? क्या आपकी सरकार चंपाई सोरेन के पीछे है, या अभी भी जेएमएम के अंदर दरार है कि मुख्यमंत्री कौन होना चाहिए?
कोई दरार नहीं है। देखिए, जब तक मुखबिरों के हवाले से और सूत्रों के हवाले से खबरें चलेंगी, तब तक इस तरह की खबरें आती रहेंगी। हम समझते हैं कि सरकार का हमने बनाने का दावा पेश कर दिया है, और उसमें सभी लोग पूरी तन्मयता के साथ लगे हैं, और उसमें कहीं कोई if और but नहीं है।
Right, so that pitch coming in from the Jharkhand government, from a top Congress leader saying that the Jharkhand government will remain stable, but we're getting some more developments coming in where the ED has requested 10 days remand for Hemant Soren. That is the latest coming in, where the Enforcement Directorate, as it investigates multiple cases surrounding the former Jharkhand Chief Minister, the ED has now requested 10 days remand for Hemant Soren. That is the latest that's coming in as the noose in a way tightens around the former Jharkhand Chief Minister. ED has requested 10 days remand for the former Jharkhand CM. I'm joined by my colleague Arunima, who's getting us this piece of breaking news as Hemant Soren has been produced in the PMLA court. Arunima, over to you.
Expected within 24 hours of the arrest being shown, Hemant Soren had to be produced before a court. He was arrested at about 9:33 p.m. last night, and now he has been produced at the PMLA court in Ranchi. The Enforcement Directorate has argued that they have to question Hemant Soren further about this entire conspiracy. He has to be confronted with the other accused who have been arrested, shown their statements, and also confronted with the evidence that has emerged in this particular case. And given all of that, they require at least 10 days of custodial interrogation of the former Jharkhand chief minister. Of course, the defense will contradict this. Already before his arrest, Hemant Soren had in a video statement questioned the very basis of this case. He had said that the entire case against me is that of political vendetta. He's gone on to say that, I am being accused of owning about 8.5 acres of land, but this entire land is tribal land. It can't be sold off. It can't be owned by anybody. So the very basis of the case is problematic. Enforcement Directorate is misusing its powers. Its political vendetta is what Hemant Soren said in that video message. Moments after he was arrested, it was put out on his social media. And now in the court also, his defense is expected to take that line. But the Enforcement Directorate is trying to impress upon this court that this Bhuihari land, it's called the Bhuihari land, which is essentially tribal land protected by the court, was misused by using land mafia, by using companies, and by using others who have been part of this conspiracy. And together they have sold off about 8.5 acres of this Bhuihari land to Hemant Soren himself. And to probe that further, ED has told the court that it requires 10 days of custody. We are waiting to hear what the defense's line of argument would be and finally what the court decides.
Right, but at the same time, Arunima, when it comes to the optics surrounding this entire case around Hemant Soren, we saw the seizure of around over 30 lakhs in cash from his Delhi residence, as well as the seizure of 2 BMWs, which the Enforcement Directorate has said is the proceeds of the crime. Now, when it comes to the proceeds of the crime, is there still a lack of clarity on the money trail leading to Hemant Soren?
This particular recovery, we'll have to wait and see if the Enforcement Directorate tells the court that this particular recovery in Delhi is linked to the land scam. Why? Because everything that has been reported in the media is all source-based. If you have to make a case in the court, you will have to come clean, you'll have to come on record, you'll have to put it in your remand application. So far, the ED is limiting itself to say that Hemant Soren was not just aware, but he was very much a part of the conspiracy to acquire this land. They've kept silent on the recovery made from the Delhi residents. At a later stage, will they do so? We'll have to wait and see. But is this the only recovery made by the Enforcement Directorate? It looks like it has much more evidence of how this crime was really conspired and how it was unearthed, from where the proceeds of the crime were really laundered. And they are going to put out it, in their charge sheet. Now that they've arrested Hemant Soren, they will put it out in their charge sheet at a later stage, and we'll have to wait and see if on record they make a direct connection between the recovery of these 2 cars that you see on your screen, recovery of the cash of 36 lakh recovered from Hemant Soren's Delhi, South Delhi residence, with this immediate case of land scam in Ranchi.
Right, so that is the latest coming in when it comes to the investigation into Hemant Soren, where the Enforcement Directorate has sought 10 days of custody to interrogate the former Jharkhand Chief Minister. But at the same time, rumblings on the political scene as well. A 12-seater chartered plane is currently at the Ranchi airport. These are the reports that we are getting from Ranchi, ladies and gentlemen, where it seems that the Jharkhand government is ring-fencing all of its MLAs, where you can see that the reports are coming in that a chartered plane, a 12-seater charter plane, is currently ready at the Ranchi airport. What are the dynamics which are taking place within the Jharkhand government, within the alliance of the JMM, the Congress and the RJD? Remember, the Congress, Jharkhand Congress President Rajesh Thakur just told us that everything is kosher, everything is fine. The government will remain in place and everyone is behind Champai Soren to become the next Chief Minister of Jharkhand, because the reins were handed over to him by Hemant Soren. But the question remains, are the rumblings continuing in the Jharkhand government? Because what we are learning now, a 12-seater chartered plane is currently at the Ranchi airport. My colleague Saurabh is joining us with this piece of break news. Saurabh, give us the details.
Yeah, Ashman, what we are learning right now is that the governor has given the time for the meeting, and it is 5:30 p.m. is when they are called. In fact, 5 people have been invited to the governor house. So these 5 people will be Champai Soren and the MLAs of the allied party of the UPA government, be it Congress, JVM, RJD and CPI ML. So all representative of all these 5 parties will be going to the governor house at 5:30 is what we are learning right now from our sources. The information is just coming that the governor has given the time of 5:30 p.m. For all these 5
MLAs to visit at Governor House, and then he is going to listen to what they have to say. In fact, as we know that Champai Soren was seeking time of 3 p.m. For a meeting with the governor, and he wanted to stake claim that he has the majority, because yesterday only a letter of support of 43 MLAs according to him was submitted to the governor, and he is saying that he has the support of 47 MLAs certainly, which is surpassing the magic number of 41. So the speculation that whether the governor would give time today or not is over now. The governor has given the time to Champai Soren and his allies to visit at Governor House at 5:30 p.m. Remember, 5 people have been called, and these 5 people will be from JMM, Congress, JVM, CPI and RJD. So the representative from all these parties will be going to meet the governor at 5:30 p.m. Right now we are not sure whether the time is given for oath or...
Right, as my colleague Saurabh is also pointing out, the governor has now given time to the JMM and the top leaders of the Jharkhand government. 5 people have been invited at around 5:30 p.m. So Champai Soren and other top leaders have been invited at Raj Bhavan at around 5:30 p.m. Saurabh, please continue what you were saying.
Yes, but we are not sure right now, as because I am involved, because I have to see my phone to check whether the meeting is called for oath or not. But right now what we have learned is that the governor has invited 5 people, including Champai Soren from JMM, to come at Governor House at 5:30 p.m. So as we know that Champai Soren was trying to convince the governor through his letter that he has the support of 47 MLAs, and already he has submitted the letter of support signed by 43 MLAs of the allied party of the UPA government in Jharkhand. So he has all the right to, because he has been chosen as the leader of the UPA government there, all the MLAs have supported him, all the MLAs have given the support. In fact, the letter of support has been given to the governor, so he has the right to take oath as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and because of that he was seeking time to the governor, but the time he wanted to go to Governor House was 3 p.m. But now what we are learning is that the governor has given the time for 5:30 p.m. for 5 people to come to the Governor House. Very soon we will make it clear whether the time is for the oath or it is just for a meeting that Champai Soren was seeking, Aishuman.
Right. Thank you, Saurabh, for getting us the latest as the developments are coming in thick and fast when it comes to the political dynamics in Jharkhand after the arrest of Hemant Soren. We will continue to track all the developments which are coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
But, excuse me, vote on account.
Ready? Start. So, the immediate reaction, thank you for joining us today. The immediate reaction would be that the consolidation of the fiscal deficit, and I think our recommendation initially was 5.4%, but for it's a 5.1% is obviously a very significant step forward. But at the same time, not sacrificing the focus on growth, so the capex spend has increased by almost 11.1%, which is also very good. So the continued focus on infrastructure growth takes place. The third aspect, which is very important, is the focus on the rural sector and also the 4 aspects of women, the farmer and the poor being taken care of. The continuation of the housing, both for women as well as for the rural sectors, are all very welcome. So this takes care of the equitable growth approach of the government. And we have to wait and see regarding the direct tax and indirect tax proposals. As the finance minister has said, that will be taken up only in the final budget. So therefore, this budget does not cover that. So as far as we are concerned, it's a very positive step forward with regard to having the headroom available for growth, considering the fiscal deficit and also the focus on equitable growth. from an industry perspective, obviously we will wait for the main budget to come to look at the details. Thank you.
Well, a short statement there from the CII. But as I was telling you, viewers, the focus really is on reassuring India that fiscal consolidation, the glide path to those fiscal numbers is very much in place, and that is seen already, the market reacting extremely positively. So very, very important, because there was always this apprehension that in an election year there would be this lurch towards splurging, to be putting out schemes, etc., that would break the bank, so to speak, and send our glide path towards fiscal consolidation haywire. But that has not happened. It tells you that the government is quite, at this moment, secure in its own political and electoral prospects, which is a very important signal that has come out from the Modi government, because fundamentally it has eschewed any real populism. Infra growth, the capex expenditure has been hiked by 11%. Continued focus on infra. There has been visible changes in and around us. When we look at roadways, etc., those that were expecting tax breaks come away disappointed. We continue with the same tax slabs for both direct and indirect taxes, personal and corporate. So no changes there, which was to be perhaps expected. As I had said in the very beginning, viewers, that a government conscious of its legacy, which has been a disciplined one, would not really go there and break the bank, and that has not happened. Rural sector getting a lot of attention in this budget, so did women. And let's try to get some initial assessments. First from you, Mr. Chikkarmani. What do you make of Nirmala Sitharaman's vote on account budget?
It is as predicted. Earlier I had written, and in the morning we had discussed also on this, that she will continue.
Welcome back. After a Varanasi court granted the right to conduct puja in the mosque basement of the Gyanvapi structure, the first puja took place late at night at 2 a.m. after almost 31 years. Meanwhile, Hindu activists changed the road signpost from Gyanvapi Masjid to Mandir. A recent court order upheld the right to conduct religious rituals at the historic site. In response, the Masjid Committee's counsel has stated that he will challenge the order in a higher court. The court has set February 8th as the date of the hearing on an application by the Mosque Committee arguing that the plea should be dismissed. So that is the piece of news that's coming here from the Gyanvapi tussle, ladies and gentlemen. Those visuals on your screen, puja being held at 2 a.m. in the morning for the first time in 31 years after the court granted Hindus the right to hold puja in the basement area after almost 31 years. Remember, they were locked up. The basement was locked up and puja was denied back in 1993 after the demolition of the Babri Mosque. But after almost 31 years, you can see those visuals on your screen where the pujas are taking place. The first puja took place at 2 a.m. and more such pujas are slated through the day. Also, the visuals on the right side of your screen, which has raised alarm among certain Muslim leaders, where you can see Hindu activists writing Gyanvapi Mandir by covering up the sign which says Masjid. I'm joined by my colleague Ananya on the broadcast. Ananya, so a huge win for the Hindu side, and they did not waste any time when it comes to mobilizing the pujas in the Gyanvapi basement.
It is a big win for the Hindu side today. The prayers have also begun at, in fact, the Vyasji's Paikhana here at Varanasi, and very, very clearly, this is the Hindu side claims this to be. The Hindu side claims this to be the first win in this whole suit that is there with regards to this whole disputed property called the Gyanvapi Mosque, where in fact there was a Hindu temple, is what the Hindu side has always said, that it is a part of the Vishwanath temple. In fact, the Ma Shringar Gauli temple also exists there, is what the Hindu side has said. However, this was a particular petition with regards to the Vyasji's Paikhana, where until 1993 prayers used to happen. However, post a diktat by the then Mulayam Singh government, the prayers were stopped there. However,
now the court has allowed for the prayers to begin, and in fact today 7 days time was given and Kashi Vishwanath Trust was entrusted to actually start puja there. They were asked to depute a priest there. The same has been done. The pujas have started at in fact that particular cellar, the cellar S2 as referred to in the ASI report. Remember that this ASI report, Ayushman, has played up to be like a golden treasure for the Hindu side, giving them back-to-back good orders in their favor and proving to be something that could be said to be a very, very crucial evidence when it comes to this whole dispute. However, the Muslim side has now knocked the doors of the Allahabad High Court. They've approached this Allahabad High Court. The matter was mentioned before the acting Chief Justice there. However, he said and asked the Muslim side to actually approach the mentioning registrar and ask them to put their application for urgent hearing before the registrar. However, when will the matter be listed is something that we'll have to wait and watch for. However, the Supreme Court was also approached by the Muslim side. However, the Supreme Court
I'm
said
sorry to interrupt.
that
I'm
please move to
joined
the High Court.
by the face of the legal fight coming in from the Hindu side. Vishnu Jain is joining us on the broadcast. Thank you, Mr. Jain, for joining us on CNN News 18. The Hindu side not wasting any time when it comes to mobilizing the pujas and a long list of events planned through the day when it comes to celebrating this victory after almost 30 years.
Yeah, definitely the order was passed by the Honorable Court after a long wait of 31 years. Let me tell you that in November 1993, the puja was stopped in the cellar illegally by a state government. And yesterday the Honorable Court gave justice to the majority community and to the Vyas Parivar. And therefore, immediately the state government has complied with the orders passed by the district court. And puja has started, and we are very happy that puja has started in the cellar of Vyas Parivar.
Right, but Mr. Jain, yesterday we heard also the counsel for the Muslim side, Mr. Akhlaq, and he was saying that this order is completely illegal and it's kind of bad in law because there are no idols in the basement area, but we can clearly see the pujas are taking place.
No, these idols were found during survey of the ASI, and if you will see the report of the ASI which has been filed in the court, in cellar S2, it has been mentioned that which are the idols which were found in cellar S2. So only those, and if you will read the order passed by the District Court of Varanasi yesterday, the Honorable District Court has directed कि वहाँ पे जो मूर्तियाँ हैं उसकी पूजा हो. So those idols which were existing in the said cellar of Vyas Parivar, which is mentioned in the ASI report, only those idols are being worshipped.
Right, but Mr. Jain, so in your opinion, is the Muslim side doing legal gymnastics when it comes to countering this order? And do you think that it will not have any weight in the Allahabad High Court?
See, I don't want to comment so far as the legal aspect is concerned because they are free to avail their remedies as available to them under law. And they can approach the High Court and the Supreme Court. But we will also have our chance to apprise the Honorable Court about the facts of the case and about the nature in which such an order has been passed. So we are very confident that this order which has been passed by the District Court of Varanasi will not be upset by the High Court as well as by the Supreme Court.
Right, but these visuals, I don't know if you can see the screen, the visuals on the right side of our screen also, while it's a huge celebration that puja is taking place after almost 30 years, you have a lot of Hindu activists who are covering up these signboards which says Gyanvapi Masjid and covering it with Mandir. Now, while you are leading the legal fight and it is the need of the hour to find legal remedies to issues of Astha, these kind of moves should be discouraged, isn't it?
See, first of all, I have not asked anyone to do such an activity and I am no one to tell them not to do such an activity. I am a lawyer, I am fighting this case in the courts of law and I have always come before the channel and before everyone with my legal arguments and legal points. So I don't want to comment anything about these activities.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Jain, for sharing your perspective when it comes to this entire tussle that's taking place around the Gyanvapi Masjid. Remember the huge victory for the Hindu side, which after almost 30 years has been granted the right to pray in the basement area of the Gyanvapi Mosque. But those visuals on the right side of your screen as well, Hindu activists, of course, encouraged by this entire order, covering up the signboards which says Gyanvapi Masjid, putting Mandir on top of that. I'm also joined by Sohanlal Arya on the broadcast. Mr. Arya, a huge victory for the Hindu side after almost 30 years, but the Muslim side continuing with its legal campaign saying that in the Allahabad High Court, this order will be tanked because they're saying that it has no legal justification for allowing Hindu prayers in the basement of the Gyanvapi Mosque.
देखिए बिल्कुल जैसे ही माननीय जिला जज का यह फैसला आया, हम लोग काफी उत्साहित हो गए और उनके फैसले के अनुसार रात को 12 बजे से जो है जो आया पूजन पाठ आराधना हुआ और ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में भी जैसे गलेश्वर शास्त्री द्रविड़ जो श्री राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन, श्री राम जन्मभूमि में जो थे और द्विवेदी जी उनके उपस्थित व्यास जी में सवेरे ब्रह्म मुहूर्त पूजन हुआ, अभी दोपहर में पूजन हुआ। कहने का तात्पर्य मात्र इतना है कि इस फैसले से पूरा हिंदू समाज जो हर्षित है, सभी सनातन धर्मी हर्षित है। हम स्वयं 40 साल से ज्ञान वापी उद्धार में लगे हुए, हम काफी उत्साहित हैं।
राइट, बट आर्या साहब ये भी बताइए कि इतने सालों से यहाँ पे पूजा अलाउ नहीं की गई थी, पर 1993 के बाद जब ये एरिया बैरिकेड कर दिया गया था तो थोड़ी बहुत पूजा अलाउ कर दी गई थी। वो कब बंद हो गया कि पूरी तरह से यहाँ पे पूजा बंद हो गई थी? अब आपको 30 साल के बाद अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है।
30 नहीं 31 साल।
अच्छा।
बाबरी विध्वंस होने के बाद 1993 में जो है 1993 में मुलायम सरकार ने अपना जो है मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण होने के कारण व्यास जी तहखाने में जो 500 सालों से काबिज थे वहां पर दर्शन पूजन कर रहे थे, उसको रोक दिया गया और तत्काल श्रृंगार गौरी जो वहां दर्शन पूजन होता था उसको भी रोक दिया गया। वर्ष में एक बार कर दिया गया, यानी श्रृंगार गौरी को साल में एक बार कर दिया गया। यहाँ पर व्यास जी को तहखानों को एकदम बंद करके उसको बैरिकेटिंग से बाहर कर दिया गया, यानी अराजी नंबर 9130 व्यास जी के परिवार जो कि 500 वर्षों से काबिज था उसको बाहर कर दिया गया। जैसे ही एएसआई का रिपोर्ट आया, रिपोर्ट में स्पष्ट लिखा था कि भव्य मंदिर को तोड़ करके यह मस्जिद का निर्माण हुआ है और ठीक हम लोग उत्साहित हुए। दूसरा यह विजय का क्षण कि व्यास जी के तहखाने में उनको कब्जा मिल गया और आज पूजन अर्चन हो रहा है, हम लोग बहुत हर्षित हैं।
आर्या साहब, सुबह 3:30 बजे पहली पूजा होती है, 12 बजे, 4 बजे, 7 बजे और रात के 10:30 बजे। ये अब रोज चलेगा?
हाँ, ये रोज चलेगा। इसमें अभी पुजारी जो है विश्वनाथ मंदिर ट्रस्ट के प्रोफेसर अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर नागेंद्र पांडे जी से हमने बात किया तो कि पुजारी कब नियुक्त होगी। अभी जब पूजा होती है तो जितने भी दर्शनार्थी आते हैं उनको पूजा करने का अधिकार रहता है, लेकिन पूजा बंद होने के बाद अभी ताला बंद कर दिया जा रहा है। तो हम लोग इस वक्त प्रश्न किए कि ऐसा क्यों हो रहा, तो प्रोफेसर नागेंद्र पांडे जो विश्वनाथ मंदिर ट्रस्ट के हैं और प्रशासन ने ये कहा कि जैसे ही पुजारी नियुक्त हो जाएंगे और दर्शन हर समय चालू रहेगा।
Right. Arya Saab, shukriya हमसे बात करने के लिए. As this is a huge victory for the Hindu side, being allowed prayers after almost 30 years and 5 pujas on a daily basis. That's what Sohan Lal Arya, petitioner for the Hindu side, has said, that these 5 pujas at 3:30 a.m., 12 p.m., 4 p.m., 7 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. this will take place in the basement every day. But of course, a lot of alarm coming in from many Muslim leaders when those visuals of Hindu activists putting the mandir sign over the masjid sign in the signboards surrounding Gyan Vapi. So that's also another aspect of the story that is also gaining a lot of momentum and causing alarm among some Muslim leaders. But Ananya is back with us on the broadcast. Ananya, so when it comes to the legal fight, this will of course shift to the Allahabad High Court. Decode for us the arguments coming in from the Muslim side.
Well, definitely the Muslim side has constantly claimed, this is an order that has been passed without any legal basis. And in fact, the ASI report does not mention anything about the Vyasji's Tehkhana having Hindu inscriptions. However, the Hindu side is contested since the very beginning that, there were prayers that were offered until 1993 and that was stopped by the then Mulayam Singh government. However, the Muslim side says that, it is a part of the mosque and that's exactly why no kind of a prayer shall be allowed here. However, the court did not believe that particular argument. The matter will now shift in fact to the Allahabad High Court because the Supreme Court asked in fact the Muslim petitioners to actually move the Allahabad High Court and it will not grant any kind of a urgent hearing in this particular matter. This is a kind of a forum jumping that was actually attempted by the Muslim side. However, the same was stopped. The Supreme Court said that it is the Allahabad High Court that should hear it and that's exactly why the matter has now travelled to the Allahabad High Court. The matter was mentioned before the acting Chief Justice there, but he said that please approach the registrar listing for that particular matter. Registrar listing basically, Ashman, is the officer who lists particular matter before particular benches is on the directions of the acting Chief Justice. He considers the request for urgent mentioning as well. So that's the reason why the Muslim side has been asked to move their urgent application before the registrar listing. So that would be interesting to see as to whether the acting Chief Justice himself hears that particular matter, or there would be some other bench that would be assigned to hear this particular matter, and when this particular matter is actually given a date for hearing in this particular case.
Ananya, at the same time, any particular orders when it comes to law and order on the ground? Because given the fact that the Hindu side did not waste any time when it comes to holding puja, 5 pujas will be held through the day now, every day. At the same time, those visuals on the right side of your screen, you have certain Hindu groups who are in a way vandalizing signs, putting mandir over masjid when it comes to the Gyanvapi sign.
Well, so far, as of now, no kind of a law and order orders have come out, whether from the Uttar Pradesh administration or from any of the court, because for the courts, there has to be an application move, the court has to be apprised of these things happening. So that has not happened yet. We might see that mentioning of this sort would happen tomorrow, or whenever this particular matter actually gets listed for hearing before the Allahabad High Court. But that is a matter of time. We cannot, prejudge it. And we'll have to wait for things to happen. But at the same point of time, these kind of activities have started, and there are certain kind of vandalization that is taking place. But if we go by the legal battle, if we go by, in fact, what is happening there exactly is under the purview of law when it comes to the puja that is happening there. And the puja would continue. Remember that 7 days were given to the Uttar Pradesh administration and the Kashi Vishwanath Trust to actually depute, in fact, a priest there so that the pujas can be started. But that happened pretty quickly, and the pujas have actually already started in this particular Vyasji's Tehkhana, the cellar S2, as mentioned in the ASI report.
Right. I'm also joined by Madan Mohan Yadav, Temple side advocate, who's representing the Hindu side when it comes to the legal fight. Yadav Sahab, thank you for joining us on CNN News 18. अभी ये पूरी फाइट जाएगी इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट. मुस्लिम साइड कह रही है कि ये कोर्ट का ऑर्डर जिसने पूजा अलाउ की, ये लीगली स्ट्रॉन्ग तो है ही नहीं और ये हाई कोर्ट में डिफीट हो जाएगा. आपका रिएक्शन?
एकदम नहीं होगा. एक्चुअली हम लोग जब ये 25 सितंबर 2023 को इसमें ये पटिशन डाली गई थी, उसी समय वो सारे साक्ष्य न्यायालय के समक्ष रखे गए थे. उसी के बिहाफ पे ऑर्डर हुआ है. इसलिए ये जो सोच रहे हैं कि हाई कोर्ट से हमें चुनौती मिलेगी, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. और वहां भी हमारी विजय श्री होगी, अवश्य होगी. जी
यादव साहब, पर मुस्लिम साइड के लॉयर अखलाक साहब कह रहे थे कि एएसआई रिपोर्ट के अनुसार सेलर में तो कोई आइडल्स है ही नहीं, तो क्या पूजा हो रही है वहां पे?
नहीं, ऑलरेडी वहां पे पूजा रखी. वो तहखाने में सोमनाथ व्यास जी के समय जो शिव परिवार के विग्रह हैं, गंगा जी, पंचमुखी हनुमान, कुबेर जी, इन सब की मूर्तियां वहां रखी हुई थी. वो एएसआई की कार्रवाई के द्वारा उनको समेट के प्रशासन ने अपने कब्जे में ले लिया था, उसी ऑर्डर के तहत कि एक वो पूरा टैगिंग की गई थी और उनको पुनः उसी स्थान पे रख दिया गया है. जी.
Right, so the idols have been restored back into the basement is what Madan Mohan Yadav is telling us. Yadav साहब, also 5 पूजाएं होंगी रोज. अब 3:30 बजे सुबह, 12 बजे, 4 बजे, 7 बजे और 10:30 बजे रात को. ये अब रोज होंगे?
जी, उसी पद्धति से जिस प्रकार से काशी विश्वनाथ जी में पूजा होती है, वही पद्धति यहाँ पे भी अपनाई जाएगी, क्योंकि ये उसी परिसर का भाग बन चुका है, तहखाना भी. तो उसमें उसी पद्धति से पूजा होगी, इसमें कोई परिवर्तन नहीं होगा. और 5 वक्त समय जो पूजा पद्धति है उसी का अनुशीलन होगा.
और आप कॉन्फिडेंट है कि इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ही इसी ऑर्डर को अपहोल्ड करेगी?
निसंदेह, क्योंकि हमारा आर्गुमेंट इस तरह का रहा कि वो उस पे वो रोक नहीं सकते हैं.
जी. और एक और बात, ऐसे वो विजुअल्स आ रहे हैं काशी से जहां पे हिंदू एक्टिविस्ट साइनेजेस को डिफेस कर रहे हैं, उसमें से मस्जिद हटा के उस पर मंदिर डाल रहे हैं. अगर आपकी फाइट ये पूरी लीगल है तो ऐसे एक्शन के खिलाफ भी की कड़ी निंदा होनी चाहिए.
अब ये कुछ ऐसे तत्व हर ऐसे अभियानों में होते हैं, वो ऐसी गतिविधियां करते रहते हैं, उसको बहुत बड़ा गंभीर विषय नहीं बनाना चाहिए.
जी, उसे गंभीर विषय नहीं बनाना चाहिए. Thank you, Mr. Yadav, for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your perspective when it comes to the legal tussle surrounding the entire Gyan Vapi mosque. Remember, the Hindu side is very confident that this case will be upheld in the Allahabad High Court. The Muslim side has also said that it's not legally tenable. So that fight we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. But at the same time, the Hindu side not wasting any time when it comes to holding that puja in the basement, the first after almost 30 years, and now puja will be held daily for 5 times a day, going all the way till 3:30 a.m. in the morning. Let's listen into some reactions coming in.
हम लोगों को आज जो है बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि हमको जो फिर से अपने जो है पूजा करने का उस स्थान पर हमारे तहखाने में अपने अवसर मिला, ये बहुत खुशी की बात है। अब कहना क्या है, हम लोगों को बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि हम लोगों को सानिध्य मिला भगवान का, भगवान के पास आने का जाने का जो है, और क्या कर सकते हैं। वहाँ पर समझ लीजिए कि 5 पुजारी थे मंदिर के ट्रस्ट के, और व्यास परिवार के लोग वहाँ थे।
आप लोग व्यास परिवार के सारे?
जी, व्यास परिवार के लोग थे हम लोग, और जो है कि मुथा जैन जी थे अधिकारी, डीएम साहब थे आर लिंगम, और कमिश्नर साहब से मंडलायुक्त, ये सब लोग वहाँ पर मौजूद थे।
So that's the latest coming in from the Gyan Vapi legal tussle. A huge victory for the Hindu side, but the legal tussle remains, the legal challenges remain, and the showdown will now be in the Allahabad High Court. We're going to take a quick break now. More news and updates on the other side.
India's first breakfast show that wakes up to genuine questions that matter in our life. Like, which is the latest phishing scam you need to be aware about? What careers are in demand? How to have AI write an ace resume? Basically everything you need to know right as you sip that morning coffee. So, set your alarms and get ready to start your day with a breakfast experience like never before. The Breakfast Club with me, Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor, only on CNN News 18.
If the middle class was expecting tax breaks, if corporate India was expecting tax breaks, that hasn't quite happened. Also, of course, the one headline that's probably going to stir the markets and perhaps already has is that the economy is on fiscal glide path, which is fundamentally important to those who are looking at the health of the economy. At least that's what we are being told. Let me bring you in on this, Gaurav. Let me just bring you in on some of the points that perhaps you will take away from this. But let me tell you before we move to our experts, very, very quickly, viewers, it has been a very workmanlike focus by Nirmala Sitharaman on charting out what is really going to be a disciplined approach to expenditure, keeping within very narrow limits and benchmarks that the government had set for itself. Revenues have exceeded expectations. Large number of important provisos been made to keep continuity as the basis really for moving forward, but fundamentally no big bang announcements coming through. So if there was an expectation that there would be a huge splurge before the elections, that hasn't quite happened, and that was perhaps expected in line really with some of the other budgets that have been put out there by the Modi government. People were expecting, of course, greater increase corrected to inflation in certain heads of direct benefit transfers to farmers, etc. That hasn't quite also happened. The Prime Minister had made it quite clear that this would be a vote on account. It perhaps tells you that the government is quite confident of its electoral prospects going forward. It did not want to risk any of the hard work, the legacy that they have really built up in trying to sort of put together what has been a fundamentally disciplined outlook to expenditure. So that is something that it's quite clear that the government didn't want to sort of squander, and therefore we have seen the government sticking very, very closely to some of its own expectations of itself, especially when it comes to fiscal consolidation. Let me just walk you through some of the points that, of course, have been made by Nirmala Sitharaman in that budget. She's talked about coming back, increasing the ease of living, enhancing India's energy security, mass transport augmentation, middle class, especially the younger middle class, a housing plan for the middle class which is going to be sort of unrolled, a capex outlet hiked by 11%, which is a fundamental headline, women emancipation, especially focusing on women health, a large number of announcements under that, 50-year interest-free loans for the private sector is something that will enthuse a large number of those who are looking to start up companies, etc. Free ration for 80 crore Indians and 517 new routes to enable passenger travel. So that is something that the government has put out there, apart from, of course, focusing on some of its achievements. The first half, the first 25 minutes of the speech focused on how the government has actually come out there and improved ease of living and, of course, the top line numbers of the government. Let's go across and get some.
Welcome back, and shifting focus to the political tussle taking place in Jharkhand after the arrest of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Now, what we are learning is that the BJP Legislative Party meeting will be held tomorrow. There will be a discussion on the political situation in Jharkhand is what we are getting when it comes to the political power plays taking place in the state of Jharkhand. The BJP Legislative Party meeting will be held tomorrow, and there will be a discussion on the situation in Jharkhand, given the fact that there are rumblings within the Jharkhand government, the alliance of the RJD, the JMM and the Congress. Now the BJP is also in a huddle where the Legislative Party will be meeting tomorrow, and there will be a discussion on the next move forward when it comes to the situation in Jharkhand, which currently does not have a chief minister. I'm joined by my colleague Saurav Rathore, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. Saurav, give us the details. The BJP fishing in troubled waters?
Yes, they are fishing into the troubled waters, and what we are learning is that tomorrow was a meeting of RSS in Ranchi, and taking the opportunity that all the leaders were already going to arrive there. We are learning that BL Santosh will be heading that meeting, and also Babulal Marandi, who is the BJP chief of Jharkhand, he is going to participate along with other leaders of the BJP. So not only that they are going to discuss about the RSS their activities in the Jharkhand, but also now the main issue will be about the crisis situation which has arisen in the state, and they are going to take stock of all the situation. They are going to discuss among themselves that is there any possibility to peek into this, and is there any possibility for them to grab the chance, because the governor has not given the time for oath right now. They have the governor has already given a time just for a meet, but what we are learning from our sources is this time 5:30 PM is not the time that has been given by the governor for Champai Soren to take oath. So there is still the Jharkhand is without a CM today, and it's more than 20 hours now that the CM has been into a ED custody, and he is being produced in the court, and after 1 hour of argument which is still going on as we speak in the court, it is highly likely that ED is going to take Hemant Soren under its own custody, and he'll be sent to a camp jail that is made besides Basant Soren's residence in Ranchi, and that camp jail is a government bungalow
and it was in fact prepared yesterday only. And so our sources are telling us that after getting the custody of Hemant Soren, they'll be taking him to the camp jail in Ranchi. So meanwhile, we have seen how Champai Soren wrote a letter to the governor seeking a time, seeking appointment from the governor, and he was asking for 3 p.m. because they had the plans to leave Ranchi and go to Hyderabad, because 2 charter planes are already waiting at Ranchi airport. So they had the plans to take all their supporting MLAs to Hyderabad so that no crisis situation emerges out in the coming hours, and because of that he sought time for 3 p.m. But the governor has given 5:30 p.m. For 5 leaders to arrive at Governor House. Certainly the representative from JMM, Champai Soren, and other 4 leaders who are the supporters and the ally party of JMM-led government there, be it Congress, JVM, RJD and Left. So the representative of all these 5 parties will be visiting at the Governor House at 5:30 p.m. And there are rumblings which are still going on, because as I reported earlier that there were discussions within the the 42, 43 MLAs who are sitting there at the circuit house waiting for for a meeting with the governor, and then they were planning to go, but it is very unlikely Ayushman, that they would move, because it will be late evening and the weather won't allow them to fly. So very unlikely that they are going to fly today, and it can be said that these MLAs are going to wait in Ranchi today also. So it's all a speculation. More things will be clearer when these MLAs come out after a meeting with the governor at 5:30 p.m. So this is the latest update, Ayushman.
Right. Thank you, Saurabh, for getting us the latest when it comes to the political power plays taking place in the state of Jharkhand. But next we bring you a special section on financial markets. Now, this section powered by Money Control Pro. Money Control's a premium destination for investing and business insights. Now, Nifty 50 and BSE Sensex closed a tad lower from yesterday. The interim budget, a non-event, usually failed to lift the market mood. Now, auto, PSU banks shine, whereas metals, infrastructures, as well as industrial drag has been seen in this effect of the interim budget. Crude oil prices softened on weak China data and US inventory build-up. Also, what we are learning is that India's interim budget pegged fiscal deficit for financial year 2025 lower at 5.1% for the GDP. A key positive is the focus on continuing capex spending that was up 11% for financial year 2025. Now, proposals on direct and indirect taxes were left unchanged. A combination of higher capex and lower fiscal deficit was well received as prudent, but fiscal math will come under some scrutiny at the full budget back now ahead in July. But log on to Money Control Pro to find out more about India's natural gas transmission companies and other actionable insights. It's the premier destination for all investing views and financial insights you will ever need. Brought to you by Money Control.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde. It is budget day, but the big story we're tracking at this hour is the political and the investigative fallout of Hemant Soren's resignation yesterday and his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, after a lengthy interrogation, the former Chief Minister of Jharkhand was put under arrest by the Enforcement Directorate late last night in connection with the land scam case. He promptly appeared before the PMLA court just a short while ago. In a video message, though, after his arrest, Soren had claimed that his arrest was premeditated and there was no evidence against him. He resigned, handing over the leadership to Champai Soren, who is yet to stake claim to the government and take oath. 5:30 p.m. is when we are expecting him to be meeting with the governor of Jharkhand. Remember, seeking protection, Hemant Soren had approached the Supreme Court yesterday. That case would come up in the apex court tomorrow. In his petition, Soren had claimed that his arrest was malicious, it was illegal, and there was absolutely no shred of evidence against him. The political fallout, meanwhile, continues. We're given to understand that JMM and Congress Alliance MLAs could be moved out of Jharkhand to Hyderabad anytime today.
आज मुझे ईडी गिरफ्तार करने आई है। दिन भर हमसे पूछताछ करने के बाद, समय बिताने के बाद सुनियोजित ढंग से मुझे गिरफ्तार करने का उन लोगों ने फैसला सुनाया। और किस विषय पर? ऐसे विषय पर जो चीजें मुझसे जुड़ी ही नहीं है। मुझ पर 8.5 एकड़ जमीन का मालिक होने का इनका दावा है और भूयारी जमीन किया, जो जमीन कभी बिकती ही नहीं और कहीं सबूत नहीं मिला। दिल्ली में भी इन लोगों ने छापे मारकर हमारी जो छवि खराब करने की कोशिश की।
आज जो यहाँ आए हैं हमारा गुरुजी, इनका आदर्श और उसी आदर्श को मान के हम झारखंड में हम संघर्ष और यहाँ का अस्मिता का बचाने के लिए हम संघर्ष करते हैं। गुरुजी मेरा आदर्श है। देखिए ये सारा चीज आप लोग देख लिया है। यहाँ का आदिवासी का आवाज को कैसे दबाया जाता है, जो आदिवासी का और यहाँ का आवाज को कैसे दबाया जाता है, ये बरसों से है, आज से नहीं है।
कितना नंबर है आपके पास दादा?
हमारा पास 47 है।
Saurabh, my colleague, joining us, getting us more details. So what exactly is transpiring? Saurabh, there is a charter plane waiting to take all of the JMM Congress MLAs to Hyderabad. It had left from Delhi some time back. Is it already in Ranchi? Are we going to be seeing MLAs being taken today? Or is there a decision that is taken after the 5:30 p.m. meeting with the governor?
See, Purnima, if you ask me, I would say it is very unlikely that these MLA can leave Ranchi today, because the governor had already given time for a meeting to Champai Soren and 4 others at 5:30 p.m. at Governor House. So the meeting will be held there inside Governor House, and then we see it is up to them how much time they spend inside the Governor House, and then only they can fly. But it is very unlikely, because today weather conditions are already delaying so many flights, so it is very unlikely that they would move to today. And the MLAs, as they were waiting in Ranchi for past 2-3 days, all the MLAs could wait today also. So it's a matter of time as to we see whether the MLAs will move to Hyderabad or not. Currently these MLAs are stick together at Circuit House there in Ranchi, and they are waiting for the time to go to Governor House. As we know that only 5 persons have been invited, and these 5 persons will be from JMM. Champai Soren will go, and 4 other allied party such as JVM, Congress, Left and RJD. So the representative of all these 5 parties will go to meet governor. What we are also learning is that the governor has not given the time for oath to Champai Soren. It's just for a meeting that was sought by Champai Soren, although he had asked the governor and requested him to give him the opportunity to prove his majority, although he said that in that letter that letter of support signed by 43 MLAs is already submitted to the governor last evening, and he has the support of 47 MLAs. So the governor should he requested that he should give him the time to take oath so that a stable government in Jharkhand is formed. Remember, Poonam, it's been over 20 hours that Jharkhand is without a CM, and also we know that there is no in fact Home Secretary, additional Chief Home Secretary was removed from the post, and also we are learning that another officer who was the personal secretary to Hemant Soren, Vinay Pandey, he had quit from all his position. He was also having the portfolio of excise and urban development. So they are quite not only in political arena but also the administration. There are rumblings because of the absence of a CM, and the crisis has arisen. What we are also learning is that BJP is going to hold a key meeting tomorrow in which the situation of the state will be discussed. BL Santosh and Chief BJP Jharkhand, Babulal Marandi, and other leaders are going to be present in that meeting, and they are going to take stock of the situation. Poonam, I would like our viewers to remind about incident that happened in 2022, July 2022, when three Congress MLAs, namely Irfan Ansari, Rajesh Kachap, and one Naman Pixel, these three were arrested from Havra by Havra police, and cash of more than 48 lakh rupees were recovered from their vehicle. And in fact, many leaders in the UPA government had alleged that and accused these MLAs of horse trading, and accused them to topple the government at that point of time. In fact, one other Congress MLA, Anup Singh Jaimangal, he had given a complaint saying that he received a call, and it was said that you get rupees 10 crore and then topple the government. So the offer was made to him for rupees 10 crore to topple the government. So this kind of situation had arisen in the past, and this is the reason why the JMM-led JMM-led government don't want to take any kind of risk, and this is the reason why all the MLAs have been kept together, and there is a plan for them to move to Hyderabad. So to avoid any kind of horse trading or any kind of crisis situation, these MLAs are, it is expected that these MLA will leave to Hyderabad once the meeting is over.
Whether that happens today, whether that happens after, if there is a time given for oath taking of Champai Soren, that perhaps the need would not arise as far as taking the MLAs out of Jharkhand altogether is concerned. Saurabh, do stay on with us. Arunima also joining us on this broadcast, getting us the investigative bit of this. Now, we've seen the political fallout, but as far as the investigation into the case goes, the claim coming in from JMM and from Hemant Soren is that there is no shred of evidence against him. Whatever was even seized from his Delhi residence, they claim all of it was planted by the Enforcement Directorate.
Yes, currently what is being told by Enforcement Directorate to the court, because there is an argument going on between the defence and the prosecution on the remand application, which has got 10 days time. And the allegations that they're making in the remand application is actually political fodder for the opposition in Jharkhand, which is the Bharatiya Janata Party, to attack the JMM at the very foundation of its existence. Let me explain why I say that. There is something called a Bhuihari land. This is a land that is owned by tribal communities. Jharkhand was carved out of Bihar, out of South Bihar, to give the tribals their rights. It was said that they were discriminated against, and therefore a different state was required. The charge that he is making against Hemant Soren is that he, as part of a huge conspiracy with the land mafia, sold the Bhuihari land which belonged to the tribals and tried to procure this land for his family, for his close aides, and the ill-gotten wealth. The proceeds of the crime were then laundered. Now, BJP could well utilize this to say that the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, the very name of the political party, was meant to give the tribals their right. And here you are, planning, plotting, conspiring to take away that very right of the tribals, take away their land. There is a law in Jharkhand which bars anybody from, doing any kind of sale or purchase of a Bhuihari land. Only those original forest dwellers who cleared the forest and make this land parcel cultivable, only their families are allowed to have ownership. So this is a grave crime. That's what the Enforcement Directorate is impressing upon the court, saying that the CM was not just aware, he was part of this conspiracy, and we have evidence in terms of bank records, in terms of financial transaction and statements of the accused. We need him in custody for 10 days to question him and to try and confront him to the evidence that we have, so that we can file a charge sheet in the matter.
Right, those arguments are going on as far as the custody of Hemant Soren is concerned. The PMLA court in Ranchi is hearing those arguments. Custodial interrogation is something that the Enforcement Directorate is going to push for. But the predicate offence, Arunima, is something that often comes up. And that is what Hemant Soren and his legal team is really resting their case on, which is also why they have approached the Supreme Court, which will be hearing the case tomorrow.
Yes, Hemant Soren's defense is that this entire case is that of political vendetta. He also argues that the law of Jharkhand is very clear. A Bhuihari land cannot be transacted upon. So how is the ED alleging that this land was sold off? How did registry happen of this land? Because it's not allowed in Jharkhand. That's the sum total of his argument as well. He's saying that you are accusing me of transacting about 8.5 acres of land of this nature, and that I own it. There is no iota of truth in this allegation. This is completely a political case. Because, I am standing in opposition to the ruling dispensation here at the center, and ED is a central agency. That's why I am being harassed. That's what he said after his arrest in that video message that was released on his social media handle. And that's exactly what his team is going to say in the court as well. As far as the recovery of the 2 cars and 26 lakh rupees concerned, Hemant Soren, in fact, has lodged an FIR against the ED officials in Ranchi, saying, I am member of a scheduled tribe and you're trying to malign my name by making all these allegations. One will have to wait and see if at any point in the court document, ED makes a direct connection between the recovery in Delhi at Hemant Soren's South Delhi residence and the original crime. Because so far, everything that has been reported in media is source-based. One has to see whether in the charge sheet or in a remand application, a direct linkage is made.
Right, Arunima and Saurabh, do stay on with us because this case has taken a political turn. We've seen several parties within the India bloc coming together, hitting out at the BJP, at the agencies for doing the bidding of the central government. This is nothing but political witch hunt and vendetta is what every single party from within the India bloc came out and said right after Hemant Soren was arrested yesterday. He did tender his resignation. The successor has been chosen but hasn't been sworn in yet. Political reactions trickling in. Let's listen.
गवर्नर बुलाएंगे तब ना जाएंगे. ऑफ कोर्स क्यों यहाँ पे वेट कर रहे हैं हम लोग. बुलाया जाएगा तब जाएंगे. हमारे पास संख्या बल से अधिक है. मैजिक नंबर से वी आर अबव. आई एम जस्ट सेइंग कि हमारे पास पूरा संख्या बल है. संवैधानिक अधिकार है हमें यहाँ पे सत्ता लेने के लिए. मगर क्यों नहीं बुला रहे हैं गवर्नर से आप पूछिए. भाजपा के नेता लोगों से पूछिए और किनका दिशा निर्देश का इंतजार कर रहे हैं पूछिए. राज्यपाल भवन से ये जवाब आना चाहिए.
एक्सटेंसिव डिप्लॉयमेंट किया गया है लगभग 150 स्थलों पर. स्टैटिक डिप्लॉयमेंट है. इसके अलावा हमारी पेट्रोलिंग पार्टी घूम रही है और सभी कुछ शांतिपूर्ण है. मोर देन 17-18 पुलिस फोर्स और 2000 टोटल ऑफिसर से मिलाकर करेंगे तो 2000.
Shifting focus now to news coming in from Karnataka and a controversial comment coming to the fore from a Congress leader. A member of parliament, no less, DK Suresh, has now stoked a fresh controversy. He says that southern states might have to demand for a separate nation following what he claims is injustice that is meted out to the southern states as far as tax returns goes. He was responding to a question on the budget that was presented by Nirmala Sitharaman a short while ago today. The Karnataka Congress leader and member of parliament from the Grand Old Party said that the southern states do not get enough share as far as union budgets are concerned and perhaps they would have to consider moving out completely. Akshara, my colleague, joining us, getting us more details. Akshara, controversial comment coming there from DK Suresh, a senior leader of the Congress party. It will be difficult for the Congress to come out and defend a comment that would look nothing short of a secessionist comment.
Plus, absolutely, a fresh controversy has been stoked by this particular Congress MP, DK Suresh, where he goes on to say that there might arise a situation that, where the southern states have to demand for a new nation. And he was speaking, responding to a budget that was presented today, the interim budget. He says that the southern states have been meted out with injustice pertaining to the returns, the tax returns. There has been a complaint from the state of Karnataka and the southern states as well that they are not being given the proper share of their tax returns. So that's the reason why many states of the southern states of India have been demanding for proper distribution of taxes for the southern states, their respective tax returns. So speaking on that issue, Congress MP DK Shivakumar goes on to say that injustice is meted out to the southern states, and if this continues, there might arrive a situation where the southern states have to demand for a separate nation. So that's what the Congress MP DK Suresh had to say regarding this matter. And this has proved the fresh row here in the state of Karnataka. The BJP has already condemned the remarks of this particular Congress MP DK Suresh, stating that the Congress has always indulged in divisive politics, and this is one such instance where you have the Congress MP openly stating that there must be a separate. There will arise a situation where there will be a demand for a separate nation. So, yes, absolutely, this particular statement, another controversial statement by the Congress MP here in the state of Karnataka, has spoke a fresh row with BJP slamming the Grand Old Party, stating that it's just another classic example of divisive politics.
Right, the BJP has already latched on to this. Akshara, do stay on with us. Let's listen into that comment that came to the fore from DK Suresh.
ನಮ್ಮ ದುಡ್ಡು ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಸಾಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಏನಿದೆ, GST ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಸ್ ಏನು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್, ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಲ್ ಏನು ಸಿಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಹಣ, ಇವತ್ತು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಹಣ ಉತ್ತರ ಭಾರತದ ಕಡೆ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಹಂಚ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಖಂಡಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಬೇಡಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಇಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಹಿಂದಿ ಪ್ರದೇಶದವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
Akshara continues to be with us. Akshara, this is a north-south divide perhaps that he was referring to, but when he speaks of a separate nation for the southern states, perhaps not realizing that he's crossed the line there.
Oh, well, that's absolutely. A few of the Congress leaders have already differed with the statement given by Congress MP DK Suresh. They are stating that that is not the particular solution for this issue that is being raised by the southern states. For instance, the main reason why this issue is being raised is that, for instance, if we take a look at the previous year, the Karnataka state has, given 4.75 lakh crore of tax, but in return it has got 50,000 crore. That's it. So that's one of the reasons why the many southern states, including Karnataka, have raised the issue. But going out and making the statement that there must be a separate southern state is what has stoked controversy here in the state of Karnataka. As I mentioned earlier, few of the Congress leaders have also differed with this particular statement that that is not the solution. While already the BJP has slammed the Congress government and the Congress leaders here for repeated controversial statements given out by their leaders.
Right, Akshara, do stay on with us. Senior BJP leader and former minister in Karnataka, BC Nagesh, now joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. If you've heard the comment that has come to the fore from DK Suresh, he says that the southern states are always neglected in union budgets. The same has happened this time around as well. Maybe the southern states should form a separate nation altogether.
As you know, Congress is in very desperate condition. It doesn't know how to take a party together for a purpose. They doesn't have a purpose. Their purpose is only power. To get power, they are ready to do anything. Even the whole nation enjoyed Rama Pratishtana at Ayodhya. But how did the Congress behave? I hear the Chief Minister of Sitharaman doesn't introduce the census document, but he always speaks on that, but to get the votes. They are ready to divide Hindu society and at whatever this one. They are ready to divide by jati, they are ready to divide by language, they are ready to divide by such things. So Congress is always wants votes by their statements. And as you know, the background of Suresh, he cannot speak more than that. It is only his background. So he has spoken like that, and it is basically the Congress DNA. They want to divide Hindu society united, and you should vote Congress.
And this north-south divide is something, so we've seen in the past as well, especially coming in from states like Tamil Nadu. But even in Karnataka, there have been several times when this north versus south divide has come up. Perhaps that's what DK Suresh was trying to refer to. But many believe that he did cross the line. Even within his party, people believe that he shouldn't have said what he said. Can you expect him to come out and apologize for what he said?
Yeah, he should apologize. Because as an MP, elected member of the nation, he cannot speak like that. He cannot divide the country by saying either taking caste as a margin, as a language, as a this one. So, what Suresh has said is really, he should apologize before the people.
BC Nagesh, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. The BJP there going on to demand an apology from DK Suresh. But it's interesting because his brother and the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka has also now come out in support, trying to give a clean chit to DK Suresh. Let's listen in to what DK Shivkumar had to say.
ಅವರು ಜನರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಜನ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕಡೆಗಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅಖಂಡ ಭಾರತದವರು, ಭಾರತ ಒಂದೇ, ಅದು ಅವರ ಜನರ ಭಾವನೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಏನು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನಂತೂ ಭಾರತ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಿರಬೇಕು, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಭಾರತ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಿರಬೇಕು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಭೂತಾಯಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರಿಂದ ಕನ್ಯಾಕುಮಾರಿವರೆಗೂ ಒಂದೇ, ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಹಿಂದಿ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ಗೂ ಏನು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯ ಕೊನೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಸಿಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನೋಡಿ 26 ಜನ ಎಂಪಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Try to cut it down, but over and above what you heard me say, I just want to give the overall perspective, so I'll take a bit longer than I desire. See, this is an interim budget presented just before the election, obviously. The four large things that I want to draw your attention to is GDP. You get the numbers, you see it and so on, but I want to bring in this dimension, that governance, development and performance. On all these three heads, I'd like to say what actually we have achieved, because that forms the backdrop. So, on governance, this budget speaks from a position where we have delivered on development, we better manage the economy with correct intentions, correct policies, and correct decisions. So it's a governance with care, conviction, and confidence. If that stood for the GDP's G, the D stands for people living better, earning better, and having high aspirations for the future. And if I move to the P, the performance, 3 consecutive years of 7% growth, fastest growing economy in G20, all parts of the country participating in the growth. Price stability and inflation management, handling the health and economic fallout of COVID, build out of physical, digital and social infrastructure, DPI as a factor of production almost for formalization and financial inclusion and growth of the economy, cleaning up the banking system, GST, one nation, one market and one tax, the IBC. So if you were to look at governments, I've listed some of them. So your GDP, as we look at governance, development and performance, I have something to say on each of these. So this budget, vote on account, is getting presented with the GDP that we want to speak to you about, and in that the fiscal management actually is something which I would like you to spend some time even as you go through the budget, but I'll flag it here. Bringing down the fiscal deficit in spite of very challenging times, as per the announced consolidation path, and with transparency and prudence. So in fact, I was just remarking to my officers this morning, most of you all had already calculated the figures, RE revenue, RE expenditure, this is what it is, because every month you get the reports coming out. So you don't need to wait till the budget statement. Every month you get the accounts, and so budget process has become absolutely transparent and questionable. If there are any you're there to question, we are here to answer. But we set in the process of keeping everything brought on budget and nothing kept aside from it or underneath it. So with that, the budget deficit, fiscal deficit, 5.8%, which is much lower than the 5.9, which was at the BE. Similarly, for the 24-25 budget, we've given 5.1 as the fiscal deficit, so clearly indicating that we are on track to meet the glide path which was set in 2021-22, and that we are well on track to meet the 4.5% fiscal deficit, on or below 4.5 even by FY26. If this is the background with which I'm talking and the presentation of the budget happened, I want to very clearly put some things under the heading, if you want to call it that, Disha Nirdeshak Baatein. You must have heard the Honorable Prime Minister speak before the Parliament session, well before the sessions commenced. His usual customary remarks. He said the budget will be presented tomorrow and you will have some Disha Nirdeshak Baatein in it. So, what are those Disha Nirdeshak Baatein? There are about 5 of them I highlight. Social justice as effective and necessary governance model. So it's not just a slogan for us, social justice, we'll have to work for Nyay. No. We've shown you that it is a governance model and a successful one at that. So social justice as an effective and governance, necessarily a governance model. Then 4 major caste groups, as we call it, as Prime Minister has emphasized, the poor, the women, the youth, and the Annadata. So, Disha Nirdeshak Baatein, you have the second point. Third, focus on infrastructure. This year, again, massive increases of capex happened in the last 4 years. This year, too, there is 11% increase, resulting in a very recallable number, 11,11,111 crores. So continuing the trend of the last 4 years, where capital expenditure has been the route, one for revival earlier from COVID, and now for sustained growth towards towards the Vikasit Bharat goal. Fourth is the using of technology as a huge opportunity. DPI as almost a new factor of production. So it is actually bringing in the value addition to the economy. It is facilitating every sector to bring in the value addition which is so required and improves on our productivity. And the last Disha Nirdeshak Baatein is high-powered committee for extensive consideration of challenges arising from population growth and demographic challenges. So if these are Disha Nirdeshak Baatein, what were the major announcements? I'll recall very quickly 12 of them. I'm not spending any time except for reading out what those 12 are. 2 crore more homes under the PM Awas Yojana. We already completed nearly the 3 crore. Housing for middle class. Rooftop solar for at least 300 units of power generation every month, which will be muft bijli for the households. There will be some assistance and some kind of a funding which will be extended. So you're generating renewable energy, providing the renewable energy generators the free they would want to use, and over and above that, the surplus that they produce can be used for selling and earning money out of it. Enhancement of target for Lakpati Didi from 2 crore women to 3 crore women. Preparing and empowering the MSMEs to grow and compete globally. Aligning regulatory environment for them. The sixth is making sure that the eastern region, and when I say eastern region, I'm not talking about northeast. Northeast will get the attention that they've been getting all the while. They will still continue to get it, and they will be on the top of our priority. But when I say the eastern region, I'm talking about Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Orissa, making sure that they'll become the engines of growth for the new Amritkal India that we are trying to use as a bridge towards leading to Vikasit Bharat 2047. And Eastern India, I've missed out on West Bengal, please add it, Bihar, Jharkhand, Orissa, Chhattisgarh and West Bengal. Next generation reforms will be carried on, building consensus with states and stakeholders for reform, perform, transform. 3 major corridors, which are programs for railways, for logistics efficiency, and they have been explained. The important point that I want to highlight there is to make sure for Vikasit Bharat, you just don't need to build for better passenger convenience, you need to build for better passenger convenience. You need to give them safety. You need to shorten the traveling time for them. So one of the corridor is going to give emphasis for high density routes where passengers traffic is very high. We need to bring efficiencies and better safety in those areas. But for Vikasit Bharat, passengers need to move as they wish. But equally, materials, raw materials, building goods, cement, rare earths, minerals, we need them to move efficiently as well. So the corridor will take care of that as well. So the synergy between movement of people and movement of goods is what is being highlighted in the 3 corridors that we're talking about. Ninth announcement, that is urbanization, looking at Metro and Namo Bharat. One of the railway related things which I missed out on telling you, 40,000 bogies are going to be improved in the standards with which they can be effective rolling stock and also give the convenience in the passenger experience inside the bogies as well. So 40,000 coaches are going to be brought up to the level of Vande Bharat standards. Metro and Namo Bharat I did mention, so that urban transformation through transit-oriented development can happen. The 10th announcement which I draw your attention to is 1 lakh crore corpus for research and innovation by private sector. So that's coming in at the 10th. 11th is boost to tourism, including spiritual tourism. Interest-free loans will be given to states so that they can build on iconic tourist centers. And the 12th one is supporting reforms in state. They are separate from the development of tourism centers, and therefore I want you all to have the clarity that help to centers are supporting reforms in state is slightly different from boost to tourism. There will be a white paper on economic performance of the last 10 years compared with the previous 10 years. The 12th announcement is so much a statement that I would like to make, which is what I made in the budget speech as well. Government has got the trust and the confidence and the blessings of the people based on its exemplary track record of GDP, as I said, governance, development and performance, effective delivery, and also on Jan Kalyan. So highlighted points have been realized as goals of Vikasit Bharat till now, and they are the realizable goals also continuing to be so, because what we want to underline is we govern with good intentions, true dedication and hard work in the coming years, and that's why Amrit Kal is also now called Kartavya Kal. In short, that's the budget. Thank you very much.
Yeah. The Finance Minister has just now encapsulated the key highlights of the budget. We'll now open the floor. We can begin with the front row here. Please go ahead, 53. Please hand over the microphone here.
Hello, ma'am. This is Priyashmita from Informist Media. Ma'am, I wanted to know about the projections in your tax collections. So tax collections are seen currently growing at about 14.4%. Your April to December data shows. However, the projections in your budget are lower than that. So a back of the envelope calculation shows that you're going to get about 55,000 above your revised estimate if the collections continues. So your estimates are conservative, would you say that?
I'll certainly ask Somanathan to come in on that. Estimates are always realistic with us.
So let me clarify this. If you look at page 6 of the budget, you can look at it later. I'll just explain it to you. We are projecting that gross tax revenue. Now, this gross tax revenue in this sheet is net of refunds. So, net of refunds, we are projecting that in this financial year, it will grow by 12.5% with reference to last year's actual. So, from 30.54 lakh crores last year to 34.37 lakh crores this year is what is presented in our revised estimates. However, the sharing of taxes with the states is different for different taxes. Not all taxes are shareable in the same ratios. What has happened this year, if you look at the number, and they are given on page 6, union excise duties have actually shrunk. They have not increased. Most other taxes have grown at, as you say, 14%, etc. Union excise duties have grown minus 5%. That reduction is almost entirely on the account of the center. Because the same way that cesses are not shared, reduction in cesses is entirely borne by the center. So as a result, the state's share has increased by 16.5% in our revised estimates. Between the state share in the revised estimate and the state share last year, there's an increase of 16.5%. So taxes are growing 12.5% net of refunds. State share is growing 16.5% net, and therefore net to center is growing only 10.8% approximately. So there is no expected further padding or anything here. This is our realistic but slightly conservative estimate.
Okay, the next question, please. 65. Please go ahead.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Kriti from Informist Media. So you mentioned that CAPEX, there has been a push towards CAPEX. However, the CAPEX jump for this year is 11%, right? Which is lowest in last 4 years. So are we moving towards a place of moderation in CAPEX? And secondly, while the budget, this is another unrelated question, while the budget clearly says that you are committed to your 4.5% target, you have also been recommended to bring down your debt to GDP ratio to 40% level, which still stands above 50%. So how are we looking towards moving towards that target? Thank you.
First of all, I'm on the second, your second bit was on the debt to GDP. What was your first one on? CAPEX. 11% growth in CAPEX. You've got used to about 30%, 23% from a low base. And today 11% on a high base appears low. Informist. 11 lakh crores going for capital expenditure. And you're seeing also that the private sector is coming in with their investments. So one has to have a clear understanding that when the government wants to spend through capital investment, it can be for one, triggering the economy so that private sector also comes in. At a time when private sector didn't come in, we still fully came in. Now we are seeing also signs of private sector also coming in. So it's only natural for two reasons, therefore, for you to look at. One, on what base are you saying 11% is less? Growth it is. And second, please do look up if private sector is coming in or not. Does that answer you?
Yeah. The next question, we'll take it.
Wait.
Still? On your 40% of, first of all, that was a figure that was set before COVID. Its relevance today is something that has to be looked at completely afresh. And in fact, in 21-22, the finance minister had set out a particular fiscal consolidation glide path, which is the post-COVID glide path. I would only point out that today India's debt to GDP ratio is one of the lowest in the G20 apart from other countries. So we have to look at things in today's context, not based on a historical relic of a report which was prepared long ago before COVID happened.
Yeah.
And again, our external debt also is something which you should notice is never been high, not high even now.
Yeah, second row, I would request you to confine to one question, please, because there are many questions coming up. Yeah, thank you very much. Please go ahead. Yeah. दूसरा दे दीजिए. Give this another
नमस्कार
mic.
मैम, आलोक प्रियदर्शी हूँ मैं CNBC आवाज से. मेरा सवाल मैम ये है कि एक कंज्यूमर के नाते, एक टैक्स पेयर के नाते हमेशा लोगों की ये उम्मीद रहती है, या इस देश में कैसे कह सकते हैं कि चुनाव इतने ज्यादा आते हैं कि लोगों को लगता है कि जब चुनाव आएंगे तो उनकी जो मांगे हैं वो पूरी हो जाएंगी, टैक्स के मोर्चे पर कहें, या फिर जो पॉपुलिस्ट मेजर्स सरकार लेती है. लेकिन क्या इस मिथ को क्या ये सरकार तोड़ना चाहती है कि जब चुनावी साल होगा तो पॉपुलिस्ट बजट नहीं देंगे? जिस तरह से फिस्कल प्रूडेंस की आपने बात करी, आपने फिस्कल प्रूडेंस को लेकर काफी जोर दिया है इस बार बजट में, तो ये इस बात का कॉन्फिडेंस सरकार को ज्यादा है कि वो अगली बार पूरी तरह से आके और जनता के जो उनकी उम्मीदें हैं उनको पूरी करेगी, या फिर सरकार इसी तरीके से जिस तरह से फिस्कल प्रूडेंस का जो रास्ता है उसको अख्तियार करेगी और उसी हिसाब से चलती रहेगी, और चुनाव के मौके पर लोग आम आदमी एक्सपेक्ट ना करें कि कोई पॉपुलिस्ट बजट आ सकता है?
आप डिस्कशन जैसे प्रश्न पूछ रहे हैं भाई. मैं पहले से बोलते आई हूं और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी इस विषय में बोलते थे, कल परसों भी.
The ED says this is not the first, second or third, this is the 10th summons that's been issued to Mr. Soren. If he has nothing to hide in the land scam, in the mining scam, why does he just not show up?
Temple is not being built on a disputed structure. The temple always existed there. The deity was displaced and that mandir was defaced and mutilated.
Every sign of a mandir could have been wiped off, but they kept it.
Your leaders may have camaraderie and respect for each other, but for the average public, this is not two allies. At least the parties have to accept today, whatever their differences may be, but that larger message is in tatters.
Soren decided to evade the summons, not for the first time, not for the second time, not for the third time, not for the fourth time, not for the fifth time, not for the sixth time, not for the seventh time, but for the eighth time, viewers. The economy is on fiscal glide path, which is fundamentally important to those who are looking at the health of the economy. At least that's what we are being told. Let me bring you in on this, Gaurav. Just let me just bring you in on some of the points that perhaps you will take away from this. But let me tell you before we move to our experts, very, very quickly, viewers, it has been a very workmanlike focus by Nirmala Sitharaman on charting out what is really going to be a disciplined approach to expenditure, keeping within very narrow limits and benchmarks that the government had set for itself. Revenues have exceeded expectations. Large number of important provisos been made to keep continuity as the basis really for moving forward, but fundamentally no big bang announcements coming through. So if there was an expectation that there would be a huge splurge before the elections, that hasn't quite happened, and that was perhaps expected in line really with some of the other budgets that have been put out there by the Modi government. People were expecting, of course, greater increase corrected to inflation, in certain heads of direct benefit transfers to farmers, etc. That hasn't quite also happened. The Prime Minister had made it quite clear that this would be a vote on account. It perhaps tells you that the government is quite confident of its electoral prospects going forward. It did not want to risk any of the hard work, the legacy that they have really built up in trying to sort of put together what has been a fundamentally disciplined outlook to expenditure. So that is something that it's quite clear that the government didn't want to sort of squander, and therefore we have seen the government sticking very, very closely to some of its own expectations of itself, especially when it comes to fiscal consolidation. Let me just walk you through some of the points that, of course, have been made by Nirmala Sitharaman in that budget. She's talked about coming back, increasing the ease of living, enhancing India's energy security, mass transport augmentation, middle class, especially the younger middle class, a housing plan for the middle class which is going to be sort of unrolled, a capex outlay hiked by 11%, which is a fundamental headline, women emancipation, especially focusing on women health, a large number of announcements under that, 50-year interest-free loans for the private sector is something that will enthuse a large number of those who are looking to start up companies, etc. Free ration for 80 crore Indians and 517 new routes to enable passenger travel. So that is something that the government has put out there, apart from, of course, focusing on some of its achievements. The first half, the first 25 minutes of the speech focused on how the government has actually come out there and improved ease of living and, of course, the top line numbers of the government. Let's go across and get some reactions from the CI. R. Dinesh is there with us. Mr. Dinesh, how do you see the government, vote on account?
So, the immediate reaction, thank you for joining us today. The immediate reaction would be that the consolidation of the fiscal deficit, and I think our recommendation initially was 5.4%, but for it's a 5.1% is obviously a very significant step forward. But at the same time, not sacrificing the focus on growth, so the capex spend has increased by almost 11.1%, which is also very good. So the continued focus on infrastructure growth takes place. The third aspect, which is very important, is the focus on the rural sector and also the four aspects of women, the farmer and the poor being taken care of. The continuation of the housing, both for women as well as for the
Joining us now is Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji. Rajiv ji, namaste, Jai Hind and Jai Bharat. My name is Anand Narasimhan. Thank you very much for speaking with us, sir. My first question to you.
Namaste Anand, Jai Hind.
1.5 lakh crore, that kind of a fund that's been created for a sunrise sectors, innovation, technology space. How critical or important is it, sir?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely a wonderful announcement in the budget, and it certainly recognizes, and it's the Honorable Prime Minister's recognition that our innovation ecosystem is at an inflection point and is ready to take off and really become world-beating in a lot of ways in the coming years. So I think this is an extremely important aspect of the comprehensive ecosystem that he is building for the youth of India, that he is preparing for the youth of India to be able to pursue opportunities and succeed. So, credit and capital and financial resources always is an important part of the complex set of variables that are required for a youngster in the innovation ecosystem to pursue opportunities and succeed. And I'm extremely happy today that along with the National Research Fund, he has also put aside this type of outlay that will be available for the young entrepreneurs and the companies that are engaged in innovation and research.
There is also a fund for deep tech in defense, but there seems to be some ambiguity. What is this fund about? Can you shed some light, sir?
No, I have the same information as you have. I don't have any other information, Anand. But certainly, look, even if you don't get the granular information today, it is signaling something very significant. It is signaling that the Honorable Prime Minister and the Finance Minister recognize that this entire effort of the last 8-9 years with Digital India and Startup India and the innovation and the entrepreneurship bug that is today spreading across all the smaller towns of the country, that needs to be further catalyzed, that needs to be further fueled, and that has tremendous opportunity to grow even further. And resources and financial resources are an important part of that equation that is very, very important for the coming generation. So I think the fact that he has announced this is a clear recognition in my mind that he believes, as we certainly know that he believes, that our country and our innovation and research ecosystem is poised to take our country into no longer being a consumer of other technologies from other countries, but being a producer of technologies, products, devices, platforms and solutions for India and for the rest of the world.
Another signal from the interim budget or the vote on account budget, Rajiv ji, is Aayega to Modi hi. Now, is that confidence or is it arrogance?
No, I don't think it's a signal from the budget. It's a signal from the people of India. I think any Indian today, even if you are the most prejudiced or the most distracted, if you compare the last 10 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, the decrepit, devastated economy that he inherited and what he has built out of the embers or the ruins that had been left behind by Manmohan Singh and Chidambaram into the 5th largest economy in the world, soon to be the 3rd largest economy in the world, a country that is today investing 11.5 crores of rupees on infrastructure, that is creating opportunities for coming generations, that is delivering governance in a way that has not been experienced by a country in all of the 65 years of independence before Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji strode into Delhi. So I think there is no need for anybody to read anything in the budget but a report card, and that report card of the last 10 years is what the people of India will look at and say, Aayega hi Modi hi and Fir Ek Baar Modi Sarkar. So I think there is no need for me or anybody necessarily in government to say that. It is the people of India who are certainly saying that we want this journey to continue. We want the momentum and this velocity and acceleration of our country to continue. This good governance model that has been brought for the last 10 years and visible and impacted every Indian in some form, shape or the other, that they want this to continue. So I think that it's the people of India who are saying this, not the budget.
Rajiv ji, this 10 years of UPA versus 10 years of NDA, my final question, opposition voices, Congress supporting Congress voices are saying that under Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji and under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, worsened income inequality, flattened MSME sector, destroyed demographic dividend story of India, created fear of tax terrorism, drove farmers to the brink and pushed women out of the workforce and forced talent and brain drain out of Bharat. Now, these are the accusations made by the opposition. How would you respond?
Look, Anand, I mean, if you just look at that plethora of the rhetoric that you just read out that is coming from the opposition, to me, it's poetry because it sounds like a group of very, very frustrated people lashing out in all kinds of random directions, making these very weird, random statements. Today, just look at the issue of women empowerment and women participation in our workforce. It is at an all-time high. By any yardstick today, the women of India in 2024 are a very, very different, more empowered lot than they were any time before 2014 or before. So I think these are things that they just put out there, and I think the promise that the finance minister, honorable finance minister, has made, that she will put a white paper out so that let's cut through all these rhetoric and let's cut through all these smooth spin that the Congress puts out there. Let people of India really know what the 10 years of the UPA-India alliance was like from 2004 to 14, what they inherited from the Vajpayee government, a strong surplus economy, admitted to by P. Chidambaram in 2004 in July himself, and what they left in the country and the people of India in 2014, what Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji started with in 2014, and what he is leaving behind, or what he has achieved in 2024. I think this is important conversation to be had. It should not be through the prism of this nonsensical rhetoric that the Congress is, has a great reputation for being absolutely easy and fast with the truth. I think we should put the truth out there. You should have many debates on this, Anand. You should call the congressmen. You should put the data and facts out there and let them squirm and answer the actual numbers and the truth, rather than hide behind this veil of rhetoric and lies.
We are in the process of culling out the data, and that data will be put out. Facts are facts. Whatever the data reflects, it will show whether it is kudos
Absolutely.
to the NDA or to the UPA. The data will show, and it will talk very soon. Rajiv ji, always a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anand.
Namaste. Short break here on the newscast. Stay with us.
%, but for it's a 5.1% is obviously a very significant step forward. But at the same time, not sacrificing the focus on growth. So the capex spend has increased by almost 11%, 11.1%, which is also very good. So the continued focus on infrastructure growth takes place. The third aspect, which is very important, is the focus on the rural sector, and also the 4 aspects of women, the farmer and the poor being taken care of. The continuation of the housing, both for women as well as for the rural sectors, are all very welcome. So this takes care of the equitable growth approach of the government. And we have to wait and see regarding the direct tax and indirect tax proposals. As the finance minister has said, that will be taken up only in the final budget. So therefore, this budget does not cover that. So as far as we are concerned, it's a very positive step forward with regard to having the headroom available for growth, considering the fiscal deficit and also the focus on equitable growth. From an industry perspective, obviously we will wait for the main budget to come to look at that details. Thank you.
Well, a short statement there from the CII. But as I was telling you, viewers, the focus really is on reassuring India that fiscal consolidation, the glide path to those fiscal numbers, is very much in place. And that has seen already the market reacting extremely positively. So very important, because there was always this apprehension that in an election year, there would be this lurch towards splurging, to be putting out schemes, etc., that would break the bank, so to speak, and send our glide path towards fiscal consolidation haywire. But that has not happened. It tells you that the government is quite, at this moment, secure in its own political and electoral prospects, which is a very important signal that has come out from the Modi government, because fundamentally it has eschewed any real populism. Infra growth, the capex expenditure has been hiked by 11%. Continued focus on infra. There has been visible changes in and around us when we look at roadways, etc. Those that were expecting tax breaks come away disappointed. We continue with the same tax slabs for both direct and indirect taxes, personal and corporate. So no changes there, which was to be perhaps expected. As I had said in the very beginning, viewers, that a government conscious of its legacy, which has been a disciplined one, would not really go there and break the bank, and that has not happened. Rural sector getting a lot of attention in this budget, so did women. And let's try to get some initial assessments. First from you, Mr. Chikkarmani. What do you make of Nirmala Sitharaman's vote on account budget?
It is as predicted. Earlier I had written, and in the morning we had discussed also on this, that she will continue to keep fiscal consolidation in mind. She'll keep it going. There will be no new tax policies or any kind of rebates, etc. coming, and she has done exactly that. This was a vote on account, and a vote on account is what she has delivered. I had also forecasted that she would talk about the past 10 years and give a vision for the next, for the future. She did that, though I feel it wasn't adequate. I had expected her to speak far more.
Well, viewers, the top news, of course, coming out of that is that there has been no monumental announcement in tune really with what was to be expected from the finance minister in a simple vote on account. Yes, there have been a lot of promises that have been made to various sections of the society, but fundamentally, if the middle class was expecting tax breaks, if corporate India was expecting tax breaks, that hasn't quite.
Brought to you by LIC, हर पल आपके साथ, and easy loans from Aditya Birla Finance.
Good evening. This is The Nation at 5, right here on CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh. We are bringing you all of the country's top stories, and we're keeping a focus on all of the developments taking place right now in Jharkhand. What's taken place there over the last few hours? Hectic developments. Yesterday evening, you might remember, the Chief Minister, Hemant Soren, was taken into custody. He was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. What's happened since then? Well, before he was arrested, the name of Champai Soren from within his own government was nominated as the next Chief Minister. Champai Soren is set to meet the governor at 5:30 p.m. today. Now, when you check in on the Jharkhand government, the JMM, which is the party that Hemant Soren is from, does have a comfortable majority with the Congress and the RJD. Still, some reports pointing out that there is nervousness on the ground, that a chartered plane has arrived to shift MLAs of the party to Hyderabad so that no resort politics of any kind, no exchanging can take place. We'll bring you more developments. Right now, though, we have some breaking news coming in regarding Hemant Soren. Let's take it. Okay, we're learning that the Chief Minister has been sent to 1 day's judicial custody. We're also going to be learning about the bail conditions in just a second. My colleague Saurav, who's been bringing us all of these developments, is going to be with us to bring us more details. Remember, the Supreme Court is also going to be hearing this entire case tomorrow. The question of the Chief Minister being taken in. Remember, an important development also is that yesterday itself, the Jharkhand police lodged a case against the Enforcement Directorate, in which the Chief Minister said that he was being discriminated against under the SC/ST Act. The larger scam here, and we're just waiting for our reporter to join us to bring us more details, but the larger allegation here is that Soren, through a larger network of officials on the ground, changed the ownership of certain land deeds, essentially allowing him and his co-conspirators to take ownership of certain amounts of land, gift away land at lower prices or at throwaway prices. That's the allegation, but it's important to point out that JMM Chief Minister has entirely denied all of these claims. He said he has absolutely no involvement, and amounts of money, 36 lakhs that the ED said they found in his residence, he said he has no clue of. He said he has no link to any BMW that was also found on his property. So for his part, he's entirely clean. My colleague Saurav, who's with us right now to bring us more details on all of these developments. Saurav, hectic developments taking place yesterday, today in Jharkhand. We come to you to understand more about the 1-day judicial custody. Tell us more.
Yes, what we are learning is that Hemant Soren has reached Birsa Munda jail in Ranchi, and this was done after the judicial custody was given to him. In fact, the ED was actually represented by Additional Solicitor General of India, Anil Kumar, and he had argued about the case, and he said that various lands were grabbed, and those lands were tribal lands, and it was illegally grabbed by the land mafia. So the argument inside the court took place for 2 hours, and heated arguments took place. In fact, the advocate of Hemant Soren said that this case is not under PMLA, so the validity of the case was challenged when ED had demanded the custody for Hemant Soren for 10 days. But now the court has reserved its order, and only 1 day judicial custody has been given. And what we are learning is that the order is reserved, and tomorrow argument will be heard again, and then the destiny of Hemant Soren, whether he will go for police custody under ED tomorrow, or he will be continuing the judicial custody, will be seen tomorrow. But by tomorrow evening the order will come. So also important here is Toya, that the writ petition, one petition has been filed at the Apex Court, Supreme Court tomorrow, for which the hearing is listed, and that hearing will be very important as to see the legality of this whole case of ED. So there are chances where if any kind of relief is given by the Supreme Court, then the whole case will fall flat, and then ED will be on the back foot. So all eyes on the Apex Court tomorrow. If we talk about the political development in the state, we have seen 43 MLAs are already waiting at the circuit house. Time has been sought, has been given in fact by the governor C.P. Radhakrishnan to Champai Soren and 4 others to come to Governor House, because the time was sought by Champai Soren in a letter that was written to the governor asking him to meet for at 3 p.m. but the governor gave the time for 5:30. Now in that letter it was importantly mentioned that Champai Soren wrote that he has the support of 47 MLAs, and he had already submitted a letter of support of 43 MLAs yesterday night.
Okay.
So the governor should give him the chance to take oath as the chief minister. But as what we are learning is that the governor has, although he has given the time to meet, but this call is not for taking the oath. It's general meeting that Champai Soren was asking for. And also law and order situation is being monitored in the state, as we
Saurabh, I'm
know
sorry
that,
to cut you off. Let me just tell our audiences that as you were telling us, Hemant Soren has arrived at the Birsa Munda jail in Ranchi. Saurabh, I also want to go over to our colleague Arunima, who is patched with us, and take some questions with her, so do stay with us. Arunima, please bring us context here. So we know that this case is also going to be looked at by the Supreme Court tomorrow. Abhishek Manu Singhvi and Kapil Sibal, I believe, forming the senior counsel for the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Can you just explain to our viewers who might be confused, with this in the Supreme Court tomorrow, what could take place next possibly? What are the different options?
Before that, let me tell you, Enforcement Directorate will not be happy with what has happened in the Ranchi court today. They'd asked for 10 days custody of the Chief Minister. Instead, he has been sent to 1 day's judicial custody. Now, the defense always argues
Arunima,
that when
Arunima, I'm so sorry. We need to toss to our colleague Anand Narasimhan. He's going to bring us interviews right now, because remember, the interim budget was presented today. We're going to be shifting focus just for a few minutes to that story. Anand, over to you.
Joining us now is Shri Amitabh Kant. Amitabh Kant ji, namaste, Jai Hind. Thank you very, very much for joining us. Such a pleasure to speak with you.
Yeah, thank you.
Your thoughts, your thoughts on the interim budget, and especially the allocations that have been made on the 4 pillars that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken about very often: the youth, Mahila, the Kisan and the poor.
So, Anand, first of all, I must say it's a very disciplined budget within the boundaries of being an interim budget. It's fiscally very prudent, and the fact that it brings down the fiscal deficit to 5.1% and lays down the roadmap for bringing it down to 4.5% is quite remarkable to my mind, because this will reduce government's borrowing, it will bring down the interest rate and enable private sector to get money from the market at a much lower rate of interest. And this will enable a greater kickoff of the private sector investment in the economy. That is remarkable to my mind. And then the continued focus on capex expenditure to 3.4%. It's on a high base level of 3.3, which was still last year. But it adds on around 11 lakh crores to capex expenditure. And I've been always a great believer of focus on infrastructure rather than a consumption-led strategy growth. So this infrastructure will drive growth, and I think again it will now crowd in private sector investment in big ways. So these are two remarkable features. But overall, if you look at this budget, it's very inclusive. I mean, the government strategy always has been to saturate schemes. So when I was implementing the aspirational district program, the focus of the government was that you saturate with everything, whether it was roads, whether it was water, whether it was toilets, whether it was houses, and across every section of the society. So everybody with all the government schemes possible. But the remarkable thing about this budget is this huge focus on women, youth, farmers, and those and the poor, and therefore the government focuses on growth with inclusivity. So inclusive growth is critical as India grows and expands into a $35 trillion economy by the time during the Amrit Kal period. It must have inclusive growth, and therefore this huge focus on these segments of the society and women in particular, the formalization of the economy and women taking leadership. And during G20, Prime Minister's focus was also on women-led development, where we were able to bring consensus amongst all countries. And therefore, this budget is path-breaking in many ways.
The pressure of geopolitics, because the outlays as far as energy security and energy outflows is concerned, subsidies is concerned, has really ballooned. Now, is that going to be a concern in the coming year? Because we are surrounded by conflicts all around us, and it is having an impact on us.
Yeah. So there are several fault lines in the world. The Russia-Ukraine crisis, which is protracted. Then you have the Israel-Palestine crisis. The global supply chains are in a spin even now. And therefore, energy prices is a major issue. But the challenge for India is that it is pushing for green energy in a very big way. And it's important that we use our climatic conditions to go solar, to go wind, which this budget talks about, to go into green hydrogen in a very big way. And actually, by the time we achieve Amrit Kal in 2047, we should be an exporter of energy, not an importer of energy. And this is very much feasible. No other country in the world has the climatic condition which India has. And our size and scale enables you to do to large scale. And I'm truly delighted that this budget really pushes for solar rooftops, because the 1 crore people who will benefit out of this, their benefit will be in the region of 15,000 to 18,000 rupees, because 300 units of electricity will be in that range. But more important is pushing for biogas, pushing for electric vehicles. All these are sunrise areas of growth. So when you look at it in the context of that 1 lakh crore for private sector for R&D, the objective should be to really drive deep tech in this country, and deep tech will enable you to get into all these new areas of growth where India can be a global champion.
Deep Tech Fund has been talked about. There is a clear allocation for also buying of wind energy from external offshore wind energy funding. So there is that's been spoken about. My final question to you, Amitabh Kantji, is this a confident budget or an arrogant budget? Somewhere the message is that we are coming back to power and we'll tell you more in July. Is that confidence or is it arrogance?
No, I think it's a very, very confident budget. It's a confident budget because of the work that has been done on ground. It's a confident budget because of macroeconomic fundamentals. It's a confident budget because of the infrastructure that has been created. And to my mind, it's a confident budget because you've been able to provide houses, electricity, water supply, build roads. You've made a difference to the lives of citizens in the country, and that's why it's a confident budget.
Amitabh Kantji, thank you very much for speaking with us. Always a pleasure, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Joining us now is Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh. Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, namaste, Jai Hind. Thank you, sir. Thank you for speaking with us.
Namaste, Anand.
Sir, is this a confident budget or an arrogant budget? Let me start with that.
I think that's where Amitabh left. Anyway, having said that, I think it's confidence with resolve, determination and consistency. in a way, it's a continuity of the course that Prime Minister Modi charted out for himself soon after he took over as the Prime Minister on the 26th of May 2014. And he said in one of his earliest statements that those sections of society which did not receive the kind of attention that they deserved would be given due attention and brought at par with the rest of the society. And that's what has happened today. If you go deeply into the different aspects, like for example, it's amazing, Pradhan Mantri Swanidhi Yojana, the street vendors receiving attention, nearly 70 lakh Labharthis. Now, it's part of never of the society had turned so indifferent to this section of society. You hardly gave a second look to a street vendor on the roadside. कोई पुलिस वाला आता था धक्का मार के उसको चला जाता था. Today they are gaining financial support with respect. And that has received mention in today's budget as well. And though it's an interim budget, it's also a reflection of the kind of direction that the overall budget is going to follow, which happens in the monsoon session in an election year. That again is a reflection of the confidence that is going to be the same Prime Minister, same government. It's not because of arrogance, but that is because the people's trust, and that is what they want to happen. Now, I would rather say this is a budget which is very inclusive, which is very innovative. Innovative in both ways, in its thinking, in its approach, in its innovative ideas, and at the same time also innovative in promoting innovation science.
Correct.
Like
the 1 lakh crore fund that has been set.
Crore corpus.
Yes.
Yes, yes. And when I say that it is addressing every section of society, regardless of caste, creed, region, or even their vote preference, I think I would rather say that it addresses demography, democratically, and also taking into consideration all the diversities. And before I say anything more, I think what is not seldom said is that this budget, like the earlier one or two budgets, has sought to explore those resources which could have been explored even 70 years earlier, soon after independence, but none of the governments paid enough attention, and which are going to add value to the Viksit Bharat Yatra from now onwards. Like for example, the agriculture sector. This budget has spoken about an exclusive policy for biomanufacturing. We have a huge bioresource in this country, I think richer than any other country. We have 5-6 states lying in the lap of Himalayas. The Purple Revolution is born
marine
only
and
in the
coast
Modi
also.
regime. It was depicted in the marine coast. We have 7,500 long kilometer coastal area, around 12 states along it. Nobody looked at for the first time. This budget mentions deep sea mission as well.
Yes.
And the Prime Minister spoke about deep sea mission twice in his Independence Day address of 2023 and 2022. So for the first time we are going to explore the huge wealth which are not only that 7,500 long coastal area. Anand, did you ever realize we are the only country which has an ocean named after the country?
Yes.
So I was telling some of the team from Australia the other day, I said, you live in a place which is a country, which is an island, which is a continent, but your ocean is not named as Australian Ocean. My ocean is named as Indian Ocean because my forefathers could see the huge amount of wealth lying inside. For the first time we have started scientifically exploring that through this deep sea
how much
mission,
time before that actually comes into fruition? Because the opposition is saying that in the last 10 years of UPA versus 10 years of NDA, Dr. Jitendra Singh, women have been pushed out of the workforce, demographic dividend has actually not been tapped into. And there are a lot of criticisms coming in the way that unemployment is actually disguised right now. The numbers are not, the government is not forthcoming with the actual numbers. How would you respond to this? The UPA believes they had the economy in a far better shape and Bharat on a far better track than last 10 years under PM Narendra Modi.
I think this is if you go, today we live in an evidence-based era. If you go by statistical figures, leave alone the figures emanating from India, the global indices. We were just about 350 startups in 2014. Today we are nearly 1.5 lakh. We are ranked number 3 in the world ecosystem. This is not my strategy, it's not a BJP strategy, it's not Prime Minister Modi's strategy. Global Innovation Index, we stood at 81. We have jumped 41 rank higher, we are today 40. This is again a global parameter. So we were 10th economy. We were known as 5 fragile economies. Today we are known as 5 top. And we look forward, and this has happened because the approach has been very innovative. Now take the example of space, for example, that also received mention.
Yeah, space and deep tech and defense was
the earlier
mentioned.
governments had confined. Yes, absolutely. We were confined in self-constrained shackles. We didn't move out. We had just one startup about 4 years back. After Prime Minister Modi liberated space, what the media fondly described as unlocking of the space, today we have 190 space startups from the private sector. We have an investment of at least 1 lakh crore just in about 8 months, beginning from 1st of April to 31st of December, from the private sector in the space. And so that has given us a huge boost. We are 8 billion economy in space. Now I'll tell you how we go by evidence. We are 8 billion economy today as far as space is concerned. Our estimate was that we would be 40 billion by 2040. But the ALD report, there's a very respectable assessment report of America, which is Arthur D. Little report, ADL. It mentions that though Indians are projecting themselves to be 40 billion, but our assessment is that they could even go up to 100 million, the manner in which they have started, progressing by leaps and bounds. So there have been a quantum fast track growth in the last few years because the approach has been innovative. We have liberated ourselves of the taboos of the past thanks to Prime Minister Modi's indulgence. And that is what has enabled us to move on in such a rapid pace.
My final question, Dr. Jitendra Singh, this election, somewhere the budget says you bring us back to power and we'll give you more, especially with the taxation aspects not being touched. Somewhere the message to the voter is bring us back and we'll give you more. Is that true?
The other way, to put it in another way, is that since we were constrained only to come out with an interim budget, so we are discharging that part of responsibility. The rest of the responsibility will happen when we come back.
But one thing that you think has been missed out, Mahila, this aspect of Mahila, the woman voter and the women of the country, is there a serious push in that direction? Do you see that reflecting even in the elections budget or the vote on account budget?
No, I think, no. On the other hand, I think both letter and spirit. Prime Minister has been reiterating time and again from the last few months that I know of only 4 sections of society, 4 castes: the Kisan or the Annadata, the Mahila, Yuva, and a Gharib. And it has started showing dividends. 25 crore people coming out of poverty. And not only, I would say, coming out of poverty, I would not even see it from economical angle alone. It has given rise to a new kind of aspiration. When you have 3 crore houses, kacha houses converted into pakka houses, and when I go to my constituency, people come to me and say, "Hamara wala reh gaya hai," to hum unko batate nahi banne wala hai. So it's given rise to an aspiration because we lived in a society which was indifferent to the thought of kacha or pakka. Even my ancestors lived in a kacha house. My grandmother and the forefathers used to even wash the kacha floor. We were reconciled. There's a section of society which is destined to live like that. So it's given rise to an aspiration. So, and as they say, the definition of democracy is that wherever a child is born, the house is big or small, the household is big or small, the mother should have the confidence to dream that her child can grow up to rise to the highest level. So that kind of confidence now the Indian mother has gained. So that is a true sense of democracy is being realized now after 7 decades. So this entire financial transformation or economic transformation is also had an impact socially, mentally, psychologically, and also in the way, in the manner in which we look at each other democratically.
Dr. Jitendra Singh, thank you so much for your time. Always a pleasure speaking with you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anand. Thank you, sir. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Namaste. We're going to take a very, very short break. Stay with us here on CNN News 18.
Start? So, the immediate reaction, thank you for joining us today. The immediate reaction would be that the consolidation of the fiscal deficit, and I think our recommendation initially was 5.4%, but it's a 5.1% is obviously a very significant step forward. But at the same time, not sacrificing the focus on growth, so the capex spend has increased by almost 11.1%, which is also very good. So the continued focus on infrastructure growth takes place. The third aspect, which is very important, is the focus on the rural sector and also the four aspects of women, the farmer and the poor being taken care of. The continuation of the housing, both for women as well as for the rural sectors, are all very welcome. So this takes care of the equitable growth approach of the government. And we have to wait and see regarding the direct tax and indirect tax proposals. As the finance minister has said, that will be taken up only in the final budget. So therefore, this budget does not cover that. So as far as we are concerned, it's a very positive step forward with regard to having the headroom available for growth, considering the fiscal deficit and also the focus on equitable growth. From an industry perspective, obviously we will wait for the main budget to come to look at that details. Thank you.
Well, a short statement there from the CII. But as I was telling you, viewers, the focus really is on reassuring India that fiscal consolidation, the glide path to those fiscal numbers is very much in place. And that has seen already the market reacting extremely positively. So very, very important, because there was always this apprehension that in an election year, there would be this lurch towards splurging, to be putting out schemes, etc., that would break the bank, so to speak, and send our glide path towards fiscal consolidation haywire. But that has not happened. It tells you that the government is quite, at this moment, secure in its own political and electoral prospects, which is a very important signal that has come out from the Modi government, because fundamentally it has eschewed any real populism. Infra growth, the capex expenditure has been hiked by 11%. Continued focus on infra. There has been visible changes in and around us when we look at roadways, etc. Those that were expecting tax breaks come away disappointed. We continue with the same tax slabs for both direct and indirect taxes, personal and corporate. So no changes there, which was to be perhaps expected. As I had said in the very beginning, viewers, that a government conscious of its legacy, which has been a disciplined one, would not really go there and break the bank, and that has not happened. Rural sector getting a lot of attention in this budget, so did women. And let's
All right, so it was the last budget of Modi 2.0 Sarkar before the general elections this summer. The opposition is saying it's a lackluster budget. It doesn't have any big-ticket announcement. The government's defense, of course, is they've stuck to the path of fiscal prudence and they have avoided the trap of any kind of welfareism or populism. Let me go across to a very special guest who's joining us now. Mr. Suman Berry is the Vice Chairman of the Niti Aayog. Thank you very much, Mr. Berry, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. As far as the states are concerned, one big announcement in the budget today was this 1 lakh crore interest-free loans to states for research and development and other purposes. How may this address concerns of states that some states have been particularly vocal about this, that their share has come down in the last few years?
Zaka, I think there may be slight misunderstanding. So there is the 1 lakh crore is, I beg your pardon. So there was milestone-based, as it were, financing for states. Those milestones have not yet been defined. There was also a continuation of the existing scheme for capital expenditure by states. I just want to be sure which of the two you wanted me to discuss. Was it the new milestone scheme or the existing capital expenditure scheme?
You can address both,
Because I
Mr.
think
Berry.
there's a difference between the two. Okay, fine. So the the general intention of both, if you don't mind, I'll use an analogy from the European Union, because I used to work in Europe and was part of a European think tank. So, you know, the European Union has various incentives for, if you like, persuading states to follow a particular line. So that's my interpretation of this scheme. I, as Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, report to a governing council of all the chief ministers, and all the chief ministers are responsible for development in the country. As Prime Minister Modi often says, India doesn't grow, its states grow, and state chief ministers are, in that sense, sovereign. They're popularly elected, but many of them may have legacy issues that they need to solve. And so what framework will be adopted to release funds from this pot of money remains to be seen, but that's my interpretation of what was mentioned in this budget. The capital expenditure scheme is somewhat different. It's a continuation for another year of something that's already been in place. My understanding in visiting the individual states is that it's a reimbursement scheme. You make the capital expenditure, and then after that you can dip into this pool of funds. A lengthy response, I apologize.
No worries. Since you mentioned capital expenditure, and that's been one of the hallmarks of the Modi government over the last 10 years, again, capital expenditure has been raised by another 11% or so. It's going to be 11 lakh crores plus for this financial year. But other than this, the contention from opposition parties, even from the Aam Janta, is the budget's been pretty lackluster. There are no big ticket announcements. How would you speak to that?
Well, two quick points. One is, don't quarrel with success. I mean, work done by Niti Aayog, which was then adapted to the life of this government, has concluded, and this was with in collaboration with the UN, that 25 crores, 250 million people have escaped what we call multi-dimensional poverty, which is the accumulation of a number of schemes. I think much more important even than that, Zaka, is the role of animal spirits, optimism, sentiment. After all, it's not that long ago that we were in the depths of COVID, and look where we are now, okay? And this is because the government has established a reputation for credibility, and its fiscal glide path is probably the most important expression of that. But let me just say that there are several important items in the budget that are transformational. The big bet that is continuing to be put on the railways, for example, is important from so many points of view. Ease of living, because passengers will benefit from the from the additional bogies that are going to become part of the Vande Bharat scheme. We will be moving traffic from the roadways to railways, which is the right thing to do in terms of greening the economy. The railways have already committed to being fully electrified by, I believe, 2030. So these are, not minor, as it were, directions. And these are directions that only a confident government can take without having to resort, if you like, to populism. And I think it's one of the great achievements of my colleague FM Sitharaman that she has gradually moved in the direction of greater transparency. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, we want the private sector to invest. The private sector, in various ways, is impacted by the risk rating by rating agencies of India.
Correct.
For us to stay on a fiscal glide path, we hope we should have been rewarded earlier. We hope we will be rewarded, and that then leads to what is a much more important and sustainable trajectory, which is that the private sector benefits from that, and also, frankly, benefits from the fact that the government is making a lower draft on savings, and bond yields will come down. So all of this is directed to creating an environment for a private sector investment-led recovery. And a third point I'd like to make, again, people don't think this is big bang, but there is a lot there about cleaning up regulation. And I can tell you that in the modern world, regulation probably is as much of a promoter or an impediment of private investment as is financing. So there are a lot of, if you like, handholds in the budget that point in a particular direction. And what is that direction? That direction is that we will empower individuals in an uncertain world to find their own way, and we will give them a safety net for risks that they cannot manage, particularly in agriculture.
All right, Mr. Sumanberry, thank you very much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18, and congratulations on the budget 24-25.
Always a pleasure, Zaka. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, all right. We'll take a quick break on that note, but news and updates and all exclusive interviews around the budget coming up right on the other side of this quick break.
Bank, and that has not happened. Rural sector getting a lot of attention in this budget, so did women. And let's try to get some initial assessments. First from you, Mr. Chikkarmani. What do you make of Nirmala Sitharaman's vote on account budget?
It is as predicted. Earlier I had written, and in the morning we had discussed also on this, that she will continue to keep fiscal consolidation in mind. She'll keep it going. There will be no new tax policies or any kind of rebates, etc. coming, and she has done exactly that. This was a vote on account, and a vote on account is what she has delivered. I had also forecasted that she would talk about the past 10 years and give a vision for the next, for the future. She did that, though I feel it wasn't adequate. I had expected her to speak far more.
Well, viewers, the top news, of course, coming out of that is that there has been no monumental announcement in tune really with what was to be expected from the finance minister in a simple vote on account. Yes, there have been a lot of promises that have been made to various sections of the society, but fundamentally, if the middle class was expecting tax breaks, if corporate India was expecting tax breaks, that hasn't quite happened. Also, of course, the one headline that's probably going to stir the markets, and perhaps already has, is that the economy is on fiscal glide path, which is fundamentally important to those who are looking at the health of the economy. At least that's what we are being told. Let me bring you in on this, Gaurav. Let me just bring you in on some of the points that perhaps you will take away from this. But let me tell you, before we move to our experts, very, very quickly, viewers, it has been a very workmanlike focus by Nirmala Sitharaman on charting out what is really going to be a disciplined approach to expenditure, keeping within very narrow limits and benchmarks that the government had set for itself. Revenues have exceeded expectations. Large number of important provisos been made to keep continuity as the basis really for moving forward, but fundamentally no big bang announcements coming through. So if there was an expectation that there would be a huge splurge before the elections, that hasn't quite happened, and that was perhaps expected in line really with some of the other budgets that have been put out there by the Modi government. People were expecting, of course, greater increase corrected to inflation in certain heads of direct benefit transfers to farmers, etc. That hasn't quite also happened. The Prime Minister had made it quite clear that this would be a vote on account. It perhaps tells you that the government is quite confident of its electoral prospects going forward. It did not want to risk any of the hard work, the legacy that they have really built up in trying to sort of put together what has been a fundamentally disciplined outlook to expenditure. So that is something that it's quite clear that the government didn't want to sort of squander, and therefore we have seen the government sticking very, very closely to some of its own expectations of itself, especially when it comes to fiscal consolidation. Let me just
Welcome back. You're watching The Nation at 5 right here on CNN News 18. We brought you just a few minutes ago a number of different interviews regarding the interim budget. But now we're shifting focus. We're taking you to a different story altogether, one that's been playing out in Varanasi over the last few days, where you'll remember 2 days ago, the district court in Varanasi made a judgment in which it allowed, within just the southern cellar of the Gyanvapi Mosque, prayers to resume. So these were prayers to a deity. They could be set up locally by a priest from the trust that is located there. Now, it's important to tell you that today morning, these prayers actually took place. The Varanasi district organization allowed for all of this to take place. There was barricading that was removed, and those were allowed to conduct their prayers inside. Now, as we speak, we're learning that the Muslim side and their litigants are going to be going to the court. Remember, our colleague Ananya Bhatnagar has been bringing us updates. He's our legal correspondent. Let's go over to him to understand more about this next chapter. Ananya, prayers started today early in the morning. So Feb 1st, we're waking up to these changes, prayers already starting, and this is when we know that the Muslim side has made it clear that they already want to go to the Allahabad High Court. What's happening now? What's the latest development in this case?
Well, definitely subsequent developments happening in this particular, dispute where, in fact, yesterday the court had allowed for the prayers to be done at the South Cellar, the S2 cellar, as per the SI report, also called the Vyasji's Tehkhana, where, the SI report had revealed that there are Hindu structures that existed, and until 1993, there were prayers that were offered there. But later on, challenging that particular decision, the Muslim side had, in late last night, knocked the doors of the Supreme Court. They had mentioned the matter before the mentioning registrar. However, when the matter travelled to the Chief Justice of India, who is the master of the roster, it was said that they shall first approach the Allahabad High Court. Now, today in the afternoon, the Muslim side also approached the Allahabad High Court, where an urgent mentioning was made before the acting Chief Justice there. However, the acting Chief Justice asked them to approach the listing registrar, who will now list the particular matter, seeing the urgency of this particular petition. However, subsequently, after doing this, the Muslim side has also filed a petition application before, in fact, the Varanasi district judge, asking him to delay his order for over 15 days, to put a stay on his order for 15 days so that they can exercise their legal remedies. However, no kind of a relief has come to them so far, and the prayers have started at, in fact, that particular site, that particular Vyasji Tehkhana, and in fact, the court had said that in 7 days the Kashi Vishwanath Trust should actually appoint a priest, and the district administration should facilitate prayers should
Ananya,
happen.
I'm
but
so sorry. We do need to shift focus very quickly because big developments taking place as we speak right now on the ground in Ranchi. Okay, remember Jharkhand woke up this morning without a chief minister. As Chief Minister Hemant Soren was arrested last night. Before he was arrested, he went to the governor of Jharkhand and he suggested, after giving his letter of resignation, right before his arrest, he suggested the name of Champai Soren as his successor. Remember, the governor yesterday had said he would need time to construct and understand the legalities around this before reverting to that proposal. Now, as we speak, on your screens, the visuals that we're playing out for you are visuals of Champai Soren arriving to meet the governor at a pre-decided time, 5:30 p.m. We'll go over to my colleague Saurav to understand more. Saurav, as we understand, the JMM, the RJD, the Congress, they are comfortably in the majority as we speak. But there's been some nervousness on the ground, this feeling that Jharkhand's governance is not being allowed to go on when you've brought us bites from the JMM. Tell us more about what's going on the ground right now.
What we can see in the picture is that Champai Soren, along with 4 MLAs of different parties who are supporting the JMM, and they are in the government in the state of Jharkhand. 4 MLAs from JVM, RJD, and Congress, as well as CPI-ML, along with Champai Soren from JMM, they had been called by the governor at 5:30 p.m. and now they have entered inside the governor's house. Remember, Champai Soren had sought an appointment from the governor, and but he had requested the governor to meet at 3 p.m. Because there were speculations that the MLAs who are present in Ranchi of the ruling party, they had to fly to Hyderabad because 2 charter planes are already there in Ranchi. And in that particular letter of Champai Soren to governor, he had mentioned that he has the support of 47 MLAs, and letter of support of 43 MLAs has already been submitted to the governor yesterday evening, and so he has all the right to take oath as the chief minister, because the state of Jharkhand is not having a chief minister for more than 20 hours, and so he was claiming to take oath, and for that he was seeking an appointment with the governor. The governor already he had given the appointment, but this particular meeting is not about the oath. It's a general meeting, what we are learning from the sources, and the purpose of Champai Soren is that the state of Jharkhand is not having a CM for more than 20 hours. So it's very necessary to avoid any kind of crisis in the state to get a CM. And for that, he has to take oath, and he already has the support of 47 MLAs with him who are waiting in the circuit house. And after this meeting that will take place, then only we can know what exactly was discussed inside the governor's house. But as of now, the MLAs of the LI party of the JMM-led UPA government, they are waiting at the circuit house. In fact, they had planned to move to Hyderabad to, counter any kind of crisis situation in the state. Yeah.
All right, Saurav, we're going to keep checking in with you to understand the situation on the ground. We'll check in with you in a few minutes to understand what happened in the meeting, what your sources are telling you. For now, we're going to be heading into a quick break. This is The Nation at 5. We're going to be returning in just a few minutes with more of the country's top stories.
If the middle class was expecting tax breaks, if corporate India was expecting tax breaks, that hasn't quite happened. Also, of course, the one headline that's probably going to stir the markets and perhaps already has is that the economy is on fiscal glide path, which is fundamentally important to those who are looking at the health of the economy. At least that's what we are being told. Let me bring you in on this. Gaurav, let me just bring you in on some of the points that perhaps you will take away from this. But let me tell you, before we move to our experts, very, very quickly, viewers, it has been a very workmanlike focus by Nirmala Sitharaman on charting out what is really going to be a disciplined approach to expenditure, keeping within very narrow limits and benchmarks that the government had set for itself. Revenues have exceeded expectations. Large number of important provisos been made to keep continuity as the basis really for moving forward. But fundamentally, no big bang announcements coming through. So if there was an expectation that there would be a huge splurge before the elections, that hasn't quite happened. And that was perhaps expected in line really with some of the other budgets that have been put out there by the Modi government. People were expecting, of course, greater increase corrected to inflation in certain heads of direct benefit transfers to farmers, etc. That hasn't quite also happened. The Prime Minister had made it quite clear that this would be a vote on account. It perhaps tells you that the government is quite confident of its electoral prospects going forward. It did not want to risk any of the hard work, the legacy that they have really built up in trying to sort of put together what has been a fundamentally disciplined outlook to expenditure. So that is something that it's quite clear that the government didn't want to sort of squander, and therefore we have seen the government sticking very, very closely to some of its own expectations of itself, especially when it comes to fiscal consolidation. Let me just walk you through some of the points that, of course, have been made by Nirmala Sitharaman in that budget. She's talked about coming back, increasing the ease of living, enhancing India's energy security, mass transport augmentation, middle class, especially the younger middle class, a housing plan for the middle class which is going to be sort of unrolled, a capex outlet hiked by 11%, which is a fundamental headline, women emancipation, especially focusing on women health, a large number of announcements under that, 50-year interest-free loans for the private sector is something that will enthuse a large number of those who are looking to start up companies, etc. Free ration for 80 crore Indians and 517 new routes to enable passenger travel. So that is something that the government has put out there, apart from, of course, focusing on some of its achievements. The first half, the first 25 minutes of the speech focused on how the government has actually come out there and improved ease of living and, of course, the top line numbers of the government. Let's go across and get some reactions from the CI. R. Dinesh is there with us. Mr. Dinesh, how do you see the government, vote on account?
So, the immediate reaction, thank you for joining us today. The immediate reaction would be that the consolidation of the fiscal deficit, and I think our recommendation initially was 5.4%, but it's a 5.1% is obviously a very significant step forward. But at the same time, not sacrificing the focus on growth, so the capex spend has increased by almost 11.1%, which is also very good. So the continued focus on infrastructure growth takes place. The third aspect, which is very important, is the focus on the rural sector and also the four aspects of women, the farmer and the poor being taken care of. The continuation of the housing, both for women as well as for the rural sectors, are all very welcome. So this takes care of the equitable growth approach of the government. And we have to wait and see regarding the direct tax and indirect tax proposals. As the finance minister has said, that will be taken up only in the final budget. So therefore, this budget does not cover that. So as far as we are concerned, it's a very positive step forward with regard to having the headroom available for growth, considering the fiscal deficit and also the focus on equitable growth. From an industry perspective, obviously we will wait for the main budget to come to look at that details. Thank you.
Well, a short statement there from the CII. But as I was telling you, viewers, the focus really is on reassuring India that fiscal consolidation, the glide path to those fiscal numbers, is very much in place, and that is seen already, the market reacting extremely positively. So very, very important, because there was always this apprehension that in an election year there would be this lurch towards splurging, to be putting out schemes, etc., that would break the bank, so to speak, and send our glide path towards fiscal consolidation haywire. But that has not happened. It tells you that the government is quite, at this moment, secure in its own political and electoral prospects, which is a very important signal that has come out from the Modi government, because fundamentally it has eschewed any real populism. Infra growth, the capex expenditure has been hiked by 11%. Continued focus on infra. There has been
Welcome back. You're watching the breaking news show. Nation at 5 is our focus right now, and we're taking you to visuals coming in as we speak. We'll be sharing them with you on our screens. These are visuals of Champai Soren. Remember, Champai Soren, as we speak, Jharkhand woke up without a chief minister, but Champai Soren is the nominated name from the JMM, the RJD, and the Congress's coalition. Now, he's just left his meeting with the governor. Remember, yesterday, when the chief minister, Hemant Soren, was arrested, right before his arrest, he met with the governor and he nominated Champai Soren's name. The point he made was that Champai Soren already had the support of 40 plus MLAs from the Jharkhand Assembly, which just has 80 plus seats. Now, the JMM, the RJD, the Congress, according to him, stood strong. Now, Champai Soren today sent off a letter to the governor, and in that letter he said the same point, that Jharkhand has woken up without a chief minister. What came out of that meeting? We'll take a look right now. Champai Soren about to address the media that is gathered there. Remember, we were told that whether or not he would be appointed chief minister, that would not take place at 5:30 p.m. But a discussion on the timeline. All right.
हम लोगों ने उनका विस्तृत रूप से देखिए उनको
हमने कहा, हम लोग ने कहा कि कल हम लोग 8 साढ़े 8 बजे हम लोग दिया है, नया सरकार गठन करने के लिए दावा पेश किया है। अरे भी 20-22 घंटा भी हो गया, इसको गठन करने का प्रयास आरंभ किया जाए। चंपाई जी मौजूदा, चंपाई जी
मार क्यों रहा है भाई, मार क्यों रहा है, मार क्यों रहा है?
Okay, so Champai Soren saying over there that we requested the governor to make this take place, essentially for him to be appointed as the chief minister as soon as possible. Saurav, what is the real timeline here though? What are we looking at? When could he be appointed chief minister?
We don't know exactly, Toya, because Champai Soren had yesterday night only the delegation had went inside the governor house. 5 MLAs, the same MLAs who went today went inside yesterday and requested the governor to look into the matter, and they have the majority, and because they have they handed over the letter of support to the governor of 43 MLAs, which was signed by 43 MLAs, and today they are claiming that there are 47 MLAs who are in support of Champai Soren, and now governor had given a time of 5:30 p.m. to meet. So these 5 leaders from JMM, RJD, JVM, and in fact left and RJD, they had, and Congress, they all had gone inside the governor house, and they had requested the governor to make this happen as soon as possible. They had also requested them that it's more than 20-21 hours that the state is without a chief minister, and so that because they have the majority, so they requested the governor to bring the process of oath ceremony as soon as possible, so that Champai Soren, who has the majority of 47 MLAs, can take oath and take charge as the chief minister of the state, as the state doesn't have a chief minister which can give rise to a crisis situation in the state. So the delegation had gone, in fact, to request the governor again. This is the second time that the delegation had gone inside the governor house. Yesterday also, we saw all the MLAs. They tried to go inside the governor house, but they were driven out of the governor house. Only 5 MLAs were allowed to enter inside the governor house, and they had met the governor, given the letter of support to him of 43 MLAs. And this we are knowing because today Champai Soren had requested the governor through a letter saying that he has a support of 47 MLAs, and because he had already submitted the letter of support of 43 MLAs yesterday, so he has the majority because the magic number is 41, and he has surpassed the number of the required number.
Legally speaking, how long can this go on for? Can you tell our audiences?
See, Toya, there is no timeline actually. It's not mentioned that at certain, at certain time period, governor will have to call the leader of the majority party to come and stake claim for government formation. So this is the twist here, that governor has no pressure of time constraint, and this is the reason why the governor is taking time. He is taking stock of all kinds of situation, but that there is a rumbling going inside the UPA government, that why governor is not giving time, despite the letter of support of majority of the MLAs have been handed over to him. In fact, many of the political leaders are blaming the center, that it is because of the direction of the center on which the governor is working right now.
Saurabh, we're going to have to move on to the rest of the show. I just want to tell our audiences, though you shared with us earlier visuals of those 43 MLAs standing together. So the JMM trying to put in an effort here to show that their alliance with the RJD, with the Congress, all of the MLAs and that majority stands strong. Saurabh, we're going to keep checking in with you to understand more about what's happening on the ground. Right now, though, we're going to end our show. Thank you for staying with us over the last few minutes. This is The Nation at 5.
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. The stage is set for 2024 elections with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presenting this year's interim budget just ahead of Lok Sabha polls due in May. While highlighting the government's performance over the last 10 years, setting the stage for elections, the Finance Minister stated why the Aam Aadmi should give the BJP government a resounding mandate once again. Finance Minister minced no words and set the record straight that how right intent, policies, governance, development and performance has secured 7% growth for India for consecutive 3 years. Inflation management, handling economic fallout of COVID and geopolitical issues has been the government's strength. The interim budget did not have any major announcements and is being hailed as a confident budget with a focus on continuation. Announcing social justice as effective governance model, Finance Minister reiterated the budget's big focus on poor, youth, women and farmers. Capex boost by 11.1% and at 3.4% of the GDP was the biggest takeaway of the interim budget, along with extreme fiscal restraint. Shortly, I will be joined by top industry experts with their top comments on the interim budget.
As for tax proposals, in keeping with the convention, I do not propose to make any changes relating to taxation and propose to retain the same tax rates for direct and indirect taxes, including import duties. As announced in my budget speech of 2021-22, to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% by 25-26. The fiscal deficit in 2024-25 is estimated to be 5.1% of GDP, adhering to that path. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 27.56 lakh crores of rupees, of which the tax receipts are 23.24 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of total expenditure is 44.90 lakh crore rupees. The revenue receipts at 30.03 lakh crore rupees are expected to be higher than the budget estimate, reflecting strong growth momentum and formalization in the economy. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 5.8% of GDP, improving on the budget estimate, notwithstanding moderation in the nominal growth estimates. Infrastructure development. Building on the massive tripling of the capital expenditure outlay in the past 4 years, resulting in huge multiplier impact on economic growth and employment creation, the outlay for the next year is being increased by 11.1% to 11 11,111 crore rupees. This would be 3.4% of our GDP.
आज का ये बजट इंटरिम बजट तो है ही, लेकिन ये बजट इंक्लूसिव और इनोवेटिव बजट है। इस बजट में कंटिन्यूटी का कॉन्फिडेंस है। ये बजट विकसित भारत के 4 स्तंभ युवा, गरीब, महिला और किसान सभी को एम्पावर करेगा। निर्मला जी का ये बजट देश के भविष्य के निर्माण का बजट है। इस बजट में 2047 के विकसित भारत की नींव को मजबूत करने की गारंटी है। मैं निर्मला जी और उनकी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, इस बजट में युवा भारत की युवा आकांक्षाओं का, भारत की यंग एस्पिरेशंस का प्रतिबिंब है। बजट में 2 महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिए गए हैं। रिसर्च और इनोवेशन पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का फंड बनाने की घोषणा की गई है। बजट में स्टार्टअप्स को मिलने वाली टैक्स छूट के विस्तार का भी ऐलान किया गया है। साथियों, इस बजट में फिस्कल डेफिसिट को नियंत्रण में रखते हुए कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर को 11,11,111 करोड़ रुपए की ऐतिहासिक ऊंचाई दी गई है।
I have a power-packed panel now to take forward some of the highlights of the budget announced by Nirmala Sitharaman. Interim budget, so nothing big bang as most are expressing, but still lots to look forward to. Let me welcome with me Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman InSpace, and also Mr. Kunal Behl, Chairman CIS Startup Council and co-founder Snapdeal. I'm also joined through video conferencing, Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, past President, CIA Chairman, CIA Public Policy Council and Chairman from Hero Enterprise. Mr. Munjal, if I may begin with you, of course everybody was looking at continuity. In terms of capital expenditure, there has been continuity expressed by the government. Are you happy with what the government has expressed, or did you expect more?
So I'm happy with 2 or 3 things. One, that the government has not made this into an election year budget. As CD had said yesterday, they have done a popular budget and not a populist budget, in the sense focusing on youth, on women, on farmers, on infrastructure, focus very tightly on maintaining the fisc. And that was something which we were very concerned about, to ensure that India's improved rating does not slip back. So I have to say full marks on that account, that there is no excessive spend, but the spend is very targeted at improving logistics and transportation by railways, on focused areas, on helping reduce disputes in the tax system at the bottom end. When the amounts are small, they've given a complete pass-by to all the old disputes. So I think all in all, very creditable not to get tempted with a budget around the corner to do any big splurge. And in fact, I continue down the road. Actually, in a sense, it looks like a government with full confidence that they are going to be spending, announcing the budget the year after as well.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that confidence showed in many, many ways. Dr. Goenka, Mr. Munjal, just be with me. I have 2 guests with me here in person. Mr. Goenka, Mr. Munjal was expressing the fact that good budget, but not a populist budget, shows confidence that the government has, that they don't need to do anything big in terms of an election approaching. For you particularly, that 1 lakh crore rupee corpus that has been announced for long-term financing of research and innovation in sunrise sectors. Did that stand out for you?
Yes, of course, it does. So first of all, let me reiterate that I couldn't hear what Sunil was saying, but fully agree with you. I mean, there's nothing populist in this budget, and it really is continuity and the confidence that the government is demonstrating. The 1 lakh crore corpus that has been put forward by R&D, I think meets a long-term need that we had for the longest time of how do you pull the private sector to do more R&D. One of India's problem is that most of the R&D expenditure happens by the government. Almost 2/3 of R&D expenditure is by the government, whereas in most advanced countries it's other way around, where 2/3 happens by private sector. So I think it's like giving it such a long-term interest-free corpus is almost giving away the money, free, right? So what they're saying is to the private sector, come, invest in R&D, we will support you, right? And with that, if we really want to become the Viksit Bharat by 2047, it cannot happen without a significant advancement in R&D and innovation. And that's what it does. So I think it's a very big deal. Maybe most people won't realize the implication of that and the impact of that. But we'll have to see the details, of course, but I think it's going to make a huge difference.
And Kunal, added to that is the government's focus for deep tech industries plus defense. You focus a lot on the startup sector. Good news overall?
Absolutely. I feel that while everyone's calling it an interim budget, but there's enough in it for the startup economy, particularly given that, as Dr. Goenka was also saying, a lot of these sunrise sectors, particularly the startups in the sunrise sectors, these are incredibly long gestation period ideas. And getting equity financing is very challenging for these startups. And effectively this 50-year no interest, zero or low interest loan is effectively a grant in some ways. And that's what you need to catalyze these sunrise sectors, whether it's deep tech, biotech, space tech or defense tech, etc. Separately, we also feel that this is the announcement of the continued focus on EV is very, very encouraging. As an oil import dependent country, it is very critical that we continue to encourage the manufacturing and charging infrastructure of the EV industry, where also now we know a lot of startups are playing a critical role. So overall, the ambition of Viksit Bharat 2047, which, growing up, we've all heard of India being a developing country. Finally, we have our eyes set on becoming a developed country, and all these initiatives will work towards that.
Absolutely. These are the sectors that are really going to propel India's growth. Mr. Munjal, how is the private sector looking at the government's focus on new sectors, tech sectors, sunrise sectors? Plus, what is your outlook on, for example, artificial intelligence that is being talked about so much as a disruptor, particularly for private businesses as well? Your outlook on all of that?
So I think it's most welcome. It is clear that technology is going to be the big game changer in the world. And as India wants to be a key player in the global economy, as we should be, first for our own internal needs, to be able to meet the needs of our population, to improve our standard of living of all Indians, you have no choice but to be competitive. And to do that, these are the technologies which are going to give us that ability to leapfrog. And you use some of the keywords like artificial intelligence and other technologies. And it is the big push into these areas which will make a big difference. And the government is clearly indicating that they are not just willing to put their money in infrastructure and grow digital infrastructure, but they want the private sector and the private enterprise to do the same. So I think this twin engine of firing both ends in the public sector and the private sector will certainly be a big help. I also like the approach they've taken on doing more with less, in a sense, allowing existing hospitals to populate more medical colleges. We have a need. So on the basic, we need to improve and enhance both capacity and quality of education and healthcare. This is a fundamental need of all Indians. So they have focused on both. Education, I hope the implementation of the new education policy will take place in the coming years. On the healthcare, our biggest constraint is availability of talent, of doctors and nurses and paramedics. And they've actually done a very interesting tweak to allow you to put up more hospitals or more medical colleges or more medical college seats with the same capacity of hospitals. So I like this approach, and I think we need to take it across multiple sectors for India to get to where we want India to be. Direction is very, very good. It is now the ability to ramp up the pace, because while on the one hand, growth of 6-7% looks very good, but for a need for a country like ours, we need to grow upwards of 7 to 8 and upwards of this for the next 15 to 20 years to be able to meet aspirations of all Indians.
Yes, big challenge. He's talking about how we need 7 to 8% upwards of growth of that to meet our challenges, the most populous country in the world now. But particularly speaking about the space sector, for example, Mr. Goenka, there's artificial intelligence being talked about everywhere. And I heard someone talk about how business is a little bit wary of investing just yet because you don't know what's around the corner in terms of technology. Is there some sort of holding back on that front?
In the space sector?
In space or just overall in tech, you think, in the industry?
Look, it will be wrong for me to say no. Okay, it will be wrong for me to say no. But at the same time, there are enough people who are making bets on what one could sort of call deep tech, okay, which includes AI, which includes all the other buzzwords that you have for today. If you look at the space sector, which is perhaps the newest of the sunrise sector in some sense, even though it's a 60-year-old sector, but if you leave out what ISRO has been doing, rest of it is sunrise sector. And there, in the last 2 years, we have seen tremendous interest coming in by the startups, and we have 200 startups there. And now, slowly, the investors are also getting interested. And with 100 million plus of investment happening in the previous year and same thing the year before. So I think there is enough interest, but I wouldn't say everybody is sort of saying, let's go and do it immediately. That's my view, but he probably knows better in this than me.
Yeah, sure. Look, I feel that in technology, typically what happens is things start really slow and everyone's asking these questions, why is it not growing fast enough? And then suddenly it grows in geometric progression. And then it's arrived, and then it's ubiquitous. We've seen that as a country when it comes to smartphones, mobile internet, and digital transactions, the entire DPI. It's very slow, sluggish even, and then suddenly it is ubiquitous. We will see the same happen here.
Okay.
And I'm already seeing early signs of many startups really challenging the norm and not going only for excellence at an India level, but excellence at a global level.
That is something that the Prime Minister talks about quite prominently. Focus on space, focus on the private sector when it comes to technology, and focus on the future, which includes, of course, deep tech and artificial intelligence. Joining me is Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj, immediate past President, CII, and Chairman and Managing Director, Bajaj Finserv Limited. Sir, thanks a lot for your time. There is fiscal consolidation and lower projected borrowings for financial year 24-25, something the RBI will help keep inflation in check as well. Do you foresee the RBI responding to this in the next week's monetary policy meeting?
Well, I believe it's clearly a step in the right direction, and that and inflation moderating does arm the RBI to take a positive decision. We do know that the Fed has held rates yesterday, and the greater expectation is for rate cuts in the second half of the year. So yes, I don't have a crystal ball, but it'll be interesting to see whether RBI gets more proactive or stays a little bit more conservative and waits maybe for another cycle.
Right. Overall, the government has reiterated its commitment to fiscal, to lowering fiscal deficit, 5.8 revised, and the estimates to be 5.1 with a longer outlook to lower than 4.5. Your thoughts on that, along with doing everything that the government needs to do, including in this interim budget, increasing capex by 11.1%. How did you see the overall policy for the government?
The overall policy is one that is continues to be growth oriented. It's also one that is socially inclusive and, as you just correctly mentioned, fiscally prudent. And getting the right balance is not always easy, but they've clearly made a very strong attempt at that in this vote on account. Now, we do know that we are still living in a situation with significant external uncertainties, and India is that one bright spot. But we've still not seen private sector capex come up as high as it should, because again, the uncertainty ends up driving a certain amount of conservatism. And that's where the government continues to step in. That's positive. At the same time, aiming for a lower fiscal deficit in line with what the FM had set out a few years ago is very important, because India needs to get onto a stronger sovereign rating. As that happens, our overall cost of funds will come down. Keep in mind, we're still very much an economy which is what I call as a capex economy. We're still investing to build real assets for the future. We are not a Western economy which is a working capital economy. And as a result, we need to drive our interest rates down. A better sovereign rating helps all companies, and that can be a shot in the arm in coming years.
You know, the government has talked a lot about how 25 crore people have escaped multi-dimensional poverty. They've talked about, financial inclusion that has touched a lot many people's lives, particularly women. They've talked about how the average real income for the public has increased by 50%. Is a statement that the finance minister made. How do you look at the quality of life that has that the government has managed to deliver, and the promises that it is making on that front, keeping digital and financial inclusion as one of the parameters as well?
So, if you look at the last few years, post-COVID initially, they've directly put money and food in people's hands. And the digital public infrastructure that was created enabled them to do this seamlessly. I know when my staff goes home or talks to their family in their villages, they say in the last few years, money comes into their accounts every month. It didn't come as clearly and easily in the past. So that was the first big step that they were able to take. Thereafter, if you see the number of measures that the government has taken with self-help groups for women, with ensuring improvement in quality of education on the ground, which, as we know, is also a state subject. So it is something that the states also have to align with, and a number of progressive states have done that. You overall improved the quality of education, also healthcare. You see the insurance for the poor, the products both on medical as well as on life. That has provided them with greater security. So there are a number of clear steps that the government is taking. And in the last 3 or 4 years, the massive outlay on public capex, this has a huge multiplier effect on jobs. And we are a country of the young. The one thing that we need year after year is more and more jobs. And to me, it's important to get a combination of these things happening year on year.
Can I get a final quick response, sir? This is in many ways the government also outlining what it has done in the last 10 years. They have given their report card before the next elections. What will your report card to the Narendra Modi 10 years be?
I would very clearly say there has been a very positive 10 years, a tremendous amount of progress. Look at India. On the physical side, India is changing in the last 10 years, and I would say every 5 years in the last 20 years actually. This is a different progressive India. Second, they picked up on the digital public infrastructure. Other had started before them, but they saw the merit in it, and the speed at which they've expanded the entire digital public infrastructure has been tremendous. So to me, these are big positives. We are still a country where we have hundreds of millions of people below the poverty line, and it's our collective responsibility to see that a significant part of what we're doing, the benefits of that are trickling down to them as well. I think this is where the entire social consciousness of the government and the country comes together as well. So I would say overall we've had a very strong 10 years.
I have with me Mr. Nikhil Sahni, Chairman, CIA National Committee on Capital Goods and Engineering and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited. I also have with me Anshuman Magazine, Chairman and CEO, India, Southeast Asia and Middle East and Africa of CBRE. Anshuman Magazine, if I begin with you, there's a promise of 2 crore more houses in the next 5 years. That's a direct relation to your industry. That plus what else was the highlight for you?
I think biggest highlight was the increase of capex infrastructure.
11.
That continues. So that is a major one because that will bring in the all the construction activity, etc. What will happen on the housing front. She talked about encouraging middle class housing. Although there's no fine, we have to look at the fine print. There's no specifics what would be done for that. Rural, the low cost housing, increasing it to 2 crores by 25 is great. So any construction which happens has a multiplier impact on the economy. But the fact is what was expected, which in a way not for this budget, for next budget is that in 2022, a lot of the incentives on the housing front were reduced or taken out. And the direct impact of that is that the construction of affordable housing, both construction, the supply side and the demand side is reduced since last year. So we are hoping in the next budget those incentives will come out because stats are clearly showing that the supply and demand both have reduced in the affordable housing category. Overall housing is done well, especially luxury and middle class, but mid housing, but more needs to be done. I think the other part, what I liked was she talked about tourism, new airports, skill development. Women were a major part of her speech.
Yes.
So all this will be positive, but as this was a vote on account budget, I think everything, she hit all the right chords, but there was no specifics what will be, what would the government do. I think that will come in the next budget.
Mr. Sahni, given that actually it was a very controlled, very prudent, very restricted and restrained vote on account by the finance minister, if there were any expectations of anything big bang, it did quite happen, but you would be also happy with the capex expenditure at 11% increase?
Very happy. I think you have to read between the lines. Firstly, everyone knew that this was a vote of accounts coming into today. So firstly, to not have a mention of a lot of policies which could have been seen as populist coming into election is a very big sign of the confidence that the finance minister and the government has going into elections. And also for today, this is a real strength that the government is showing that they are confident leading into the election in 2024, like in April. But I would say that when we look at the capex growth of 11.1%, given the fact that nominal GDP growth would be somewhere above 13%, of course, as a proportion, capex would come down as a percentage of GDP. But having said that, it has allowed for greater space, as the finance minister said, for the private industry to go out and build fixed capital formation. The research and development initiative, corpus of 1 lakh crore over 50 years at negligible or zero interest rate is something that's very encouraging. It's something that industry has been asking for a very long time. And it's very interesting that the finance minister has taken a route to not give this through a tax subsidy which has been given in other countries and which has really failed in India in the past. And so it'll be very interesting to see how this would get implemented. But after all, what we can see with this budget is a continuity of the schemes that the government has in place and really to build the capital stock of India. As Anshuman had pointed out, this could be in housing or other aspects of infrastructure development, but also in terms of the social capital that the government aims to build. So all in all, very encouraging, very positive, but we look forward to some of the nuances in this budget. And of course, the finance minister did point out that she would come out with a more articulate messaging on what Viksit Bharat and the schemes that they would have in July. So look forward to that.
In the meanwhile, there's been some concern over the private expenditure or investment not kicking in. Is there enough to kind of enthuse the industry as it stands?
Oh yes, most definitely, because I think from my perspective as someone who participates in the capital space as well as chairing this committee for CII, we see a great degree of enthusiasm around a degree of a number of sectors, especially climate change and the finance minister was explicit in the country's commitment towards net zero by 2070. There's an enormous need for us to not only build the infrastructure, but also the capital equipment that will be required for that transition. Equally, in areas such as railways, there's a need for us to be able to develop capabilities and capacity. And she did also mention about defense. Now, of course, details are not there, but very frankly, you do have to read between the lines.
Okay, read between the lines. Speaking about one of the things that the government had kind of initiated only just before the budget on 22nd of January, when the Prime Minister was there for the consecration ceremony as well, was 1 crore homes to get rooftop solarized power. And with that, 300 units of free electricity to these solar-powered homes. That's a big futuristic vision, obviously tying into the net zero as well that the government has talked about.
Absolutely. Everywhere across the globe, this rooftop solar is a big movement, but solar itself, forget the rooftop solar. And I think this announcement, I was pleasantly surprised that they mentioned about rooftop solar, and this will make a huge difference because the electricity tariffs are quite high in our country. And, some of the governments, state governments have won on that plank. So it must be really important that if they're giving subsidies on power. And I think one of the other challenges we have is that in many states we are subsidizing power and it's being misused. So anything we can do to do an alternate way, and solar is one of them, I think is very, very positive.
All right. So
again, you have to read between the lines. When you do have rooftop solar, you need to necessarily have smart meters because you have to have duality in terms of connections. So there's a lot that has to be implemented to allow for a scheme to get really utilized by the public. So
no, I really love the way the dimension that you brought in. There are a lot of subsidies that are given on electricity particularly, and concern has been growing what it does to state budgets and deficits particularly. On deficit, of course, Nirmala Sitharaman has talked about how it's 5.8 revised as far as the fiscal deficit for this year is concerned, and for next year estimated will be 5.1 with the long-term vision to bring it below 4.5. I want to go across to Mr. Vinayak Chatterjee, founder and managing trustee, the InfraVision Foundation, joining us. Vinayak Chatterjee, very restrained from the finance minister today. If there was any expectation of something to enthuse the masses or the public at large in an election year, it doesn't look like the government gave in to that. In fact, the government made a very fantastic announcement of a white paper on its economic policies that the government will present. That plus the continuation in this budget suggests a high amount of confidence. How did you read it?
Look, we must first remember that this is just an interim carry-on budget for the allowing the normal work of the Indian nation to carry on for the next 3-4 months. I will restrict my comments to infrastructure. That is what I'm supposed to normally monitor and speak on. And there has been, in the infrastructure circles, there has been a somewhat level of disappointment on the fact that the outlay has increased by only 11.1% vis-a-vis the last 2 years, which increased by 30% and 35% respectively. So if you are talking about an ongoing budget that keeps the same momentum, obviously it has not kept the same momentum of 30-35. And the belief among infra players is that since it's only an interim budget, when the final budget is formulated, whenever in June or July, that we will come back to levels of 30% growth because that is what the nation requires. For example, if you really look at the economic policy of the government, it has very clearly been articulated as public expenditure, infrastructure, investment-led economic growth. So that infra investments then create a booster effect on the GDP. Now at 10 or 11%, if that is carried on, will not give the level of boost and impetus. So we need to go back to a 30-35% level, which I hope will happen when the final budget is ready. Back to you.
Right. In terms of infrastructure push, the government did announce 3 corridors for railways. Of course, not a lot of details that we have right now. They've talked about energy, mineral, cement, port connectivity, high traffic corridors, 40,000 bogies to be upgraded to Vande Bharat standards. Of course, you mentioned capex. You're not totally happy with it. You would have expected to be more. The government mentioned the capex outlays 3.4% of the GDP currently. There is the net zero commitment. There is the blue economy commitment, etc. Overall, did you see the larger vision, at least in terms of the government, of what it wants to do for Viksit Bharat?
Look, there were some new buttons that were pressed, and I would like to commend the government for pressing those. In short, they relate to a major push on rooftop solar as a measure for poverty alleviation. It pushes PPP formats for agricultural storage. It announces 3 new railway corridors for energy, mineral and cement, which I think is part of the overall push on increasing the logistics efficiency. And it certainly pushes the green button by announcing VGF for offshore wind and coal gasification. So these are the buttons that have been pushed and they are welcome. And as I said, we look forward to a far more higher outlay when the final budget is announced, because that is what the nation would require as an investment-led strategy to boost GDP. Over to you.
The finance minister said the next 5 years will be years of unprecedented growth. Apart from what you've mentioned, of course, in fact, in terms of infrastructure outlay, what do you think makes the government so confident, given that everybody's been talking about the global headwinds that have been troubling other large economies? What keeps India in good stead, and why do you think the government is confident of the next 5 years being big for India?
Very simple. The fact that India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, and that is largely due to our domestic markets powering demand and the large infrastructure outlays of the past, the high levels of infrastructure investments that have a very strong multiplier effect on the economy. The combination of these two actually gives a sense of confidence to the government, and therefore this confidence is also reflected in the shall we say, in the conservatism exhibited by keeping fiscal deficit within very, very acceptable levels. So these are the reasons that give confidence to the government.
All right. So much to look forward to as far as the full budget is concerned, and of course expectations will be higher. I do want to ask you very quickly as a parting question, there weren't any announcement in terms of, income tax rationalization. There has been some comments about demand not picking up, particularly rural demand. Do you think the government maintained quite a lot of fiscal restraint and also political restraint in what it did today?
I think so. I think to be honest with you, this is not a time for addressing some of the macro issues in the country with the general election staring at us. I think the government has been fair in not making any big bang announcements. And all the issues you mentioned, I think the mandarins in the finance ministry are fully aware of these demands, these pulls and pressures. And I'm confident that, as usual, as demonstrated in the past, when the full budget is announced with a new government in around summer, these will be addressed.
Let me introduce 2 prominent industry voices joining me on 2 particular focus areas for the government. One is infrastructure and the other is renewable energy, and both were actually spoken about quite a bit. I'm joined with Deepak Shetty, Chairman, CII Infrastructure Council and CEO and MD, JCB India. With me is also Vishali N. Sinha, co-founder and chairperson, Sustainability Renew, a member of CII as well. Mr. Shetty, if I can begin with you. Expenditure, capital expenditure, 11.1% growth, 11 lakh crore increase, 3.4% of the GDP. Happy with that, or were you expecting more?
I think I'm very happy. First of all, obviously there can be sometimes a debate about the number in particular, but we should not forget about the base. I think with the recent last 2 or 3 budget announcements, we have seen continuous focus on infrastructure development. And also there was a bit of a concern that an interim budget before the election, sometimes does it take the focus away? I think what the Honorable Finance Minister has conveyed very strongly is the focus on infrastructure development is there, is going to continue. And the other good thing about this particular announcement is she has touched about various other elements of infrastructure development. For example, when we talk about infrastructure, we think only about roads, highways. She has spoken about investment in the railway infrastructure, the dedicated freight corridors, which will not only help in improving the connectivity, but also reduce the cost of logistics. If you look at from the business point of view, the logistics cost in India is between 12 to 13%. In the Western world, it is 8%. So you can appreciate that how much of the competitiveness of the products from India and also the time from the farm to market, etc., will benefit.
So you're talking about the energy, mineral, cement, port connectivity, and high traffic corridors that the minister has
spoken about. The other element she has spoken about is the tourism sector.
Yes.
And we have seen globally the multiplier effect the tourism sector has on creation of infrastructure and also creation of jobs. So I think this is very positive. The one more item I wanted to speak about, many times when we talk about infrastructure development, we only look at the central government or the national highways, etc. But I think the state governments also play a very important role. We have seen what has happened through the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, etc. The whole creation of rural infrastructure and the 75,000 crore support to the state governments. I am sure part of that will be invested in creation of the rural infrastructure. So all the elements of infrastructure development have been covered. I will not talk about the green energy. I will leave it to Vaishali to comment on that.
Vaishali is the expert on that. A lot talked about. This has been a focus that the Prime Minister has made an international commitment on net zero by 2070. There's been offshore wind energy, classification, piped NG for households, e-vehicle support, and so much more. Blue economy being talked about. Again, tourism ties into that. How did you look at the entire scenario?
No, I think I was very pleased. I think unlike the weather outside, which has been grey, foggy and not very clear, I think the finance minister and our country's leadership is very clear about the direction in which they want to move. I think they've been quite clear about it since the time they took over in 2014. If I look at the renewable energy space and the climate energy transition area, I think India has been a margdarsha to the world. And I think it makes us very proud when we go out. It's made people like us, entrepreneurs like us, go out and do our work, execute, because we are in an environment where there are enabling policies. In this budget, I just felt that it was just a continuation of what has been good. So, and
the vision is there. Of course, a lot of the details will come possibly in the full budget, which is
obviously, this is an interim budget. But what I heard was, as you rightly pointed out, it was Muft Bijli. It sounds lovely and it is very nice because you see at a policy level we've been doing well, especially at the national level. How we engage the subnational, how we engage individuals for the life mission. I think these are steps which will take us in that direction. And for example, so rooftop solar for 1 crore individuals, which will save them about 15 to 18 odd thousand per month is not a small amount. It is a small amount from the point of view of the kind of large impact it has, because it will help people think sustainability, walk sustainability, adopt sustainability. So that has been great. The viability gap funding for the offshore wind area has been pretty significant. These are incentives which are given to sort of kick-off sectors, right? And so the perception so far has been that offshore is very expensive, and it's a right perception for India. Such initiatives will help kickstart this area. So that was a nice sort of announcement. I think there were other announcements around biomanufacturing and foundry, etc. I think biomass related. So I think all of those things show that ye ek hara bhara budget hai. So
Hara Bhara Viksit Bharat.
Viksit Bharat, right? Yeah.
So all of that vision ties in. But can I just ask you, because you're a NASDAQ listed company, how is the world looking at India? Because most populous country in the world, looking for large growth and high growth very quickly, a lot of pressure on such developing economies. How is the world looking at India when it comes to green energy and renewable energy?
The world, as I said earlier on as well, is looking at India as a very inviting, progressive, committed country, which is one of the fastest growing even in the renewable space. If you look at our metrics, I mean, when we started, I think we were at about 75 gigawatts of goals, and now we're talking about 500 gigawatts. We're talking from 15 gigawatts per year generation to 50 gigawatts generation. I'm not sure if there's any other comparable country, developing anyone, who has these commitments. And it's not only for India, but as you pointed out in your introduction, it is the commitment to integrate a global kind of energy landscape where we all work in a mutually beneficial manner. So your one world, one sun, all of that.
One
really
world,
feel.
one future, one family. Everything ties in.
And also one grid, one sun. So there are lots of these jargons which I love in the budget, and I think there have been quite a few of these.
Speaking of jargons, this government has been very good at it. Nothing wrong with that. This budget was also about presenting a report card of the last 10 years. Mr. Shetty, what is your report card to the government for the last 10 years? Because continuation is the big theme. They're very confident. They've not done any big, announcements, nothing populist that one can, grab at. Exuding confidence that they'll do more as they go along. They don't need to do anything extra right now. Your report card for the last 10 years?
I think 10 years back, there was a thought, there were announcements, but one was a little hesitant to think that, will this be translated? I think last 10 years have shown us that things get translated on the ground, whether it is the roads, the airports, the connectivity, etc. that we have seen. And if you also take yourself a little away, also the health of the economy. JCB is a British company. We have invested 44 years back in India, and every year our investment is growing in India compared to any other part of the world, which is again tells you how positive the global investor is. But if you look at the key elements of the budget, whether it is the GDP growth, whether it is, and it is not the government talking about it, the latest IMF report continues to be the fastest growing economy, but also the health of that growth. It is not, the growth is not happening taking your eye away from fiscal deficit as 5.1% was spoken about, or the inflation which has been brought under control. And particularly if you look at what's happening in the geopolitical arena and considering our dependence on imported crude, etc., I think maintaining this discipline from the fiscal side, I think is very positive. So overall, if you ask me, from 10 years back to now, I think it has been a spectacular journey. But I can only say that there's still so much to do in the country that it's very heartening to see that the focus on infrastructure is going to continue for next few years.
Yeah, that certainly has been a commitment made by the government. 2047, India has to be a developed economy. The finance minister said the next 5 years are going to be years of unprecedented growth. That's the promise that the government is making.
Excuse me, vote on account.
Ready? Start? So, the immediate reaction, thank you for joining us today. The immediate reaction would be that the consolidation of the fiscal deficit, and I think our recommendation initially was 5.4%, but it's a 5.1% is obviously a very significant step forward. But at the same time, not sacrificing the focus on growth. So the capex spend has increased by almost 11.1%, which is also very good. So the continued focus on infrastructure growth takes place. The third aspect, which is very important, is the focus on the rural sector and also the 4 aspects of women, the farmer and the poor being taken care of. The continuation of the housing, both for women as well as for the rural sectors, are all very welcome. So this takes care of the equitable growth approach of the government. And we have to wait and see regarding the direct tax and indirect tax proposals. As the finance minister has said, that will be taken up only in the final budget. So therefore, this budget does not cover that. So as far as we are concerned, it's a very positive step forward with regard to having the headroom available for growth, considering the fiscal deficit and also the focus on equitable growth. From an industry perspective, obviously we will wait for the main budget to come to look at that details. Thank you.
Well, a short statement there from the CII. But as I was telling you, viewers, the focus really is on reassuring India, that fiscal consolidation, the glide path to those fiscal numbers is very much in place, and that has seen already the market reacting extremely positively. So very, very important, because there was always this apprehension that in an election year there would be this lurch towards splurging, to be putting out schemes, etc., that would break the bank, so to speak, and send our glide path towards fiscal consolidation haywire. But that has not happened. It tells you that the government is quite, at this moment, secure in its own political and electoral prospects, which is a very important signal that has come out from the Modi government, because fundamentally it has eschewed any real populism. Infra growth, the capex expenditure has been hiked by 11%. Continued focus on infra. There has been visible changes in and around us. When we look at roadways, etc., those that were expecting tax breaks come away disappointed. We continue with the same tax slabs for both direct and indirect taxes, personal and corporate. So no changes there, which was to be perhaps expected. As I had said in the very beginning, viewers, that a government conscious of its legacy, which has been a disciplined one, would not really go there and break the bank, and that has not happened. Rural sector getting a lot of attention in this budget, so did women. And let's try to get some initial assessments. First from you, Mr. Chikkarmani. What do you make of Nirmala Sitharaman's vote on account budget?
It is as predicted. Earlier I had written, and in the morning we had discussed also on this, that she will continue to keep fiscal consolidation in mind. She'll keep it going. There will be no new tax policies or any kind of rebates, etc. coming, and she has done exactly that. This was a vote on account, and a vote on account is what she has delivered. I had also forecasted that she would talk about the past 10 years and give a vision for the next, for the future. She did that, though I feel it wasn't adequate. I had expected her to speak far more.
Well, viewers, the top news, of course, coming out of that is that there has been no monumental announcement in tune, really, with what was to be expected from the finance minister in a simple vote on account. Yes, there have been a lot of promises that have been made to various sections of the society, but fundamentally, if the middle class was expecting tax breaks, if corporate India was expecting tax breaks, that hasn't quite happened. Also, of course, the one headline that's probably going to stir the markets, and perhaps already has, is that the economy is on fiscal glide path, which is fundamentally important to those who are looking at the health of the economy. At least that's what we are being told. Let me bring you in on this, Gaurav. Let me just bring you in on some of the points that perhaps you will take away from this. But let me tell you, before we move to our experts, very, very quickly, viewers, it has been a very workmanlike focus by Nirmala Sitharaman on charting out what is really going to be a disciplined approach to expenditure, keeping within very narrow limits and benchmarks that the government had set for itself. Revenues have exceeded expectations. Large number of important provisos been made to keep continuity as the basic.
There was some focus on health and the medical sector in Nirmala Sitharaman's speech today for the interim budget. And to talk more about that, I'm joined with none other than Dr. Naresh Trehan, MD Medanta, and also CII Health Council Chairman. One of the key things that stood out was the announcement of more medical colleges to be built, a committee to be set up, and cervical cancer vaccinations to be pushed for girls within a specific age group. How did you look at these two announcements?
No, I think very encouraging in the sense that
we know that there is an acute shortage of doctors for the size of our country. And more medical colleges are very, necessary and desirable. But more importantly, also the quality of the graduates. Because we need to produce high quality doctors, which we are fully capable of. So a committee set up to look at all the aspects of medical education will also help a lot. As far as the vaccination is concerned, it's like the long needed, because the whole world has been covering cervical cancers with vaccination. It's been available, and it's very welcome that the government has taken this step to provide it as a national vaccination program.
But why now? Is there some urgent need that has been felt to push this at the national level?
So you know that there is a cervical cancer is a deadly disease if untreated. Or so point being that young girls and newly adult women are the ones who are the most vulnerable for it. And that's why it is important that we protect that segment of our youth, so that the women, this whole orientation in India has been to actually equalize the facilities available for women as much as what has happened in the last 75 years from our inception. So I think from that point of view, these are very encouraging steps. Now the other thing that has happened, which is I think even more important, is the fact that the Anganwadi workers
they've been brought under Ayushman
and also the Asha workers. See, that's our main strength. They are our frontline health workers. They are the ones who go house to house and figure out if people have any problems. So I think that strengthening that pillar by giving them this protection with Ayushman, I think is a very positive step. So overall, this vaccination, medical school, and this
so it's
a good thing. It's a feel-good factor that all these people have been including.
I want to talk to you about the 1 lakh crore corpus that has been announced for research and innovation, which has been often found to be an area where India has been lagging. Now, obviously, research and innovation, even in the medical sector, is going to be extremely key. There is the prospect of artificial intelligence taking over large sections of our, life and business. How do you look at the government's push for research and innovation? How will it benefit the medical fields? Will the medical field be able to take advantage of the corpus the government has announced? And the impact of technology, emerging technology on science?
So there are three aspects to it. The first aspect is that we are totally dependent on advanced electronic equipment for medical diagnostics and therapies. So that needs to we need to get relief from that, because it's very expensive. And on top of that, there is a 30% duty on it. So the cost to the medical provider becomes quite high. And also, these companies overseas, there are three main companies that provide all this equipment. They are kind of working in tandem with each other and saying 7-year end of life. You've not even recovered the cost, because we don't charge that much. In the Western country, you can charge $1,000 for a cardiac, for an echo, right? We charge 2,500 rupees. So the basic thing is that it's numerically over a long period of time we recover the cost. But with these people saying that we will not service equipment after 7 years is a big blow. So as this kind of initiative that the government has announced about this 1 lakh crore fund, I think it will go a long way in us being able to develop or accelerate the development of our own equipment, which is not only good for India, because it will help us to reduce the cost of care for our people, but also 4 billion people around us who need the same remedy. Because the whole world, you look at Africa, Southeast Asia, all these, we're all reeling under the same burden. So I think from that point of view, these are very positive steps that were taken today, in spite of the fact that it is an interim budget. So of course we'll expect more in July, but
happy so far.
Yeah, no, happy, but not major relief for the medical profession. But that will also come, because the basic thing is our whole endeavor is to reduce the cost to the patient so that the last citizen standing on the earth of India gets quality health care. That's what we are pushing for.
Aside from this, can I ask you, Dr. Trayan, you are renowned as a, very accomplished surgeon. How do you see the role of artificial intelligence in performing surgeries in times to come? I know it is already happening to some extent.
You're right.
Is it going to make surgeons like yourself redundant?
Well, it will be most welcome, but I don't think it's going to happen. The basic thing is that we have been using AI for many years. It's not new to us. And we have seen the benefits that AI can bring in our ability to deliver more accurate, more care to our patients. And we have like robotics. Robotics is basically based on tele-surgery, right? And conceptually, it is what we call force multiplier. So the expertise of one person can serve in many, many locations. So this is a very welcome thing to us. But it is also important for us as doctors, us as human beings, to stay ahead of the machine.
Yes.
So it's up to us. So I don't think that one can, I remember, I go back, when the computers were introduced, and LIC introduced computers into their system, the whole staff went on strike, thinking that this was a monster box. This will take away our jobs. Not only did it not take away your job, it multiplied your jobs. So I think that this fear of the unknown, and as you've asked this question, there are two sides to this. There is the black box and the white box. The fact that we do not understand the neuronal guts of AI, not many people do, we look at it as a black box, which is